When she was cruelly kicked down the elevator by her sister, torn apart by zombies, and her mother looked on with indifference as she met her demise, Jing Mian was left with nothing but her bones. Rewinding 10 years, amidst the apocalypse, she found herself endowed with a system that granted her infinite resources. Establishing a base, collecting rent, and developing infrastructure, she meticulously transformed her stronghold into the most formidable base in the world. With a garden residential area, plantations, breeding grounds, aquaculture zones, hospitals, schools, commercial districts, and amusement parks, this place became humanity's ultimate dream sanctuary. Did her biological family wish to drag their entire clan to reside there? Dream on. The relationship had been severed. Did they not understand that? Chapter 1, Reborn, with her cold-blooded family.
Quick.
Close the elevator. The zombies are closing in.
No.
The elevator is overloaded. It won't close. The alarm blared incessantly in the crowded elevator, and everyone felt their hearts lodged in their throats. Mian, what should we do? Zhang Peirong's eyes brimmed with terror. Jing Mian, unwilling to see her mother in fear, quietly shifted. Mom, don't be afraid. Let's switch places, you come inside. Zhang Peirong hastily squeezed through the gap, exchanging positions with her daughter. Her sister, Jiang Bichuan, who had been standing behind Jing Mian, also forced her way to Jing Mian's side. Jing Mian frowned at Jiang Bichuan, her stepsister from her father's second marriage. In this life-and-death moment, she did not wish to hold grudges. Protecting the two women inside, she anxiously gazed towards the elevator doors, finding herself perilously close to the entrance. Someone has to get off. It's too late. Otherwise, we'll all be doomed. Those at the back shouted in desperation. However, those at the edge merely exchanged frightened glances, resolutely refusing to budge. How absurd. Those were mutated zombies. Stepping out meant certain death. The howls of zombies echoed ominously in the hallway, inciting panic among those in the elevator. Suddenly, a tremendous force pushed against Jing Mian's lower back. Jing Mian, you go down. Don't delay everyone's lives. Jiang Bichuan's face twisted with malice as she kicked Jing Mian, who had not even been at the edge of the elevator, out into the open. The smooth marble floor sent Jing Mian sliding over 2 meters after she hit the ground. Hurry, close the doors. As if Jiang Bichuan needed to remind them, the moment Jing Mian was ejected, those near the elevator buttons frantically pressed the close button. Jing Mian's mind was a blur, utterly unprepared for her sister's betrayal. If she hadn't begged for help from the upper levels, they would have perished at the hands of the zombies long ago. How could she have ever boarded the elevator? Abandoned? Had they forgotten how much money she had sent home over the years, letting go of past grievances to provide them with a better life? But Jing Mian had no time to ponder these thoughts. She scrambled to her feet and dashed back. Just as her fingers reached for the elevator door, her right leg was suddenly yanked back with immense force. She collapsed to the ground. A chilling tremor coursed through her, and at that moment, Jing Mian felt her spirit fracture. Mutated zombies. The people inside the elevator screamed in terror, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. Fortunately, the creature held a ready meal and did not advance to attack them. Jing Mian's wretched wail echoed as her fingers clawed desperately at the ground, only to turn and see the grotesque zombie gnawing at her legs, its fangs tearing through flesh and revealing glistening white bones beneath. The onlookers at the edge of the elevator wore expressions of horror and relief. She craned her neck, searching for her mother in the crowd, her voice hoarse. Mom, help me. Save me. No one extended a hand. Her mother averted her gaze, burying her head against Jiang Bichuan's shoulder. Jing Mian watched helplessly as the elevator doors slowly closed.
Mom.
Jing Mian emitted one final, desperate cry. The spreading scent of blood attracted the zombies, who surged forth, devouring her limbs, sinking their teeth into her neck, and blood gushed forth. Amidst the throng of zombies, she gazed in despair and agony as the elevator ascended. Until her last breath, her mother did not utter a single word on her behalf. In the 52nd year of the apocalypse, on a sweltering summer day, in a dilapidated dormitory, you ungrateful girl. It's time for you to contribute to this family. Jiang Bichuan kicked Jing Mian awake from her huddled position on the balcony. Jing Mian, in pain, stirred from her slumber, dazedly surveying her surroundings. The cramped outdoor balcony was cluttered with debris, with a dark, small blanket laid on the scant remaining floor space, her makeshift sleeping area. Damp clothes hung above, dripping water onto her head. This was room 302, her home from 10 years prior, seemingly a university dormitory from a peaceful era. She reached to touch her neck, finding it intact. Lifting her shirt revealed no signs of being disemboweled by zombies. She could hardly believe she was alive, back to her 18-year-old self. Get up quickly. What are you dawdling for? You must join the hunting team today. Jing Mian finally focused on the long-haired woman before her, staring intently. A cold hatred spread within her heart. Jiang Bichuan raised an eyebrow and leaned down, whispering in Jing Mian's ear. What's with that expression? Do you want to eat me? Little brat, let me tell you, the idea of you joining the hunting team came from your mother. Don't think she'll protect you. When has she ever stood by your side? Get out now, and we might still give you a couple of good days. Don't push your luck. After her words, Jiang Bichuan noticed a sudden cold, mocking smile on Jing Mian's face. In the next moment, Jing Mian sprang to her feet and kicked her fiercely, sending her crashing into the room. Jiang Bichuan sprawled on the floor, clutching her stomach in pain. You little brat, how dare you kick me? Have you lost your mind? Jing Mian stepped into the room, her pupils dark as ink, looking at her with disdain. What did this kick mean compared to the brutal savagery of zombies tearing flesh? Inside, Zhang Perong hurried forward to support Jiang Bichuan, her face filled with concern. But Jiang Bichuan rejected her help, shrugging off Zhang Perong's hand. Look at the good daughter you've raised. Jing Mian watched her mother dote on Jiang Bichuan, her mind flooded with memories of her mother's indifference before her death. One might think they were the real mother and daughter. Holding back resentment, she strode forward and kicked Jiang Bichuan over once more. Zhang Perong was left speechless, her jaw dropping in shock. Jing Mian, how can you kick your sister? You're acting like you've lost your mind. Enraged, Jing Mian retorted, is it rebellion when I hit her, but justified when she hits me? I've never seen such absurdity. When she hits me, where were you to stop her? You just stood by and watched me get beaten. Who is your daughter, her or me? If one day she takes my life and pushes me into the zombie's jaws, you would remain unmoved, wouldn't you? Jing Mian glared, already knowing the answer. Zhang Perong was dumbfounded. When had her usually submissive daughter exploded like this? Even Jiang Bichuan, who had been kicked twice and was seething with anger, dared not speak. They say that honest people become the wildest when they explode. Jing Mian slowly surveyed her surroundings, as if recounting distant memories, speaking to Zhang Perong and to herself. Since Dad passed away, you've despised me, treating me as a burden. When life doesn't go your way, you take it out on me. The whole family vents their frustrations on me. Anyone can trample on me because they know you won't support me. Even my biological mother mistreats me. How could anyone else possibly treat me well? Since coming to the Jiang family, I have never had a single day of peace, enduring constant scolding and beatings. You all want to squeeze me dry until there's nothing left, and now you expect me to join the hunting team? In your dreams. Zhang Perong listened, dumbfounded. She was Jing Mian's biological mother. Jing Mian's biological father had died years ago, while protecting the two of them from a horde of zombies. Afterwards, Zhang Perong remarried Jiang Heng, and Jiang Bichuan became his daughter. The two of them, in accordance with the human breeding program, had a common son together. Zhang Perong felt a surge of anger within her, yet, for the sake of their home and financial stability, she dared not provoke Jing Mian further. With a rare somberness, she spoke softly, Jing Mian, you must set aside your grievances for now. Our family is in dire straits. If we cannot produce 100,000 contribution points, we will be expelled from the stable zone. Would you want to see your mother living in the squalor of a slum? That is out of the question. Once you join the hunting team, they will allocate 100,000 contribution points to our family. It is time for you to repay the gratitude for the life I have given you. Exactly. It's not exploitation. It's about fulfilling your filial duty. Your lack of education has left you narrow-minded and self-serving. Jiang Bichuan chimed in. Chapter 2. I have a condition. Ha! You, Jiang Bichuan, are the least qualified to say that. Jing Mian roared, her fierce glare startling Jiang Bichuan into silence, causing her to retreat to a corner. Jing Mian approached Zhang Perong, her face, though slightly younger, gradually merging with the indifferent visage she had seen in the elevator. Do you know how long it has been since I last had a full meal, mother? Her voice was as light as a feather, yet it stirred tumultuous waves within her heart. Look at me. She spread her arms wide, lifting her soiled tank top to reveal her gaunt, sunken belly and protruding ribs. She was a mere shadow of herself. Go to the balcony and see my dark and dreary den.
Enough.
Jing Mian sighed, self-deprecatingly. You wouldn't feel anything upon seeing it. After all, it was you who cast me out. You refused to provide for my illness. I endured all the hardship and labor. You forced me to drop out of school, and I complied with your wishes. Her disappointment was boundless. I cannot fathom how you can suggest I join the hunting team. With my frail body, I would surely perish. You wish to exchange my life for your peaceful existence. I should have awakened to this reality long ago. Jing Mian still recalled the agony of being torn apart by zombies, tears streaming down her face, realizing that Zhang Peirong had made her choice long ago. It was no wonder she had yearned for her mother's attention since childhood, only to be callously abandoned once more. Mother acknowledges her mistakes. Jing Mian, you have endured so much injustice over the years. I will prepare you some delicious food. Help me out. The whole family remembers your kindness. Do not be so pessimistic. Do not equate joining the hunting team with death. If you succeed, who would dare look down upon you? Zhang Peirong adopted a pitiful motherly demeanor, reaching for Jing Mian's hand. Jing Mian forcefully shrugged her off, wiping away her tears, her heart encased in ice. Spare me your theatrics, mother. I have seen this play once before, and will not be fooled again. Zhang Peirong, perplexed, felt exposed by Jing Mian's words, unable to mask her discomfort. Jing Mian surveyed the room, which contained 2 bunk beds, one for Jiang Heng, Zhang Peirong, Jiang Bichuan, and their young son, Jiang Bicheng. Yet, there was no space for her. She had always been marginalized and ostracized from this family, lacking even the right to reside in this house. This was not a true home. No one loved her. It was time to leave. She asked a question she had longed to pose in her previous life but had never dared. If you desire 100,000 contribution points so desperately, why not send Jiang Bichuan instead? She is 2 years older than I and in far better health. She should shoulder the family's burdens. Zhang Peirong cast a furtive glance at Jiang Bichuan, but could not muster a response. Jing Mian shook her head in derision. Zhang Peirong did not dare to encourage Jiang Bichuan. She understood that such words would lead Jiang Bichuan to complain to Jiang Heng. If Jiang Heng turned against her, she would be unable to survive alone or live comfortably. Thus, she favored her husband's daughter and indulged their son, while Jing Mian remained a mere insignificant pawn, subject to their whims. Her younger brother, accustomed to reading the room, sought to please Jiang Bichuan, spitting at his own sister, displaying fraternal indifference, as their parents observed with cold indifference, isolating her throughout her childhood and adolescence. She had been trapped in this nightmare, unable to escape. Suddenly, a chilling electronic voice echoed in her mind. Comprehensive screening complete. You are the most suitable user for the Blue Star Self-Rescue Device 0. Accepting the 0 device will grant you unlimited resources, real estate, an arsenal, a cafeteria, a simulated training room, and other facilities. Would you like to become the user of 0? Bring new hope to Blue Star. Jing Mian blinked, bewildered by the situation in her mind, yet she swiftly confirmed. Yes. The Blue Star Self-Rescue Device 0 is binding to your identity. Level 1 activated. Opening modules for resources, basic real estate, and cafeteria. Before Jing Mian materialized a translucent warehouse page, it contained only 2 items, rice and bottled water, along with a slot machine for monthly random resource generation. Activating the basic real estate resources requires you to select a site and name it. Considering future development, it is recommended that the host establish a new base in an open, flat area. Seeing Jing Mian suddenly lost in thought, Jiang Bichuan assumed she had finally calmed down after venting her anger. After a moment, she said, Jing Mian, I am the support for our parents and younger brother. I am about to start working. I am educated and literate, a rare talent in this post-apocalyptic world, with a bright future ahead, capable of earning a substantial income. You cannot compare to me, so it is out of the question for me to go to the front lines. You have dropped out of school for years. Our family does not support useless waste. If you do not join the hunting team and contribute, you will be kicked out of this home and left to sleep on the streets. You'll still die. In this world, no one will show you mercy. Jiang Bichuan threatened and coaxed, while Zhang Peirong joined in. Jing Mian, listen to reason. You might as well join the hunting team and take a chance. You are agile and can surely evade zombie attacks. Do not think only of the worst. Perhaps you could even become a heroine. Jing Mian closed the system page. There was no need to share such good fortune with Zhang Peirong and Jiang Bichuan. You both disgust me. Without waiting for their retorts, she continued, I am willing to join the hunting team, but I have a condition. You may speak. Mother will agree. Jing Mian regarded her with amusement. Sever all ties. Let us cut the mother-daughter relationship cleanly. From now on, you need not invoke filial piety. I will have no connection with you or anyone in this household. Zhang Peirong looked awkwardly at Jing Mian. Perhaps she did not care about severing ties, but agreeing outright frightened her. Moreover, I have heard that not just anyone can join the hunting team. I will state this clearly. Regardless of whether I am selected or not, I will repay your debt of gratitude for bringing me into this world, and from now on, we shall part ways. A flicker of suppressed joy flashed in Zhang Peirong's eyes. With the pressure of guarding the city and the need for personnel in the hunting team, there was no reason they would refuse her. If you do not speak, I will take it as your agreement. Zhang Peirong nodded, stepping forward to grasp Jing Mian's arm. Then let us go now. I will accompany you. Sending her in early would bring her peace of mind, preventing any flight along the way. If Jing Mian were to continue living in room 302, it would be due to Zhang Peirong's efforts, and Jiang Heng would surely treat her better in the days to come. Jing Mian withdrew her arm. Wait, I have one more condition. You may state it. Zhang Peirong maintained a pleasant demeanor. Jing Mian smiled sweetly. Jiang Bichuan has bullied me for so many years. You must vet my grievances. You need to push Jiang Bichuan into the cesspool, make her drink her fill of filth, and only then break her teeth. Both Zhang Peirong and Jiang Bichuan were taken aback. I am to hit her? Zhang Peirong exclaimed in astonishment. Jing Mian, do not go too far. Jiang Bichuan seethed, stamping her foot. Jing Mian simply turned her gaze to Zhang Peirong. Will you hit her or not? If you do not, I will not go. Chapter 3 Farewell to my past husband. Jing Mian observed Jiang Baichun and Zhang Peirong with a sense of amusement. They intended to sacrifice her for the sake of their own happiness. How contemptible. After this brutal beating, let us see how Zhang Peirong manages in this household. Jiang Heng would undoubtedly harbor resentment, and Jiang Baichun, with her narrow-mindedness, would hold a lifelong grudge against Zhang Peirong. As for the blood feud between herself and Jiang Baichun, how could she allow Jiang Baichun to die too easily? She must make Jiang Baichun experience the agony of having her blood vessels torn apart by the jaws of a zombie. Jiang Baichun must suffer a more excruciating demise. Zhang Peirong had resolutely decided to take action against Jiang Baichun. She cared so little for her own flesh and blood, so how genuine could her feelings for Jiang Baichun truly be? Baichun is doing this for the family. You must understand, mother. Zhang Peirong lamented, suddenly pressing Jiang Baichun's head into a bucket of filthy water.
Yang Bichen struggled,
her head barely breaking the surface before Zhang Peirong forcefully submerged her again. Jing Mian was well aware of the nature of the water in that bucket, used for washing and mopping floors. After making a show of sincerity with the polluted water, Zhang Peirong finally released her. Gagging, Jiang Baichun coughed up an unknown amount of water, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Zhang Peirong glanced at Jing Mian, her eyes signaling that it was enough. Jing Mian, however, was unyielding. She continued to strike, declaring she would follow through on her threats. Zhang Peirong, how dare you? Jiang Baichun cried out in desperation as she scrambled to her feet. To her surprise, in the next moment, Zhang Peirong unleashed a flurry of blows. Fueled perhaps by some pent-up resentment. Within moments, Jiang Baichun's teeth flew out, her face swollen and bruised. Now, do you feel better? Zhang Peirong's expression was grim. She understood the implications of beating Jiang Baichun today. All right, let us go, Jing Mian stated, exiting the room amidst Jiang Baichun's resentful glare. Outside the dormitory, the streets were sparsely populated. Everyone was busy working hard, sweating for a meager meal, striving to retain their positions, and to avoid being replaced. Upon reaching the registration department at the base, the crowd had thickened, yet the hunting team window remained desolate. Zhang Peirong rushed to the window, exclaiming, "My daughter is signing up." The staff, pleasantly surprised, instinctively turned their gaze toward the visibly bruised Jiang Baichun, entirely overlooking the diminutive figure of Jing Mian.
All right.
Fill out the form quickly, they instructed, handing the paperwork to Jiang Baichun. You've got it wrong, it's her.
Yang Bichen protested,
One hand clutching her swollen mouth while the other pointed angrily at Jing Mian. Her? The staff scrutinized Jing Mian for a moment before shaking their head. She can't.
Why?
Zhang Peirong slammed her hand on the counter, more agitated than Jiang Baichun. She's too thin. Sending her out would be tantamount to a death sentence. She'd crumble after a couple of encounters with zombies. The staff regarded Zhang Peirong with a disapproving gaze. Had she not just claimed this girl was her daughter? It seemed she was willing to sacrifice her child for the sake of contribution points. Jing Mian shrugged, palms open. She was fully aware of the outcome. Since I wasn't selected, then we shall bid farewell. Without a shred of mercy, she turned to leave, but Zhang Pei-rong grasped her arm with surprising strength. Jing Mian struggled, but could not break free. There are no regulations preventing the Thin from joining the hunting team. The staff had never encountered a parent so eager to send their child to their doom. Actually, there are guidelines. They pointed to a notice in the corner regarding eligibility for candidates. Adult women under 35 kilograms need not apply, as they lacked the physical capability for frontline combat. If you're still unconvinced, I can weigh her. Thus, Jing Mian stepped onto the scale, and indeed, the needle hovered below the 35-kilogram mark. The staff shook their head. At 18, she weighed less than 70 pounds, resembling a mere twig. It was clear she lacked the strength even to join the logistics team.
All right.
It's time to go home. Zhang Pei-rong emerged from the examination room in a daze, her eyes gradually reddening. Ignoring the public setting, she screamed at Jing Mian. Why are you so useless? You can't help with anything. What was the point of everything I just did? Why did I even give birth to you? I wish I had never had you. Her frenzied demeanor caused even Jiang Bai-chun to take a step back. Upon hearing these words, Jing Mian felt a wave of disorientation, her heart growing colder. What right do you have to blame Dad? Without him, you would have perished long ago. Just wait to move into the shantytown. I hear zombies have been frequently wandering in there, so be careful not to lose your life at night. Vile wretch. I'll beat you to a pulp. Zhang Pei-rong, infuriated, lunged forward, hand raised to strike. Thankfully, Jing Mian sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a blow that could have knocked out her teeth. Suddenly, the entrance to the registration department became a cacophony of noise as a crowd gathered. The gears of fate from her past life began to turn. Its young master and Jing Mian froze, memories from her previous life flooding back. She could no longer remain there. I have no time to argue with you both. You resent having me as a daughter, and I despise having you as a mother. From now on, we shall be strangers. After making her intentions clear, Jing Mian cast a deep glance at Jiang Bai-chun, then, ignoring Zhang Pei-rong's frenzied insults, she dashed into the crowd and vanished from sight. She hid behind a counter, waiting for the right moment to stealthily slip out of the registration department, determined to avoid any encounter with Lingyu. In her previous life, she too had been overlooked by the hunting team due to her frailness. But in the chaos of Zhang Pei-rong's antics, she had caught the attention of Lingyu, the son of the district chief. Despite her frail appearance, he saw potential in her bone structure, claiming that with proper care, she would undoubtedly become a beauty, and offered a dowry of 100,000 contribution points to take her as his concubine. Zhang Pei-rong had not cared for the intentions behind this unexpected turn of events. Her face beamed as she pushed Jing Mian forward, ensuring the Jiang family could continue residing in District 302. At that time, Jiang Bai-chun had flaunted her attire before Lingyu, but alas, he did not take notice of her. Jing Mian crouched behind the counter, secretly observing the figure surrounded by admirers, feeling a tumult of emotions. In her past life, she too had been cherished by Lingyu. Subconsciously, she had once believed he truly loved her and that she was his favored one. Even though he later married 3 other women. Though he did not spend the most time with her, he would make time for her whenever she called, showing particular concern for her safety and treating her with tenderness. He even acquiesced to Zhang Pei-rong's unreasonable demands. Her allowance exceeded that of the other women, and while he never took her to the extravagant brothels, he often brought her to formal banquets, inciting envy among the other women. On one occasion, at a banquet, his rowdy friends expressed interest in her, declaring they wanted to play a wife-swapping game. And Lingyu struck one of them and declared, "I told you. The women I bring to the dance hall are fair game. But her, you dare not even think about it." She could sense his genuine anger, and thereafter, no one dared to harass her. Those women who disdained her found their attempts thwarted by Lingyu. Until the fateful incident that separated them just before the zombie tide erupted, she had been well cared for. However, she could only wonder what Lingyu would think if he knew she had been pushed down the elevator by Jiang Bai-chun. Meeting her demise in the family building. Chapter 4. The first bucket of gold in this life. She wished to no longer deliberately seek his acquaintance. Nor did she desire to be his canary, sharing him with several other women. It was time to bid farewell to everything from the past. Should they meet again, she would no longer be the helpless woman she once was. Once Enlingyu entered the building for his inspection, Jing Mian managed to slip away undetected. Walking down the street with her hands in her pockets and not a single coin to her name, she briefly perused the system's construction process. After selecting a base, she could recruit talent to strengthen herself, attracting more people to settle in the new base and ensure its smooth operation. Having spent 10 years with the Yin family, she sought to break free from Zhang Peirong's control and establish a better foothold. She had self-studied, learning to read and write, striving for excellence, and accompanying Enlingyu to various events, thus gaining considerable insight. It is evident that the capabilities of the system are vast and extraordinary. It serves as a beacon of hope amidst despair, capable of saving lives from peril and igniting hope in the darkest of nights. Reflecting on the increasing activity of zombies year by year, it is anticipated that the Wuhan base will experience a surge of undead next year. I, too, fell victim during the third wave of zombies. In the post-apocalyptic world, the climate of Blue Star has become erratic and harsh, with geological disasters and natural calamities occurring frequently. Countless bases have succumbed, while the survivors must not only fend off zombies, but also navigate a treacherous struggle for survival, facing innumerable tragedies. In the 62nd year of the apocalypse, children have been reduced to mere reserves for sustenance. Cannibalism, driven by hunger, has been laid bare without any authority to intervene. If Jingmian can successfully establish a new base, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable asset in these dire times. She requires a substantial number of contribution points for this endeavor. Troubled by how to swiftly acquire such points, Jingmian contemplated for 10 minutes before resolutely deciding to venture into the wide district. This area, aside from the central zone, is the most prosperous yet chaotic part of the Wuhan base, marked by a stark disparity between wealth and poverty. Although the slums are undeniably unsafe, dirty, and dilapidated, they pale in comparison to the disorder that characterizes the wide district, often referred to as the Chaos District. For someone like Jingmian, entering this area is fraught with danger. Yet it is the fastest route to development and growth. In contrast to the more stable districts, where the streets are sparsely populated, the moment she steps into the wide district, the atmosphere is bustling. Little sister, you are quite the looker. Come sit in my shop for a complimentary beauty treatment. We also have connections to wealthy patrons who can ensure your future is worry-free. At the Maidong Hotel, we offer a welcoming for a mere 50,000 contribution points a month. Amidst the cacophony of voices, Jingmian chose to ignore them completely, not even granting a glance. Otherwise, they might cling to her like flies, hoping to draw her into their abyss. It is either being forced into the poultry industry or coerced into a life of servitude, constantly walking a tightrope with one's life at stake, enduring various forms of brainwashing and torture. Such is the grim reality that Jingmian had heard of in her previous life. With a knowing expression, she continued on her way, as the street hawkers ceased their attempts to lure her in, knowing they could not push too hard on a newcomer. Jingmian hurried to the Maidong trading market, where she dutifully paid the entrance and protection fee of 5 bottles of mineral water to the burly man at the door. In these times, bottled water is a rare and precious commodity. Most people resort to drinking from underground sources. The man's eyes widened in surprise as he nodded, signaling her to enter. The market spans 1,000 square meters, with prime spots requiring rental fees. The remaining space is filled with tables or makeshift stalls. Jingmian had no choice but to set up a stall on the ground, choosing a less conspicuous corner against the wall. What else could she do? She dared not occupy a prime spot. As a newcomer, she did not want to provoke hostility. Despite having paid the protection fee, it primarily serves to protect her from customers, rather than from fellow merchants, who are generally less regulated since everyone has paid their dues. Jingmian sat directly on the ground, lacking even a piece of cloth to sit on, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, she reached behind her and produced 10 bottles of mineral water and a bag of rice for sale. Although the system provides unlimited resources, she must refrain from revealing too much to avoid suspicion. Subsequently, she utilized a slot machine for a one-time monthly lottery, winning sanitary pads. With 10 packs of sanitary pads laid out on the ground, her humble stall suddenly dazzled the onlookers. All these items are essential goods, a hard currency in the realm of trade. While rice may seem ordinary, having access to rice in the apocalypse is no small feat, primarily available to the affluent. Such families do not enjoy it daily, but rather occasionally. Jingmian, residing in a top-tier family within the base, does have access to rice, albeit in limited quantities, showcasing its rarity in these times. Vast fields have long been abandoned, overrun by zombies, making farming an exceedingly perilous endeavor. The arable land cultivated by the Wuhan base is heavily guarded, with production falling far short of demand. Before long, a nearby stall owner could no longer contain his curiosity and approached, his eyes widening as he scanned Jingmian's goods. "Sister, you're selling these valuable items right on the concrete floor?" Jingmian replied, "I'm going for a simple and unpretentious approach." The middle-aged man clicked his tongue, his eyes darting around. "How about you tell me your price? I'll buy everything." Jingmian recognized his intentions. He was a middleman. That's not out of the question. "But it depends on your sincerity." The man grimaced, feigning reluctance. 2,000 contribution points. Jingmian pushed 7 bottles of water towards him. "Here, this is quite a bargain." The man's expression soured. "Sister, I meant all of it combined for 2,000 contribution points." Jingmian was speechless. Did he think her shabby appearance meant she was naive about the market value of her goods? Enraged, she replied, "You think I'd part with 20 pounds of rice and sanitary pads for 2,000 points? Do you take me for a fool?" At that moment, a hooded figure halted in front of her stall, inquiring, "How much for this?" while pointing at the bottled water. 200 contribution points, or 1 universal coin per bottle. "Quality guaranteed," Jingmian replied, suppressing her irritation towards the new customer. Contribution points and universal coins can be exchanged at every base, but most people rarely utilize the latter, as they live their lives within the confines of the base. Contribution points are more convenient for transactions within the base. That's quite reasonable. The statement instantly struck the middle-aged man, rendering him unable to negotiate further with Jingmian. "How many do you want? How many do you have?" Jingmian paused, wondering if she had encountered a wealthy patron. "All the goods for today are right here. If you want more, we can arrange a special order." The hooded man fell silent for a moment, then gathered 10 bottles of water into his arms and declared, "I'll transfer you 2,000 universal coins. Tomorrow, I'll take as much as you can provide, same place, same time." Jingmian raised her wrist to touch her communicator to his, receiving the 2,000 universal coins. The hooded man turned and left with efficiency, seemingly unconcerned about the quantity of goods she could produce. Suppressing her inner excitement, Jingmian could hardly believe how quickly she had secured a large order. Such opportunities were simply unattainable in the stable district, where one might even attract scrutiny from above. "You can see for yourself. My prices are fair. If you're not genuinely interested, then please step aside," she told the middle-aged man. Embarrassed, he retreated to his own stall. With the remaining rice and 10 packs of sanitary pads, Jingmian had no worries about selling out. Speaking of sanitary pads, due to her malnutrition, she hadn't seen a relative in ages. However, she had observed that Jiang Bichuan and Zhang Perong used cloth strips as substitutes. In an era where clothing was scarce, using fine cotton for disposable pads was undoubtedly a luxury. As expected, a portly man with a greasy demeanor squatted in front of her stall, sucking on a lollipop while he grabbed a pack of sanitary pads, saying to a glamorous woman nearby, "Hey, don't be upset, take a look at this. With this, your friends will all be envious." The glamorous woman took the pack, examining it with surprise. "How come you have such good items? Why not sell them at the central shop?" She was bewildered and slightly indignant. If we hadn't had good eyesight today, we might have missed out. Seeing Jingmian clad in a tattered tank top and shorts, she couldn't help but sneer. "You're not selling inferior products, are you? If I get sick from using them, I'll hold you accountable." Jingmian had anticipated that selling in the Meidong district would not be peaceful. Unfazed, she replied, "If you're worried, feel free not to buy. After all, it's my first time selling here, and I don't wish to offend the other stalls." As the words escaped her lips, the enchanting beauty's eyes sparkled, and the greasy man began to weigh his options, clearly aware of the local power players at the Kwandong trading venue. With such exquisite goods at hand, it was peculiar that they chose not to occupy a central stall, instead opting for a secluded corner, clearly intending to cater to a select few. The greasy man smiled broadly. "You are quite principled, my dear. No wonder you've been chosen to handle the situation. May I ask which esteemed family you hail from?" Jingmian realized her previous remark had failed to intimidate the man. She vaguely responded, "The decision from above to develop in Quancheng was made only recently." The more ambiguous her words, the greater the room for imagination they provided, and she believed the greasy man and the beauty would fill in the gaps themselves. Choosing silence over elaboration, she maintained a calm demeanor as she observed them. The man chuckled knowingly, as if he had pieced it all together. "Let me make your debut a success. I'll take all these sanitary napkins. Just name your price. Jing Mian was not naive enough to demand an outrageous sum. The man was testing her. One package for 1,000 contribution points or universal currency. The beauty's face registered surprise, but she remained silent. Last time, a friend of hers had boasted about spending 3,000 for a package that appeared inferior. The greasy man continued, "You are a straightforward person. It's evident you know how to conduct business. I will transfer 10,000 contribution points to you. I trust the others will recognize your sincerity. In a few days, I believe we shall meet in the central district." Jing Mian nodded with a smile, exuding confidence. Once they departed, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Until now, she remained unaware of whose banner she had been waving. Let them speculate. Her priority was to sell as much as possible while the waters remained murky. 20 kilograms of rice were swiftly sold, and Jing Mian's account now boasted 22,000 assets. Upon exiting Quancheng, she navigated several turns before heading directly to the southern gate of the Wuhan base. With the land at Wuhan base nearing saturation, establishing a new base to meet future development needs necessitated seeking vast open spaces in the wilderness. The southern area of Wuhan base was notably flat and open, ideal for a new base's establishment. As dusk approached, the station soldiers at the southern gate of the base confirmed Jing Mian's solitary departure multiple times. She acknowledged their concern for her safety, mentally noting the face of the warm-hearted soldier. Bases typically regulate entry, but not exit. His repeated attempts to dissuade her spoke volumes of his good nature. Walking alone through the wilderness, she remained within the hunting team's purview for clearing zombies. Venturing too far would place her outside the base as protection, exposing her to the risk of encountering the undead. Upon reaching the cleaning boundary, Jing Mian resolved to establish her new base there. Though it was in close proximity to Wuhan base, safety was paramount. Jing Mian opened the system interface to select the site for her new base. A square, silvery metallic structure materialized before her in a flash. Before she could marvel at the spectacle, a familiar and chilling roar pierced the air. The commotion had attracted zombies. She hastily dashed toward the entrance, locking the technologically advanced door behind her, her palms slick with sweat. Fortunately, it wasn't too complicated, and she quickly felt a sense of relief as the robust metallic door provided her with some security while muffling the zombies' roars. A small illuminated screen beside the door displayed two zombies, their fangs bared and faces grotesquely rotting, pounding at the door. Terrified, Jing Mian jumped back, keeping her distance from the motionless door, contrasting sharply with the horrific display on the screen. Confirming the door was secure, she turned to survey the interior layout. The square structure spanned 1,000 square feet, resembling a tic-tac-toe grid. The left and right sections contained various empty rooms, while the central three included a store, a warehouse, and a cafeteria, with the front section serving as a reception area. The store had shelves but no products, and the cafeteria displayed rows of empty tables and chairs. Only 2 of the dozens of machines were operational, likely because she hadn't fully unlocked these functions yet. Jing Mian summoned the system panel again. "Please name the initial site." After a moment's contemplation, she decided on Green Shade, envisioning it as a refuge that would shield her from the storm and bring her hope. The system promptly responded, "Green Shade Base will become a new beacon in the darkness. Please strive to upgrade and unlock more functions while supporting your fellow inhabitants. Current level, Level 1. Area, 1-room units, 6, 2-room suites, 4, warehouse material types, 3, cafeteria cooking stations, 2, permanent residents, 1. The host may choose 1 room for personal use, while the remaining vacancies must be publicly rented to recruit residents. Completing upgrade tasks will elevate the base to Level 2, allowing for expanded space, unlocking new room types, increasing warehouse categories to 5, and adding 2 more cafeteria cooking machines." Instantly invigorated, Jing Mian returned to the entrance, where she noticed the small screen showed no signs of the zombies. She breathed a sigh of relief, reassured by the sturdy metal door's reliability. As long as she didn't encounter a horde, she should be safe. The 6 rooms on the left were single units, each 50 square feet, while the right side contained 4 suites, each 80 square feet. Jing Mian selected the innermost suite for herself, feeling deserving of the larger space. Standing in the empty room, she accessed the home decoration page on the panel. A plethora of furniture dazzled her senses, and there was a multitude of unfamiliar items she didn't know how to use. The prices, however, made her heart ache. Fortunately, as the host, she could use level 1 furniture for free, but only in her room. Guest rooms would incur costs. Following the design examples from the furniture store, she first laid cream white tiles, adorned the walls with floral wallpaper, and placed an oversized double bed in the bedroom, topped with the most expensive mattress. Opting for light pink bedding, she hung double-layered floor-to-ceiling curtains, set a small fabric sofa beside the bed, and positioned a wicker rocking chair by the window, draped with a small blanket and cute decorative pillows, while a plush rug graced the floor. The room transformed into a cozy haven, and Jing Mian hesitated to step on the carpet, fearing she would soil it. Kneeling, she touched the soft fibers, marveling at the luxury of a rug meant for walking. Gazing at her warm and exquisite bedroom, she felt both happiness and a tinge of sadness. This vast space was all hers. One bedroom alone was larger than 2 rooms combined, and she still had a second bedroom. Between the master and guest rooms lay a small living area, which she turned into an open kitchen with a dining table and chairs. The guest room was converted into a bathroom, where she installed a large square bathtub that took up 3/4 of the space, envisioning future bubble baths with pedals. Thanks to the system's miraculous capabilities, she need not worry about water usage. Utilities were guaranteed. With the basics in place, she felt accomplished, though appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners were level 2 furniture, requiring an upgrade to green shade to unlock. Nevertheless, Jing Mian was thoroughly satisfied and cheerfully made her way to the cafeteria, where a long row of machines lined the wall, and the screens of the last 2 machines were lit. The top screen read noodles, with numerous small boxes depicting food items and their prices below. Jing Mian swallowed hard. It all looked incredibly tempting. Another machine displayed rice bowls, with a significantly shorter menu of only 10 items. Previously, Jing Mian's staple food had been worm cakes made from a highly reproductive nematode. Various bases provided these cakes as subsidies to struggling families. While worm cakes had some nutritional value, their toughness made them difficult to chew. And the taste was far from delightful. Merely having something to eat was a blessing. Later, she began to enjoy the food of a normal person only after following in Lingyu. She vividly recalls that her favorite dish during that period was scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The sweet and sour flavor is something she could never forget in this lifetime. To her delight, she unexpectedly discovered a tomato and egg rice bowl in the rice bowl machine. Without hesitation, she spent 20 contribution points for a serving, unable to resist temptation. She also ordered a soup dumpling for 10 contribution points and a bowl of enticing beef noodles for 15 contribution points. At the bottom of the screen, a food outlet dispensed a plate of tomato and egg rice, a steamer of soup dumplings, and a steaming bowl of fragrant beef noodles. Jing Mian eagerly carried the tray to a nearby table and took a bite of the tomato and egg rice, finding it even more delicious than she remembered. The noodles were adorned with red oil, fragrant scallions, and large pieces of beef. Ignoring the heat, she picked up her chopsticks and dove in. The rich flavor was extraordinary. In that moment, Jing Mian felt that her life was worth it. The generous portions of tender, aromatic beef were delightful. Although she may have eaten similar food at the Inn family, the taste was nowhere near as delectable as what was served at the Green Shade Canteen. And it cost so few contribution points. Lacking experience, she took a bite of the soup dumpling, and the delicious broth burst into her mouth, causing her to gasp but unable to let it go. The thin skin was overflowing with filling, and the broth was immensely satisfying. Jing Mian devoured all the delicacies in one go. She wanted to drink up the noodle soup, but was too full to continue. Rubbing her round belly, she had never felt so satiated before, now slightly uncomfortable from overeating. At this rate, she would soon regain her normal weight. Chapter 6. Exceptional value of the room. Feeling her full stomach, Jing Mian strolled around the canteen to aid digestion, preparing for another culinary battle tomorrow. She looked forward to trying chicken leg rice and oil-splashed noodles next time. The thought of those noodles made her feel indulgent. With a contented heart, she went to arrange her empty guest room. Although the decoration could not compare to her own lavish room, given her limited resources, it was still well-equipped, tidy, and comfortable. In comparison to the well-established Wuan base, being so close, she felt compelled to create a high-quality, competitive living environment. Otherwise, who would forsake the large base to come to her modest 1,000-square-meter small base? Currently, Green Shade could hardly be considered a proper base. It was more of a refuge gathering place. The formal establishment of a base required certification as an A-level top base. Bases are classified by size: micro, under 100 people; Small, 100 to 1,000 people. Medium, 1,000 to 10,000 people. Large, 10,000 to 100,000 people. And super large, over 100,000 people. Additionally, they are divided into 5 levels, A to E, based on their development. The Wuhan base is a large B-level base with a resident population of 30,000, which is quite commendable. Jing Mian intended to submit an application for new base qualification certification to the A-level base today. In her view, Green Shade had already met the criteria to be classified as a micro-base. The main criteria for evaluation are the ability to provide accommodation, a stable food source, and some protective measures against zombie invasions. At the very least, Green Shade could be rated as E-level. However, the level did not significantly impact Jing Mian at present. What mattered was successful certification. The simple furniture system was very affordable, much like the prices at the canteen. She spent 3,000 contribution points to furnish a one-room apartment. It had everything necessary, albeit in a minimalist style. The system rated the room environment as 1 star. She furnished a total of 6 one-room apartments, spending 18,000 contribution points, leaving her with 4,000 contribution points. Jing Mian paused her renovations. She couldn't spend all her contribution points at once and decided to hold off on decorating the remaining 3 two-room apartments for the time being. Sitting on the sofa in the common room, she directly submitted the certification application to the A-level base, knowing it would take some time for them to send someone over. This time was sufficient for her to earn more money to finish furnishing the last 2 apartments. She also posted rental information on her communicator, uploading numerous photos. She set the price for the one-room apartments very low at just 5,000 contribution points per month, or 200 for a day, encouraging long-term rentals. The average monthly contribution points per person at Wuhan base was 10,000. Even construction work for new city walls would yield about 6,000 contribution points per month. Jing Mian had previously done construction work, but was sent home after 2 months due to her lack of strength and low output. All her earned contribution points were taken by Zhang Perong, leaving her nothing and belittling her efforts. Had it not been for Green Shade's recent opening and lack of reputation, she would never have set such a low price out of fear of no one wanting to rent. Her apartments were far superior to most in the Inding district. The furniture was new and complete, and the rooms were clean and tidy, free from mold and rust. In this world, finding a new and clean apartment was like searching for gold. Most properties were remnants from peaceful times. Only the elite few had built their own pristine homes. Most importantly, Green Shade had abundant water resources and offered cheap, delicious food. As long as people were willing to come, she was certain she could win their hearts. However, even until nightfall, no one came to rent. There were inquiries, but she could only lie on her large bed, rapidly replying to various questions on her communicator. Attracting the first batch of tenants was always challenging due to the lack of precedence. Suddenly, the system prompted her that someone was visiting, and Jing Mian hurriedly jumped out of bed to check. The doorbell rang, and the small screen beside the door lit up. There were no reservations on the communicator. Could it be the hunting team from Wuhan base discovering this suddenly appeared house? However, the screen showed only one person, clad in a black hooded sweatshirt and wearing a mask, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible. The figure looked somewhat familiar. Not a hunting team? Jing Mian hesitated for a moment, but decided to open the door. The activated Green Shade had a protective function. If she were attacked, a protective shield would immediately deploy, and it could forcibly remove any designated person from the premises. She was not worried about encountering danger in her own home. The man in black was momentarily taken aback when the door opened, clearly not expecting her. The two exchanged silent glances. Jing Mian recognized him as her wealthy benefactor, who was scheduled to receive a delivery from her the next day. Why had he come to her home? Sinya was even more surprised. He began to scrutinize the young girl before him. She could hardly be described as slender. She was almost as thin as a stick, dressed in oversized, worn-out clothes, with sunken cheeks that accentuated her large eyes, creating an imbalance in her appearance, yet failing to conceal her inherent beauty. Standing in this technologically advanced home felt utterly incongruous. "Are you in charge here?" Jing Mian nodded, sensing the coldness in his voice. She noticed that his black clothing appeared to be stained with large splotches of blood. "Are you injured?"
No.
The man clearly did not wish to elaborate further and simply requested to check in. Jing Mian refrained from probing further. having heard that knowing too much could adversely affect one's lifespan. She received 200 universal currency, since he had used universal currency for their transaction during the day. She speculated that he was probably not from Wuhan base. Otherwise, he would have asked if he could pay with contribution points. Jing Mian led him to the one-room apartment number 01, thick-skinnedly stating, "Water and electricity in the room are free, but water cannot be taken outside. The common area has a canteen that is both affordable and delicious. You must try it. If you find your stay comfortable, could you help me promote it?" The man nodded at her with those glistening eyes, and then promptly closed the door. Jing Mian sighed. She had done her best. Little did she know that the man inside was filled with astonishment. Such a single-room configuration only cost 200 a night, and with free water and electricity. Unprecedented. Chapter 7. The first big order. Tsinya set down his backpack, removed his mask, and entered the independent bathroom, shedding his blood-soaked shirt to reveal a robust torso. The blood was not his own. It belonged to a mutated beast. Nowadays, not only were humans persecuted by the virus, but flora and fauna were also suffering. Some had turned into zombie beasts, eternally driven by hunger, while others had evolved into mutated creatures. Not only has the original intelligence been retained, but the primal instincts have also become more ferocious and combative. Humanity, too, has its misfortunes. Some have succumbed to becoming zombies, while a select few have mutated and awakened extraordinary abilities. Such individuals with powers are highly sought after at various bases, as they are eagerly recruited into the base's military forces. Tsinya was supposed to settle in the Wuhan base, yet he took a temporary job handling a mutated beast. By the time he arrived at the Wuhan base, it was already deep into the night. Entry for non-residents requires meticulous verification, and he would likely have to wait until dawn to pass the inspection. Moreover, he was carrying a mutated beast crystal, which made it unwise to linger. He then discovered the green shade shelter, which was evidently far better than he had anticipated. The clothes soaking in the wash basin quickly turned the water crimson. Once Tsinya washed his clothes, he ventured out in search of food. Standing before the meal preparation machine, he held a generously portioned, steaming plate of fried noodles. His brow furrowed, not because it was unappetizing, but rather because it was exceedingly delightful. The tantalizing aroma, the glossy appearance, and the inclusion of not only shredded meat but also eggs and a variety of side dishes indicated that Green Shade was well stocked with supplies. Even the luxurious seasonings were generously applied, and it was merely 15 universal coins. It was utterly outrageous. In other places, it could easily fetch 800 universal coins. He was beginning to suspect that the young girl must be running a charity. Her large, bright eyes exuded a naive innocence. No wonder she was so thin. How could she make any money like this? She'd be losing her shirt. As Jing Mian was about to retire for the night, a knock sounded at the door of the spacious Green Shade, which housed only 2 occupants. It was obvious who it was. Upon opening the door, she was met with a cold, handsome face, the upper body bare, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, muscles flowing without an ounce of grease, exuding an overwhelming masculine presence. Jing Mian immediately averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing red. She had never encountered such a type of man before. Inexplicably, she recalled how Lingyu would always be bare-chested during their intimate moments, yet this man radiated an even more intense aura.
What do you want? Jen yanıtacak her discomfort.
Knowing she was afraid, he questioned why she had opened the door, her vigilance alarmingly low. He simply inquired, "Do you have any anti-inflammatory or hemostatic medications? With such abundant supplies, you must have a channel for medication." Medicines were precious, and for someone like him, who fought constantly, they were of utmost importance. Seeking them after sustaining injuries was not an easy task. Jing Mian shook her head. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. So, will there be in the future? Tsinya raised his wrist to display his communicator. Let's exchange contact information. Notify me when you do. I am Tsinya. Jing Mian promptly added him. Tsinya cast a quick glance at her contact list, which was woefully short. He frowned imperceptibly. This girl gave off an overly docile vibe, lacking the shrewdness one would expect from a shelter owner. Her eyes reflected purity and innocence. Had someone asked him to eliminate her, he could have done so without hesitation. If you're in danger, feel free to call me. I can take on the task of protecting you. After all, a benevolent store owner like you is hard to find. Jing Mian was astonished and deeply touched, immediately sending him a gratitude message. Thank you. You are truly a good person, in both her past and present lives. The number of people who had helped her could be counted on one hand. Even the smallest gestures were etched in her heart, providing immense warmth. Sinya felt a twitch in his heart. Her genuine sincerity did not appear to be feigned, and he imagined her being deceived to the point of becoming jaded and cold, a fate not much better than his own. I can deliver the mineral water shipment to you first thing in the morning. I have ample stock, so we should discuss prices and quantities. I still need to head to the Wuhan base to continue selling goods this afternoon. It's too late tonight. We can negotiate over breakfast tomorrow, Sinya remarked. Also, the meals sold in your cafeteria are excessively cheap. Aren't you worried about incurring losses? You should take care of yourself. Look at how thin you've become. After saying this, he awkwardly shook his head, as if reprimanding himself for speaking too much, and turned to leave. Jing Mian blinked. This person was rather good-looking and kind-hearted, though his temperament was a bit odd. Should the mercenary and assassin circles ever learn of her thoughts, they would undoubtedly exclaim, Sinya has a good heart? He must be a living bodhisattva. The following day, Jing Mian's biological clock woke her early. Typically, she would be downstairs by this time, queuing to fetch water for her family. To share breakfast with Sinya, she sent him a message. Let me know when you wake up. We'll meet at the cafeteria. To her surprise, he quickly replied, I'm on my way now. In the cafeteria, Sinya's hair was tousled, as if he had just crawled out of bed. His relaxed eyelids confirmed this. Sinya glanced at his communicator. It was precisely 5:30. You slept in so late. Aren't you tired? Jing Mian replied bashfully, I used to get up early. It's become a habit. I didn't intend to invite you for breakfast this early. Sinya reassured her that it was no trouble. His profession prevented him from entering a completely unguarded sleep state, so he awoke immediately at her ringtone. Considering her frail appearance, he thought it best not to let her go hungry while waiting, so he came directly. Standing before the meal preparation machine, Sinya ordered a serving of soup dumplings, crispy pan-fried dumplings, and scallion oil noodles. Jing Mian opted for a large bowl of wontons and a layered meat pie. Happiness overflowed from the start of breakfast. Forgetting to discuss business with Sinya, she prioritized indulging in the meal. Jing Mian picked up her spoon, gently pouting her lips to blow on the wontons. Sinya sat across from her, feeling a sense of ease as he observed her unguarded demeanor. This breakfast experience was quite pleasant. It wasn't until he bit into a pan-fried dumpling that he had to once again marvel at how delicious the food at Green Shade was. After earning money, he had always treated himself well, yet he had never tasted food so delightful and aesthetically pleasing. Once he left Green Shade, he would forever remember the meals here. Before long, Jing Mian had set down her utensils, leaving Sinya surprised that the young girl had finished even faster than he did. After the meal, Jing Mian led Sinya to the entrance of the storehouse. The warehouse was technically empty, but as long as Jing Mian input the desired quantity on the system page, real items would manifest inside. She took goods from the warehouse to provide a plausible explanation to outsiders, ensuring that future residents wouldn't think her inventory appeared out of thin air. As for restocking, she planned to contact some trucks for assistance in the future. Jing Mian tentatively suggested, I have 200 boxes of mineral water, and there's plenty of rice too. Would you like to buy some? This left Sinya momentarily flabbergasted. He had not expected her to produce such a large quantity of goods. Did she think this was wholesale? Hundreds of boxes for sale. Finding high-quality bottled water outside was not easy, and here she had an overabundance. 20 bottles per box amounted to a total of 4,000 bottles. He needed to purchase bottled water for tasks, but even then, he had no use for such a vast amount. Nevertheless, having spoken, he couldn't take back his words. Fortunately, the quality of the mineral water was indeed excellent, and Sinya could only accept the reality, stating, I genuinely didn't anticipate your supply to be so ample. Let us go ahead with it. Jing Mian's face lit up with joy. Actually, I can bring in more stock tomorrow, but you don't need to.
Sinja.
With a stoic expression, quickly replied, no need. Jing Mian was not disheartened. It seemed she couldn't rely solely on one sheep to shear.
800,000 Universal Coins. What was there to be picky about?
Chapter 8. New Opportunities. New attire. Watching Sinya sweep over her without so much as a furrowed brow, Jing Mian lamented the vast disparity between herself and capital. Ding Ling.
800,000 Universal Coins credited.
Jing Mian quickly glanced down at her communicator, repeatedly counting the zeros in her account. She was so elated that she nearly jumped for joy. More money had come her way. Happiness was truly that simple. All worries vanished, her wallet grew fatter, and she felt herself swelling with joy. For Tsinya, it was merely the price for completing an order. Any surplus could be shared with his team brothers, or he could sell it off for a profit if need be. She wasn't asking for a high price, leaving plenty of room for markup. Afterwards, Tsinya arrived at the Wuhan base ahead of her, while Jing Mian remained to complete the decoration of the remaining 3 suites. With a newfound wealth, she felt no anxiety, spending 90,000 coins on the lavish renovation of 2 suites. The previously completed 6 studio apartments were also upgraded, costing 72,000 coins. Thus, the system rated all rooms in green shade as reaching a 3-star level, even without electrical appliances. There was no longer any worry about an A-grade base assessor visiting prematurely. With over 640,000 coins remaining, Jing Mian ordered a small truck to the entrance of green shade after lunch. Having been unprepared yesterday, she could only sell a modest amount. But this time, she planned to transport a larger quantity. To upgrade to level 2, she needed to submit 1 million coins before commencing the upgrade task. The future demand for coins was immense, a long and arduous path ahead. Zhang Tai, the truck driver, stood at the entrance of green shade, astonished. Just days ago, there were no houses, and now they suddenly appear? When he received the call, he thought it was a prank, but after repeated assurances and confirmation of the deposit, he drove over, only to discover the green shade sanctuary indeed existed. He helped Jing Mian load the supplies onto the truck, each bag filled with premium rice.
Wow.
That's quite heavy. Each bag must weigh around 20 pounds. Are you really selling rice? Jing Mian smiled and replied, as long as someone buys it, I will supply generously. Although the system warehouse was filled with unlimited free resources, it was impossible for Jing Mian to distribute them without compensation. She wasn't charitable to that extent. And green shade also required substantial investment for development. If anyone discovered her possession of unlimited resources, it could lead to disastrous consequences. She might not die, but her freedom would be irrevocably lost. To avoid becoming a victim, Jing Mian resolutely kept her system a secret, knowing that a common person could fall victim to the envy of others. After inquiring about the prices, Zhang Tai decided to keep a bag of rice for himself. The truck arrived at the Guangdong trading venue, and Jing Mian had to pay with 2 bags of rice to enter and unload her goods. The more goods, the higher the fees, which made her internally exclaim about the greed involved. The owner behind Guangdong must be extraordinarily wealthy. This time, she set up in a corner. But the area was significantly larger. Bags of rice were stacked against the wall, surrounded by boxes of pristine mineral water, with rows of sanitary napkins laid out in front of her. Sitting among them, Jing Mian appeared extraordinarily affluent, overshadowing the nearby stalls. Passers-by couldn't resist stopping to gaze. In an apocalypse, no one could resist the allure of rice. Before long, her stall was surrounded, and business thrived, quickly catching the attention of the central shops. Within just an hour, Jing Mian had sold out all her goods, earning 1 million contribution points and feeling quite pleased. She also noted many phone numbers from customers seeking long-term orders. Before leaving, a well-dressed man approached Jing Mian, introducing himself as a representative of the esteemed Xiao family from Wuhan base, inviting her to manage sales at the central shop. Jing Mian responded with measured politeness. Thank you, Miss Xiao, I will surely consider it next time. Securing a better shop location would allow her to bring in more goods and connect with higher-tier customers. Undoubtedly a beneficial opportunity. Meanwhile, Tsinya's long-term pass approval was nearing its conclusion. To alleviate his boredom while waiting, he picked up his communicator and entered a group chat named Eastern Elite Mercenaries. The Green Shade Sanctuary near Wuhan base was commendable, offering a place for brothers on missions to stay. The previously quiet group erupted with excitement. Who was the owner of Green Shade? To have attracted such a formidable lone wolf? These bloodthirsty individuals had high demands for the confidentiality and security of their lodging. The fact that this killer personally endorsed the sanctuary indicated its exceptional quality, yet he had never heard of it before. Upon clicking on the sanctuary information, he found that the room arrangements in Green Shade, though simple, were thoroughly equipped and evidently new. This was not even the latest luxurious upgrade of Green Shade's accommodations, which Jing Mian hadn't yet uploaded, but it was enough to impress them. Moreover, during missions, staying within the base often restricted their freedom, making it difficult to extricate themselves. The location of Green Shade was ideal, being neither too far from the base nor under its jurisdiction, aligning perfectly with the desires of mercenaries. No wonder it was personally endorsed by the killer. One by one, they eagerly added it to their favorites. Exiting Kwandong, Jing Mian contemplated purchasing some clothes for herself. Tomorrow she would likely meet various people at the central shop, and wearing the same oversized tank top and shorts felt inappropriate. She turned towards the pedestrian street mall in the Inding district. The clothing mall was a place she had visited in her past life, within Lingyu. And this was her first time returning. She had always worn leftover clothes from Jiang Chun, particularly the most tattered ones. The outfit she currently wore was no exception. She wandered into a shop she frequently visited in her past life, browsing through dresses quietly. A young female attendant glanced at her, scoffing disdainfully, as if to say, "A country bumpkin with no money still loves to browse the mall, flipping through clothes without buying anything. May I try on this dress?" she inquired. The attendant shot her a condescending look, openly displaying her impatience. "You're so dirty. It's better if you don't try it on. If you soil the dress, you'll have to pay for it." Jing Mian was taken aback. She had just bathed yesterday. "What do you mean dirty? At least I'm cleaner than your muddy fingernails." The attendant's face alternated between shades of green and red, sarcastically responding, "Fine. Go ahead and try it. You'll have to buy it afterwards since it's bound to get dirty. You can't play tricks on me. I'll have my manager deal with you." It's infuriating to see a poor person trying on clothes, almost revealing her inability to afford it. Without taking the dress, Jing Mian retorted, "With your attitude towards selling, I doubt you'll be employed here for much longer." She remembered that the next time she visited the store, the attendant would not be the same person. "Humph. If you're broke, just admit it," the attendant sneered. Jing Mian didn't wish to argue with someone so lacking in manners and turned to enter the clothing store across the street. The attendant there was a middle-aged woman with a much friendlier demeanor. "I'll take this dress." Jing Mian selected a light teal dress. Ignoring the disdainful gaze of the young attendant across the way, she entered the fitting room and emerged looking truly stunning, catching the attention of all surrounding staff. Despite her slender figure, she wore the dress beautifully, exuding an aura reminiscent of a model from peacetime. "You look absolutely gorgeous in that dress. Your waist is slim, your legs are long, and your elegance is extraordinary. If you put on some makeup, you'd be the unparalleled beauty of the apocalypse," the middle-aged attendant exclaimed. The young attendant, however, scoffed, "Cut the flattery. She must have money to buy it." Unfazed by the remarks, Jing Mian continued to select several more items and, under the scrutinizing gaze of the young attendant, proceeded to check out. The middle-aged attendant was all smiles as she announced, "Miss, your total comes to 100,070 coins. You are now a member of our store. Here, your VIP card." Dressed in her new garments, Jing Mian stood out remarkably. Carrying multiple exquisite bags, she smiled slightly at the young attendant who had previously mocked her, striding past without giving her a chance to speak. Behind her, comments arose. Some young people are quick to judge and overlook the real value. Those clothes she casually bought could cover a year's rent. As Jing Mian prepared to leave the mall, she heard a surprised voice from the crowd. "Jing Mian?" Recognizing Jiang Chun's voice, she frowned and turned to walk away briskly. The person behind her, evidently unwilling to relent, hurriedly stepped in front of Jing Mian. Jiang Bichuan stared in astonishment, her eyes scanning up and down. Had she not encountered Jiang Mian face to face, she would have never believed that such a radiant figure could be Jiang Mian. "You little wretch, do you dare to run from me? Speak. Where did you get this outfit? Where did you find the money?" Jiang Bichuan's jealousy overflowed, recalling the tooth she had lost in their last encounter. "Do you know that tomorrow our family will be forced to move to the slums? And yet you have the audacity to shop here. Hurry up and return all these items and convert them into contribution points for the family." In recent days, Zhang Peirong and Zhang Heng had been at each other's throats, and Jiang Bichuan had not been idle either, clashing frequently with her stepmother. Now that the two had fallen out, Zhang Peirong had the audacity to propose that Jiang Mian join the hunting team, hoping to avoid relocation to the slums. In Jiang Mian's absence, all the menial tasks had fallen to her. Jiang Bichuan, unable to contain her fury, grasped Jiang Mian by the wrist and dragged her towards the shopping center, saying, "You dare to buy so much? You must have plenty of money. Show me your account and hand over all your contribution points." Jiang Mian forcefully shook off Jiang Bichuan's grip. "We are no longer family, Jiang Bichuan. What madness is this?" Jiang Bichuan laughed derisively. "Oh, Jiang Mian, how naive you are. You think running away from home and engaging in unsavory activities makes you superior? I will give you one last chance. Return home and apologize to me and your mother, hand over your contribution points, and we can let you off the hook." You can still have a place on the balcony. Jiang Mian rolled her eyes. You are quite amusing. Do you think sleeping on a balcony is appealing? Your condescending attitude is laughable. In Wuhan base, once you turn 18, you are an independent adult. I made myself clear that in this apocalypse, no one should rely on anyone else. Jiang Bichuan stared at Jiang Mian as if seeing a stranger. You are certainly becoming more audacious. The old Jiang Mian would never have dared to utter such rebellious words. You may choose not to return, but you must hand over your contribution points. Have you forgotten your family? What will people say when they learn your parents are living in the slums? Jiang Bichuan looked at Jiang Mian arrogantly, using societal pressure to bear down on her. Who would care about Jiang Mian's past hardships? People would only see her as unfilial. You think you can live well on your own? Dream on. Jiang Mian retorted disdainfully. It seems your face is healed, yet you have not learned your lesson. In fact, I can live well on my own. Spare me your outdated reasoning. Seeing that Jiang Mian was impervious to her words, Jiang Bichuan, like a proud peacock, grew angrier and reached to snatch the clothing bag from Jiang Mian's hands. You think you deserve to wear these? You can only wear what I leave behind. A struggle ensued between them. In a physical confrontation, the slender Jiang Mian was no match for Jiang Bichuan, or else she would not have let Jiang Perong beat her before. Jiang Mian shouted, Jiang Bichuan, are you trying to rob me in the street? She tossed the bag aside, yanked her hand away, and slapped Jiang Bichuan hard. Jiang Bichuan staggered back, her face swelling as she glared at Jiang Mian with venomous eyes. A crowd had begun to gather around them. Jiang Mian felt overwhelmed and hurriedly dialed a number. Jiang Bichuan, realizing the shift, demanded, Who are you calling? No amount of help will save you. Come home with me. She raised her voice for the onlookers. Listen to your sister. Engaging in such activities outside is ultimately shameful. What will you do if someone comes to confront you? Contribution points from other families are not easily obtained. You must live a clean life. Indeed. Many in the crowd began to point fingers at Jiang Mian. No wonder she spends lavishly. It must be with someone else's money. A young female shop assistant had joined the crowd, and it was clear that Jiang Mian's past was being scrutinized. How could she possibly earn so many contribution points? She must be relying on side jobs. Come home with your sister. You need to be educated. Don't embarrass yourself out here, Jiang Bichuan insisted, firmly gripping Jiang Mian's arm. Once they returned home, the family could control her and ensure she surrendered her contribution points. Jiang Mian struggled vigorously. Let go of me. Do you think spreading rumors comes without consequences? I earned those contribution points myself. If I reclaim 302, it is not my family's business. You can continue to exploit my efforts. In this apocalypse, the concept of household registration was a thing of the past, and ordinary people could hardly afford paternity tests. As long as one denies the familial relationship, no substantial evidence could prove their connection. However, no matter how much Jiang Mian protested, the crowd remained unmoved, offering no assistance. Jiang Mian, in her delicate attire, slender frame, and lavish spending, seemed to validate Jiang Bichuan's accusations. Why would she squander the contribution points she worked hard to earn? Jiang Bichuan dragged the frail Jiang Mian out of the shopping center, forcing her toward 302. Upon encountering Jiang Perong, Jiang Mian knew without a doubt that her communicator would be seized, leaving her with nothing. Jiang Mian fought back with all her might, even grappling with Jiang Bichuan. But Jiang Bichuan's loud slander only drew more onlookers, leaving Jiang Mian without support. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared before them, raising a hand and effortlessly breaking Jiang Bichuan's grip on Jiang Mian. Ah! My arm! Jiang Bichuan shrieked, clutching her arm in pain, tears welling in her eyes. Who are you? Attacking in the street. Jiang Bichuan glared at the hooded figure but watched as he approached Jiang Mian, inquiring if she was injured. Realization dawned on Jiang Bichuan, and she pointed at Jiang Mian. So, it was you. No wonder you dared to sever ties. You must be with some wild man out here. No wonder you had the audacity to confront us. She appraised Sinya, noting his lack of expensive accessories, and said sarcastically, but your taste seems questionable. TSK, hiding behind a mask, are you ashamed? The contribution points for those clothes must have come from you. Just a friendly reminder. Earning money isn't easy, and if she continues to spend like that, no amount of contribution points will suffice. However, the man showed no sign of directing his anger toward Jiang Mian, calmly asking, Should I kill her? Jiang Bichuan was momentarily stunned, then furiously exclaimed, Jiang Mian, you truly are something. I merely offered you some advice, and he wants to kill me? I never imagined you had the potential to be a seductress. With Xinya by her side, Jiang Mian felt a surge of confidence. She pondered for a moment, deciding against letting anyone die so easily. Jiang Bichuan must endure the torment of being devoured by zombies. I warned you that spreading rumors carries consequences. Restrain her, Jiang Mian commanded, and at once, Xinya held Jiang Bichuan's hands behind her back. You think you can weave stories at will? Jiang Mian unleashed a barrage of slaps on Jiang Bichuan, landing more than 10 before stopping, her own hand stinging from the impact. During their earlier scuffle in the shopping center, she had called for help from Xinya, knowing she could not outmatch Jiang Bichuan physically. Now, Jiang Bichuan's mouth was split and bleeding, her face swollen, and the onlookers no longer dared to speak. In this apocalypse, might makes right plain and simple. Next time, I'll knock your head off. Jiang Mian glared fiercely at Jiang Bichuan. Let us go. Xinya silently followed Jiang Mian out. Stop. Jiang Bichuan realized she could not wrest Jiang Mian away from Xinya. Considering the life in the slums, she resorted to extortion. You think you can just leave after beating me like this? My arm is probably broken. You must compensate me with 100,000 contribution points for my medical expenses. Jing Mian was taken aback by her audacity. Jiang Bichuan, your greed has led you to risk your life. Even after being beaten to a pulp, you still care about contribution points. Let me tell you, you 1T get a single point. Be grateful I Haven T left you crippled. Jing Mian grasped Xinya's hand and turned to leave. Xinya's willingness to come to her aid was commendable. She didn't wish to entangle him further in her troubles. The wind brushed against her irritated cheeks, her hair dancing behind her, stirring the dark depths of Xinya's eyes. His gaze lingered on their intertwined hands. He did not release her grip. Behind them, only Jiang Bichuan's helpless cries echoed in vain. All right, Jing Mian, now that you have a wild man backing you, you look down on me. Just wait. Xinya raised an eyebrow, not bothering to look back, yet he felt his heart race a bit faster. Wild man? It seemed an unflattering term, yet it stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. She wore a light blue gauze dress, reminiscent of a dainty daisy swaying in early spring, pure, fragile, yet resolute. Has she often bullied you?
Xinya inquired.
Jing Mian nodded. Then why not let me deal with her? Jing Mian's eyes widened as she turned to face him. There are so many people on the street. What would you do if it led to a fatal incident? Xinya tilted his head in surprise. He realized he had never informed her of his dual identity as both a mercenary and an assassin. I'm a skilled mercenary. Killing her in plain sight wouldn't leave any traces. Jing Mian halted, studying him. She recalled his visage from the previous night and compared it to the battle-hardened warrior he would become in the next decade, finding no resemblance. Perhaps she was overthinking. It was improbable to encounter an extraordinary master by mere chance. She spoke earnestly, as if advising an overly confident child. No matter how formidable, one must never be careless. It wouldn't be worth it to land in jail over someone like her. Xinya blinked. Was this concern? Yet. The hand that had been held tightly was now released. The two remained silent during their journey. Judging by today's events, had Xinya not intervened, she would likely have been dragged back to room 302 by Jiang Bichuan, falling into an irretrievable abyss. Jing Mian contemplated that the system had a weaponry function, albeit requiring a significant investment for development. Previously, she had refrained from exploring this feature due to the cost. It now seemed imperative to equip herself with self-defense tools. Safeguarding her life took precedence over mere development. The system interface unfolded before her, displaying 3 categories in the armory: cold weapons, firearms, and crystal energy synthesis weapons. Cold weapons were out of the question. With her lack of physical prowess and combat skills, a strong adversary could easily disarm her. Firearms were often prohibited in certain situations and similarly unable to provide constant protection. Thus, Jing Mian's focus fell on the crystal energy weapons, known for their remarkable and unique capabilities. However, crafting them required specific mutated beast crystals or zombie crystals, along with substantial contribution points. With a heavy sigh, Jing Mian addressed Xinya. Is hunting mutated beasts very dangerous? Xinya, perplexed by her inquiry, responded, It depends on the strength of the mutated beast. If I were to ask you to hunt a mutated beast, how much would it cost in universal currency? Why would you want to kill a mutated beast? Jing Mian candidly replied, I need the beast crystals to forge weapons. Xinya was taken aback. You have that ability? Jing Mian shyly nodded. The system's capabilities were her own. Xingye felt a surge of realization. He finally understood why Jing Mian was the manager of the Green Shade Sanctuary. It was evident she came from humble beginnings, having recently distanced herself from her original family, yet she managed to take charge of the sanctuary. The inexplicably low pricing in the cafeteria was undoubtedly her doing, as she oversaw everything, indicating her considerable authority. Initially, he was perplexed. Now, her abilities finally made sense. She must be a manufacturing-type ability user, capable of creating crystal energy weapons, an exceedingly rare and highly valuable power. Crystal energy weapons significantly determined an individual's or a base's combat strength, playing a crucial role amidst the zombie tides and serving as a deterrent. Even at an A-grade base, such talents were akin to divine beings. How could someone as rare as you not have protection? Jing Mian realized that Xingye did not truly regard her as the rightful owner of the Green Shade Sanctuary, but rather as a spokesperson thrust into the limelight. Yet, it was for the better. She could not reasonably explain how the sanctuary was acquired. Perhaps they believed she could forge her own weapons, which is why no security was assigned to her. Xingye nodded. I happen to have some mutated beast crystals on hand. Jing Mian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could you sell them to me? Based on her past life's memories, a single mutated beast crystal held significant value, starting at no less than 5 million. Could I make a down payment of 1 million? I promise to pay the rest promptly. I am very trustworthy. 15 million universal currency. Consider it a goodwill gesture. Jing Mian gulped. 15 million was a staggering sum. Safety outweighed everything else. Upon returning to Green Shade, Jing Mian received a green crystal. It felt cold in her hand, its clarity and purity evident. This was indeed a goodwill gesture. Xingye had undoubtedly suffered a loss selling it to her for 15 million universal currency. From her past experiences, she recognized the crystal's exceptional quality. This mutated beast would prove difficult to hunt and could easily fetch over 20 million universal currency, especially at an auction. Before she could even warm up the 1 million, she painfully handed it over as a show of sincerity, accruing a significant debt. Money was earned swiftly, but it flowed even faster. Like a waterfall, it seemed to vanish. She held the beast crystal and accessed the system's armory for scanning. The system recognized the mutated beast crystal's wind attribute and presented a list of weapons for synthesis. With her hands trembling in excitement, she scrolled through the options. Finally pausing at the wind ring, this crystal energy weapon could transform into a ring worn on the finger, allowing the user to aim at a target and perform a shooting motion, instantly unleashing a powerful and discreet air bullet. A gentle reminder: do not play gun games with friends while wearing this. Jing Mian decided on the wind ring, envisioning its capacity to eliminate targets without drawing suspicion. Imagining making a gun gesture in a crowd, who would suspect it was her? After all, she was merely jesting with her hand. Chapter 11. A massive debt. Jing Mian confirmed her choice. A prompt appeared. Host's funds are insufficient. This crystal energy weapon requires 50 million universal currency for synthesis.
What?
This is exorbitant. Can't we negotiate a discount since we are allies? Tears streamed down her face. She had only 530,000 in her possession. System. You cannot exploit your own kind. Who will develop the Green Shade Sanctuary if I perish? After a moment of silence, the system responded. In accordance with the host's wishes. This system offers a promissory note service. The host may temporarily incur a debt, if not repaid by the deadline. The system will increase the difficulty of the base upgrade task indefinitely. What is the deadline? 1 month. Failure to repay within 100 days will elevate the upgrade task to an unachievable hellish difficulty, preventing the Green Shade Sanctuary from ever upgrading to the next level. The host must take this seriously. Jing Mian swallowed hard. The Xia family's second daughter had already invited her to the central shop at the trading fair. Doubling the transaction amount should not pose a problem, sufficient for repaying the debt. After confirming the use of the promissory note service, the armory entered production mode. 2 hours later, a crystal-clear emerald ring appeared in her palm, fitting perfectly on her index finger. Since then, Jing Mian has accrued a staggering debt of over 60 million. It is now deep into the night, the prime time for the undead to roam. Alone, she steps out of the green shade, standing at the entrance, eager to test the power of her ring. Fortunately, the moonlight shines brightly, allowing her to discern her surroundings, should danger arise. She can swiftly retreat to the safety of the base and secure the door. A chilling sound reaches her ears as a zombie, with a creaking neck, turns toward her. its distorted gait surprisingly swift as it lunges in her direction. The dread of being bitten from her past life washes over her, and her fingers tremble as she aims at the zombie's head, attempting to pull the trigger. To her dismay, she misses. Frustration and urgency mount as she recalibrates her aim, yet the zombie's erratic movements lead to repeated failures. As the terrifying creature closes in, mere steps away from seizing her, she finally steadies her aim and fires, successfully blowing its head apart. The burst of viscous fluid splatters, and the headless zombie collapses heavily to the ground. Jing Mian clutches her racing heart, realizing at that moment that had she joined the hunting team, her fate would have been sealed. Silently, she shuts the base door and sinks into the sofa in the lounge to catch her breath. The power of the ring is undeniable and, moreover, silent. She feels a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, her perception of Xinya's abilities shifts. This wind-attribute mutated beast, whether slain by one individual or a group, reveals Xinya's extraordinary prowess as he wields the beast crystal with full authority. It is highly likely that he either dispatched the creature alone or played a significant role in its defeat, indicating that Xinya is exceptionally strong. Yet, why had she heard nothing of this in her previous life? Confounded, she decides to set aside her thoughts, for tomorrow's pivotal event at the Kwandong Trading Center awaits, where she must also meet the children of influential figures. She gathers her energy and promptly retires for the night. The soft bed soothes her startled heart and quickly lulls Jing Mian into slumber. The moonlight cascades evenly down, enveloping both towering buildings and dilapidated rooftops in a silvery glow. How unfair life is. Why must they be forced to relocate? In dormitory room 302, Zhang Perong sits on the floor, pounding her fists and weeping. Perong, stop crying and help pack. Her husband, Jiang Heng, chides impatiently. Pack what? Have you forgotten what Bai Chun said? How could Jing Mian be so heartless? We are family, bound by blood. She claims it's fine to abandon us here. It breaks my heart. Exactly. Jiang Bai Chun interjects, disregarding her sore mouth. She's cold-blooded and shameless.
2.
Even when working as a prostitute, she wouldn't come back to us. It's clear she's never been educated, lacking any sense of shame. Jiang Heng cannot help but ask their daughter, are you sure you're not mistaken? Did Jing Mian really manage to get close to a wealthy man? Jiang Bai Chun insists otherwise. Where would she have gotten those new clothes? Look at all those shopping bags in her hands. Clearly, someone is willing to spend on her. Just like her mother, both mother and daughter are materialistic and superficial. Casting a sidelong glance at the silent Zhang Perong, Jiang Bai Chun remarks sarcastically. Now that Jing Mian has soared to new heights, she looks down on us. She enjoys a good life while leaving her family to dwell in the slums. If she were my daughter, I would have beaten her to death.
Suddenly, Zhang Perong seizes Yang Bichen's arm. Bichen.
Let's go to the mall tomorrow and catch her.
Ah.
That hurts. Let go. Jiang Bai Chun exclaims, shaking off her mother's grip, grimacing in pain. Her eyes brimming with tears. Dad, you should take me to the hospital. My arm hurts terribly. She had casually mentioned a fracture, but the pain has not subsided. In fact, it has intensified. She fears she may indeed have a fracture. How could such a frail person like Jing Mian endure such punishment? Jiang Heng hesitates, knowing that a hospital visit entails examinations and medication, which is not a trivial expense. Bai Chun, our family has been forced into the slums. Where would we find money for your treatment? As Jiang Bai Chun prepares to argue, Zhang Perong interjects, we're too tight on funds. Look at how Jing Mian has never been to the hospital for any illness throughout her life. She always manages to pull through. You? Jiang Bai Chun's face reddens with anger, and she shouts, how can she be compared to me? She's nothing but a worthless dog. I have a fracture. Look at how swollen my face is. What are you thinking? My condition is a result of Jing Mian's actions.
Gang Heng shoots Yang Bichan a disapproving glance.
Delivering a token reprimand, how can you speak like that? She is still your sister. Indeed, Bai Chun, regardless of her situation, Jing Mian has managed to latch onto a money tree. You haven't even started working yet. It's inappropriate to speak of her like that. Zhang Perong adds with a hint of resentment. Jiang Bai Chun retorts with a cold laugh. Zhang Perong, what are you thinking? Do you honestly believe Jing Mian still acknowledges you as her mother? She has completely severed ties with us. Even if she becomes the darling of a major boss, it won't benefit you in the slightest. Her words strike a chord with Zhang Perong. This is all your fault. You bullied Jing Mian since childhood, and it was to protect you that I distanced myself from her. Enough.
Stop arguing.
If this continues, you both will come to blows. Jiang Heng, skilled at mediating disputes, intervenes. With Jing Mian not returning, there is nothing more to discuss. Tomorrow morning, the building manager will come to collect the keys and clear the premises. Whoever sees Jing Mian should promptly call to inform, so they can all go after her together. The next day, as per usual, Jing Mian rides Zhang Tai's truck to Quancheng once more. As June approaches, the sun grows increasingly fierce. In this post-apocalyptic world, the winters and summers of Blue Star exhibit extreme temperatures. Outside, it's a scorching 38 degrees, the glaring sun making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Dressed in a striking new outfit, Jing Mian stands out immediately at the trading venue. She confidently approaches the central shop area, ready to select a space to rent. The suited man who had previously invited her notices her arrival and approaches. Miss Jing, welcome. The No. 7 store has been specially vacated for you by my second young lady. Thank you for your kindness, Miss Xiao. I will arrange my goods first before expressing my gratitude to her in person, Jing Mian replies, calm and courteous. Once she has organized her stall, she follows the suited man to a lounge on the second floor. Upon entering, a wave of cool air greets her, as the room is air-conditioned, instantly refreshing her. Jing Mian envies this greatly. She must expedite the upgrade of the base to obtain electrical appliances. The sweltering summer will finally have relief. In front of her sits a woman dressed in a sculpted white suit, lazily reclining on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. The Xiao family is one of the most prestigious families in Quancheng. In her previous life, she had met the second young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Fei, a shrewd businesswoman. Her exceptional abilities have often overshadowed the eldest son of the Xiao family, leaving the inheritance in limbo. It is said that Xiao Fei's discerning eye is indeed no exaggeration. Jing Mian takes a seat opposite Xiao Fei. With a knowing smile, Xiao Fei remarks, "It is not my discerning eye that sets me apart, but rather the weight of what Miss Jing has to offer." Jing Mian replies, "Many have taken notice. Yet you were the first to extend an olive branch." Xiao Fei straightens her posture, speaking candidly, "Let us dispense with the pleasantries. How extensive is Miss Jing's grain inventory? What magnitude of orders can you fulfill?" Xiao Fei's eyes gleam with a newfound intensity as she gazes at Jing Mian. With such a substantial inventory, it stands to reason that she seeks significant clients to liquidate her stock quickly. "I can connect you with buyers, and I would take a 10% commission on the deals. How does that sound? Additionally, my family will place an order for rice." Agreed, Jing Mian contemplates before consenting. Although Xiao Fei's approach resembles that of a wolf in sheep's clothing, she lacks connections and channels, thus needs Xiao Fei to introduce her to influential circles. Currently, she is not only burdened with massive debt, but also requires ample universal currency for upgrading her base and manufacturing weapons. Miss Jing is indeed forthright. The rent for shop number 7 will be waived for you moving forward. Hear us to a pleasant cooperation. At that moment, an assistant enters, hesitating before speaking. Speak freely. Miss Jing is not an outsider, Xiao Fei says, clearly in good spirits and extending courtesy to Jing Mian. It's an invitation from the Yin family. Young master, and is set to marry his 5th concubine. Jing Mian's heart skips a beat for no apparent reason. Without her, Ling Yu is still marrying a new 5th concubine. Xiao Fei extinguished his cigarette and accepted the crimson invitation card, casting a meaningful glance at Jing Mian. Miss Jing, what do you think of the eldest son of the Yin family? Chapter 12. Meeting Ling Yu. Miss Xiao, you jest. What opinion could I possibly hold regarding the heir of the Yin family? Jing Mian replied, her laughter concealing any hint of vulnerability. It wasn't until Jing Mian departed that Xiao Fei turned to her assistant and inquired, "Do you think she has ties to the Yin family?" The assistant furrowed his brow in contemplation. It's difficult to ascertain. Currently, the fertile lands of the Wuan base are under the Yin family's control. However, their scope is limited. They exclusively supply the elite of the base, so where would they acquire such a substantial inventory? Only families with A-grade bases possess that capability. Yet, they have no need to venture to a B-grade base to sell their goods. Miss Jing is enigmatic. The priority is not to offend her for now. Upon arriving at the central marketplace, the atmosphere was markedly different. The customers exhibited formidable purchasing power. Jing Mian raised her prices by 20 and still garnered praise for being affordable. In the interim, she returned to Green Shade for another shipment, netting a profit of 3 million currency units. Aside from leaving some samples for Xiao Fei, she sold out the remainder of her stock. Moving forward, she must have Zhang Tai procure a large truck. It was merely 3 in the afternoon, and Jing Mian had no intention of returning to the base. She had further plans to promote the Green Shade Sanctuary. Since its opening, the sanctuary had only attracted one patron, Xinya, to draw in more clientele. The establishment's reputation needed to resonate loudly. The online traffic for Green Shade Sanctuary had been consistently robust. Due to overwhelming housing pressures, rent was a significant burden. Many families were cramped into a single small room, and the conditions of shared dormitories were even worse. The slum area required no contribution points, yet the environment was filthy and chaotic. Even a plastic board house was considered a luxury. Most residents merely constructed makeshift huts, reeking of decay. This was precisely why Zhang Perong adamantly refused to go, deeming it a dwelling for the lower class. There were countless appealing rental listings online, yet the reality was far from satisfactory. Moreover, Green Shade was merely a sanctuary, not an accredited base. It could very well be a predatory trap, fraught with danger. Not everyone possessed the financial freedom of Xinya, allowing them to come and go as they pleased. Thus far, no one from the Wuhan base had dared to take the first step to visit Green Shade.
Consequently,
Jing Mian invested 500,000 universal currency units into a month-long advertisement on a commercial street's large screen and printed numerous flyers and posters for Green Shade. She temporarily hired 2 individuals to assist her in distributing them at various bustling intersections. The large screen, coupled with the flyers, yielded excellent results. Many individuals expressed interest and began to inquire about the sanctuary. Jing Mian answered their questions with growing anticipation, confident that these individuals would return to discuss their plans with family and soon reach out to her regarding viewing the sanctuary. Mom, is that not the odious Jing Mian? Jiang Biqing tugged at Zhang Perong's sleeve urgently. Following the direction of her son's finger, Zhang Perong spotted a young woman amidst a crowd, smiling brightly as she spoke.
indeed,
That heartless wretch. A glimmer of determination sparked in Zhang Perong's eyes. She had finally caught sight of her. Let us go. Uncomfortable in the slum area, she had kept her son home from school today, and the entire family set out to find Jing Mian. Jiang Bichuan and Jiang Heng doubted that Jing Mian would visit the marketplace today, but Zhang Perong believed that after being deprived for so long, Jing Mian might relish the opportunity to shop daily. As expected, she was right, pulling her son along. She hurried towards Jing Mian while simultaneously calling Jiang Heng and Jiang Bichuan, urging them to arrive quickly. They were determined to capture Jing Mian and force her to pay a ransom for her former accomplices. Sensing a disturbance, Jing Mian looked up and spotted Zhang Perong's determined face, sending a chill down her spine. After all that had transpired, now that she had money, they seemed unrestrained. Even Jiang Bicheng, that little brat, had joined the fray. Having finished distributing her flyers, she smiled at the gathered crowd and said, "I'll conclude my inquiries here for today. I have matters to attend to, but feel free to reach out online with any questions." With that, she smiled faintly and turned to leave, the crowd dispersing behind her. Seeing that Jing Mian recognized her, Zhang Perong's heart raced. "Ching Cheng, run. Catch her." Jiang Bicheng darted through the crowd to pursue Jing Mian. Jing Mian glanced back, feeling a sense of foreboding. Jiang Bicheng's legs moved rapidly, as if he were the mastermind behind their plight in the slums. "I've got you," he shouted, leaping towards her just as she sidestepped, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground.
ouch.
"You're finished, you vile Jing Mian," Jiang Bicheng cried, his arms scraping painfully against the pavement. Jing Mian firmly pressed her foot against his back, rendering him unable to rise. "Who is finished? Watch your language, you little brat. This is the street, and I wouldn't be surprised if you spewed more filth in 302. Having missed an opportunity to teach him a lesson earlier, he had now brought trouble to her doorstep. Zhang Perong, rushing forward, caught sight of her precious son beneath Jing Mian's foot and charged in a frenzy.
Jing Mian.
"Release him." Before Zhang Perong could reach her, Jing Mian pointed her foot and fired a shot.
Bang.
The pavement beneath Zhang Perong shattered explosively, without warning. "One more step, and your son will meet the same fate." Zhang Perong halted, uncertainty flickering in her gaze as she regarded Jing Mian. "Have you awakened? You don't need to know much. Just understand that if you step closer, this will be Jiang Bicheng's outcome. Be wise and take him away. Do not trouble me." Jiang Bicheng, rising cautiously, dared not defy her as Zhang Perong pulled him back. They watched as Jing Mian entered a nearby taxi without a word. "Driver, to the south gate of the base. Miss, I have a passenger. Please switch vehicles. Surprised, Jing Mian turned to the back seat, where indeed a man sat in the passenger seat. Their eyes met and recognition dawned, and Lingyu. Her mind buzzed as she contemplated exiting, but a familiar voice called from behind. Wait. Let me drop off this young lady first. Before she could utter another word, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped away. All she could manage was a polite, "Thank you." And Lingyu smiled. It's nothing. I am always eager to assist, especially when it comes to beautiful ladies. As dusk approached, his nonchalant smile evoked memories of a past life. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name? I'm Jing Mian, the manager of Green Shade Sanctuary, she replied, introducing herself to clarify that she was not someone to be trifled with. Oh, the newly opened Green Shade Sanctuary? And Lingyu appeared genuinely surprised. Green Shade is a thunderous revelation at the Wuhan base. I hadn't expected such an unexpected delight today. The taxi arrived at the entrance of Green Shade Sanctuary, and Lingyu followed Jing Mian out of the vehicle. Miss Jing, would you mind if I took a look inside? Jing Mian had no reason to decline, and as the mechanical door opened, and Lingyu's casual demeanor began to fade. Inside, they were met with the unexpected sight of Xinya seated on the couch in the reception area. Xinya, what brings you here? Jing Mian inquired. I've been waiting for you, he replied coolly, and Lingyu observed the interaction between the two, interjecting playfully, shall we move to the rooms, Miss Jing? His ambiguous remark caused Xinya's gaze to sharpen. Jing Mian corrected him. Yes, let's proceed to the rooms.
Senjarose, stating.
I was just thinking of renewing my lease. Let's take a look at some other rooms. And Lingyu positioned himself to Jing Mian's left, while, for some reason, Xinya adeptly inserted himself between them, creating a barrier. The subtle tension persisted until they reached the cafeteria, wherein Lingyu's playful banter ceased, replaced by a serious demeanor. Everyone has underestimated Green Shade, even my father. The room's pristine facilities were one thing. The abundance of fresh produce and meat was unprecedented in the post-apocalyptic world. He savored the tomato and egg rice, which was priced at a mere 20 currency units. He recalled that in the upscale restaurants of the central district, a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes could cost as much as 900 currency units, thanks to their private greenhouses. Purchasing from the base's agricultural facilities would be even more expensive. The harsh climate, coupled with the regression of certain agricultural techniques and a dearth of agronomy experts, has rendered the cultivation and planting capabilities of C-grade bases and above. D and E-grade bases merely provide various types of insect cakes for consumption. It appears that the profound foundation behind the Green Shade Sanctuary is remarkable, and its extraordinarily low prices are likely an attempt to attract a population shift from the Wuhan base. Once the influx of residents occurs, it is anticipated that prices will rise. With only 10 houses in total, Green Shade can afford to incur losses. Thankfully, its small scale poses no immediate threat to the Wuhan base for the next few years. With this in mind, Lingyu felt somewhat reassured, quietly finishing his meal. As he left, his previous indifference dissipated, and he sincerely remarked, I look forward to collaborating with Miss Jing in the future. Outside, a taxi had been waiting for him. Upon entering, the driver informed him, Young master, we received several calls from that side saying Miss Liu is crying on the commercial street. They mentioned that if you do not go to pick her up, she won't return home. Let her spend the night on the streets, and Lingyu replied coldly. What? The driver was astonished. Miss Liu is, after all, the 5th concubine of the Wuhan base, currently in her period of favor. I didn't expect you to regard her so lightly. After Lingyu departed, Jing Mian remembered to update the room images on the website. With the renovations, the room rates had also been adjusted. Deluxe singles now cost 500 a day, while suites were priced at 1,000. Xinya had booked a single room for a month, directly deducting 15,000 universal coins from her outstanding balance. She still owed him 139,985 coins, but thankfully, Xinya did not charge her interest. Her account now held 3,030,000 universal coins. Despite his soft-spoken demeanor, he was quite shrewd. Xinya suddenly interjected, I know he has already married 5 women. Xinya looked at her with a hint of surprise, having expected this innocent girl to be more susceptible to Lingyu's charm. After several days of dining in the cafeteria, Jing Mian's face had developed a bit of roundness, and the undernourished bud had begun to absorb nutrients and slowly blossom, evoking both anticipation and concern. Upon returning to her room, Jing Mian received a message from Xiao Fei, informing her that in 2 days, A big shot from an A-grade base would be visiting Wuhan base, presenting an opportunity for substantial orders. Jing Mian was overjoyed. The prospect of clearing her debts was now within reach. Xiao Fei proved to be a highly efficient businesswoman. She wondered when the personnel responsible for assessing the Green Shade's grade would arrive and resolved to inquire with Xiao Fei about the details later. As the weather grew increasingly hot, even sitting still at night would cause one to sweat profusely. It became difficult to sleep without a nightly shower. And Jing Mian reflected on how she had endured such conditions in the past, lamenting the difficulties of transitioning from luxury to frugality. With summer officially upon them, temperatures soared to 40 degrees Celsius, and last year's summer even reached a scorching 46 degrees. Each year, a number of people succumbed to the heat. It must be said that those who survived in this post-apocalyptic world had developed resilient constitutions. Yet, who wouldn't desire air conditioning in such sweltering heat? Jing Mian accessed the system, discovering that to upgrade to the next stage, level 2, she needed to provide 1 million coins and complete an upgrade task. After promptly making the payment, the upgrade task was displayed. Difficulty: easy. 3 individuals must reside in the Green Shade Sanctuary long-term. As Tsinya's 1-month rental did not qualify as long-term according to the system, Jing Mian felt helpless. Perhaps with more advertising, a large number of clients would soon seek rentals, leading to a supply-demand imbalance with only 9 rooms available. 2 days later, a sleek black car stopped at the entrance of the Green Shade Sanctuary. Jing Mian boarded the vehicle sent by Xiao Fei and arrived at the Yueban Building Commercial Center. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she spotted Xiao Fei engaged in conversation with a group, not noticing her presence. And Lingyu was also among them. So she opted to find an empty sofa to wait. Today, she wore a flowing water blue gown that accentuated her elegant demeanor, making her a striking presence among the many well-dressed guests on the 3rd floor. Before long, Lingyu noticed her and approached with a bright smile. As he drew near, those following him also gathered around. It turns out Miss Jing is one of my people? Jing Mian widened her eyes, taken aback by his loud voice amidst the crowd. Mr. N, please maintain decorum, she urged. And Lingyu, still smiling, sat beside her, their closeness appearing quite intimate to outsiders. Jing Mian quickly shifted to the side, her eyes filled with questions and a hint of displeasure. And Lingyu surveyed the crowd that had followed him, and, sensing the atmosphere, they discreetly dispersed, granting the pair some privacy. What do you mean by this, and Lingyu? The emergence of the Green Shade Sanctuary had stirred various speculations regarding its substantial backing and the identity of its mastermind. Leaning back on the sofa, and Lingyu remarked, many speculate that the Yin family is behind this. Even Xiao Fei has openly tested me, suggesting that Green Shade is indeed a property of the Yin family, albeit discreetly. Jing Mian replied, I have never publicly declared any connection between Green Shade and the Yin family. Speculation remains speculation. However, the external perceptions of their relationship. And Lingyu chuckled, seemingly eager to continue, but was interrupted by someone approaching him. Young master, Qiao Hai has returned from his mission and is causing a commotion downstairs. You should go check on it. Casting a glance at the attention-grabbing beauty beside him, and Lingyu displayed a slight impatience and left with a brief, wait for my return. Once he departed, Jing Mian let out a sigh of relief as whispers and furtive glances surrounded her. Suddenly, she noticed a group of 3 or 4 women, led by a woman in a red dress, striding towards her with an aggressive demeanor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Mei. You must know of me. The woman in the red dress scrutinized Jing Mian with disdain. After a moment of contemplation, Jing Mian finally recalled a memory from her past life. Lu Mei? I haven't crossed paths with her in this lifetime. Lu Mei sneered. You really know how to put on an act. I am the beloved fiancé of An Lingyu, the one who will soon be wed. Do you not know who I am yet? How could it be her? Jing Mian's surprise was evident on her face. She had never cared who replaced her as the 5th concubine, nor did she concern herself with who currently enjoyed An Lingyu's favor. But Lu Mei was a different matter. She was supposed to be Qiao Hai's fiancé. And Lingyu had stolen his subordinate's woman? No wonder Qiao Hai had come to stir trouble here. Jing Mian found herself at a loss as to whether this was good or bad. Qiao Hai's future status was significant. The Yin family preferred to adopt orphans with combat potential, nurturing them into formidable warriors to serve in the hunting teams and city garrisons, thereby solidifying their influence. Qiao Hai was among them and would eventually become one of the 2 famed war gods of Wuhan base 6 years later, holding an extraordinary status. Even if he belonged to the Yin family's faction, the head of the Yin family would grant Xiao Hai due respect, and Ling was particularly close with him. And Ling Yu's actions would surely alienate Xiao Hai, and given his temperament, Xiao Hai would no longer pledge his loyalty to the Yin family. His tumultuous behavior in such a setting would inevitably lead to consequences, and it was uncertain whether Xiao Hai would remain at the Wuan base. Jing Mian was unconcerned about the Yin family's affairs. Her focus lay on the impending zombie tide. A grave expression clouded her delicate features, akin to a blue tulip that stung Lu Mei's eyes. What are you pretending to be melancholic for? And Ling Yu is not here. Who are you putting on a show for? I advise you to retract your foxtail. If you wish to occupy the sixth concubine's position, you must be more discreet. Being so obvious is quite unbecoming. Seeing that Lu Mei had completely misunderstood her intentions and drawn everyone's attention, a mix of curiosity and disdain filled the room. Miss Lu, forgive my frankness, but you and Xiao Hai have shared a childhood bond. Now that he is downstairs causing a scene for you, shouldn't you mediate the conflict instead of unfoundedly casting aspersions on me? Lu Mei's face darkened as she suppressed her fury. It seems you have done your homework well, even investigating my ex-boyfriend so thoroughly. One of Lu Mei's friends angrily interjected, Mei, don't go. She is doing this on purpose. What can you achieve by going down? Was it not more embarrassing for Ling Yu? Indeed, Xiao Hai, like a dog, would undoubtedly cling to Mei upon seeing her, oblivious to the vast disparity between himself and the heir of the Yin family. How dare he show up here, bringing shame upon himself? The security should have thrown him out without Mei needing to intervene. Hearing the defense from her sisters, Lu Mei raised her chin, feeling a sense of vindication. What expression is that? Are you dissatisfied that your schemes have failed? She seized Jing Mian's wrist, declaring, let us go. With such a wicked heart. You need to wash your hands thoroughly. Her sisters, understanding the cue, laughed as they pulled Jing Mian along, with onlookers eagerly watching the spectacle as they dragged her to the restroom. Lu Mei forcefully pushed Jing Mian against the wall. Do you really think you are someone of importance? Who came to your rescue? Everyone sees you as a mere clown. Several women, hands on hips, donned dresses but exuded the air of unruly delinquents. A clown? Jing Mian found it amusing. You are the real clown here. Turning your back on a devoted husband to vie for the position of a concubine. How pathetic. In a fit of rage, Lu Mei slapped Jing Mian, who attempted to evade the blow but was restrained by her two companions. The slap landed with a resounding impact. What are you pretending for? If you despise the position of a concubine, why pursue Ling Yu? Lu Mei grasped Jing Mian's chin, her disdain for that face palpable. I did not approach him. He came to me. Can't you see that? Jing Mian raised an eyebrow, sneering, what is it to you to bully me? Why don't you dare slap Ling Yu and scold him for his infidelity? Lu Mei was taken aback by Jing Mian's audacity despite her precarious situation. Don't try to trap me. You are merely jealous that I have someone who loves me, unable to bear seeing me pursued by two men. Chapter 14. What is he anticipating? As they exited the restroom, Jing Mian looked disheveled, drenched, her dress dripping water, with parts of her gauzy gown torn. Their intent was clear, to humiliate Jing Mian, to ensure everyone witnessed her disgrace at the event.
Lin Yu.
Lu Mei exclaimed, her surprise evident as Ling Yu, clad in a sharp white suit, stood at the entrance of the women's restroom. His expression was frosty, and his fierce gaze turned icy upon seeing the drenched Jing Mian. He swiftly struck Lu Mei, sending her sprawling. Ignoring the crowd's gaze, he removed his suit jacket and draped it over Jing Mian. I apologize for my oversight, he said, noticing her lowered head and slightly swollen cheeks, her teeth clenched. You have endured injustice. I will do my utmost to make amends. Are you hitting me? Have you lost your mind for that vixen? We are to be married next month. Lu Mei cried, scrambling to her feet, her face more swollen than Jing Mian's. Silence. With your character, how dare you seek entry into the Yin family? What do you mean, Ling Yu? Lu Mei trembled with panic. Her companions helped her up, transforming into self-proclaimed guardians of love. Ling Yu, how can you treat Mei this way? Do you know how much she loves you? Jing Mian couldn't help but laugh derisively. Love enough to jump ship while her boyfriend is on a mission? Isn't that a bit cheap? I encountered true love. Should I not bravely pursue it? Lu Mei wailed. We have set a date, and Ling Yu, how can you abandon me? With a grim expression, and Ling Yu remained unresponsive when another male voice interjected. So, Mei, you truly wish to marry him willingly? It was only then that everyone noticed the man in camouflage standing nearby.
Qiu Hai?
What are you doing here? Lu Mei asked, panic and embarrassment flooding her voice. How could I possibly see you if I weren't here? Qiao Hai's eyes were filled with pain and disappointment. You love him? Is this your idea of a better fate? Someone worthy of you? Lu Mei felt the heat of shame, having been struck before her ex-boyfriend.
Qiu Hai?
Do you not know your place? Why are you still clinging to Mei Mei? If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have been beaten. You are merely a guard at the base. And Lingyu is undoubtedly a better choice. Bale, Lu Mei's staunch friend, had doused Jing Mian with cold water.
Get out!
And Lingyu roared. What occasion is this? Everyone here is a billionaire businessman. How dare you create a scene and speak recklessly? Do you not find this embarrassing enough? The soldiers of the base will not tolerate your insults. Take them to the detention center. Security immediately moved to escort the women away. Lu Mei's eyes burned with fury as she glared at the united front of Jing Mian and Lingyu.
Why should she stay?
Take that shameless woman with you, she shouted, pointing at Jing Mian. Jing Mian calmly lifted her head. I was invited to this business gathering. In disbelief, Lu Mei was led away. Could it be that Jing Mian also possessed wealth exceeding $1 billion? Once the crowd dispersed, and Lingyu regarded Jing Mian, biting his lip. Their difficulties for you are all due to me. Miss Jing, please accept my sincere apologies. Let me take you to change clothes. Jing Mian nodded, following Lingyu. There is no need for you to apologize, Mr. N. They are who they are, and you are you. You need not bear the burden of their mistakes. I shall reclaim the dignity lost today. At that moment, she had restrained herself from retaliating against them. Lu Mei, who had just bullied her, would soon face investigation due to her actions. Today was crucial. A-level base customers were arriving to place rice orders, and she did not wish to leave an inappropriate impression. A small tolerance could disrupt major plans. Losing a significant order would not be worth the cost. After dealing with them, she would ensure it left no trace. In this apocalyptic world, she could not afford to show mercy every time. Those who bullied her in the restroom would pay the price. After tidying herself and changing into a white dress, her demeanor radiated an ethereal quality. And Lingyu's gaze reflected admiration. This dress suits you beautifully. I gift it to you. Unmoved, Jing Mian replied. I do not lack for such attire. Mr. N, I understand I should not discuss your private matters. But I have some suggestions I hope you'll consider. Qiao Hai is now the captain of the hunting team, a figure of significant strength within the base. He might ascend further in power, becoming a pillar of support. I believe you see through Lu Mei's true nature. There is no need for you and Qiao Hai to harbor animosity over someone like her. If Qiao Hai becomes disheartened and leaves, it would be a grave loss for the Wuhan base. And Lingyu looked at Jing Mian in astonishment. Having just been bullied, who would have thought she could think of others and articulate such thoughts? Miss Jing, your vision is commendable. Building a new base while considering the welfare of Wuhan base is truly admirable. My respect for you is genuine. Jing Mian could not disclose to him that the Wuhan base would endure 3 waves of zombies, the latest one arriving next summer. In her past life, she had perished during the 3rd wave 10 years later. The Green Shade base, adjacent to Wuhan, would be the first to suffer when the zombies attacked. The absence of Qiao Hai's combat prowess might trigger a butterfly effect, leading to unforeseen consequences, something she wished to avoid, as it could result in many lives lost. I believe Mr. N should do everything possible to mend relations with Qiao Hai, at the very least, ensure he remains in the hunting team at Wuhan base. And Lingyu raised an eyebrow. Do you hold Qiao Hai in high regard? Jing Mian acknowledged this with a nod. I will consider your suggestion. However, I cannot guarantee the outcome. Jing Mian nodded, aware of the Yin family's methods. While Lingyu might be inclined to let things go, the Yin family itself would not. Qiao Hai's disruption of the business gathering would become common knowledge, and the Yin family would not allow Qiao Hai to escape unscathed, as they would never admit to any wrongdoing. It all depended on how much influence Lingyu could wield in this matter. From her decade of experience, she understood that Lingyu's actual standing within the Yin family was not as illustrious as it appeared. If I say that I did not steal Qiao Hai's fiancée, but that woman came to me willingly, would you believe it? And Lingyu said suddenly, his gaze filled with a hint of hope, as if eagerly anticipating her response. Chapter 15, 200 million orders. Jing Mian tilted her head with a smile, pondering why Mr. N would share such things with her. Whether she believed him or not, it would not alter the world's perception of him. She was indifferent to external opinions, her gaze solely fixed on the delicate figure before her. Mr. And should not concern himself with her views either. Her eyes lifted slightly, fragile and slender, as though one could crush her with a mere touch. Yet, an indescribable resilience radiated from her essence, a blend of the unfamiliar and the familiar that captivated him. This allure had been present since the moment he first laid eyes on her from the taxi. Meanwhile, Jing Mion's heart raced, overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. Panic surged within her, fearing he might, as in a previous life, propose on the spot. She maintained an outward calm, while internally, she felt a storm brewing. Dismissing Enlingyu's departure, Enlingyu observed her retreating figure with a complex expression, self-deprecatingly smiling. Since the Yin family had announced him as their heir, it was the first time he had been so blatantly disregarded by a woman. In the lavishly adorned special reception room, Xiao Fei sat on the sofa, conversing with the influential figures of the A-class base. When she finally caught sight of that striking white figure, she exclaimed, "My dear aunt, you finally made it." With lightning speed, Xiao Fei pulled the bewildered Jing Mian to a more private seating area. Still dazed, Jing Mian could only hear Xiao Fei's enthusiastic voice. "Jing Mian, everyone has been waiting for you. This is Mr. Zhang Wenyuan from the Bailu base, and beside him is Ms. Hailing." In a hushed tone, Xiao Fei added, "They are significant clients looking to order rice and water." Jing Mian instantly became alert. Unbeknownst to them, the guests in the special reception room were unaware of her earlier ordeal. After an in-depth discussion, Ms. Hailing, a middle-aged woman, smiled and remarked, "I have tasted the water sent by Xiao Fei when I was at the base. To be honest, I was quite surprised. Not only did it pass all inspections, but it was also sweet and delightful, truly a rarity." She presented an order. "Now that I have met Miss Jing, I can see she is indeed exceptional, which puts my mind at ease. This is our family's sincerity." Holding the order, Jing Mian suppressed her joy, an enormous order valued at 40 million. 10,000 boxes of water. "Thanks to Sister Hai, we can sign the contract right away." Their conversation was lively, while Zhang Wenyuan observed silently. Although he was unaware of the specifics regarding the order quantity, he was certain it was substantial. The Hailing family had shown their sincerity. But it would depend on whether Green Shade could deliver. Judging by the composed demeanor of the young lady, he believed she could easily handle it, prompting him to regard Jing Mian with newfound respect. As protocol dictated, Zhang Wenyuan should have stepped back from their business dealings, yet the Zhang family's influence was significant. Their rice orders would undoubtedly exceed those of the Hailing family. This was his first collaborative venture with a base that had not been classified as a sanctuary, necessitating utmost caution. Had it not been for Xiao Fei's introduction, they would never have considered negotiating with Jing Mian. When it was Zhang Wenyuan's turn, he presented an even more astonishing order, 200 tons. Jing Mian's mind raced. 1 ton equals 1,000 kilograms, which translates to 2,000 pounds. At 500 universal coins per pound, the total value soared to 200 million. The enormity of the figure left her dizzy. She had never encountered such wealth in her life. This was not merely a windfall, it was akin to gold bricks falling from the sky. Zhang Wenyuan interrupted her thoughts. "Young lady, I have tasted the rice from Green Shade, and its quality is exceptional." He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, adding, "However, let me be candid. We cannot accept anything but the best. Each bag of rice will be subjected to inspection, and Miss Jing should be fully aware of the exorbitant penalties for breach of contract." Before her stood Zhang Wenyuan, whose elegant demeanor concealed a far more challenging disposition than that of Ms. Hailing. "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I have complete confidence in the quality of our rice. Even down to the very grain," Jing Mian replied, infused with vigor and confidence, subtly enhancing Ms. Hailing's trust in her. As night descended, guests gradually departed. Watching the two major clients drive away, Jing Mian felt a palpable release of tension. "Jing Mian, today's largest order is undoubtedly yours," Xiao Fei exclaimed, excitement evident in her grip on Jing Mian's arm. While Xiao Fei stood to gain from facilitating this connection, she was also staking her reputation on Jing Mian's reliability. Had Jing Mian faltered, it would have undoubtedly tarnished Xiao Fei's credibility. Previously, she had sent rice and water to various dignitaries at the Bailu base, assuring them of ample stock for their orders. Typically, cautious clients would test the waters with smaller purchases, but Zhang Wenyuan's order had genuinely startled her. Thankfully, Jing Mian had accepted it. Jing Mian, equally elated, replied, That is a testament to your capabilities, Sister Xiao, for connecting me with such esteemed clients. Once the payment arrives, I will promptly transfer my commission to you. Xiao Fei's joy was heartfelt. Jing Mian, after years in business, I have met many people, but you truly resonate with me. I am grateful to have you as a friend. At the entrance of the moonlit pavilion, Xiao Fei and Jing Mian chatted briefly before Xiao Fei personally escorted her to the car. Many witnessed the scene, for few could earn Xiao Fei's regard. Today, without a doubt, Miss Jing was the most radiant among them. The car came to a halt at Green Shade's entrance, and only when the driver and security personnel confirmed Jing Mian's safe entry did they dare to depart. The Green Shade sanctuary lacked armed forces. Although it lay on the periphery of the hunting team's sweep, safety was still a concern. Miss Xiao had repeatedly instructed that Jing Mian must be well guarded, for she had become the most dazzling new figure in Wuhan. Upon entering Green Shade, a pair of dark, misty eyes fixed upon her, evoking the sensation of a dog waiting for its owner to return home. "Senya, were you waiting for me?" she asked softly. Senya hesitated before awkwardly averting his gaze. "How long have you been back?" At this, Jing Mian's excitement bubbled over. "I secured a huge order. Soon, I will be able to repay you the money I owe." She also mentioned her debt to the system, expressing her happiness as a debtor. Senya was her first tenant and her only confidant, and all her emotions were shared with him. Senya observed the flushed cheeks of the girl, as she animatedly recounted the day's events, revealing the genuine innocence hidden beneath her glamorous exterior. "You need not rush. I am not pressing for repayment," he reassured her. Jing Mian smiled sweetly, placing her hands on her hips. "But I value my word. I dislike remaining in debt for too long." Senya noticed the bag she was carrying and frowned, asking, "Why are you still holding onto a set of clothes? You weren't wearing that when you left." Jing Mian hesitated, struggling to articulate how she had been cornered and assaulted in the restroom. She slowly lowered her head, her earlier joy dissipating. "It's nothing. A server accidentally got my clothes wet." "Is that so?" "Yes. Fabricating tales is not a commendable habit, especially not with me." Jing Mian felt deflated. Plopping down onto the sofa, pouting slightly, "A few women just took a disliking to me and cornered me in the restroom." She paused. But Senya's expression had already darkened. "They splashed cold water on me, slapped my face, and tore my clothes. That outfit was quite expensive, my favorite one." As she spoke, the suppressed grievances spilled forth, moistening her eyes. Jing Mian completely lowered her head, her lips trembling, fighting back tears. During the meeting, she had been focused on business, with no energy to confront her emotional turmoil. Chapter 16. The death knell of Lu Mei. Suddenly, she felt a gentle touch on her lowered head. "Who are they?" he asked softly. Though Wen Lingyu's fifth concubine was no longer in that role, her two attendants remained. Senya furrowed his brow. "Isn't that the flamboyant young man who visited last time?" Jing Mian nodded. Senya closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. "If you are working this hard to repay your debt to me, rest assured, even if you become an old lady, I would not mind." Jing Mian broke into a smile. "What difference does that make if I don't repay?" Having voiced her feelings, she felt much lighter. "Don't worry, I hold grudges. I will ensure they receive their due retribution." Jing Mian waved her small fists, her adorable face betraying a hint of bloodlust in her eyes. Senya could not possibly misunderstand the lethal nature of vengeance in this apocalyptic world. Observing her pristine hands, he remarked, "It is getting late. You have worked hard all day, so you should rest early." Indeed, Jing Mian felt a touch of fatigue and retreated to her room. After indulging in a bath, she discovered numerous bruises and claw marks adorning her body. Those little girls were truly merciless. Had she not fought desperately to protect her face, she might have been disfigured. She absent-mindedly rubbed her fingers against the emerald ring. Now that the deed was done, there was no need to spare them. She would seize an opportunity to eliminate them all. In this world of chaos, one could easily meet their demise. A chilling glint flickered in Jing Mian's eyes. After her bath, she lay on the bed, reminiscing for a long while, and, almost instinctively, she entered a sequence of numbers into her communication device, which then displayed the rugged visage of a man clad in hunting attire. With a gentle tap of her finger, she sent a message. "The Green Shade Shelter welcomes you. We guarantee your personal safety and freedom from disturbance. Complimentary electricity and water are provided, along with affordable delicacies, requiring only 500 contribution points daily. Our doors are always open to you." Jing Mian was uncertain whether Qiao Hai would come, but she understood the temperament of the Yin family all too well. Now that Qiao Hai had made the matter known to all, his future would be fraught with difficulty, as many would seek to undermine him. Even if Lingyu heeded her advice, he could not cater to every aspect. She considered this a way of making a good impression, hoping that in the future, during a zombie tide, he might extend some favor towards Green Shade. As Jing Mian succumbed to slumber, another individual beneath the same roof pushed open the door, vanishing into the night like a specter merging with the shadows. The guard at the watchtower dozed off, unaware of the unusual warmth of the night breeze as it swept through the entrance. Who goes there? The guard suddenly awoke, instinctively sensing impending danger. However, after repeatedly activating his detection abilities, he found the door securely locked, with no sign of movement, neither shadow nor hair. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and his hair stood on end. Either he had misjudged the situation, and no one was there, or the intruder possessed powers far beyond his own. The unusual warmth did not concern the guard. It traversed through myriad passages and doors, eventually halting before a partially open door. It cast a shadow that went unnoticed, as if it were always meant to exist there. Inside stood a woman in a tailored suit, facing a young lady adorned in formal attire. "Do you dare to seek trouble at Moonlit Pavilion? Had it not been for my assistant," recounting the incident, "I would scarcely believe anyone would have the audacity to drag the head of Green Shade into a restroom for a beating. How could you? Miss Xiao, I didn't mean to offend. I was merely avenging Sister Mei Mei, the mastermind behind everything. We were only following her lead. Had I known Jing Mian's true identity, I would have surely intervened." And buyer lamented, filled with regret. Xiao Fei trembled with rage. "What use are your words now? Had it not been for Jing Mian's restraint, you all would have ruined everything. That client was of paramount importance. If Jing Mian falters, it reflects on me, Xiao Fei, and nearly tarnished my reputation because of a few foolish girls. And buyer, do not think that just because you are related to Lingyu, he will simply let you off with a day's detention. Once you leave here, you will face the consequences. Go to Green Shade and kneel before Jing Mian to apologize." With that, Xiao Fei stormed toward the second confinement room, feeling a pang of guilt towards Jing Mian, who had borne so much without uttering a word. From this day forth, Jing Mian would be her true friend. Meanwhile, the shadow quietly shifted to the last confinement room. Inside, Lu Mei had lost the vibrant demeanor she possessed during the day, slumped against the wall, lost in thought, her eyes occasionally flashing with malice. Suddenly, she furrowed her brow, meticulously scanning the room, her anxiety palpable as she paced back and forth, observing the walls and floor. It felt as though an invisible force encircled her, scrutinizing her from the shadows, a chilling presence that threatened to deliver a fatal blow. Someone intended to kill her. Lu Mei's hair stood on end, her intuition screaming from the depths of her soul. Just then, the door swung open. "Ah!" she screamed in terror. "Do not kill me." Only when she recognized the intruder as Xiao Fei did she finally catch her breath, sensing that the murderous intent did not emanate from her. She endured Xiao Fei's relentless scolding, disregarding it entirely, pleading instead for her release, or at least to remain there a little longer. But Xiao Fei was in no mood to entertain her, venting her frustrations before leaving. This was not Guangdong. One could not exact personal retribution within the confines of the stable district's detention center. As Xiao Fei walked back with her assistant, an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind. Why does Lu Mei appear so deranged? I haven't even scolded her yet, and she seems terrified. How could she still dare to bully others? She can hardly articulate a complete sentence. What does Lingyu see in her? The more she pondered Lu Mei's startled demeanor, the more perplexed she became, shaking her head repeatedly. As they passed the guard, he nervously bowed his head, respectfully addressing Miss Xiao. "Please proceed slowly." Xiao Fei was left speechless. Even the guard seemed on edge. Was it true that prolonged exposure to such a place could lead to mental instability? Meanwhile, Lu Mei curled up in the corner, finding solace only by leaning against the wall. She spoke to the air as if possessed. "You were sent by Green Shade, weren't you? This is a detention center. Killing here would provoke the authority of Wuan. If you kill me, you will surely be traced." Lu Mei was aware that even with such words, her fate outside remained grim. But for now, survival was key. Living another day was a small victory. Sinya, cloaked in shadow, furrowed his brow. He did not particularly care, but he wished to avoid causing trouble for Jing Mian, merely waiting for Lu Mei to exit the following day. The outcome would remain unchanged. As the sun rose the next day, casting its fiery rays unapologetically upon the land, the sweltering heat was enough to rouse one from their slumber. Inside the detention center's confinement room, the heat was unbearable. Lu Mei, having spent a sleepless night, felt utterly drained, drenched in sweat. When the guard arrived to release her, she struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "I haven't reflected enough, I won't go out." The guard, having never encountered someone so reluctant to leave, thought her madness was absurd. "Is this your home?" he retorted, summoning another to drag her out and unceremoniously toss her from the detention center. Chapter 17. It turns out my shadow wants to kill me. Within green shade, Jing Mian sat up from her bed, wiping the thin layer of sweat from her forehead. The sweltering summer truly had the potential to take one's life. Glancing at her communication device, she noted that it was only mid-June. The temperature would only rise further. And she wondered how many would succumb to heatstroke this year. Suddenly, her communicator chimed, and upon answering, her spirit soared. Someone wished to schedule a viewing. She could almost envision the air conditioning beckoning to her. When the time arrived, the doorbell rang, and a resident from the Wuhan base arrived for an in-person viewing and consultation. A robust middle-aged man entered, clad in simple yet clean attire. Scanning the surroundings with a hint of tension, Jing Mian invited him to take a seat on the sofa. Hesitant, he rubbed his hands together, saying, "I'm just a rough man, I'd rather not sit, lest I soil your sofa." The leather sofa appeared far more pristine than any he had ever encountered. Jing Mian, for reasons unknown, felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling her own fears of tarnishing such a space. "It's all right. A simple wipe will suffice. It's no trouble at all." Seeing her amiable demeanor, the man expressed gratitude and settled onto the sofa. "I am Bai Yongjin. I came today primarily to view the property. I have seen the images online, and my family is quite satisfied. If the actual conditions align with the pictures, we shall decide to lease for a year or so." Jing Mian was elated. Her promotional efforts had finally yielded results. Hearing this, her spirits soared, and she felt unwavering confidence in her property. "No problem. I will take you to see the house right away." They chose the pristine, dust-free single room number 2. A 3-star accommodation. As soon as the door swung open, Bai Yongjin's heart raced. The spacious, brand-new room was far more impressive than the pictures. 50 square meters for a single room. What an extravagance. He was even more satisfied upon entering the private bathroom. Placing his hand on the faucet, he inquired, "Is the water truly free?" Jing Mian nodded, explaining that while there might be a charge for water in the future, it would not be exorbitant. Currently, to attract tenants and establish the reputation of Green Shade, they were offering complimentary utilities. The man was overjoyed as he turned on the tap, and clear, pristine water flowed forth. "This is drinkable, isn't it?" Jing Mian clarified, "It's not meant for drinking. It's best not to." Bai Yongjin dismissed her concerns. In truth, Jing Mian completely understood his perspective. Such water was acceptable for ordinary folks like them, especially after having consumed murky water, even after sedimentation. "I have just one question to confirm with you, Ms. Jing," Bai Yongjin said earnestly. "I intend to rent this place for my elderly parents, who have toiled their entire lives in a shantytown. Their health has declined in recent years, and I wish to provide them with a better living environment. However, I noticed the website states this is a single room. Can we not limit the number of occupants?" Jing Mian realized that single room was merely the title she had assigned to her online listing, titled 3-star exquisite single room. In reality, the system classified it as a 1-bedroom apartment, with no restrictions on occupancy. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, no limit on occupancy, but to ensure quality of life. It is recommended that no more than 3 people occupy a 1-bedroom apartment. Certainly. With the system's guidance, Jing Mian promptly affirmed, but it is strictly for your parents. Green Shade has access control, and no additional guests, including you, may reside here. This was to prevent a situation where she rented out a room, only to have an influx of relatives crowding in, thereby diminishing the happiness that Green Shade was meant to provide. Bai Yongjin, exhilarated, was ready to pay the rent immediately, fearing the property would be snatched away. He noted there were only 6 single rooms available. Just yesterday, he overheard the neighboring sisters discussing Green Shade's properties, and he was grateful for his decisive action, as such quality housing would likely become scarce in the future. They discussed the essential rules in detail. Given that he was renting for an extended period, Bai Yongjin paid a year's rent in one go to Jing Mian, contributing 180. 000 points to his account and earning a long-term resident bonus of 2. Task completion rate, 23. Jing Mian cheerfully announced, "You can bring your parents over today. And I'll even add an extra drying rack at no additional charge." Bai Yongjin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "I will always remember your kindness, Ms. Jing." Feeling fortunate to have such a high-quality property at a reasonable rate, Bai Yongjin felt as though he had stumbled upon a great bargain. The progress of the task surged, instilling Jing Mian with confidence as she quickly posted the news that room number 2 was rented out, reminding everyone that only 4 single rooms remained. First come, first served. After enjoying a generous serving of braised meat over rice in the cafeteria, Jing Mian made her way to the warehouse, transferring the rice and water needed for orders from the system into the physical storage, awaiting the arrival of Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling in 2 days, at which point she would take the opportunity to promote Green Shade further. In truth, the popularity of Green Shade was rapidly escalating each day. A pair of hands, marred by countless tiny scars, closed the rental page for Green Shade. Xiao Hai scrolled through the messages sent by the owner of Green Shade once more. Recalling the drenched woman from the moonlit building, she must have felt sympathy for his plight to send him those messages. However, he felt some of her words were excessive. As long as he resided in the hunting team's dormitory, the in-family couldn't do much to him. Moreover, it was Ling Yu who was in the wrong first. Could the in-family truly hold him accountable? As the weather grew warmer, zombies became more agitated with the rising temperatures, making summer a peak season for zombie hordes. Major bases were on high alert, vigilantly monitoring day and night. Upon discovering any signs of zombies gathering in groups, they would immediately dispatch troops to eliminate them, preventing potential disasters. Now was a critical time for him. The Yin family would not provoke him at this juncture. If they were to act, it would be in winter. The sudden emergence of Green Shade under the watchful eyes of the 5 in base had already raised alarms among the higher-ups. The walls, forged from a vast unknown alloy, hinted at the immense power backing it. Until they had a clearer understanding of the situation, it was best for him to avoid getting involved. Otherwise, the living conditions at Green Shade were indeed quite enticing. Ding ding dong. The communicator in his hand chimed. It was Mei Yi's exclusive ringtone. Xiao Hai hesitated for a moment before answering the call. Before he could speak, a frantic voice erupted from the other end. "Brother Hai, help me. Someone is trying to kill me. They don't believe me. Please come protect me. I beg you. I've realized that the one I love is still you." Xiao Hai pressed his lips together, resolutely deciding, "Lu Mei Yi, I am not your tool. You cannot summon me at will. Do not contact me again.
Gu Hai.
Please listen to me. I am truly in danger. Then you should go find Ling Yu." He hung up the phone decisively, bidding farewell to the past. On the other end, Lu Mei was left listening to the dial tone, furious enough to smash her communicator. Her hair was disheveled, resembling a madwoman, with dark circles under her eyes. Only amidst the bustling crowd could she feel a modicum of safety. She feared returning home, where lurking threats awaited her. Despite this, she found herself constantly glancing back, acknowledging each passerby with a wary gaze. The onlookers regarded her as if she were deranged. But the thought of being alone in her room terrified her more. She felt as if someone were watching her from behind, like a cold serpent shadowed by death. Exhausted, she leaned against a lamppost, having not slept the previous night, her mind in high alert. She had called in Ling Yu, only to find herself blocked. How heartless. She regretted having made him drunk and creating a false impression of intimacy. Men were all the same. Unbeknownst to her, the sun began to set, casting elongated shadows behind her. Lu Mei furrowed her brow, scrutinizing her own shadow, and was instantly struck with horror. Her shadow appeared as a pitch-black, still pool, like an endless vortex. With the sun behind her, her shadow shifted to the front. A wave of terror crashed over her like a tide, and she could distinctly hear the beating of her own heart. "Help me!" She had thought someone was watching her from behind. It turned out her very shadow intended to harm her. Ding dong. The doorbell of Green Shade rang. Jing Mian opened the door, only to find no one outside. Puzzled, she stepped out, when suddenly, a figure sprang forth.
Ah!
Jing Mian gasped in surprise. It was Ling Yu. "Did I scare you?" He chuckled, a playful grin on his face. Jing Mian shot him an annoyed glance. "You're so childish, how old are you?" And Ling Yu seemed unfazed. He turned back to the car and opened the trunk, revealing a whole box of gifts. The driver leaned out with a flattering smile. "Miss Jing, the young master has spent the entire afternoon choosing these gifts for you." He lowered his voice conspiratorially. I've never seen the young master so thoughtful. To be honest, he didn't even answer the call from that lady. The driver's eyes gleamed with the implication. Our young master is a good man. Chapter 18. The protection of Tsinya, that lady? Which lady? Lu Mei, perhaps? And Lingyu, while retrieving gifts, remarked, Jing Mian, you must accept these. I know you don't lack for these things, but I promise to make it up to you. If you refuse, I'll just throw them away. I certainly want to take them back. Jing Mian understood his temperament well. These gifts, small and large, clearly held significant value, and it would be a shame to discard them. With a sense of helplessness, I watched as he and the driver carried the gifts into the house. The living room was soon piled high with a mountain of presents. The driver quickly returned to the car, leaving the two of us alone. And Lingyu sat on the sofa, nervously tapping his fingers on his knees. The renowned playboy appeared somewhat awkward at this moment, resembling a naive youth unsure of how to please a girl, believing that showering her with gifts was the key to winning her affection. I had stated that I did not require him to bear the cost of their actions. I accepted this gift, but I made it clear that I would discard any future offerings. Her voice was gentle, yet Lingyu detected a resolute undertone that left him feeling slightly unsettled. I understand, but are we not friends? Surely, it is acceptable to accept gifts from friends. Jing Mian was puzzled, wondering when they had become friends, as they had hardly met a few times. Are we friends who cause trouble for others? A cold voice interjected sharply. Standing by the door was a tall, imposing figure clad in black. Neither of them realized when Tsinya had returned. And Lingyu furrowed his brow, perceiving the man before him as a humanoid beast. Unlike their previous encounter, Tsinya now exuded a fierce aura. The sharpness of his gaze was like a blade, but it seemed only Lingyu could sense this oppressive presence, while Jing Mian remained oblivious. In fact, she found Tsinya's cold demeanor to be even more handsome than usual. Males are inherently competitive, especially in the presence of a desirable female. Tsinya approached like a hunting leopard, and Lingyu refused to back down, their eyes locking in a fiery exchange. Suddenly, Lingyu's communication device beeped. What? He exclaimed, his surprise evident as he glanced at Jing Mian. Lu Mei is dead. What? Jing Mian echoed in astonishment. Before she could retaliate, Lu Mei was already dead? She blinked, taken aback by the suddenness of the news. Xiao Fei was taken in for questioning. Apparently, she visited Lu Mei at the detention center last night. What was she doing there? And Lingyu speculated. It seems she went to confront the three of them after learning you were being bullied. Jing Mian felt a warm surge of gratitude. She had not anticipated Xiao Fei would go to such lengths. I need to see Sister Xiao, she declared. There's no evidence linking her to the act, and Lingyu replied with an odd expression. She had no injuries. It was as though she died of fright in the street. The manner of her death is quite bizarre. Jing Mian was equally astonished. Tsinya stood silently beside them, seemingly uninterested in their conversation. And Lingyu had matters to attend to and hurriedly left the green shade. As he reached the door, he glanced back at Tsinya, certain that the man must possess extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, Tsinya sat beside Jing Mian, saying, Do not dwell on it. Her wickedness has caught up with her. In an instant, Jing Mian accepted this reasoning. The bright flower of her smile reemerged as she began to unwrap the gift boxes. I will protect you. His deep voice mingled with the sounds of unwrapping. This is for you, Jing Mian exclaimed, presenting a delicate water cup to Tsinya. The two of them divided Lingyu's gifts, with Tsinya accepting them all without hesitation. The next morning, Bai Yongjin arrived with his elderly parents, carrying minimal luggage. The couple understood that their son was concerned for them and preferred not to burden him with expenses. It was only when he mentioned that he had paid a full year's rent that they consented to come and stay. Upon witnessing the splendid environment, the couple was taken aback, pondering the substantial cost. How much is this place for a year? They inquired, gripping Jing Mian's arm eagerly. Jing Mian exchanged a glance with the elderly woman and then with Bai Yongjin. Noticing Bai Yongjin's nod of encouragement, she revealed, 18,000 in total. Are you not deceiving me, dear girl?
Bai Popo asked incredulously.
I heard that the dilapidated dormitories in Anding District cost nearly 100,000 a year. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, grandmother. We have a contract. It is all documented in black and white. There is no falsehood. The elderly couple finally relaxed, following Jing Mian to room 2 for their stay. Along the way, they chattered. You've finally become the administrator of the livestock group, a position of some respect. Why did you not bring Shufin and Xiaomu to live with you? Your father and I have spent our lives buried in the dirt, living an untidy existence. What does it matter in the end? Mother, do not speak nonsense. You and father still have many years ahead. Jing Mian turned to leave after handing them the keys. No longer wishing to listen to their conversation. Parents differ from person to person. Fortunately, she was destined for a good life ahead, and that was sufficient. Upon returning to the living room, she was met with an unexpected visitor standing at the door. Wasn't he this the woman who had splashed water on her? Before she could seek her out, the woman had come to her. However, upon seeing Jing Mian, and buyer suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Miss Jing, I know I was wrong. It was all Lu Mei's idea. Please forgive me. I truly regret it. I would serve you like a horse. Just let me off the hook." Jing Mian was taken aback, questioning, "What are you doing at the entrance of my base? What will others think of me if they see this? I did not compel you to kneel." "Yes, yes." And buyer stood up. "Whatever you say goes. I will do anything you ask. What exactly are you up to?" And buyer looked around nervously. With Lu Mei dead, rumors had spread that she had gone mad. But she knew better. She sensed that her own shadow was threatening to kill her. The situation mirrored Lu Mei's last moments before her death. The circumstances surrounding Lu Mei's demise were far from simple, yet it was impossible to uncover the truth. And buyer felt a wave of dread, fearing she would be next. In a moment of desperation, she recalled Xiao Fei's words and came to the green shade to kneel and apologize to Jing Mian. Xinya quietly observed in buyer's apology from behind Jing Mian. In a fit of madness, and buyer began to slap her own face with great force, soon leaving her visage swollen and bruised. She even brought a small knife to cut herself, soaking her clothes in blood. It seemed that if this continued, and buyer would bleed out before long. Jing Mian could no longer tolerate her antics. She could not allow her to die in the green shade. "All right, enough. I forgive you. Just disappear, and do not show yourself to me again." At that moment, and buyer suddenly felt the chilling presence that had haunted her dissipate. Overcome with emotion, she was on the verge of tears. She had guessed correctly. The true threat to her life was Jing Mian. And buyer felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and express her gratitude. Jing Mian hastily shooed her away, not wanting to leave a trail of blood behind. Even so, Xinya remained expressionless, stating, "You are too soft-hearted. This is the apocalypse. You should have killed her to eliminate future threats." Chapter 19. A fortune to boast about. Jing Mian raised her head, her gaze colliding with Xinya's dark eyes. What experiences had led him to utter such words? "What? Are you afraid of me?" Jing Mian shook her head dismissively. "Not at all. I am merely curious about your past." Xinya turned his gaze elsewhere, remaining silent. It seemed he was not yet ready to share. Jing Mian changed the subject. "I have a client coming tomorrow for an inspection. I will be able to repay you then." Xinya nodded. "I will accompany you tomorrow." The following morning, Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling arrived at the green shade punctually, accompanied by Xiao Fei. They were astonished by the establishment's impressive configuration for what was ostensibly a shelter. Hai Ling removed her sunglasses, her eyes widening in surprise at the alloy walls of the green shade. Even the windows were made of unique, thick materials. It was clear that even in the event of a zombie tide, they would remain safe and secure within. Zhang Wenin ran his hand over the cold wall, pondering why the green shade could provide such high-quality water and food. This was Xiao Fei's first time visiting the green shade, and forging a connection with Jing Mian was indeed a wise decision. Under Jing Mian's welcoming demeanor, the group entered the interior of the green shade, with Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling completely shedding their prior dismissive attitudes. At first glance, one cannot help but feel a sense of novelty, a rarity in a post-apocalyptic world. Do not underestimate the significance of the word new. To the untrained eye, it may merely seem like a spectacle, while the discerning observer recognizes the intricacies at play. In today's tumultuous climate, establishing a high-tech sanctuary of this scale, such as Green Shade, is no trivial feat. The lavish furnishings and accompanying facilities alone speak volumes about the substantial financial backing that lies behind it. The internal air circulation system, along with the hydroelectric infrastructure, suggests that Green Shade may very well be supported by a formidable A-class base. The strategic choice of location adjacent to a B-class base raises questions about the underlying considerations. Zhang Wenin adjusted her glasses, her scrutinizing gaze towards Jing Mian softened considerably. Jing Mian directly proposed, "The quality inspectors may accompany me to the warehouse for an inspection. The goods have already been arranged." During a brief moment of leisure, Jing Mian leaned closer to Xiao Fei and inquired, are you alright? No one is giving you a hard time over Lu Mei, are they? Xiao Fei responded with a reassuring smile. Rest assured. They only needed to ask me a few questions. Lu Mei is not a significant figure and no one is digging too deep into her affairs. Besides, she has always had some issues. If anything arises, it has nothing to do with me. Jing Mian nodded in understanding, realizing that Lu Mei's jealousy stemmed from her unstable mental state. However, she was curious about the individual who had been beside Xiao Fei. Who was that person? Are they part of Green Shade's security team? Following her gaze, she noticed it was Xinya. No, that's my tenant. We have a good rapport, Xiao Fei clarified. Xiao Fei's expression turned serious as she grasped Jing Mian's arm. You should exercise caution. Your tenant is not ordinary. They likely possess third-tier abilities. Jing Mian regarded Xiao Fei earnestly, aware that awakened abilities are categorized into 5 tiers, with the 5th tier being designated as a war god, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess globally. It's worth noting that even the future war god, Xiao Hai, is currently only at the 3rd tier. Are you certain? Jing Mian asked. Xiao Fei affirmed, confident in her assistant's abilities. Jing Mian turned to observe Xinya from a distance. Regardless of the circumstances, Xinya had never displayed malice towards her. In fact, they often seemed concerned about her well-being, particularly when it came to potential troubles with clients from A-class bases. I can handle it, Jing Mian assured her, prompting Xiao Fei to refrain from further warnings. Feeling restless as they awaited further developments, Jing Mian extended an invitation to Zhang Wenin and the others to tour Green Shade, followed by a visit to the cafeteria for a meal. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes: soup dumplings, spicy wontons, crawfish dumplings, Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, duck meat wraps, osmanthus rice balls, custard buns, scallion rolls, braised pork rice, eggplant with meat rice, fish-flavored shredded pork rice, braised pork rice, tomato and scrambled eggs rice, curry chicken leg rice, and beef rice. A feast indeed. Feel free to choose whatever you like, Jing Mian encouraged, as she eagerly pulled a plate of fish-flavored shredded pork rice towards herself, a recent favorite. Even Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling, accustomed to grand affairs, were momentarily taken aback. They swallowed hard, realizing how long it had been since they had savored such exquisite Chinese cuisine. Xinya ignored the others and directly took the Beijing-style fried sauce noodles, prompting the rest to dive in eagerly for their favorite dishes. Xiao Fei's eyes squinted in delight as she relished the food, exclaiming, "This is incredible. It's far superior to the restaurants in the Central District." Indeed, the flavors were exceptional. Miss Jing, your sanctuary is truly deserving of base-level certification, Hai Ling remarked candidly. Jing Mian had been meaning to ask. To be frank, I have already applied for base qualification assessment. However, it has been a month, and I have yet to receive any information regarding the arrival of the assessors. Zhang Wenin inquired, which base did you submit your application to? Donglong base, Jing Mian replied. Zhang Wenin mused, Donglong is one of the premier A-class bases in the East. While our Bailu base is also A-class, it only accommodates a little over 90,000 residents, falling short of the ultra-large standard. Suddenly, Jing Mian had a thought. Could I request Bailu base to assess Green Shade's qualifications? After all, they're nearby. And they arrived in Wuhan just days after receiving news from Xiao Fei. That's feasible, but you would need to cancel your application to Donglong. Given the time that has elapsed, the assessors from Donglong may be en route already. Canceling now could easily offend them, Zhang Wenin cautioned. Jing Mian sighed, acknowledging the validity of Zhang Wenin's point. She had lacked experience and foresight when she initially applied. Based on your insights, what tier do you suppose Green Shade could achieve? Hai Ling spoke up first. In my view, a micro C-class rating is entirely attainable. It would only be 1 tier below Wuhan base, which is a commendable evaluation. Zhang Wenin nodded in agreement, adding, if the assessors are particularly stringent, it could potentially be rated as D-class. The primary concern is your low population, which, while not directly correlated with advancement, does have some bearing on the assessment. Jing Mian felt reassured, knowing that the minimum rating would be D-class. Once she obtained the formal certification from an A-class base, recruiting personnel would become significantly easier. Meanwhile, the quality inspection concluded successfully, with all goods passing. Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling beamed with joy as they instructed their team to load the products onto the truck. The final and most crucial step awaited them in the reception area: payment. Jing Mian's heart raced with anticipation as she awaited the transfer of 200 million.
Ding!
A notification chimed, and Jing Mian eagerly checked the figures, counting the zeros repeatedly. 200 million. a sum she had scarcely dared to dream of. Shortly thereafter, Heiling's 40 million also arrived, combined with her own savings of 200 million, bringing her total to 242 million. Oh, the exhilaration.
Chapter 20, Kiêu Hai sẽ liên rút dinh dòng.
Just as Jing Mian basked in her joy, a message from the system abruptly interrupted her bliss. Congratulations, host. Please remember to repay the outstanding balance for your credit service. The pop-up screen displayed, and Jing Mian pursed her lips, blinking in disbelief. Just when she had acquired her wealth, the system was already pursuing her for repayment. I know, she muttered, reluctantly transferring 50 million to the system. This way, she would no longer have to worry about the risk of task difficulty increasing. After Zhang Wenin and Hai Ling departed, Jing Mian settled her payment of 24 million to Xiao Fei, finally rounding off her debts with a final transfer of 14 million to Xinya. With all debts cleared, she was left with a staggering 55 million in universal currency, a considerable fortune indeed. Henceforth, Jing Mian would be a bona fide successful individual with a net worth exceeding 100 million. Perhaps fortune was smiling upon Jing Mian. After her guests left, she received numerous calls from individuals interested in renting her properties. She eagerly scheduled appointments, her upgrade mission tantalizingly close. Today, she was once again laboring towards the goal of acquiring air conditioning. After dinner, Jing Mian noticed that Xinya had been gazing out the window with increasing frequency. "What's the matter, Xinya?" she asked, following his line of sight outside, only to discover 6 or 7 zombies wandering about. Typically, only 1 or 2 could be seen at night. What had triggered this? As she observed the grotesque, oozing zombies fixated on her through the window, a chill ran down Jing Mian's spine. In her previous life, there had been no reports of any significant events at this time, leading her to believe that the zombie tide was an unforeseen occurrence. It appeared that the zombies had begun to stir earlier this year, a sign that had gone unnoticed. Having just alleviated her debt burden, she now realized that time was not on her side. She must establish a hunting team for Green Shade before the summer of next year, ensuring the safety of her surroundings and not simply relying on the protection of Wuan Base. Although both Xinya and Zhang Wenin had expressed confidence in the defensive capabilities of Green Shade's walls and gates, Jing Mian remained uneasy. While zombies could not breach their defenses, neither could they venture outside. Should she allow the zombies to linger around Green Shade, pressing against the windows? In her mind, she queried the system. Does Green Shade possess any security features? Host, the system has related functionalities. Defensive walls and secure passageways can be established. But these features only become available after reaching level 3. Please strive to upgrade. Jing Mian was taken aback. Lacking the required level meant that wealth alone could not construct the walls. Building them herself would surely not match the system's strength and reliability. However, she was informed that she could customize a city-defending cannon at the armory. Hee little one, Jing Mian has seen through the system's subtle intentions, attempting to promote itself under the guise of assistance. She had witnessed the exorbitant prices of the artillery. Purchasing just 2 coins would deplete her resources. Never mind. Without fortified walls for protection, who would dare to fire artillery alone when the tide of corpses comes? It's not remotely controlled, and she would certainly be overwhelmed and devoured by the zombies. The system fell silent for a moment before alerting the host. There are remotely controlled crystalline energy weapons available. Their power is immense. Jing Mian's brow twitched. She felt as if the system was mocking her financial situation, yet she had no evidence to substantiate her feelings. She decided to take it one step at a time. Leveling up to level 2 was within reach, and she hoped to progress to level 3 in the remaining time. She must focus on her development. As night fell in the hunting team's office, Xiao Hai lounged with his legs propped on the table, feigning sleep.
Kiêu Hai.
There's an order for you to immediately lead a team to exterminate the horde of zombies. A congregation of over 200 zombies has amassed 3 kilometers northwest of the base.
What?
Xiao Hai was taken aback. Over 200 zombies was no small matter. Even if he led the charge, it would be fraught with peril, and he could very well meet his end there. How could such a large gathering of zombies go unnoticed? How many people were authorized? The informant pursed his lips. 50.
Kiêu Hai sợ bờ đào phu đào deeply.
That was a severely limited number. Any fewer, and it would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. This was a death wish. Xiao Hai could not contain his anger. Just because he was an ability user did not mean that every member of the hunting team was one. It was improbable that all 50 would be ability users. The dangers were all too apparent. Someone was clearly intent on putting him in jeopardy. Recalling the words of the Green Shade boss, Qiao Hai felt a sting of humiliation. He had previously believed that no one would target him. Yet now he was being sent to undertake a perilous mission. Was there no possibility of reinforcements? The upper brass intended for him to depart immediately. Is that the command from the superior or from Njia?
He scoffed.
The informant remained silent, yet Qiao Hai had no choice but to comply. The residents of Njia within the base slept soundly, unaware that a team of merely 50 had ventured into the night to defend their home. In the dead of night, the system abruptly notified Jing Mian of an arrival outside the base. Struggling against sleep, she rose from her bed to open the door. Assuming it was a guest, after all, it was customary to welcome patrons. To her shock, when she approached the door and peered through the small screen, she was met with a bloodied face.
It was Qiao Hai.
She hurriedly opened the door. With no support, Qiao Hai collapsed to the ground, delirious and drenched in blood. Jing Mian sighed, and Njia had been excessively ruthless. Qiao Hai would surely never remain loyal to Njia again. Perhaps this was an opportunity for her. Jing Mian rushed to room 1 and knocked for help, as she was unable to move a man of Qiao Hai's stature on her own. Xenia quickly opened the door. Xenia, someone is injured, please help me. Upon hearing her plea, Xenia paused. She had never uttered such words even when she was bullied. After glancing at the young man on the floor with displeasure, she coldly remarked, "He'll be fine. He's not dead." After providing Qiao Hai with emergency care, she temporarily moved him to the vacant room 3. "Do you know him?" "I met him once, at a business conference. He is the captain of the hunting team." Xenia casually asked, "Do you care about him?" Jing Mian pondered before replying. "With him around, the Wuan base and Green Shade will be safer. Given the increasing activity of zombies, I certainly don't wish for anything to happen to him. Otherwise, who would dare to venture from Wuan base to stay in Green Shade?" Xenia shook her head, inexplicably disliking her concern for others, even though her reasoning was sound. Don't be deceived by his severe injuries. He is an ability user, likely of the enhancement type. He will pull through, so you need not worry. He has endured far worse injuries in his life, and no one cared for him then. Looking at the unconscious Qiao Hai on the bed, she felt a growing disdain. "If you encounter trouble, just come to me," Xenia said, turning her head. "If Green Shade is in danger, especially you, don't seek anyone else. I will protect you." Jing Mian couldn't help but steal glances at Xenia's flawlessly sculpted profile, her heart racing. Then, I won't hold back.
Xenia smiled gently.
Her lips curving beautifully. It was the first time Jing Mian had seen her smile, her dark eyes shimmering as if illuminating the night. Gazing at her face, she blurted out, "Xenia, you are truly beautiful." Chapter 21. Completing the upgrade task after speaking, both turned their heads away. Jing Mian smacked her forehead in frustration. Now, Xenia must think she is infatuated. Since he is fine, I shall return to sleep. Watching the retreating figure, Xenia touched her cheek, never having anticipated that her face would one day serve a purpose. The following morning, Jing Mian went to the cafeteria for breakfast and encountered the newly arrived couple, Granny Bai and her husband, and took a seat across from them. Their bowls were already empty, having risen earlier than she had. "Granny, are you still comfortable living here? Why not sleep a little longer? We all have to toil. There's no such thing as sleeping in, now that we don't have to fetch water." I find it somewhat disorienting. Though she spoke this way, Granny Bai's eyes radiated happiness. Jing Mian then recalled that Zhang Perong and the others must have moved to the shanty town long ago. She wondered who in the Zhang family was now waking early to struggle for water. Granny Bai held Jing Mian's hand. "Child, you are truly a good person. With the prices of meals set so low, how will you account for it to the higher-ups?" She gently rubbed Jing Mian's hand, her expression filled with concern. "Your hands are even more delicate than my wife's. Why aren't you eating properly? Has a leader been giving you a hard time?" Jing Mian, unaccustomed to such caring treatment, felt her nose tingle and fought back tears. "I've actually gained quite a bit of weight, Granny. No one is making things difficult for me now." "Oh dear, look at you, your eyes are all red." Granny Bai could not bear it. As one ages, the eye sockets become shallower. With a knowing look, she added, "Child, you must have endured quite a bit of hardship, haven't you?" "What hardship?" Jing Mian sighed. It was better not to dwell on those painful memories. The betrayal in the elevator during her previous life, her mother's complete abandonment. She steadied her heart, not wanting to show her vulnerable side in front of others. With a radiant smile, she replied, I'm sorry for causing you concern. It's nothing. No one is giving me a hard time. I'm just the boss here. I was merely reminded of some heart-wrenching matters from my past, but thankfully, I have severed ties with them. Old Man Bai smiled at her as she spoke these words, offering comfort. Severing the past is a good thing. Only then can a new life take root. Jing Mian was somewhat surprised. You don't condemn me for cutting ties with my family? She had thought the elderly couple would offer some words of counsel due to their age. To her surprise, Granny Bai sighed, having lived for decades. I have witnessed peaceful times as well as times of great turmoil and disorder. I have seen people consume one another and have lost my own children. After a pause, she continued, having seen so many distressing matters, one learns not to view things in a one-sided manner. Jing Mian had not expected that Granny Bai and her husband had experienced so much. She had been born into a world already deemed apocalyptic. Curious, she asked, Granny, was the peaceful era truly a beautiful world? Granny Bai's gaze became distant as she stirred up long-forgotten memories. Not everyone lived in paradise. There were always those who dwelled in hell. She glanced at her old companion, but thankfully, my childhood was quite happy. This bowl of noodles has brought back the taste of my youth. Old Man Bai nodded in agreement. Indeed, I haven't eaten noodles like this since I was 15. It's only 15 contribution coins. If I told others, they probably wouldn't believe it. The two elders exchanged knowing smiles. Jing Mian reflected on her own experiences. It was already difficult for her to enjoy such flavors at Njia, and it was even harder for ordinary people, whose diets mostly consisted of bug cakes and coarse grains. Once Green Shade had its walls established, she intended to create a plantation and a breeding farm, striving to let more people savor fresh vegetables. Child, if you don't mind, just call us Grandpa and Grandma, Old Man Bai said with a warm smile. Is that all right? Jing Mian replied with delight. The foolish girl has nothing to fear. The elderly couple gazed at Jing Mian with eyes full of affection. Thank you, grandparents. A warmth enveloped Jing Mian's heart. In her past life, she had been exploited by the fifth noble consort of the Jiang family and Zhang Perong. Many had flattered her, yet none had shown her genuine kindness. In this life, she believed she had severed all ties with familial affection, only to find solace in the kindness of outsiders. Do you have a nickname? I am called Jing Mian and my nickname is Mian Mian, she replied, recalling a name that had faded from use since her father passed away when she was 5.
Mian Mian.
What a lovely name. It sounds so soft. Grandma Bai mused. A long-lost smile of happiness graced Jing Mian's face. After breakfast, Jing Mian first visited Xiao Hai. Although he remained unconscious, his complexion had indeed improved significantly. It was no surprise that a capable leader of a hunting team could recover swiftly, even without treatment. Once Xiao Hai became a fierce warrior, the Yin family would surely regret their actions today. Leaving room 3, she began to welcome today as prospective tenants. The first guests were a couple. The girl was petite and charming, while the boy exuded a sunny disposition. Hello, Miss Jing. We would like to see the single room. Certainly, follow me, Jing Mian replied, leading them to room 4. Before long, I will install appliances in all the rooms, including air conditioning, refrigerators, televisions, washing machines, and more. Of course, the prices will increase slightly. But worry not, the rates will remain affordable and not excessively high. Oh my goodness! Air conditioning.
Fu Zhao Zhao exclaimed joyfully.
It seemed everyone shared the same longing for relief from the sweltering summer heat. Additionally, we have a cafeteria here, offering delicious dishes at low prices. Let me show you around. The cafeteria was Jing Mian's secret weapon. If the exquisite rooms made everyone swoon, the cafeteria left them utterly spellbound. Absolutely. Let us settle in Green Shade right now. We'll move in tonight. Yu Yunsheng and Fu Jiao Jiao devoured 2 large bowls of Dan Dan noodles, promptly transferring 360,000 contribution points to Jing Mian. Miss Jing, we will pay for 2 years upfront. Please install the air conditioning as soon as possible, and adjust the price accordingly. Of course, I can get it done for you today. I'll calculate the price and let you know. Fu Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled at this news. Before coming, they had thought commuting daily between the Wuan base and the Green Shade shelter was a waste of time. However, with such affordable prices and high-quality housing, the inconvenience of distance was easily overlooked. Not to mention the delicious food and air conditioning, it was simply perfection. Utterly satisfied, the young couple left Green Shade happily, having only taken a half day off work. They would return in the evening to move in. At this point, The system erupted in a celebration of fireworks. Congratulations, host. You have completed the simple level upgrade task 43. Green Shade Base will be upgraded to level 2. The area will expand to 3,000 square meters, with new room types including 3-bedroom, 2-living room family units. The cafeteria will feature automated dining machines, self-selection. And the Infinite Materials Warehouse will add 5 new product categories. Will the host choose to spend 3 million contribution points for an immediate upgrade? Chapter 22. The base's new upgrade. Phone lines explode. Upgrade immediately. With a single command, the system deducted 3 million contribution points. Green Shade Base burst forth in a brilliant white light, buzzing with energy as the upgrade concluded. Grandma Bai rushed out of her room. Is there an earthquake, Mion Mion? No, Grandma, it was just the construction at the base. Oh, I see. Grandma Bai, reassured by the absence of further noise, returned to her afternoon nap. Unable to contain her excitement, Jing Mian joyfully wandered to explore the changes. The original sections of Green Shade remained intact, while the back was expanded, resembling the shape of a character. The newly added family rooms each measured 100 square meters, totaling 10 rooms. The 1-bedroom units increased by 4, and the 2-bedroom suites by 6, ensuring each type had 10 rooms, all distributed around the base's periphery with windows for natural light. The areas for the cafeteria and warehouse had also enlarged. Jing Mian arrived at the shop area, where the shelves held only 3 products: rice, mineral water, and various types of sanitary napkins. Upon opening the system warehouse page, she discovered 5 new product categories had been randomly generated: flour, vegetable oil, alcohol, paper towels, and shampoo. To her delight, each category featured numerous subtypes. Flour came in various forms, vegetable oils included corn and olive oil, alcohol varied in concentration, and shampoos had an array of fragrances. Jing Mian selected a bottle of peach-scented shampoo for herself. She placed a selection of products on the shelves, then closed the display case. Customers could automatically receive items upon payment, eliminating the need for supervision and theft concerns. Jing Mian planned to visit Xiaofei tomorrow to check on new stock, hoping to attract major clients, while also synchronizing sales at the Guangdong trading market for the citizens of Wuhan base. Finally, Jing Mian arrived at the cafeteria, where a long row of food stalls made her choices difficult. Hot pot, beverage bar, cakes and pastries, fried chicken, skewers, Sichuan and Hunan cuisine, sushi and Japanese food. Cantonese morning tea. After 10 minutes, desserts and hot pot emerged victorious. Eagerly, she spent 30 contribution points on a mousse cake, small enough to fit in her palm. Its indescribably smooth texture was sweet and soft. It was so delicious it brought tears to her eyes, especially since she had never tasted cake in her previous life.
Now,
Future tenants of Green Shade would have the opportunity to indulge in such delights. How wonderful! Grateful to the system, she knew it was time to attend to business. She needed to install appliances and furniture before the next guest arrived. Excluding the newly vacant rooms, she focused on those that had already been renovated, ensuring the essential 3 items: air conditioning, washing machines, and refrigerators. Although the post-apocalyptic world no longer offered entertainment programs, she still decided to provide televisions for local news. Since the current level of Green Shade Base did not supply natural gas, she opted for an electric stove instead. Each room received a 30,000 investment, and she updated the rental website for Green Shade. The rental price rose from 500 to 800 per day. Incredible! Within 10 minutes, Jing Mian's phone rang incessantly. The allure of Green Shade was skyrocketing. Many inquiries came from families with elderly members and children. Jing Mian understood that these appliances, especially air conditioning, were crucial for survival in the heat. However, the total number of available units was limited. The sudden surge in demand left her feeling overwhelmed. As calls became unmanageable, she switched to an online registration system. Successful appointments would allow prospective tenants to view the rooms. A page full of registration information appeared, and Jing Mian set various filtering criteria, prioritizing those who could reside long-term, families with elderly or children, and individuals with no criminal records. The filtered applicants were more than sufficient to fill all available units. At this moment, the first client of the afternoon had already arrived. Jia Luyao sat on the couch in the reception area, marveling. My mom said living outside isn't as comfortable as home, that there are traps everywhere. But Green Shade seems quite nice, especially with air conditioning. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I was managing some work, Jing Mian said. Jia Luyao waved her hand. I just arrived too. Let us look at the rooms quickly. Oh, and I'm not interested in single rooms. I want a suite. Jing Mian paused. It seemed her instincts were correct. This young lady came from a well-off family, as typically. Individuals in her situation wouldn't travel all the way to live outside Wuhan base. Her family would usually arrange housing for her. However, Jing Mian refrained from asking. As long as the other party did not breach the contract and harm Green Shade, she would not pry into her tenants' backgrounds. The price for the two-bedroom suite was currently 1,500 per day. Jia Luyao seemingly ignored this and dashed inside, exclaiming, "Wow, this is fantastic. It's even in shades of pink. Oh, and there's a bathtub and a hammock. Boss, where did you acquire so much brand new furniture?" I remarked, taken aback. "Except for the lack of greenery outdoors, it's even better than my own home." Jing Mian chuckled. "That's a secret." Ge Luyao promptly paid 54,000 contribution points to rent for a year. Most individuals would find it impossible to secure a year-long rental of a two-bedroom suite without a deposit. The last scheduled rental client arrived today, prompting Jing Mian to depart, allowing Hua Luyao to explore the lush greenery alone. The young man, dressed in flamboyant attire, cast sidelong glances and, without directly addressing Jing Mian, demanded, "Call your supervisor." "I am the owner here." He raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jing Mian. "So young? The rumors are true." "What rumors?" Jing Mian queried, puzzled. Hou Yuzhe scoffed. "They say the one in charge is merely a little lover of a powerful figure behind the scenes. You're relying on an older man. So, what are you so proud of? Give me the best room for 2 days. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear? You should leave now," Jing Mian replied, her expression unchanging. She had not encountered such rumors before, nor had she seen any online. It was conceivable that this man was testing her, attempting to provoke her into revealing her connections and to discern who might be backing her. The emergence of the lush greenery beneath Wu An's feet could not possibly go uninvestigated. If they dared not confront her openly, they would resort to subtler means. "I'm sorry, sir, but we currently have numerous clients preparing for long-term stays and have closed the short-term rental option. I must ask you to leave." "When did it close?" "I wasn't informed," Hou Yuzhe retorted. "Just now," Jing Mian replied. "Are you doing this on purpose?" "Fine, I'll rent for a year. Let us go to a hotel." Hou Yuzhe barked, his arrogance unabated. "I must insist you leave. My principal is civilized occupancy at Levian, as stated on our website. And you clearly do not meet the requirements," Jing Mian said, gesturing toward the exit. "Are you calling me uncivilized? In this apocalyptic world, what civility are you talking about? You're just putting on airs," Hou Yuzhe shouted, raising his fist as he charged at her. Jing Mian remained unfazed, a cold smile playing on her lips. In an instant, Hou Yuzhe vanished from Levian. With a loud thud, he crashed face first into the ground 100 meters away, nearly losing his life if not for his abilities. What kind of power is this? Space manipulation? Chapter 23. Levian recruitment seated by the computer in the reception area. Jing Mian perused the records.
Hou Yuzhe.
The surname Hou did not ring a bell. She had not encountered any notable figures with that name in her previous life. As she pondered, Hua Luyao appeared with a small cake. "Sister, this cake is delicious. I want to renew my rent for 10 years. Jing Mian gasped, astonished that the affluent girl referred to her as sister. "Get a grip. How much cake have you consumed?" Ge Luyao spread her fingers. "I can still go on." "You can enjoy it every day if you like, but sudden indulgence isn't good for your stomach," Jing Mian advised. Suddenly she asked, "By the way, Luyao, do you know about the Hou family?" Chewing on her cake fork, Ge Luyao responded, "You mean the thugs from the Hong family?" Jing Mian had asked casually, surprised that she indeed knew. "Please elaborate. He just came to rent and spoke rudely, so I expelled him." Ge Luyao regarded her with an impressed glance. "The Hong family, my family, and the Xiao family are the 3 major powers in the Guangdong district. They engage in rather unsavory businesses. But we do fear the abilities their family possesses. The Hou family is a key focus for the Hong family, pouring in significant resources to nurture their abilities." Leaning closer, Ge Luyao whispered, "I've heard that the Hong family was drenched in blood during the great upheaval before the apocalypse." Jing Mian was taken aback. This young girl was quite formidable. Moreover, why would the Hong family have their sights set on her? Was her abundant resources raising suspicions? Jing Mian couldn't help but contemplate. Currently, her strength was insufficient, and Levian lacked armed forces. She had yet to grow into an unassailable existence. She and Levian were like glimmering nuggets of gold. Once others realized she could not protect herself, they would swarm to devour her. On the surface, all seemed tranquil, yet beneath lay turbulent currents. She called the driver who had previously assisted her with deliveries. Zhang Tai, I remember you mentioned you manage several trucks and drivers. Would you be interested in working at Levian? I offer double the salary. A smokescreen was necessary to obscure the system's infinite supply warehouse. She aimed to have trucks frequently shuttle between major A-grade bases, leaving the big shots at Wuhan base clueless about her true capabilities, rendering them hesitant to act. That evening, Fu Jiao and Yu Yunsheng returned, and Xinya also came back to Levian. The previously quiet base was now filled with a sense of life. Granny Bai watched her children return from work with affectionate eyes. Everyone gathered for a rare dinner, and Jing Mian clarified the details regarding the rent adjustments. The meal concluded amidst the chorus of compliments about the food as everyone returned to their respective rooms. Fu Jiao rushed back to her room, where, as expected, the appliances and furniture were all set up. I can finally turn on the air conditioning. It feels so refreshing. I'm alive again. This is my dream home. Ah Sheng, did you see the rental page? After the appliances were installed, the bookings exploded. We arrived just in time, otherwise, we might not have secured this place. Such regrets and missed opportunities echoed in the lives of many. Zhang Pei Rong shouted uncontrollably at her husband, Jiang Heng, look at how wonderful Vian is. It has water, electricity, air conditioning, and washing machines. You still want to wait and see? Now there are no vacant rooms. I was just being cautious. Everyone is the same. Then how long are we going to live in the slums? Zhang Pei Rong exclaimed in despair. Calm down. Didn't Teal Vian say they would soon open new rooms? Zhang Pei Rong complained. Right now, Bai Chun and I are taking turns fetching water and disposing of waste. If you weren't avoiding these chores, you wouldn't be so eager to change houses. Jiang Bai Chun, while supervising Jiang Bai Chun with his homework, was calculating her own plans. She would soon start working and would not return to this place. Zhang Pei Rong would have to handle the dirty work herself. Sitting on the wooden bed, Zhang Pei Rong recalled Jing Mian once more, realizing that men were indeed unreliable. If only her daughter were here, she wouldn't need to endure the filthy chores. She wondered where that heartless girl was enjoying herself, abandoning her mother. Since the upgrade of Levian, Jing Mian's life had become increasingly hectic. Xinya seemed to have taken on some tasks that required her to leave Levian for several days. Besides introducing the new tenants to the housing and occupancy rules, Jing Mian also received Zhang Tai, who after detailed discussions, officially became her employee at Levian. He rented a room at Levian, and his trucks immediately began transporting goods between the major A-grade bases. During this time, Qiao Hai woke up once, and Jing Mian provided him with alcohol to clean his wounds, but he soon fell back asleep, appearing quite lethargic. As of today, all 10 of the newly renovated rooms at Levian were fully occupied, generating 220,000 contribution points in revenue. Jing Mian planned to complete the renovation of the remaining 20 rooms in 2 phases. Each room would feature a distinct theme, sunny and cozy, floral pink for young girls, creamy French style, rustic wooden decor, and luxurious European style. She opened up 10 rooms for rent on the rental page, ensuring they were well managed before releasing the next batch of 10 rooms. Listing all at once would be overwhelming for her. Consequently, the new round of rental applications surged online. As Jing Mian meticulously reviewed the webpage, she noticed Jiang Heng's name. With a scoff, she promptly blacklisted him. After selecting suitable candidates, she accessed the system. What is the upgrade task for reaching level 3? The host must pay 3 million contribution points to unlock. Why did the price increase? It rises with the base level and will continue to do so. With a heavy heart, Jing Mian reluctantly paid the 3 million to the system. Upgrade task. In simple mode, please provide the current progress of 10 job positions for the tenants of Green Shade Base, 110. It seems that Green Shade is moving towards self-sufficiency, gradually distancing itself from 5 and base to live independently. Jing Mian stroked her chin, pondering what jobs to offer. Currently, she managed everything, personally overseeing all matters, and indeed found it a bit overwhelming with the increasing number of tenants. Thus, she purchased a large bulletin board from the system store to place at the entrance of the base. Recruitment, Green Shade Receptionist, monthly salary of 10,000 Universal Coins. Green Shade Public Health Worker, monthly salary of 10,000 Universal Coins. Green Shade Security Personnel, monthly salary of 40,000 Universal Coins. All positions include 3 meals a day. Afternoon tea with small cakes, staff uniforms, a monthly bonus of 1,000 universal coins, and a full attendance bonus of 1,000 universal coins. Those with salary disputes may negotiate further. We hope everyone actively applies to build a better green shade together. These were the few positions Jing Mian could think of. She was uncertain if others would leave their jobs at 5 and to settle in Green Shade. Jia Luyao, a jobless resident of Green Shade, was the first to notice the recruitment poster. With a small cake in hand, she excitedly approached Jing Mian.
Sister Mian.
Do you think I'm suitable for the receptionist position? Jing Mian blinked and replied, of course. Really? That's wonderful.
I found a job. Yay.
Jia Luyao jumped with joy, nearly dropping her cake. My mom said I should experience the hardships of society to understand how hard it is to earn money, claiming that even if I were to lower my standards, I could only earn 6,000 coins. Jing Mian responded, I understand. It's just like moving bricks.
Sister Mian.
I can start right away. Jia Luyao was filled with enthusiasm, and Jing Mian felt a sense of relief. It was already afternoon. Can I go get the afternoon tea and cake now? Chapter 24, Zombie Attack in the Evening. Residents returning from 5 and began filtering back into the Green Shade shelter. Upon entering, everyone noticed the recruitment bulletin board and gathered around to discuss. I think it's a good idea. Without the costs of meals and travel, working in Green Shade is much easier. There were dissenting voices, however. Although the positions were less demanding and offered higher than the average income at 5 and the annual salary of over 120,000 wasn't enough to cover a year's rent. Wang Yi stood quietly behind the crowd, listening to their discussions. Green Shade was already extending its claws to gather residents. It was clear that it did not merely wish to remain a shelter. He turned to find Jing Mian and submitted his job application. You want to be a security personnel? That's splendid. Welcome aboard. I haven't prepared the uniforms yet, but I will provide them in a few days. Jing Mian was thrilled to finally have a reliable employee. Are you an ordinary person or an ability user?
Vink Mian scrutinizet Vanki.
If you're an ability user, you could earn double the salary of 80,000 universal coins. Wang Yi, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, I am an ordinary person. Jing Mian placed Wang Yi's application into her drawer. Then I will provide you with a firearm tomorrow. Your responsibilities will include maintaining order and safety within Green Shade, as well as cleaning. Before Jing Mian could finish, Jia Luyao rushed in shouting, Sister Mian, come quickly. Jiao and the others are surrounded by zombies.
What?
Jing Mian and Wang Yi hurriedly followed her. The hall was indeed filled with people, all anxiously peering out the windows, their spirits restless. Thank goodness we returned early, otherwise we would have been trapped outside by the zombies. Green Shade is good, but it's too dangerous. I don't dare go out tomorrow. Granny Bai, at the back of the crowd, turned to Jing Mian. Mian, what should we do? Jiao's car is parked outside, and they can't get out because they're surrounded by zombies. Jing Mian shouted, make way. She squeezed to the front of the entrance screen and was shocked to see 4 or 5 zombies frantically banging on the car windows. Taking a deep breath, she realized that as the leader of Green Shade, she could not hesitate. She must step forward. Suddenly, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. If only Xinya were here. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she reminded herself that Xinya wouldn't always be by her side. She could not rely on others forever. Resolutely, she opened the doors of Green Shade. Gasps erupted behind her. You can't open the door. The zombies will come in. Jing Mian glanced back at the man who shouted. What? Should we let them wait to be devoured by the zombies? She raised her arm, aiming at the zombies. Having once perished helplessly at the elevator door, she would never turn a blind eye to her tenants. The zombies perched on the cars were far easier to hit than those on the move. Jing Mian took aim and fired. One by one, the zombies fell, blood splattering as 4 headless corpses collapsed. The last zombie suddenly tilted its head, dodging Jing Mian's shot. Its green glowing eyes locking onto her.
Ah!
A chorus of trembling voices erupted behind her. It has seen us. It's coming. Jing Mian met the gaze of a zombie. Her heart enveloped in a chilling winter. Those glowing green eyes were drawing nearer. Quick, shoot.
Wang Yi shouted.
Jing Mian snapped back to reality and fired repeatedly. The energy bullet struck its limbs, and after several hits, it finally fell. Breathless, Jing Mian felt drenched in sweat. The pressure from that zombie had been immense. The glowing green eyes marked a sign of mutation. Was it the one that had bitten her in her past life?
We are saved.
Several people opened the car doors and dashed into green shade together. Jiao Jiao hugged Jing Mian tightly. Thank you, Boss Jing. If it weren't for you, we would have perished. Wow, what a close call. Yu Yunsheng was equally excited. Accompanied by two 14 or 15-year-old girls whom he had encountered on his way back and brought along. With the gates of the base shut, everyone celebrated the safe return of the four. Thank you, Sister Jing, the two similar-looking girls chimed together. Jing Mian recognized them as Wan Xing and Wan Yu, children of a newly rented family. However, their parents had not yet returned home from work, and as they spoke, the children's eyes turned red. What if they are blocked by zombies on their way back?
Can you save them?
We will definitely repay you. I am doing very well in school now. And my teacher says I will surely succeed in the future. Wan Xing and Wan Yu worriedly awaited Jing Mian's answer. I understand. I will wait with you in the living room and will go to fetch them when they return, Jing Mian assured, finally eliciting smiles from the two children. Boss Jing is truly a good person. She dares to rush out to save people. The residents regarded Jing Mian with newfound respect. Indeed, Sister Mian. You were incredibly heroic while fighting the zombies. I admire you now, Jia Luoyao exclaimed with starry eyes. The man who had previously opposed opening the door stood off to the side, ignored by all, especially as Jiao Jiao shot him a fierce glare upon realizing the truth. After everyone dispersed, Wang Yi remained. Boss Jing, my duties also include clearing out wandering zombies around Green Shade, right? Jing Mian nodded, concerned that he might be deterred from continuing his security role. Rest assured, I won't put you in harm's way. I will provide you with a heavy machine gun, a sniper rifle, and various firearms, and we will build a guard tower to ensure your safety while on duty. The windows of Green Shade were sealed, unable to open, and the air circulation within the base relied entirely on its built-in system. Since they could not wait for the base to upgrade and build walls, they would have to construct their own. As zombie activity became increasingly frequent, the absence of security personnel would surely unsettle the residents of Green Shade, significantly impacting future rental prospects. Furthermore, your monthly salary will be increased by an additional 20,000 coins, considering the pressure of being the sole member of the security team.
All right.
I believe that if I am in danger, Boss Jing will come to my rescue, correct? Of course. Jing Mian's gaze was resolute. After Wang Yi left, Jing Mian accompanied Wan Xing and Wan Yu, waiting until after midnight. The two girls obediently studied at the coffee table in the hall. Jing Mian procured 2 heavy machine guns, 2 sniper rifles, 3 submachine guns, and 3 handguns, along with a considerable supply of ammunition from the system's armory. Spending a staggering 50 million coins. The system's products are undeniably of exceptional quality and durability. Finally, the parents of Wan Xing and Wan Yu returned, relieved to find no zombies blocking their path. They were quite startled by the sight of the corpses of zombies in front of the base. And it was only after hearing their daughter's explanations that they comprehended the peril they had narrowly escaped. To their astonishment, the owner of the shelter had even chosen to wait for them to finish their work, ensuring their safe return home. The couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Jing Mian. Jing Mian, too, felt the need for rest and planned to rise early the next day to assist Wang Yi in removing and incinerating the corpses at the entrance. As she casually glanced out the window on her way out, a chill ran down her spine. There were only 4 bodies outside. One had inexplicably vanished. Jing Mian fixed her gaze on the spot closest to the door. The zombie displaying signs of mutation had escaped. It had feigned death. In Chapter 25, and Ling Yu's confession, she recalled having struck the zombie's head. Yes, she remembered now. The creature's head had not exploded as completely as the first 4. It had only been partially destroyed, perhaps half or a third. Yet, even that should have been a fatal blow. A wave of anxiety washed over Jing Mian. This zombie was no ordinary one. She touched her emerald ring, its luster now dulled, indicating that the wind ring's ability could not be used endlessly and required a cooldown after a certain number of uses. At the break of dawn the next day, while everyone else was still asleep, Jing Mian and Wang Yi set about dealing with the zombie corpses at the entrance. Wang Yi noticed the missing zombie as well, his expression grave. Let's not inform everyone just yet. It would only incite panic. The firearms are ready. If it dares to return, we shall turn it into a sieve. Wang Yi was deeply impressed by Jing Mian's resolve. Though she appeared young, there was an aura about her that inspired confidence. Jing Mian smiled bashfully. I am the backbone of Green Shade. I must always step up when needed. While the two incinerated the bodies from a distance, Jing Mian then accompanied Zhang Tai to the Wuan base to procure materials for constructing a watchtower. Wang Yi watched the departing vehicle, pondering the mysterious abilities of this remarkable owner. Last night, her prowess in dispatching zombies suggested she might possess wind abilities, while rumors from the Hong family hinted at her having spatial powers. Now, he suspected she might even be a rare modeling ability user. At the Wuan base, Jing Mian and Zhang Tai went on a fervent shopping spree for rebar, steel plates, and bulletproof glass, determined to create a fortified safety shelter for Wang Yi. While the number of zombies had increased, the situation had not yet escalated to a siege, and he believed firing weapons inside would pose no problem. They sought out skilled craftsmen at the construction site and quickly returned to Green Shade to commence work, eager to instill a sense of safety among the residents. The wages offered by Jing Mian were generous, and the workers were highly motivated, promptly agreeing on the location for the watchtower and getting to work. Upon entering Green Shade, Jing Mian spotted and Ling Yu lounging on the sofa, with Hualiao attending to him in a somewhat perfunctory manner. And Ling Yu immediately noticed her. "Our esteemed owner is quite busy. Next time, I shall have to schedule an appointment." He joked lightly, as if they were old friends. "Is there something you need?" Jing Mian approached him, her tone indifferent. He produced a gift voucher, waving it enticingly. "A fine item, just for you." Jing Mian glanced at it and found it to be an opulent auction invitation, embossed in gold on black paper. It was an excellent opportunity to expand her network and promote her products, as only those with this invitation would gain entry. And Ling Yu's eyes sparkled with delight, confident that she would accept it. "Why gift this to me? Such a significant item must be difficult to obtain." Jing Mian admitted that it was indeed tempting, especially after her considerable expenditure on the watchtower. "As friends, I know what matters to you." And Ling Yu tilted his head, scrutinizing her face. "You've put on a bit of weight recently. It suits you." His smile grew more radiant, reminiscent of a young man's infatuation. Jing Mian could hardly bear his gaze, recalling how in her past life, she would have acquiesced to any of his requests simply for this demeanor. He had always cherished her desires. His affection for her had only deepened since then, yet now he seemed remarkably restrained. Hualiao had slipped away unnoticed. Jing Mian took a seat. "I accept this gift. I will remember your kindness, and in the future, I will never refuse to assist you if you require it." And Ling Yu grew slightly displeased. "You always maintain such distance with me, as if deliberately trying to draw apart." He suddenly leaned closer, mere inches from her lips. "Why does proximity to me frighten you? What are you afraid of?" Jing Mian turned aside to create space, aware that he often penetrated her thoughts. She wished to quell any budding feelings for him. Her past husband should not continue to provoke her. Let their entangled emotions remain in the past. In this life, her sole ambition was to nurture Green Shade, to strengthen it before pursuing love. Even if love were to be sought, it could not be him. Her heart belonged solely to herself, and she would never share it with another. "I do not understand why," he suddenly confessed. Seeing her made it impossible to let go, her presence brought him joy, and his heart bubbled with uncontainable emotions. Yet, he was also torn by a dull ache, as if he had lost her before. Ironically, he had never truly possessed her. This feeling had been most pronounced the first time he laid eyes on her. As she prepared to leave the vehicle, his heart had impulsively called out for her to stay. And Ling Yu pressed his fingers to his temples, his voice low. "Jing Mian, you are special to me." Jing Mian closed her eyes, inhaling deeply. "But we are not fated. And Ling Yu, do you not already have 4 women in your household? Why pursue me? I will not become your 5th concubine." Her cold voice struck and Ling Yu's heart like a dagger. After a moment of silence, he self-deprecatingly smiled. "Yes, given my nature, how could I ever hope to marry Miss Jing?" Jing Mian realized she had been too blunt. The esteemed owner of Green Shade managed all affairs, great and small. How could he understand the constraints of obligation? With that, he shed his usual air of careless charm, rising despondently and heading toward the door. "Wait!" And Ling Yu turned at her call. "That Xiao Hai is residing in Green Shade. Would you like to explain to him? After all, you are not to blame for what happened to him." And Ling Yu chuckled lightly, pondering what he was imagining. "Very well, since you mentioned it. I shall pay him a visit." In room 3, Xiao Hai had nearly recovered and intended to return to Wuan base that day, but he hesitated. Fearing he might be targeted again, his luck might not hold out a second time. Just then, the door was knocked upon, and in walked in Ling Yu. Xiao Hai greeted him with a stony silence. "Xiao Hai, Mr. N has come specifically to check on you. You are not at fault for your injuries." Jing Mian spoke on Lingyu's behalf before stepping out. What she said is true. And Lingyu approached him. When I said I would not pursue this matter, I meant it. Ultimately, it was my fault. I apologize. Xiao Hai looked at Lingyu in astonishment. The heir of the Yin family was offering an apology? Do not be deceived by my outward appearance as the illustrious heir of the Yin family. I am but a puppet. The future head of the Yin family, even the district chief of Yinding, will not be me. Therefore, when I say I will let you go, it is merely my personal sentiment. In Xiao Hai's shocked gaze, he continued, You did not strike my face. You struck the face of the Yin family. To the Yin family, I can wield life and death over you. Take your wife. But when you retaliate, it reflects poorly on them, making them appear lacking in authority. He observed Xiao Hai, his fists clenched in frustration, reflecting on how he too was striving to be a reasonable person. If you wish to return to Wuhan, they should not trouble you further. Consider it a lesson learned. As long as you remain compliant, you will still be the captain of the hunting team. Certainly, if you choose not to return, remaining in the verdant shade is indeed a commendable option. After all, she will not betray you nor engage in the ruthless games of the apocalypse. Why share this with me? And Lingyu glanced towards the door, perhaps feeling somewhat stifled today and reluctant to bear the blame for them any longer. My final inquiry, Xiao Hai stated bluntly, was Lu Mei the one they compelled you to marry? Chapter 26. The inspectors arrive at the verdant shade and Lingyu regarded Xiao Hai and replied, At that time, the Yin family required a woman to assume the role of my fifth concubine to obscure certain private matters. Anyone would suffice, and she fortuitously appeared. He was well aware of Lu Mei's clumsy attempts to drug him. Even if nothing significant transpired, he accepted her as his fifth concubine with ease. And Lingyu's nonchalance left Xiao Hai in silence. I fail to comprehend why she values you so highly, which is why I came to elucidate. And Lingyu concluded before exiting the room. Outside, he did not find the figure he sought and departed the verdant shade. Upon reaching the outside, he inquired of the industrious workers, What are you doing? Jing Liao had just delivered water to the workers and replied, Last night, there was a zombie attack on the tenants. Our boss constructed the watchtower for safety to eliminate the zombies. And Lingyu furrowed his brow, regretting not persuading Xiao Hai to stay longer. After Jing Liao returned, she rushed to Jing Mian's room.
Sister Mian.
What is your relationship with Lingyu? Hu Liao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Nothing particular, merely friends. He is currently looking after me, and I will do my utmost to assist him in return. Jing Liao clicked her tongue, shaking her head. After all, she was the little princess of the Hua family in Quandong district. How could she be unaware of the value of the invitation and Lingyu had bestowed upon her? Helping an ordinary friend to such an extent? Why wasn't she afforded the same? However, it is worth noting that the Wuhan base has plans to upgrade to an A-level base in the coming years. This auction serves to convey that message to surrounding bases and A-level bases, showcasing Wuhan's strength. The auction is merely an appetizer, and the Wuhan base takes it very seriously, with only prominent figures allowed to participate. Jing Mian understood that elevating to an A-level base is no simple task and involves various considerations. Clearly, she owed Lingyu a significant favor. Henceforth, she would assist him whenever possible. The sweltering weather made construction arduous, so Jing Mian invited the workers to dine for free. The culinary delights of the verdant shade once again captivated the construction team. Boss Jing, if you need any construction in the future, be sure to call us. We promise to deliver quickly and efficiently. Good employers are hard to come by. After several days of work, 2 3-story watchtowers were constructed on either side of the entrance to the verdant shade. The second and third floors were equipped for combat, while the first floor was devoid of windows for safety, with doors as sturdy as bank vaults, rendering the watchtower a veritable fortress. During the day, zombies were rarely sighted, as the Wuhan hunting team conducted thorough sweeps. By evening, Wang Yi would guard the watchtower until everyone had safely returned to the verdant shade before concluding his shift. With such arrangements, everyone felt reassured and even contemplated joining the security team. The final round of rental agreements commenced with such fervor that the website crashed. The verdant shade garnered immense attention, and the Wuhan base became widely recognized. On this day, Jing Mian was at the Quandong Trading Center, presenting her new products to Xiao Fei. The alcohol and shampoo received particular attention from Xiao Fei. Rest assured, with the quality of your products, you need not worry about buyers. As for your desire to open a store in Wuhan, I suggest you consider the Yinding district instead. You understand how it is in Quandong. If Jing Mian were to open a store in Guangdong, it would be tantamount to openly snatching jobs. Previously, selling goods at the trading center required hefty fees for entry and protection, which only Guangdong could accommodate. If she were to open a store independently, the Xiao and Hua families would be indifferent, but the Hong family would undoubtedly take action against her. It turned out that the hefty buyer of her sanitary pads was a distant relative of the Hong family. Sister Xiao, I understand. I am already scouting for a place. By the way, I have a small request, she continued, as Xiao Fei pulled over a young man. This is my younger brother, Xiao Jing. He has reached a rebellious age and has had conflicts with our family. He wishes to move out. I worry about where he will stay. Since the Verdant Shade has new rooms available, could you possibly accommodate him? Xiao Jing's face flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Jing Mian's gaze. Though he perked up at the mention of her. Since Xiao Fei had a request, Jing Mian naturally agreed. At that moment, her phone rang. Sister Mian, you must return quickly. A group has arrived, and a hefty man claims to be an inspector from the Donglong base, here to raid us. Jing Mian felt a surge of anxiety. Wait for me, I will return immediately. Please entertain them. She hurriedly bid farewell to Xiao Fei, and Xiao Jing followed her. In the car, Xiao Jing could not contain his curiosity. So, does this mean the Verdant Shade will be upgraded to a base? Jing Mian could not help but feel excited. Yes. Although the system had always referred to the Verdant Shade as a base, it had yet to receive official certification in the real world. Upon arriving at the Verdant Shade, Jing Mian rushed inside, utterly unprepared for the situation that awaited her. Before her sat 3 men and 1 woman on the sofa, with Hua Leiyao enthusiastically introducing the Verdant Shade. The coffee table was adorned with small cakes, pastries, and bottled water. Thank you for your patience. I am Jing Mian, the owner of the Verdant Shade. The hefty man, referred to by Hua Leiyao, did not even bother to glance up. If you knew we were coming, you should not have kept us waiting. The only female inspector regarded Jing Mian with amusement. This cold water splashed upon Jing Mian's face, causing her brow to furrow. Their attitudes were clearly the result of the leniency afforded by other shelters seeking upgrades. However, I was unaware of your visit today, nor have I received any prior communication from you, she replied. Are you blaming us, Miss Jing? The female inspector remarked sarcastically with a disingenuous smile. Jing Mian maintained her composure. I harbor no such intentions, yet your sudden visit and subsequent blame seem somewhat unreasonable. The hefty man, Li Sihai, waved his hand dismissively. Such trivial matters are inconsequential. We have traveled a long way. It is only fair for Ms. Jing to entertain us. That is only natural, she conceded, for the evaluation opinions of the Verdant Shade were still in their hands, and she preferred not to confront them directly. Xiao Jing observed the 4 individuals with disdain, perceiving them as anything but trustworthy. What brings you here? Hua Leiyao regarded the boy, who was shorter than her, with a hint of disdain. What? Just because you can stay here I cannot? The 2 were both little tyrants of the Guangdong district. Humph. I will assist you with your check-in. I am now the Grand Overseer of the Verdant Shade, Hua Leiyao declared proudly. The 4 inspectors took up residence in their assigned rooms, with 2 of them sharing a family room. Fortunately, the clients for the 3rd round of housing had yet to be selected. Otherwise, they would have found no place to stay. In the family room, the female inspector, Zhang Mei, emerged from the bathroom. Despite being merely a shelter, considerable effort had been invested in its decor, rivaling that of Donglong. Should we tread lightly? Have you been deceived so easily? If there were someone backing this place, they would have contacted us long ago. Zhang Mei pondered this, acknowledging the reasoning. How much do we intend to charge this time? Li Sihai grinned lewdly, but offered no response. At dinner time, Jing Mian had prepared a lavish spread, complete with an array of hot pot ingredients, having ordered every dish available. The news of the inspector's arrival spread swiftly through the Verdant Shade, igniting excitement among everyone. Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai had both taken up roles as sanitation workers, ensuring that all public areas were spotless. Jing Mian, unable to bear the sight, urged Grandma. You need not work so hard. The floor is clean enough to see your reflection. Grandma Bai waved her hand dismissively. I am not tired. I have worked more strenuous jobs in the shantytown. If I am not busy, I feel uneasy. Today is a significant day, and I will not allow you to falter. Chapter 27. Jing Mian rebukes the inspectors. Jing Mian suppressed the urge to cry, suddenly yearning for the comfort of Grandma Bai's embrace. It was her presence that made her feel less alone, knowing that everyone behind her was silently supporting her. Indeed, Miss Jing, Rest assured we will be the most civilized residents, ensuring they can find no fault. Yu Yunsheng smiled. I will clear the surrounding zombies, ensuring they do not appear. Wang Yi declared. Hualiao was ignited by the emotions of those around her, and I too felt the same. Even if their expressions were sour,
I would still treat them well.
Xiao Jing looked at them with a complicated gaze. He was unaware of how the young lady Hualiao behaved at home. Yet here she was, willing to bow her head and serve others. Jing Mian, equally apprehensive, wore a complex expression as well. Those people did not seem the type to treat others fairly just because they were well served, but she did not wish to dampen everyone's spirits. Thus, the crowd eagerly awaited the 4 individuals to emerge for dinner, eager to hear their evaluations. If Green Shade succeeded in upgrading the base, a celebration was in order. However, as the food grew cold, the 4 still had not appeared. Let Liao knock on the door again, suggested Jing Mian, her expression now frosty. Remove these cold dishes. If they eat them, they will surely find fault. This is my final gesture of goodwill. Aside from the unlit hot pot and the fresh vegetable and meat rolls, she ordered the other dishes to be reordered from the machine. Wan Xing, carrying the removed dishes, said, Sister, we don't mind them being cold. It seems wasteful to throw them away. Can we have them back? We can heat them up and eat. Jing Mian felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Finally, the 4 merged, with Hualiao trailing behind, her face not looking very good. Upon entering the cafeteria, Zhang Mei's eyes brightened at the sight of the fresh vegetable meat rolls. The other dishes were steaming, vibrant, and fragrant. Without further ado, they dove into their meal, hardly exchanging pleasantries with the Green Shade personnel. Present at the table were not only Jing Mian but also Wang Yi, Hualiao, the elderly by couple, and Yu Yunsheng. They all awaited the others to enjoy their meal, hoping it would leave a positive impression of Green Shade, thus elevating the base S ranking. Li Sihai gorged himself, but suddenly paused, glancing at the other tables where residents were dining.
Bang!
Li Sihai slammed his hand on the table, startling his 3 colleagues into halting their chopsticks. Brother Hai, what's the matter? Zhang Mei inquired, her voice pitchy. Boss Jing, I recall you promised to treat us well, right? Indeed, Jing Mian was baffled by Li's sudden outburst. Hadn't he just been eating as if he had forgotten his family? The other Green Shade members were equally puzzled. The food was undeniably delicious. Li Sihai pointed at the residents at another table, exclaiming, They are eating the same as us. Everyone wore expressions of confusion. Is this how you treat esteemed guests? Allowing us to dine on the same fare as the commoners? Is this some sort of mockery? Li Sihai felt gravely insulted, jabbing a finger at Jing Mian. You, Boss Jing, lack sincerity and respect. Are you suggesting that you, as a distinguished evaluator, must dine on different dishes? Hualiao could not hold back her temper and snapped back.
Who do you think you are to speak?
Li Sihai violently pushed aside a bowl of osmanthus dumplings, splattering Hualiao and those beside her. You! Hualiao was infuriated and nearly charged at him, but Wang Yi restrained her. Jing Mian's expression had turned completely devoid of emotion. From the beginning, it has been you who disrespected others, Li. They are all key members of Green Shade, and everyone here deserves the right to speak with you. Li Sihai's face twisted in anger as he prepared to hurl further insults, but Grandma Bai hurriedly intervened. The elderly woman, having encountered such individuals before, thought it prudent not to offend. Respected evaluator, please do not be angered. Liao is young, and Boss Jing is only trying to defend us. You are magnanimous. Humph, the elderly know how to speak. A shelter is just a shelter without rules. Unlike our East Long, where class distinctions are clear and subordinates dare not be insolent. The other 3 evaluators clearly followed Li Sihai's lead, showering him with flattery. Since we have eaten, bring me some water to rinse my mouth. Grandpa Bai stood up to fetch water.
Wait!
Jing Mian called out to him, directly asking, What does Evaluator Li think of our Green Shade S space upgrade? Li Sihai scoffed. Oh, so if we don't receive an evaluation, we want to be served? With such an attitude, why should I bother? Of course, it's unqualified. His words struck hard at everyone's hearts. Grandpa Bai, in a panic, pleaded, Evaluator, please take a look at how good our Green Shade is. Don't dismiss us just because of one unsatisfactory meal. Certainly, Li Sihai replied lazily. Grandpa Bai's face lit up with hope. 80 million. What do you mean? Grandpa Bai was puzzled. Bring 80 million coins, and I'll rate you E-class. I'll overlook this meal. Boss Jing, you want to find this place again. After he spoke, a brief silence ensued. Zhang Mei was taken aback. 80 million coins. Was this extortion too blatant? Oh my, 80 million coins. Grandma Bai fretted. You can't do this. Why can't I? When I say it's so, it is.
Li Xiai buasta arrogantly.
Indeed, they never intended to give Green Shade a proper rating from the start. Then you can leave now. Boss Jing, did I hear that correctly?
Zhang Mei was incredulous.
Li Sihai had not anticipated Jing Mian to turn hostile so suddenly, glaring with murderous intent. What are you staring at? If you don't want your eyes, I'll feed them to the zombies. To demand 80 million for a mere evaluation. You're no evaluator. You're a blackmailer. The upgrade of the base was crucial, but encountering such a vile evaluator, Jing Mian would rather forego the upgrade than endure such extortion. You crazy bitch. Li Sihai slammed the table and stood up. Wang Yi and Yu Yinchen quickly stepped in front of Jing Mian to shield her. Li Yao was equally defiant. I think you are the mad one, blinded by greed while claiming our green shade is unqualified. Have we not done our homework? The worst we could be rated is D-class. And you dare demand 80 million. You little brat, I'll kill you. Li Sihai lunged to strike Hua Liao. Grandpa Bai, standing nearby, hurriedly intervened, do not. But Li Sihai pushed him to the ground. You think I owe you face just because you're old? He aimed a foot at Grandpa Bai's hand, which lay on the ground. Old Bai. Grandma Bai gasped. Grandpa Bai. Just as the foot was about to land, residents from behind rushed forward to restrain Li Sihai, allowing Grandpa Bai to be helped up. Brute. You would trample an old man's hand. Jing Mian exclaimed Grandpa. Does it hurt? It's no trouble. Little Ling just held me up. It wasn't a heavy stomp. Meanwhile, the three evaluators struggled to free Li Sihai from Ling Yi's grasp. Jing Mian raised her hand, forming a gun shape, sending a silent energy bullet forth.
Ah!
My leg.
Li Xiai in agony.
The others, noticing something was amiss, looked down to see that Li Sihai's left leg had exploded, reduced to a mass of flesh and blood. The sight was gruesome, and Li Sihai writhed in pain, nearly voiceless. Cold sweat dripped from the faces of those around him as they ceased their struggles. Chapter 28. A dark night with high winds and a sack. I advise you to calm down. Zhang Mei turned to Jing Mian, fearing she would act impulsively. We are officials from the East Long base, the first in the East. Killing an evaluator is an extremely serious matter. East Long will not let this go. When the time comes, it won't just be about upgrading the base. You won't even be able to maintain the shelter. You and your residents will be globally wanted, never to find peace. You've already taken half of his leg. Don't let it come to loss of life. By the end, Zhang Mei's tone even bore a hint of pleading. Jing Mian, regaining her composure, acknowledged the truth in Zhang Mei's words. These individuals were not to be trifled with. As it stands, we will not upgrade. Now leave. And pay for all the room, meal, and medical expenses. Li Sihai's leg was being treated by a colleague with healing abilities, but the leg could not be restored. His face turned ashen, whether from blood loss or pain, as he was helped up, still pointing at Jing Mian, wishing to curse her, but was stopped by Zhang Mei, who whispered, Brother Hai, bear with it for now. What if they really kill us? We can find a way to deal with them when we return to East Long. Li Sihai, suppressing his anger, supported a person and hopped out with one leg, not even glancing back. Upon reaching the doorway, he declared fiercely, Very well. If I lose a leg, I see how Donglong won't approve your base elevation. Which base would dare to act blindly and grant you that? You shall remain in the shelter for life.
Zhang Mei. Pay up.
How dare he threaten us? Hua Liao fumed, stamping her foot. Wang Yun, summon the two of you here. Jing Mian whispered a few words to them. Yu Yunqing's face lit up with excitement. Rest assured. They'll remember this for a lifetime. What is happening? I want to join too. Hua Liao exclaimed. Jing Mian glanced at her and nodded. Call a few more people along. The three of them dashed out eagerly. Jing Mian personally went to collect the money. 5 million universal coins.
What?
Zhang Mei gasped, her jaw dropping. For just a meal and half a day as lodging. You demand this much? Who's extorting whom here? Why don't you mention the beatings? Jing Mian pressed the gun to Zhang Mei's head. Will you pay or not?
Don't say you don't have it.
You're ruthless. Zhang Mei gritted her teeth and handed over the 5 million. They had given away all the dividends from a shelter. By the time they exited, the sun had set, the car remained, but the people had vanished. Brother Hai, where are you? Suddenly, darkness enveloped them. A sack was thrown over their heads. They were dragged away.
Ah,
Help! Wang Yi and Hua Liao gleefully dragged her to the designated spot to face the other 3 sacks of victims. Xiao Jing was surprisingly involved as well. This is the brutal reality of society. Haven't you heard that even a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? Let this be a lesson for your arrogance. You don't know how much wealth you've extorted from the shelters. It's time for justice to be served. The group vented their frustrations through fists and kicks until they felt satisfied and departed. Xiao Jing kicked a bag containing identification documents far away. After they left, the 4 individuals groaned and crawled out of the sacks, each sporting bruises. You little rascals, Brother Hai will not let you off lightly. Li Sihai bore the brunt of the beating. Zhang Mei, missing a tooth, spoke through a gap, Brother Hai, a zombie. Li Sihai jolted in fear, turning to see a zombie staggering towards them. Its dragging foot had kicked their identification documents bag. Oh no! Those are our IDs. Zhao Tian, hurry, go retrieve them. We'll wait for you in the car. Li Sihai quickly helped Zhang Mei hop to the vehicle, followed closely by another colleague from the medical department. Once inside, Li Sihai tossed a handgun to Zhao Tian. Hurry, don't dawdle. That zombie is slow and easy to handle. Zhao Tian mustered his courage. The approaching zombie was indeed unlike ordinary ones, moving at a snail's pace, reminiscent of an elderly creature. He edged closer to aim, only to discover that the zombie had half its face missing. With a single eye and a grotesquely horrifying appearance, he panicked and fired a shot. In the next moment, the zombie vanished. His vision spun a full 180 degrees. With a thud, its head fell off.
ah.
Zhang Mei covered her mouth to stifle a scream, bending low, fearful of being seen. Brother Hai, let us leave. That creature is no ordinary foe. Zhang Mei was close to tears. Li Sihai glanced reluctantly at the identification bag and then at the zombie devouring Zhao Tian. Suddenly, the zombie turned its head, its eerie green gaze piercing through the darkness. Let us go, let us drive. Li Sihai's hair stood on end. What a stroke of bad luck. The car sped off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Mei glanced in the rearview mirror, horrified. The half-faced zombie stood right where their car had been moments before. If they had been a second late, it would have been fatal. What in the world is that?
Zhang Mei trembled.
Her mind racing with the possibility that it was the mutated zombie the old folks at the base had warned about, likely nearing evolution. Li Sihai shivered in fear. The half-faced zombie did not pursue them but returned to feast on Zhao Tian's remains, soon finishing the job. It gazed longingly towards the greenery, where Hua Liao was recounting their heroic deeds to Jing Mian. That was exhilarating. Grandpa Bai, I avenged you. Grandpa Bai responded with heartfelt appreciation. Our dear Hua is truly formidable. Grandma Bai expressed her concerns. They want to come back to settle the score, will they? They dare not return, and besides, the greenery will not open its doors to them again. Grandpa Bai reassured. Tomorrow, it's prudent for me to visit the hospital in Wuhan, Jing Mian insisted, worried about the elderly couple's health, as even minor ailments could be severe. The elderly couple, unable to resist Jing Mian's persuasion, agreed. We shall go. But do not inform Yongjin. We don't want him to worry unnecessarily. A tenant named Ling Yi approached Jing Mian. Boss Jing. It's unfortunate that my brother and I dined near you, and we were spotted eating the same meal, causing the greenery's elevation to be hindered. He lowered his head, visibly burdened by guilt. His brother, Ling Jiao, remained silent, his expression unreadable. Jing Mian shook her head. It has nothing to do with you. They were merely looking for trouble. Whether or not we elevate the base is inconsequential. I shall continue to develop the greenery, making it better than Wuhan and Donglong. We need no validation from them. What matters is that we know our worth. Exactly. We know the greenery is already a strong base. Wang Yi observed everyone regaining their usual vitality and felt a profound sense of contentment. The negative impacts of not elevating the base would surely be felt. Without the support policies, material aid, and technical sharing from higher bases, they would also miss out on important gatherings. If he were in their position, he might indeed feel stifled, spending 80 million to elevate the base level. Yet it seemed that Boss Jing truly did not care. And all the residents and tenants followed her lead, adopting a similar indifference. Surrounded by tenants, the greenery felt as if it had come alive with warmth. Chapter 29. Qiao Hai joins Rest Assured, everything is fine. With the doctor's reassuring response, Jing Mian finally relaxed and led the elderly couple outside.
Do you see?
That is the boss of the greenery, personally taking tenants to see a doctor. What excellent treatment. I've signed up to stay at the greenery. I wonder if we'll be chosen. Zhang Perong, a nurse at the hospital, felt immense resentment toward her colleagues, who constantly gossiped and pushed their work onto her. Just as she was about to vent her frustrations, she spotted a familiar figure. Do you know who she is? The boss of the greenery?
Yes. How can you not know?
Her photo was in the Wuhan Evening News, a prominent woman of the apocalypse era, Jing Mian, the boss of the greenery.
What?
Zhang Perong's jaw dropped in disbelief. How could she afford to buy the newspaper? Her?
Impossible.
How can it be impossible? If I were mistaken, could everyone be wrong? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Zhang Perong snapped back to reality and dashed out.
Hey.
You Haven T finished your work. I'll mark you absent. Zhang Perong hurriedly chased after Jing Mian, who was swiftly leaving the hospital.
Amiens.
Wait, my precious Amian. Mom has been searching for you. Hearing the chilling voice behind her, Jing Mian screamed inwardly. Oh no. Grandma Bai glanced at her inquiringly. It's my estranged family, Jing Mian whispered, her face pale. We must leave quickly. All right. Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai suddenly picked up their pace. The elderly couple had worked hard in the shanty town and still had good stamina.
Hey.
Mian, wait. Zhang Perong called anxiously from behind. Onlookers pointed and laughed at Zhang Perong. What a person chasing after the boss of the greenery. Please refrain from shouting in the hospital. A doctor cautioned, but Zhang Perong ignored the warning, continuing to run and shout until she finally grasped Jing Mian's arm. Dear daughter, you have no idea how much I've missed you. I don't want to lose you again. Being apart is unbearable. Jing Mian, unable to shake off this persistent attachment, declared firmly, you cannot arbitrarily claim kinship. I have no relationship with you.
Amiens.
You have such a cruel heart. You have even forsaken your own mother. Zhang Perong exclaimed in anguish. How could Jing Mian forget Zhang Perong's true nature? If you continue to pester me, I shall summon the guards. Gazing into Jing Mian's cold, unfeeling eyes, a flicker of resentment appeared in Zhang Perong's gaze. Do you still possess any compassion? You tend to a tenant with no ties to you, yet neglect your mother's health? Jing Mian retorted softly. Did you ever care for me when I was gravely ill? You once said that if I died, it would save you a meal, and you could dispose of me promptly, lest I begin to decay. Despite having endured a decade in her past life, she could not forget that summer when she crawled back from a pile of corpses to room 302. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Give up, Zhang Perong. Without a backward glance, Jing Mian took the hands of Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai. Departing the hospital, Zhang Perong was forcibly pulled back by the head nurse, who proceeded to reprimand her. The streets remained bathed in sunlight, the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees failing to warm Jing Mian's heart. Grandma Bai tightened her grip on her hand, offering silent support. Upon returning to Green Shade, she was surprised to find Xiao Hai awaiting her. Have you fully recovered? Xiao Hai clasped his hands together, declaring, Boss Jing, I cannot thank you enough. I wish to remain here at Green Shade as a security personnel. What a delightful surprise. Jing Mian momentarily forgot the displeasure Zhang Perong had caused her. Welcome to the team, Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai, slightly embarrassed, added, I would like to rent room 3. I haven't been able to pay you for my stay while recuperating. That is of no concern. It is settled. Jing Mian cheerfully agreed. Not only did she gain a valiant ally, but the opportunity for an upgraded position also progressed further. I shall take you to the guard room for orientation. It may not be as glamorous as the hunting squad of Wuhan, but I hope you won't mind. Xiao Hai had already prepared himself. The security forces of Green Shade were in their infancy. Even if they were modest, at least here, he could live comfortably, free from the treachery of Wuhan. Upon entering, they found Wang Yi monitoring the surroundings of Green Shade. The cool air from the air conditioning was refreshing, and the table was adorned with intricately shaped, delectable cakes. Cases of bottled water were stacked against the wall, and not a single zombie could be seen through the large windows. Ah, what a luxury.
Kêu Hai vì mát.
Wang Yi replied, from now on, Xiao Hai will be working alongside you. Please heed his advice on matters, as he is the former captain of the hunting squad at Wuhan. Wang Yi was both surprised and pleased. With Captain Xiao here, the safety index of Green Shade will rise dramatically. Xiao Hai's responsibilities would entail ensuring that no zombies were present during the comings and goings of staff, neutralizing any threats immediately. During the day, when zombies were generally absent, he could monitor the external situation from the security room, and when everyone returned to the base, he could clock out. Is that all?
Kêu Hai in quit.
Indeed. Wang Yi confirmed. Xiao Hai realized that working here would undoubtedly be easier than at Wuhan. He had not anticipated it to be so effortless. During the morning and afternoon shifts, you can alternate duties with Wang Yi. After Jing Mian finished her instructions, she departed. Wang Yi showed Xiao Hai the small arms depot at Green Shade to collect firearms and ammunition, and he also provided Xiao Hai with a set of security uniforms. These garments are of good quality and can withstand some attacks. They are specially tailored by Boss Jing. Xiao Hai glanced at the tranquil scene outside the large windows, where a row of greenery was beginning to bloom. Wang Yi followed his gaze and explained, these were sent by Chief Hua, who said they would add a touch of life. Chief Hua? Xiao Hai asked. Yes, that would be the charming Miss Hualiao, who has dubbed herself Chief. Wang Yi inadvertently strayed from the topic. Self-appointed? Does Boss Jing not mind her? Wang Yi replied awkwardly, not at all. He seems quite fond of her, granting her numerous privileges. Lately, whenever Xiao Jing returns from school, he refers to her as Flower Dogleg. Xiao Hai was astonished. In other places, such an utterance could be deemed inappropriate. He settled into a soft chair, feeling uneasy. Do we really not need to train? No patrols or cleanup duties. Wang Yi looked at Xiao Hai bemused. My friend, are you truly unable to bear this blissful, leisurely existence? Boss Jing said that once the walls are built and the security team expands, we will organize cleanup tasks. The entrance of Green Shade faces Wuhan. Thus this area falls under the jurisdiction of the Wu and Hunting Squad. If it weren't for the recent surge in zombie activity, I would have had nothing to do all day.
What is your salary? City Tovsand, Wang Yi replied sheepish.
I do lift weights in the guard room from time to time. Chapter 30. Employee Benefits. Xiao Hai pondered for a moment. With a salary of 100,000 universal coins from Boss Jing, he couldn't afford to be so idle. Brother Wang, from now on, you will train with me. On weekends, I will teach you the art of slaying zombies. Sure. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xiao Hai was filled with determination, now that he had transitioned to Green Shade. He would excel in his security duties and show those sluggards next door. The Yin family at Wuhan base also received the news of Xiao Hai's survival. If he does not return, so be it. The warriors I have nurtured in the Yin family are countless. Let Chi Feng take his place. Understood, father. And Ling Yu replied with a smile. And Xiong Tao cast a cold glance at his eldest son. Nana has reported that you rarely return home and do not visit her room. Do not forget that Nana is a daughter of the Wang family. And Ling Yu shrugged, half-jokingly remarking, if the daughter of the Wang family is so precious, why not let my brother marry one too? Wouldn't that further solidify the Yin family's standing? Humph. Do not lay your schemes upon your brother. And Xiong Tao warned coldly. Ling Yu, this is the last time. Do not pry into Ling Huai's affairs. Focus on your own responsibilities. And Ling Yu expressionlessly exited his father's study, standing pensively before the floor-to-ceiling window. Young master, Miss Jing has arrived in the Yinding district. And Ling Yu's demeanor softened slightly. Oh, where? A luxurious white sedan soon came to a stop at the entrance of the commercial street. The sign before it read, Green Shade's Specialty Store. The storefront was modest, with a petite female employee standing at the entrance, warmly welcoming customers. Welcome. Sir, we have just opened today and are offering a 20% discount as a special promotion. Hearing Fu Jiao's voice, Jing Mian stepped outside as well. Boss Jing has opened a store in Yinding district without even informing me. And Ling Yu entered with an impeccable smile, captivating the female patrons within the store. Isn't Mr. and rather well-informed to arrive on the first day? The young woman remarked. And Ling Yu surveyed the goods on the counter. Would you like me to find you a better location? This is sufficient, Jing Mian replied, watching Ling Yu's nonchalant smile, noting that his gaze no longer lingered on her, as it once had. I have accepted your invitation to the auction. It would be inappropriate to trouble you further. What about you? Have you mentioned any needs for assistance? And Ling Yu's mood soured, and Jing Mian's past experiences informed her that he was not in high spirits. Perhaps one day in the future, I may require your help, significant help, so you need not feel indebted to me now. Can you disclose any details? And Ling Yu playfully twirled his fingers, smiling charmingly. That is a secret. Jing Mian, resigned, knew that once he chose not to divulge something, he would remain tight-lipped. And Ling Yu casually picked a fragrant shampoo from the shelf and selected some sanitary pads before proceeding to pay. He offered no explanation, and Jing Mian asked no questions. As he was about to leave, he said, by the way, guests for the auction have started to arrive. Let Xiao Fei take you to Yuepon Tower for a while. All right, Jing Mian replied, watching Enling Yu's retreating figure, sensing he bore many untold burdens. But she felt powerless to intervene. She turned and joined Fu Jiao in attending to the customers. That evening, Zhang Tai arrived to drive them back to Green Shade. As she looked at the small truck before her, Jing Mian finally realized that it might be time for her to purchase a vehicle.
Now.
Zhang Tai also resided at Green Shade, and his 10 large trucks traversed the secure routes to other bases, masking the supply chain of Green Shade. The safety passage refers to the roads connecting large bases, where hunting teams dispatched from 2 bases are stationed to ensure the smooth passage of caravans and vehicles. However, not all bases have safety passages. This largely depends on their economic strength and military capabilities. The Wuhan base, for instance, has established safety passages with 3 neighboring bases. Trucks can travel through these passages to reach different bases, where they can sell their goods along the way. Upon returning to Green Shade, Jing Mian contacted Xiao Fei, hoping to seize this opportunity to promote products. Coincidentally, Xiao Fei shared this intention, and they agreed to visit the Moon Edge Tower together in a few days. Jing Mian checked the system task progress bar, which displayed 710. Jia Liao handled reception, while Granny Bai and her husband worked as sanitation personnel. Wang Yi and Xiao Hai were in charge of security. Zhang Tai served as a transport driver, and Fu Jiao was a special supply store clerk. Among them, Zhang Tai had many employees under him, who theoretically were also Jing Mian's employees. However, since these individuals did not reside in Green Shade, they could not be counted towards the task progress. Only positions provided for the residents of Green Shade would qualify. Fu Jiao, grateful for Jing Mian's life-saving assistance, had been eager to resign from her previous job to work at Green Shade, thus she was assigned to the special supply store. In her words, her new job was significantly easier, as the store was equipped with air conditioning and did not require overtime. Nonetheless, Jing Mian recalled that Hualiao had mentioned tenants complaining about the inability to afford rent due to the wages offered by Green Shade. Working in the security department was undoubtedly stable, but for other positions, relying solely on Green Shade's wages to completely detach from Wuhan was somewhat challenging. After some contemplation, she approached the bulletin board at the entrance to announce new positions. Bus driver, 2 positions responsible for transporting tenants between Wuhan and Green Shade during morning and evening hours. Salary, 35,000 universal coins per month, with a commendation bonus of 2,000 coins and a full attendance bonus of 1,000 coins. The monthly salaries for receptionists and sanitation personnel were revised to 15,000 universal coins, with bonuses also raised to 2,000 coins. Additionally, all employed residents of Green Shade would enjoy a 30% discount on rent for the following year. Zhang Tai's family could save nearly 220,000 coins with this new policy. This news caused quite a stir in Green Shade. Perhaps I should join the security department too. It's easy and pays well. Don't be too naive, timid Han. Xiao Hai and Wang Yi are practicing daily, and tomorrow they will be conducting outdoor drills to eliminate zombies. Timid Han had earned his nickname after failing to open the door during a zombie siege. After that incident, he promptly abandoned the idea, as he was not skilled in driving and was currently sharing a rental unit with a roommate. It seemed this wave of employee benefits had passed him by. Meanwhile, Hualiao was on the phone. Mom, guess what? I've been promoted and received a raise. A full 5,000 coins. Of course, it's because I'm doing a great job. The cake I had was far tastier than what Andy makes at home. Aren't you envious? Jing Mian, overhearing this, felt a mixture of amusement and satisfaction at the enthusiasm of the discussions, believing that soon someone would approach her for reporting. However, her vehicle was still unprepared. After calculating her finances, including the final round of rent soon to be due, she realized her funds would amount to over 220 million coins. Perhaps participating in the auction would allow her to acquire some favored items. Subsequently, she opened the system's slot machine page. A month had passed, and she finally awaited the refresh for the lottery draw. Observing the lively and warm atmosphere of Green Shade after just a month filled her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Chapter 31. The Jiang family at Green Shade. The 3 reels of the slot machine began spinning rapidly before aligning to display 3 small medicine boxes. Congratulations, host. You have received anti-inflammatory medicine. Jing Mian's eyes lit up. In the post-apocalyptic world, medical supplies were exceedingly scarce and precious. Many pharmaceutical companies had perished amid the turmoil, and even if factories were reclaimed, Their machinery was often rendered unusable. Currently, only top-tier bases had control over the production of medicines, and demand far exceeded supply. Smaller, lower-tier bases had to rely on aid from higher-level bases or purchase at exorbitant prices. With anti-inflammatory medicine, not only could the residents benefit, but it could also be sold at a high price, solidifying Green Shade's formidable reputation. The next day, Jing Mian stocked anti-inflammatory medicine in the Green Shade store, priced at 50 universal coins per box. Almost every tenant procured several boxes. Additionally, Jing Mian established a rule prohibiting tenants from reselling the medicine. It was a benefit exclusively for them. The price in the special supply store would be 10 times higher than in Green Shade. Wang Yi stared at the medicine box for a while, unable to recognize its source. He penned a letter, stuffing the medicine into an envelope. A burst of light enveloped the envelope, causing it to vanish without a trace. This scene went unnoticed, as Jing Mian was currently with Hua Liao at the Wuhan base. Shopping for vehicles. I'm most familiar with Guangdong. Hua Liao waved her hand, explaining the market's rules and tricks. Most vehicles were modified, or they were second-hand cars that had changed hands multiple times. With the Hua family's reputation, no one dared to deceive Jing Mian. After some deliberation, they selected 2 buses, 1 modified off-road vehicle, and 1 luxurious sedan. In the blink of an eye, 50 million coins were spent, and before she could even feel remorse, she received a phone call from Wang Yi. Jing Mian's expression suddenly soured. What's wrong, Sister Mian? There's trouble. Hua Liao remained unfazed, with Qiao Hai around. What trouble could arise? Jing Mian pressed her forehead. If only it were that simple. Zhang Perong had arrived, and not only that, but she had also brought her entire family, including Jiang Biqing, who had skipped school. The 4 of them were causing a ruckus at the entrance of Green Shade, wailing and shouting. Jing Mian hurriedly returned with Hua Liao, fully aware that Zhang Perong, upon discovering her identity, would not easily relent. This confrontation was inevitable. Resolving this matter would be beneficial. As they arrived at Green Shade, Jing Mian stepped out of the vehicle, and the 4 figures turned to gaze at her. They were in front of a luxury car, the likes of which they had only seen the wealthy ride in. The girl approaching them was strikingly beautiful, her hair dancing in the wind, radiating an enchanting glow akin to a sapphire on a crown, noble, cold, and unattainable. Is that really Jing Mian? Jiang Heng could hardly recognize her, unable to reconcile her current appearance with the bedraggled girl he once knew. Jiang Bichuan bit her lip, staring intently at Jing Mian. Her figure remained slender, but had improved significantly since a month ago. Her features blossomed like a flower, captivating and beautiful. She looked even more stunning than when they last saw her at the mall. However, the most striking change was her aura. As she approached, she seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm. The girl who had once been beneath their feet had now become untouchable. Isn't it just because she's with a wealthy man? What's there to be so proud of? Zhang Perong disregarded this, rushing forward. Mian, we've been looking for you everywhere. She angrily pointed at the security window. You must teach those 2 gatekeepers a lesson. They wouldn't let me and your father in. Hua Liao, following behind, looked at Zhang Perong in shock. Is this Sister Mian's mother? Indeed, it's Jing Mian. Despite the scorching heat, they refuse to believe us and won't open the door. How rude! Jiang Heng immediately adopted a paternalistic demeanor. Jing Mian scoffed. He still thought of himself as the head of the family. Don't worry, once we're inside, I'll reward them. Yes, reward them. Jiang Heng, momentarily dazed, reacted. Jing Mian, what are you saying? You are neither residents of Green Shade nor new guests with a reservation. This is a sanctuary, not a slum. What right do you have to enter? Jing Mian found herself speechless. How self-satisfied could one be? We're family. Isn't it only natural for us to move in? Jiang Bichuan argued defiantly. Exactly. Hurry and let us in. Jiang Biqing, furious, charged towards Jing Mian, fists raised. Clearly holding a grudge since the last time she had been bested by Jing Mian. Being punched by a chubby teenage boy would indeed hurt. Hua Liao hurriedly caught up from behind, shouting, What are you doing? Aren't your parents going to intervene? Jing Mian remained unfazed, letting out a scoff, determined to show Jiang Biqing what a masterful sidestep looked like today. With a fluid stride, Jiang Biqing indeed missed his mark once more. Jing Mian swiftly followed up with a kick, sending him crashing to the ground. Humph, little brat. Zhang Perong, her eyes brimming with anger, rushed forward, exclaiming, Jing Mian, have you lost your mind? Why would you kick your brother? How could you be so ruthless? Hua Liao, rendered speechless, retorted, and when he charged at me to hit, why didn't you intervene? He didn't even manage to land a blow. Why bother quarreling with a child? Such pettiness. Hua Liao rolled her eyes, nearly boiling over with frustration. Jing Mian grasped her arm, saying, "There's no point in reasoning with such ruffians. Let's go." She turned to the others, warning, "If you dare to chase us in here, don't blame me for being merciless. This is not the Wuan base." For a moment, everyone stood in stunned silence.
Mom.
"I don't want to return to the shanty town. I want to live here." Jiang Bicheng, with his face scraped and disregarding the pain, sat on the ground, shouting loudly. Awakening Zhang Perong.
Jing Mian.
"I'm making it clear today. You must allow us to move into green shade." Zhang Perong threatened while gripping Jing Mian's collar. "Don't forget I am your biological mother. You must provide for us. Otherwise, we will make your ungrateful reputation known to the entire world. Just wait and see if your man can still stand by you. Be careful not to get dumped." Zhang Perong believed she had struck a nerve with Jing Mian. "Isn't it better for our family to live together? I could even introduce you to your boss so you can marry him sooner." Hua Liao listened in astonishment, utterly bewildered by their words. What on earth were they talking about? "Zhang Perong, you're dreaming," Jing Mian replied, devoid of any emotion. "In your eyes, I am merely a tool. Want a good life? Rely on your daughter, for I have no connection to you. Jiang Bicheng is your chosen daughter, not me. I will no longer foolishly chase after the cheap and hypocritical love of a mother as I did in my past life." At the moment the elevator doors closed, she felt clearer than ever. "Aren't you afraid we'll expose you, and everyone will point fingers at your back?" Chapter 32. Awakening. Jiang Bicheng could hardly believe that Jing Mian would go to such lengths, even sacrificing her reputation. Just then, the gates of green shade swung open. "This is my granddaughter. What does she have to do with you? Are you here to extort?" To their surprise, Grandma Bai and Grandpa Bai emerged. "Grandma." Jing Mian rushed over. Grandma Bai patted her hand, her eyes filled with a soothing power. They had witnessed the events unfold on the screen. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Zhang Perong exclaimed, looking at the elderly couple in disbelief. "You two are a couple, aren't you?" Grandma Bai asked gently, without elaboration. "Of course." Then she inquired, "What is your surname, sir?" "I am Jiang Heng." "And you, young man?" "Jiang Bicheng." "And you, young lady?" "Why should I tell you? That's enough." Grandma Bai spread her hands. "You are a couple, and your children share the Jiang surname. Jing Mian has the surname Jing, neither taking her father's nor mother's name. So, what relation do you have to her? You shouldn't say that. She is my child with my ex-husband." Zhang Perong's gaze towards Grandma Bai turned sour. "What proof do you have? Can anyone just walk in and claim that our Mian is their child, or concoct some other relationship?" Qiao Hai nodded from behind, fully agreeing. Thankfully, he had insisted on not letting them inside. Someone as principled as Jing Mian would never have such arrogant parents or relatives. They were indeed all frauds. Zhang Perong, rendered speechless, had no evidence to present, and this was the very assurance that allowed Jing Mian to sever ties with them without fear. Zhang Perong and her ex-husband were not from the Wuan base. After her husband's death, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Heng, marrying him for his status as a B-grade base dweller. The original base had long been destroyed in the tide of corpses, so what proof remained? Grandma Bai saw through her expression. "Look at how you don't resemble Jing Mian at all. Don't force it." "Exactly. Sister Mian is so beautiful. There's no way you could possibly be family." Hua Liao shook her head. Jing Mian's looks favored her father, indeed bearing no resemblance to Zhang Perong, and certainly had no connection to the Jiang family. Jiang Bicheng felt insulted, pointing at Hua Liao. "What are you so smug about? Jing Mian used to be our servant. Do you think being friends with her is something to be proud of? She's nothing but a lowly creature. I even saw the boss behind Green Shade last time." The onlookers were astonished. Green Shade really has someone backing it. Now that she had risen to prominence, she cast aside her family to embrace a new grandmother.
Jing Mian.
"Do you really think you can shed your true identity and say goodbye to the past?" Jiang Bicheng took great delight in their expressions. She wanted nothing more than to ruin Jing Mian, for she could not bear to see her elevated above others. She yearned to witness her fall from grace, sinking back into the mire with no chance of redemption. "It is ill-advised for young ladies to spread rumors," Grandpa Bai said sternly. "We are not blind to what kind of person Jing Mian is. She works tirelessly for the development of Green Shade. If it weren't for her management,
We wouldn't be here. Yet you, if you were truly her family, how could you treat your child this way? Instead of caring for her, you seek to take advantage and threaten her with filial piety, publicly humiliating her. Such words are not those of a family member. They are indeed contemptible.
You.
Zhang Peirong's face flushed with shame. We have all stated that she is our granddaughter. Do not attempt to deceive any longer, Grandma Bai firmly delineated the boundaries, providing Jing Mian with a clean background, wishing to rid her of these vile people. Xiao Hai, let us leave quickly. Next time it won't be as simple as closing the door. If it weren't for Jing Mian, he would not choose to remain in green shade. Jiang Biqing clutched Zhang Peirong's hand. Mom, do I really have to go back? Sister is too ruthless. Jing Mian, don't forget we can do a paternity test. Zhang Peirong wielded her ultimate weapon. Jing Mian had already resolved not to evade them in the car. She met Zhang Peirong's gaze. Your calculations are flawed. First, the Wuhan base is a B-grade base. There is no paternity test here that holds significance for treating illnesses. You would need to go to an A-grade base for that. She smiled. Of course, it would also require a substantial amount of universal currency. You can't afford it. Second, I was not born in the Wuhan base. And there is no documentation of my birth here, only my residency history, regardless of Wuhan or the entire apocalypse. It is recognized that adults over the age of 18 are independent entities, able to sever ties with their past at will. It is precisely because there are so many unworthy parents in this world that those who manage to survive to 18 are fortunate. Let these children go. Don't you understand? You have long lost control over me, as long as I choose not to. Jing Mian had approached Zhang Peirong. You know better than anyone what kind of life I used to lead. Jiang Biqing is right. I was indeed made to serve you, without exaggeration. So you might as well hope Jiang Biqing marries a wealthy man, or that Jiang Biqing uses the money I saved by dropping out to become someone of merit. She placed her hand over her heart. On the day I signed up for the hunting team, I made it crystal clear. We are severing all ties. You have no daughter in me. And I have no mother in you. The former Jing Mian is long dead. Zhang Peirong gazed into her familiar, yet icy eyes, so reminiscent of her departed husband. And she finally realized that she had completely lost her daughter. For over a decade of cold-heartedness, bias towards sons, and favoritism towards her stepdaughter, she was now paying the price. In that fleeting moment, a sliver of regret pierced her heart. Yet, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who could have foreseen Jing Mian's rise? Zhang Peirong's arrogance was utterly extinguished. Jiang Heng sighed heavily. The plans they had meticulously crafted before arriving had all gone awry. They had anticipated that the journey would not be smooth, fully aware that Jing Mian, now basking in glory, would undoubtedly refuse to acknowledge them. Thus, they could return and seek testimony from former neighbors to validate that Jing Mian was indeed their daughter, solidifying the evidence of her abandonment of her parents. In due course, the public would inundate her with accusations of unfilial behavior, and under such pressure, Jing Mian would surely relent, welcoming them back into her life, offering apologies, and providing them with the finest accommodations. Who would have imagined Jing Mian would boldly admit her impoverished past and her connection to them in front of everyone? She severed ties decisively, leaving them no room for maneuver. This child, Pei Rong, was far more astute than she had anticipated, possessing the audacity to cut losses. Let us go, Jiang Heng said, pulling his wife and their malevolent daughter along. Although Jing Mian, you no longer recognize us. You can always return home whenever you feel nostalgic. Ultimately, they could not shoulder all the blame. Perhaps there would still be room for negotiation in the future. Without looking back, Jing Mian was resolute. Jiang Heng was as cunning as ever. If her determination wavered, she might fall prey to their schemes. Chapter 33. The half-faced zombie reappears. The Jiang family departed reluctantly. Are you alright, Mian girl? Grandpa Bai asked, concern etched on his face as he regarded Jing Mian. She beamed a sunflower-like smile, saying, My heart is as strong as ever. Thank you, both of you, for coming to my aid.
Yeah.
It's truly not easy for you to reach this point, Hua Liao spoke earnestly, noting how different their lives might have been had she been born into such a family. What a stark contrast in our lives at just 18 years apart. It's better to clarify now. They will try to cling to you if they see your success. And it won't be easy for them to attach unwelcome labels this time. However, your reputation may still suffer a bit, Grandma Bai lamented, recognizing that some remained steadfast in their foolish loyalty to outdated values. Jing Mian shook her head, having endured all the trials of her previous life. She held no regrets for her actions, even if her reputation was tarnished. Let's not dwell on this. The car has been purchased, and we await the driver to begin our daily commutes. Our green shade is truly thriving. Xiao Hai and Wang Yi returned to the security room, expressing genuine admiration for Jing Mian, who, despite her youth, exhibited remarkable decisiveness and a sense of responsibility.
Wang Yi, observing Kiêu Hai at Demino,
was more intrigued by the forces behind Green Shade. He felt it necessary to investigate the Jiang family, particularly the woman, Jiang Bichuan. Do you think there is another true owner behind Green Shade? Xiao Hai replied curtly, I don't care. I only recognize Jing Mian as the sole owner. I won't listen to anyone else. Wang Yi outwardly concurred, acknowledging that if another party truly existed, entrusting Jing Mian with Green Shade could be a gamble. As everyone there only respected her. This young lady was indeed formidable. Unbeknownst to Wang Yi, Jing Mian's prowess stemmed solely from her genuine kindness and the support of the system. Sitting in the reception area, she contemplated the necessity of establishing a new office. Otherwise, tenants would continually seek her out in her personal quarters. It seemed she would need to invest another 3 million. The layout of Green Shade was dictated by the system, and any adjustments would incur a modification fee, as was the case with the recently added security room. Thus, an office emerged between the reception area and the cafeteria. Although the reception space shrank slightly, it remained ample. Jing Mian was untroubled by employing the system's reconstruction capabilities in front of others. The more mysterious it appeared, the more formidable it seemed. Moreover, the future expansions of the base would soon be impossible to conceal from everyone. As everyone finished work and gathered in the cafeteria, they noticed the newly established office. Boss Jing worked swiftly. It wasn't he here this morning. It seems more than meets the eye. Perhaps Boss Jing possesses special abilities. Are you suggesting she is a dual ability user? How would I know? But given her youth and her command over Green Shade, she must possess exceptional qualities. Discussions ebbed and flowed within the cafeteria. Hualiao and Jing Mian returned to their rooms together. Observing the 2 small cakes in Hualiao's hands, Jing Mian inquired, Liao, didn't you just eat in the cafeteria? Why do you have cake? This is for tonight's supper, Hualiao replied casually. Indeed. Hualiao had visibly gained weight recently, but her adorable looks and well-maintained, fair skin made her appear like a cherubic figure, endearing her to Grandpa Bai.
Mianya.
Haha, I have something to tell you. I'd like to request a couple of days off. Of course, Jing Mian replied. Is there a particular reason? My birthday is coming up in a couple of days. My family is hosting a birthday banquet, so I need to return home. I see. I'll think about what gift to get you, Jing Mian mused as they walked. No need to think. I've already decided for you, Mian Jia. Jing Mian looked at her in disbelief. Just get me a big birthday cake. The pastry chef my family hired can't compare to the ones from Green Shade. Hualiao exclaimed enthusiastically. I'll let my friends taste it. They'll surely envy me. With that, Jing Mian acquiesced to her wishes, considering Hualiao her first friend since leaving school. The next day, Jing Mian and Hualiao appeared on Wuhan Commercial Street. As Hualiao's employer, Jing Mian was warmly invited to her birthday celebration. In Hualiao's words, it was a matter of great pride. The goal for today was to procure the most exquisite dress. The two would make a dazzling entrance the following day. Jing Mian suddenly felt a desire to distance herself from the conspicuous Hualiao, but was tugged along into a store by her exuberance. Coincidentally, they found themselves in the same shop where she had previously purchased clothes. Since that time, Ling Yu had generously gifted her numerous outfits, and she hadn't shopped in person since. The staff recognized her immediately and approached with enthusiasm. Dear guest, you'll be pleased to know the staff across the way has changed. After you left, the shop owner learned of the losses incurred and promptly dismissed her. Glancing over, Jing Mian confirmed it was the familiar salesgirl from her past life. What followed resembled a dress-up game, with the two taking turns trying on various outfits. Jing Mian had underestimated Hualiao's shopping prowess. She had already acquired twice as many items as Jing Mian, who felt she had purchased enough with her 6 or 7 pieces. Isn't that sufficient, Liao? Jing Mian interjected just in time, and Hualiao finally relented. With the start of her holiday, Hualiao returned to the Hua family, while Jing Mian headed back to Green Shade alone. Approaching Green Shade, she suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon her. Turning slowly, she locked eyes with a green-eyed figure from a distance. Cold sweat threatened to break, and instinctively, she raised her hand to unleash a barrage of shots. It was indeed still alive, lurking near Green Shade. She had let her guard down. lulled by the absence of any recent zombie attacks on tenants. Had it been waiting for her to be alone? Invisible air bullets sped toward the half-faced zombie, but it evaded most of the shots with its terrifying speed, finding a clever angle to charge directly at Jing Mian. It was coming too fast to see clearly. Alarms blared in Jing Mian's mind, yet she could not steady her aim to fire. Was she destined to perish at its hands once more? At that critical moment, she was lifted off the ground.
Kill Hai.
Are you unhurt, Boss Jing? Xiao Hai, his powers flaring, radiated an aura akin to flames. Be careful of the half-faced zombie. It's very dangerous. However, in Xiao Hai's line of sight, the zombie had vanished. It had fled. Leaving Jing Mian behind to pursue it was evidently not a wise decision. Let S return for now. In the security room, Jing Mian's expression was grave. Xiao Hai felt a pang of guilt. I apologize, Boss Jing. I allowed such a formidable zombie to infiltrate near Green Shade. It's not your fault. If you hadn't rescued me in time, I fear I would have met my end. She sighed. It seems it has gone into hiding. That half-face was the result of my handiwork. Xiao Hai was astonished. Boss Jing, you possess such strength? Wang Yi nodded, recounting the events that transpired. At that time, it wasn't he as powerful. Xiao Hai pondered, stroking his chin. It seems it has completed its evolution. Evolution? He affirmed. Zombies are categorized into levels. The ordinary zombie is classified as level 1, easily manageable with a firearm. Level 2 zombies exhibit a marked enhancement in strength and speed, even with a weapon. Carelessness may lead to dire consequences. As for level 3 zombies, also known as evolving zombies, they develop distinct abilities, and their physical forms may alter. The danger they pose escalates significantly, making them not easily dealt with by mere firearms. Is that zombie a level 3? No, I suspect it is a level 4. Chapter 34. The awakening of abilities missed in a past life. Xiao Hai stated solemnly, level 4 zombies possess fully matured abilities and exhibit a higher level of intelligence. Its abilities seem to lean towards speed, akin to teleportation. However, having lost half of its brain, its power and intellect are considerably diminished. Even so, it retains the capacity for ambush and retreat. When you first encountered it, it was likely still in its level 3 evolutionary state. Jing Mian patted her chest, feeling a wave of regret for her previous ignorance, and cast a grateful glance at Wang Yi. Had he not awakened her, she might have met a grim fate. I must find it. Keeping it near Green Shade is exceedingly perilous. Xiao Hai gazed out the window. Brother Xiao, are there zombies above level 4? Indeed. Level 5 mutated zombies. Jing Mian's heart raced at the mention of mutated zombies, her fingers trembling. They were her worst nightmare. The true menace of mutated zombies lies not solely in their enhanced combat abilities, but in their profound intelligence, allowing them to communicate with other zombies and exert control over them. Truly the kings of the undead. Jing Mian's expression shifted, her heartbeat quickening. The grotesque visage of a green-faced, tumor-riddled creature resurfaced in her mind. If it is so intelligent, why did it abandon a group of people in the elevator, choosing to devour only me? The thought sent a shiver deep into her bones. Those individuals were trapped in the elevator with nowhere to escape. They would have made a splendid meal. Yet it chose to spare them. In the past, she had never questioned this, but now it perplexed her. Brother Qiao, she inquired, under what circumstances would a highly intelligent zombie king forsake a group of people and devour only one? That would certainly indicate that the individual possesses superior qualities, surpassing those of the entire group. What circumstances could render one person's qualities superior to those of many? Currently, it would be the ability user. Jing Mian stood rigid, acutely aware of her own racing heartbeat. Why do you ask, Boss Jing? Have you witnessed something? I merely encountered a zombie tide in my childhood and witnessed a similar scene.
Kill Hai not dead.
Boss Jing's late mother mentioned that their previous base was destroyed in a zombie tide. She must have had a harrowing experience. Do not dwell on it, Boss Jing. It possesses only half of a level 4 strength. Once I locate it again, I will surely eliminate it. All right, Brother Qiao, be cautious. If you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely. Wang Yi cautioned, be careful during your time at the watchtower as well. Rest assured, Boss Jing. Jing Mian ceased her chatter, retreating to her room, her mind preoccupied. She dared not inquire about the state of awakening for ability users, for in the eyes of others, she was already deemed one. She lay on her bed, reminiscing about her past life. Before the incident, She often felt utterly exhausted, drowsy, and experienced irregular menstrual cycles. She had even suspected she was pregnant. On the day of her tragic demise, she had gone to rescue Zhang Peirong and Jiang Bichuan while running a fever. This suggested that she was on the verge of awakening, or perhaps already in the process of awakening. Thus, the zombie king was indifferent to the crowd in the elevator. She had become a prime delicacy in the eyes of a horde of zombies. Reflecting on this was disheartening. It meant that she would awaken her abilities at the age of 28, a rather late awakening. Most individuals experience their awakening before turning 20. Surpassing this age often results in a lack of innate talent. Had her prolonged underdevelopment delayed her awakening until the age of 28? The thought of this infuriated Jing Mian. She could barely satisfy her hunger even with bug cakes. In this lifetime, she had fared better than during her time with the Yin family. Perhaps her awakening would occur sooner. The uncertainty of what abilities she might possess lingered in her mind, but ultimately, it was a positive prospect. She touched her ring, which displayed a dull hue, wishing for beast crystals to forge another energy weapon, enhancing her safety further. Green Shade was still in the early stages of development. It was impossible for her to remain there indefinitely. She hoped Xiao Hai would swiftly deal with the half-faced zombie, or that Xinya would return to assist him. Their combined efforts would be more reliable. Messages sent to Xinya vanished into silence, leaving her uncertain of his well-being or the nature of his tasks. That night, Jing Mian was engulfed in nightmares, tossing and turning restlessly. Upon awakening the next day, she noticed dark circles under her eyes, which she could only partially conceal with makeup. Unable to summon a driver, she had Zhang Tai take her to the Hua family, bringing along a large cake. The pastry machine allowed for custom-sized cakes. So Jing Mian ordered the largest, accompanied by a plethora of exquisitely crafted cupcakes. Hua Liao's birthday celebration was indeed extraordinary, rather than merely commemorating her birthday. It served as a social event for the upper echelon of the base. A long line of vehicles was parked at the entrance, and the expanse of the lawn was adorned with long tables and fresh flowers.
Who is she?
Upon entering, Jing Mian noticed many curious glances being cast her way. Though she and Green Shade had gained notoriety, she remained unfamiliar to the pleasure-seeking socialites of the wide East District. Jing Mian preferred not to sit in the outdoor seating area. The summer heat was unbearable, and having acclimatized to the cooler environment of Green Shade, she could hardly endure such sweltering temperatures. Moreover, she had brought a cake, which would not withstand the sun's rays. As she approached the entrance, she was halted by a voice.
Hey, who are you?
Only esteemed guests invited by the Hua family can enter. A girl clad in a frilly floral dress exclaimed. Jing Mian admired her courage to wear such attire, which appeared cute but was likely stifling in the heat. I am a friend of Hua Liao. She specifically invited me. Jing Mian replied casually. To her dismay, laughter erupted around her. Jing Mian felt bewildered by their reactions. Do not jest, we have never seen you before. You speak as if you are intimately acquainted with Liao. A tall boy interjected, do not be so blunt. Give her some face. Laughter ensued. Luo Chen. You are always so chivalrous. They think they can just waltz in without understanding the rules. Come sit with us instead, the girl in the floral dress urged. Pulling Jing Mian towards the sunny area. A table full of youths laughed. We are doing this for your own good. If you go in directly, you will be thrown out. The same guests enter the house every year. It is better to be pulled back by us than to be ejected by the butler later. Jing Mian retorted. How do you know I would certainly be thrown out? Quite the stubborn one, aren't you? A girl heavily made up with layers of foundation rolled her eyes at Jing Mian, then noticed the box in her hand. Oh, it contains a cake. Open it and let us taste. Jing Mian, unwilling to engage with these self-righteous youths, turned to leave. The foundation girl called out. You do not think the Hua family's young lady would miss a piece of your cake, do you? Or, do you think she has no cake prepared and needs yours? Jing Mian retorted, whether Hua Liao eats it or not is none of your concern. The host has yet to see it, so who are you to eat it? Do you have such a grand opinion of yourself? With that, she placed the cake box on the lawn and dialed Hua Liao's number. Chapter 35. Unqualified to attend the birthday celebration, a group of self-important individuals was truly insufferable.
Leia.
I have arrived. Yes, I am right at your doorstep. And someone says I cannot enter. They even want to eat your cake. Then, Jing Mian's phone call was abruptly disconnected. A crowd of men and women below stared in astonishment at her outburst. TSK, she learned it quite well. The girl in the floral dress scoffed, breaking the tranquility. What a pity there are no performing arts in this apocalypse. Otherwise, you would surely be the top student. Who are you trying to scare? I'm so frightened, she continued sarcastically. The girl with heavy foundation joined her friends in laughter. You should hurry and check your reflection. Your dark complexion is showing. Jing Mian pointed at her hairline. The girl in foundation was taken aback, casting an awkward glance at her friends, then subtly at the boy named Luo Qin. On a day as hot as this, how could one not sweat? The girls discreetly found angles to check their reflections. We were merely being kind. But it seems she is oblivious. Let her wait and see. With such a lack of self-awareness, the butler might just throw her out. The nameless underlings always seek a sense of existence. Jing Mian, uninterested in engaging in their banter, pushed the door to enter. Just then, the butler emerged from within, nearly colliding with her. His expression was displeased. Who are you? Clumsy as you are, why barge in so recklessly? Below, laughter and mockery echoed.
See,
This is not how one ingratiates oneself. It only invites disdain. The butler stated that she claimed to be a good friend of Miss Lu Yao and had come at her invitation, wishing to enter the villa. The butler frowned and cautiously inquired, May I ask who you are? Do you have an invitation? I am Jing Mian. There is no invitation. Miss Lu Yao mentioned it verbally. I'm afraid you cannot enter. I do not recall any important guest named Jing Mian. The butler immediately lost all semblance of courtesy, revealing a hint of disdain. Are you sure? Jing Mian laughed in anger. Why not call your lady and ask her what she says? I apologize, but my lady's time is quite precious and cannot be easily disturbed. You do not carry enough weight. As the butler adjusted his glasses, he added, My lady despises those who attempt to forge friendships without proper connections. Thus, I handle such matters for her satisfaction. This time was no different. The butler was accustomed to this. Please leave. Leave? Are you asking me to go? She laughed. I told you. If you wait in the lawn area until the birthday party begins, you might still see Miss Lu Yao. Now, you've directly issued a dismissal. What is this? Trying to catch a chicken, but losing the rice. As more onlookers gathered, they relished watching her humiliation. However, if you genuinely wish to celebrate Miss Lu Yao's birthday, you may wait in the lawn area. Our family is always benevolent. But if you dare sneak in, do not blame us for being rude and sending you to the detention center. With that, the butler turned and left without looking back. He had matters to attend to. Jing Mian, is it? Do you not look like a clown? The girl in the floral dress laughed uncontrollably. Since the butler said you could wait in the lawn area, you should go. Some sympathetic onlookers offered Jing Mian a chance to retreat gracefully. Jing Mian was speechless, silently deducting Lu Yao's salary in her mind. What was wrong with the butler? Hadn't he communicated with the family? Glancing at the cake in her hand, returning like this would be too frustrating. Young Master Xiao. Young Miss Xiao, please follow me. The butler led two elegantly dressed individuals back. Why are you still standing here? The butler frowned at Jing Mian, preparing to find someone to remove her before she caused trouble for him. Indeed, Jing Mian. Why aren't you going inside? Xiao Fei greeted her enthusiastically. Look at your little face, so sunburned. You aren't waiting for me, are you? The butler's expression soured instantly. Young Miss Xiao. Do you know her? Of course. This is the owner of Green Shade, my friend and business partner. Xiao Fei affectionately took Jing Mian's arm, deliberately speaking for the man beside her. Xiao Han scrutinized Jing Mian. So this is the esteemed Jing boss. You truly have made my sister the center of attention at the family meeting. Jing boss. Let us go inside together. The butler had never heard of Green Shade, but anyone who could be a business partner with Xiao Fei was certainly not a small-time owner. He inwardly panicked. With Xiao Fei pulling her inside, she must certainly be a privileged guest. This was truly troublesome. Just as he was preparing to change his tone and smooth things over, Jing Mian spoke up. The butler said I lack the qualification to enter and asked me to leave. Jing Mian cast her gaze over to the group of youngsters. See? The onlookers have been mocking me for ages. Xiao Fei was astonished as she looked at the butler. The butler met Xiao Fei's gaze and realized he was in deep trouble. The Huajia family had quite the imposing presence. Even Jing boss lacked the qualification to enter, making me feel embarrassed to go in myself. Xiao Han's friendliness towards Jing Mian was one thing. She was also quite dissatisfied with the Huajia family's actions. Jing boss. It seems I may have made an oversight. Please forgive me, and do not hold it against me. The butler's face turned pale, having just scolded her. He humbled himself, smiling apologetically, as if he couldn't fathom the undertones in her words. Who is it? Suddenly, accompanied by a shrill shout, the door swung open. Who dares to steal my birthday cake? I'll fight them. Lu Yao stormed out angrily. Miss Hua, you have finally come out. Jing Mian looked at her speechlessly. If you had delayed any longer, I would have truly left the cake behind. That cannot happen, Sister Mian. Did we not agree to make a grand entrance together? Behind Lu Yao was a graceful woman, resembling her somewhat. This is your boss, Lu Yao? She is truly as charming as a water lily. And I never expected her to be so capable. You should learn well from Jing boss, she said. Of course. I will return to work tomorrow. Mrs. Hua was very pleased with Lu Yao's ambition. Lu Yao, it's rather unbecoming that you welcomed your boss while allowing the butler to chase her away. Xiao Fei stood up for Jing Mian.
What?
Lu Yao turned to the butler in shock. You chased my boss away? Are you trying to get me fired? Chapter 36. Lu Yao's green tea sister, Mrs. Hua looked at the butler with reproachful eyes. The butler was sweating profusely. I apologize, Jing boss. It was my oversight and lack of experience that led to this blunder. Jing Mian ignored him completely, reciting verbatim the butler's prior words to her. Xiao Fei and Lu Yao were both taken aback. Mrs. Hua's expression turned extremely grim. Who taught you to behave this way? Guests are to be treated with respect. How could you chase someone away? Why did you not inquire? Lu Yao and I personally came to welcome her, and yet you dare to show such a face? You are truly infuriating. Many within the house were interested in the arrival of the owner of Green Shade, yet, in the end, the guest nearly got chased away. Mrs. Hua quickly reassured Jing Mian. Jing boss, I will ensure he faces consequences. Lu Yao just informed us yesterday that you would be coming. We apologize for the oversight. Please do not misunderstand. Our family warmly welcomes you. The butler continued bowing and apologizing. It was this group of young people who misled me. Saying Jing boss was not a friend of the young lady. Seeing how young you are, I thought. Jing Mian had not intended to hold a grudge against the butler, but was he trying to shift the blame? His implication was that it was others' fault. If they said she was not Lu Yao's friend, why did he believe them? If they truly understood Lu Yao, they would not be sitting in the lawn area waiting. Or was he suggesting that she looked too youthful to be a person of stature?
No.
That is not what I meant. It is just that someone as young and accomplished as Jing boss is indeed rare. The butler was quite skilled at judging by appearance.
Siar han inte jättesarkastikalu.
If you cannot speak properly, then do not speak. Mrs. Hua's glare could pierce through the butler. You never leave home and know nothing of the outside world. Do not assume everyone is a stranger to you, if you cannot recognize anyone. Perhaps you should no longer be a butler. The butler panicked at last. Who exactly was this Jing boss? What was her background to incite such anger from Mrs. Hua?
Come with me.
Mrs. Hua called the butler aside for a reprimand. Before entering, Jing Mian asked, By the way, do you know her? Jing Mian pointed at the girl heavily coated in foundation. Not very well. Why? The girl suddenly felt her heart suspended in midair. She and her companions watched as Jing Mian was not only not driven away, but also scolded the steward, which made them uneasy. The lawn chairs were a bit distant from the entrance, and she was unaware of the specifics of their conversation. She stood up politely and waved at Hualiao, saying, You don't need this piece of cake and you wouldn't eat it anyway, so I thought I would have a taste first. Hualiao almost forgot about this. The girl with the makeup was initially anxious, but when she saw Hualiao rush down after her wave, laughing, she exclaimed, Look, Liao is so happy to see me. The table of young men and women perked up, excited to finally speak with Hualiao up close.
Who are you?
Hualiao asked, leaving the girl with makeup stunned. I am Miao Miao, the child of your uncle's family, she replied. I don't care who you are. Today is my birthday, so how dare you steal my cake? I haven't even made a wish yet.
Huh?
I didn't steal anything, she exclaimed, glancing at Jing Mian. No way, Liao, that birthday cake isn't the one she's holding.
Is it?
Yes. Hualiao's eyes burned with anger. I didn't know she was specifically here to bring the birthday cake. She didn't say anything in advance. Liao, you can't be mad at me. Hualiao looked bewildered. That is my boss. I work for her, and that's the cake I asked her to bring. The crowd's expressions turned serious. They were indeed quite the characters. Liao, you have a job now? Miao Miao interjected. Does a young lady still need to work? Hualiao refused to engage. All of you who mocked my boss earlier, line up and apologize to her. Thus, a long line of people stood before Jing Mian, each lowering their heads in embarrassment. Begin. They all chorused, Boss Jing, we apologize. Louder. Hua Liao urged. Boss Jing, we apologize. Boss Jing. We apologize. The cycle continued. Jing Mian covered her face, unable to bear the sight, and waved her hands at Hua Liao, mortified. Please, let them disperse. Only then did they retreat into the house, where the cool air from the air conditioning swept over them, and the cake was taken over by the kitchen staff. The grand villa of the Hua family, newly built after the apocalypse, was spacious, though its furnishings were not as modern as those in Luin. Overall, it still made quite an impression on ordinary people. Liao, why not introduce us? A middle-aged man sitting on the sofa laughed heartily. This is my father, this is my uncle, Hua Liao introduced, and this is my boss, Jing Mian, the owner of Luin Shelter. Uncles, don't be fooled by the fact that Luin is a shelter. We have a strong base. Everyone nodded. They had caught wind of the initial evaluations of Luin from the Bailu base. What does Liao do at Luin? A sweet girl in the crowd asked loudly. Hua Liao instinctively wanted to say she was the chief steward, but cast a cautious glance at Jing Mian. Please don't say I'm just a hostess. Chief steward of Luin, Jing Mian answered for her. Hua Liao sighed with relief. At home, she boasted about how much the boss trusted her, claiming to be her right-hand woman.
Wow.
You're so impressive, unlike me, who can only be an assistant in the central government hall. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted to the young girl, comforting her. You're working in the government hall, and you're not satisfied? Many people would beg for such a good job. Hua Liao whispered to Jing Mian. This is my cousin, Hua Litsai, who is adept at ingratiating herself with the elders. Litsai rushed over, grabbing Hua Liao's arm. Sister, what do you do as a chief steward? Is it tiring? She smiled sweetly. You never held any committee positions in school. Can you really manage the shelter? Everyone looked at Hua Liao, waiting for her response. Indeed, she had been a rebellious child in school, often skipping classes. Could she really handle being the chief steward at Luin? Surely, the powerful figures behind Luin wouldn't entrust management solely to a young girl like Jing Mian. If the owner of Luin had no capable hands, others would certainly seize the opportunity to place their own people in. Liao is intelligent and eager to learn. She picks things up quickly, assists me in receiving important guests, screening tenant qualifications, organizing materials, scheduling appointments, and investigating tenant needs and feedback. She has been a tremendous help, Jing Mian said with a smile to Hua Litsai. I trust you must be pleased with her progress, right? Liao will surely become an outstanding woman in her own right. Litsai's smile was insincere. What a great boss Luin has, she subtly mocked, indicating that her position in the government hall was not earned through her own efforts. Her future achievements would never measure up to Hua Liao's. Of course, I will progress alongside my sister, striving to match our boss Jing, she said. I wish you success. Jing Mian and Hua Litsai exchanged smiles. Boss, you're amazing. Finally, someone who can handle Hua Litsai. At that moment, Madame Hua returned. Liao, how fortunate you are to learn from Boss Jing and broaden your horizons. The Hua family may come to rely on you in the future. Madame Hua could see through Hua Litsai's ulterior motives. The Hua family was dominated by their eldest lineage, always scheming to undermine Liao. Now that Liao had fortuitously landed a chief steward role at Luin, she finally had a chance to hold her head high. Chapter 37. The mature 18 years. The second floor was filled with friends that Hua Liao had known since childhood. Jing Mian had no desire to linger among the old foxes of the Quandong district, as she was constantly subjected to their probing. Finding a convenient excuse, she declared that it was Hua Liao's birthday and they should enjoy themselves without discussing work, providing her a chance to escape with Hua Liao. She would not indulge them in shopping. She declined to accompany them. In the second-floor living room, a group of elegantly dressed youths gathered. Many eyes were drawn to Jing Mian's presence, which stirred quite a reaction among them. Unlike everyone else, she exuded a calmness that belied her youthful appearance. Her white, light gauzy dress felt refreshing like a summer night breeze after rain. With a delicate makeup that highlighted her natural beauty, she was a sight to behold. Some inherently held animosity toward attractive girls, while others naturally admired beauty. Jing Mian engaged in light conversation with them but was disinterested in forming friendships and had no intention of stepping into their social circle again. Sister Jing, you seem so mature for your age. We feel like we can't relate to you, Hua Litsai playfully remarked, hinting that Jing Mian was out of place. Litsai, you're just too naive and adorable. Her friend Yu Lulu chimed in. Stop being so clingy. Jing Mian concealed her distaste. After all, she was a woman who had lived to 28, and her maturity surely surpassed that of an 18-year-old. Despite managing Luin or engaging in business dealings, her inner innocence had not completely faded. However, if she were to present herself as a naive little girl in front of outsiders, who would take her seriously? In just a month, she had grown significantly alongside Luine. From the moment she took over Luine, she had not allowed herself to be just a cute little girl. Jing Mian smiled gently. By the way, Litsai, I'm only a little over a month older than Liao. You should be the older sister. The words from the graceful and gentle Jing Mian somehow made Hua Litsai seem childish and lowly in comparison. Their achievements were laid bare before them, starkly revealing the disparity. Sister Mian, I truly admire you. Hua Liao felt Jing Mian was incredibly impressive. There was no need for loud arguments. Her gentle demeanor effortlessly overshadowed Hua Litsai. Regardless of whether she's the older sister, she's still a young girl. Lulu quickly defended Hua Litsai. I didn't expect you to be so young, said Tian Yunyun, a girl beside Hua Liao. Jing Mian found it relatively easy to converse with Tian Yunyun as she was a childhood friend of Hua Liao. The second floor seemed to divide into two factions. Soon, it was time for the lively birthday banquet. Guests were engaged in cheerful conversations. The reason for not holding the banquet in the evening was that Hua Liao wanted to reserve that time for her closest friends to enjoy themselves. The daytime gathering was merely to fulfill social obligations. The Hua family had prepared a buffet, with an array of dishes set up both indoors and outdoors. Certainly, indoor dining offers a more abundant selection. The cake brought by Jing Mian was prominently placed at the center. A three-tiered cake, how splendid! It's my first time seeing one. Tian Yunyun exclaimed excitedly. Yu Luyao's friends gathered around the cake, astonished. The cake was adorned with vibrant, fresh strawberries and delicate cream flowers embellished with blueberries. Its unique and exquisite design was truly rare. And these little cakes look absolutely delectable. Yu Luyao's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. Isn't it beautiful? This is a gift from my boss. Your boss is so kind to you, Liyao, Yu Lixi chimed in. Let's hurry and taste it. As Yu Luyao lit the candles, she closed her eyes and made a wish amidst the blessings and attention of the crowd, then puffed out all the flames. Amidst the cheers and applause, Jing Mian found herself lost in thought, reflecting on her own birthdays. She had never experienced a proper celebration. Her birthday over a month ago was no different from any ordinary day. She even forgot to wish herself a happy birthday. As Zhang Peirong insisted, she joined the hunting team, while Jiang Baichun continued to bully her. The current scene felt like a distant memory. Let us cut the cake. Everyone cheered. Cake was a rare treat, and even those who typically shun sweets could not resist a bite. As slices of cake were distributed by Hua Luyao, Jing Mian received a generous piece. This is absolutely delicious. I have never tasted such exquisite cake. The cream is unlike anything I've ever had, so rich and perfectly sweet. The cupcakes were quickly devoured, and praises for the cake filled the air. Jing boss, where did you order this cake? It's amazing. I want to order one for my birthday too. Someone inquired. Eager ears perked up. Perhaps they couldn't afford it, but they were curious nonetheless. This is made by Green Shade, not ordered from outside. The questioner felt a bit deflated. It seemed that even with money, one couldn't indulge unless they were familiar with the owner of Green Shade. Green Shade is truly remarkable to create a cake of this caliber, Hua Fu observed, smiling at Jing Mian. Only the finest details reveal a person's true capability. If one cannot even meet basic needs, how can they refine the art of cream making? And such exquisite fruits, one seldom sees them in Wuhan. Only the elite in A-grade bases can afford them. This cake is quite valuable. Jing Mian smiled and began to help herself to some food, carelessly selecting a few items and fruits.
Sister Mian,
You must find this meal rather plain compared to our Green Shade delicacies, Hua Lixi remarked. Though the selection was limited, and the flavors quite mild, it was no small feat for the Hua family to provide such a large supply. At that moment, Jing Mian truly appreciated the strength of Green Shade's culinary offerings. She resolved to share pictures of their dishes online to showcase the true allure. No establishment could rival Green Shade in terms of competition. The next batch of Green Shade residences would undoubtedly be in high demand. How is it, Sister Mian? The food is quite decent, isn't it? Hua Lixi quickly changed her tone, cheerfully inquiring while munching on scrambled eggs with carrots. Yes, it is quite good, Jing Mian replied politely. This is the Hua family of Guangdong district. Not everyone can enjoy such culinary delights. Just look at how the big bosses are savoring every bite. Yu Lu glanced at Jing Mian. All these vegetables and fruits are sourced directly from the central plantation, and so is the meat. Jing Mian responded. Yu Lu was displeased with Jing Mion's reaction, pretending as if they were not on the same level. What was so impressive about being a small boss? In the end, the apocalypse still depended on one's background. Those from plantations and farms were not easily swayed. Don't you agree, Lu Xi? Hua Lu Xi smiled. Only you understand. I was born with a silver spoon. My colleagues in the government office treat me quite well. Hua Lu Yao was speechless. It was one thing to benefit from family connections, but she had to flaunt it everywhere. Honestly, I didn't want to mention my birthday banquet. But the food at Green Shade is far better than at home. I've even gained weight. Better than your family's meals? Though aware of the rivalry between Hua Lu Yao and her sister, Tian Yunyan felt Hua Lu Yao was exaggerating. Indeed, I'm not lying. There are so many delicious dishes, each more delightful than the last, even surpassing the upscale restaurants in the central district. As Hua Lu Yao spoke, she nearly drooled. Tian Yunyan, familiar with her friend, sensed that she was not fabricating her claims.
Wow.
Is that true? Sister Mian, may I dine at your Green Shade? Hua Lu Xi feigned innocence, fully believing her words. Me too. I want to go. Yu Lu and the group of sisters rallied behind Hua Lu Xi. That's not possible, Jing Mian replied expressionlessly. Haha, Sister Mian loves to joke, Yu Lu laughed. I'm not joking. Green Shade is a sanctuary, not a restaurant. You're not tenants. Only authorized personnel may enter.
Une autorise de personnel?
Hua Lu Xi repeated, astonished. No one had ever dared to speak to her like that.
Indeed.
We have strict management at Green Shade. Meals are supplied internally. Hua Lu Yao found no fault in Jing Mian's statement. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? What kind of establishment is Green Shade that even the young lady of the Hua family can't visit? Yu Lu remarked with a sarcastic tone. Jing boss. You are attending a banquet hosted by the Hua family. Why would you say that? Who invited you to speak? Hua Lu Yao had long been displeased with Yu Lu. As tensions rose, Hua Lu Xi relished the drama, her spirits lifted by the conflict. Jing Mian advised. Do not argue with her. Today is your birthday. Don't let her spoil your mood. You've been a steward. It's beneath you to squabble with someone like her. What authority Jing boss holds? Yu Lu raised her voice to attract attention, as if she had been wronged. What are you shouting about during Lu Yao's birthday? Are you trying to steal the spotlight? Her words caught the disapproving glances of Hua Fu and Hua Mu. Seeing Yu Lu back down, Hua Lu Xi concealed her disdain. This Jing boss was indeed formidable. This sanctuary is under my control. I make the rules here. If you have the capability, open your own establishment and invite your friends as you wish. Jing Mian held no fondness for Hua Lu Xi and had no intention of inviting them to dine at Green Shade. What is so impressive about that? It's just a small place for 50 or 60 people. You really think too highly of yourself. Yu Lu rolled her eyes. Wow, such bravado. Everyone turned to see who dared to speak so boldly besides Jing Mian. With her black hair, crimson lips, and an unmistakable aura, she was not to be trifled with. Sister Xiao. Hua Lu Xi hurriedly greeted with her friends. Which family do you belong to? Xiao Fei asked directly. The Yu family. Yu Lu was unafraid of Xiao Fei's inquiry. The Yu family followed the Hua family. Xiao family would have to deal with the Hua family first to confront them. Furthermore, why would they trouble themselves over a mere sanctuary owner? The Yu family's business hasn't progressed lately. What gives you the audacity to speak to Jing boss like that? Hua Lu Xi quickly interjected, Sister Xiao. Lu was merely speaking on my behalf. She meant no harm. I'm not overthinking it, nor do I have the mood to listen to your little schemes. I'm here to speak with Jing Mian. She waved her hand, uninterested in Hua Lu Xi. Turning to Jing Mian, she smiled. Didn't I mention before that our Xiao family is also looking to procure rice? We have finalized the arrangements. Jing boss, you're set to make another fortune. Another fortune. The girls gasped in unison. Was this sanctuary owner consistently handling such large orders? Yu Lu's expression soured. Her family hadn't even reached half of that amount last year. Thank you for your patronage. Jing Mian winked at Xiao Fei. She realized that Xiao Fei was quite protective of her friends. Previously, when she faced bullying from Lu Mei, Xiao Fei had stood up for her. Since it's Sister Xiao making the request, I must offer you a discount. Ha, that's generous of you. Xiao Fei smiled joyfully, knowing that Xiao Han would once again be left in her dust. Tomorrow night, the big shots of the A-class base would gather at the Moon River Pavilion. And our attendance presents a splendid opportunity. Jing Mian had awaited this day for a long time, the more connections she fostered within the A-class base. the greater the prospects for Green Shade's advancement. Last time, Zhang Wenyan was also present, and she heard you have new products to showcase. He will undoubtedly return to see them. Soon, you will surely find yourself quite busy. Jing Mian and Xiao Fei shared laughter, reveling in their camaraderie.
Meanwhile,
The wealthy ladies exchanged glances, at a loss for words. It was no wonder they couldn't connect with her. They were simply not on the same wavelength. Are you familiar with the Moon River Pavilion? It is a venue frequented by billionaires and industry magnates. Who would have thought that Boss Jing operates at such a level? It seems I underestimated her significance. Lu Yao, you have made it big. Tian Yunyan exclaimed, giving Hua Lu Yao a thumbs up. Lu Yao beamed with pride. Let us not forget, I am the chief manager of Green Shade. We are thriving here, even better than at home. You should sign up for the next round of housing openings. I will see if I can speak on your behalf to get you in. Tian Yunyan shot her a knowing glance. Yu Lulu could no longer contain herself. Having just mocked them, she now found herself unable to approach them. After Xiao Fei departed, a circle of admirers surrounded Jing Mian. Boss Jing, I am a management major. Is Green Shade still hiring? When will Boss Jing announce the new housing? I would pay double the price to move in. Jing Mian scoffed. Double? What does that even mean? She had messages in her communicator from those willing to pay 10 times the rent, and she hadn't even responded to them. Could you share your contact information, Boss Jing? Jing Mian was exasperated by their sudden change in demeanor. Is this how the elite operate? They flock to whoever possesses wealth and power. The atmosphere around Lu Yao felt somewhat desolate, with only Yu Lulu remaining at her side. When Jing Mian glanced over, she tilted her head. She pulled Hua Lu Yao aside and asked, what does Yu Lulu's family do? I believe they are involved in high-end personal care and soap. Jing Mian pondered. It seems time to explore new markets. Lu Yao recalled Green Shade shampoo, which was exceptionally effective and fragrant. She gifted 2 bottles of gardenia-scented shampoo to her mother, who claimed it boosted her confidence. Lu Yao looked back at Yu Lulu with a hint of pity. Why are you returning alone? Sister Mian said she dislikes crowds and left early. The group expressed their regret, lamenting the wasted half-day, without securing contact with the boss. Why didn't you mention how impressive your boss is earlier, Lu Yao? Lu Yao replied, I had no idea. Sister Mian prefers to keep a low profile. Finally, Yu Lulu couldn't hold back her curiosity. Lu Yao, why do you keep looking at me with those strange eyes? I have a feeling you'll be caught in a mixed doubles match with your uncles and aunts. Chapter 39, The Coveted Security Team at Dawn. Wang Yi arrived punctually at the watchtower, while Qiao Hai patrolled nearby. The tenants appeared vibrant and lively. Clearly having slept well and enjoyed a hearty breakfast before departing from Green Shade, their spirits high and laughter echoing. Qiao Hai, hands on his hips, watched their retreating figures, feeling a sense of fulfillment and happiness. Jing Mian was still hard at work in the cafeteria, with Ling Yi and Ling Jiu observing her as she ate. She set down her spoon, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are you here for something? Ling Yi scratched his head. Sorry to bother you, Boss Jing. My brother and I are interested in joining Green Shade. I can drive, and my brother wants to work in security. Jing Mian was pleasantly surprised. This was pivotal for Green Shade's upgrade mission. Why didn't you mention your driving skills earlier? You're hired. Ling Yi admitted, I've only driven a few times. So, I'm not very familiar with it. I hesitated for a few days. Is that really okay, Boss Jing? No problem. Let Zhang Tai mentor you for a few days. Once he says you're ready, you can take the shuttle bus route. That way, everyone can feel at ease. Ling exclaimed, that's fantastic. Now I don't have to worry. Jing Mian looked at Ling Jiu, who appeared to be around the same age as Xiao Jing. Ling Jiu, you're still young. Security work can be dangerous. When zombies attack, you'll need to be at the front lines protecting everyone. Are you sure about this? Jing Mian spoke gently, recognizing that a child his age should still be in school. Unlike his brother, Ling Jiu lacked shyness and was more aloof. I am an ability user. I awakened yesterday. He stated this matter-of-factly. Jing Mian stared at him in astonishment. Yesterday? Yes, Boss Jing. My brother had a high fever for a day and a night, and after taking anti-inflammatory medication without improvement, we plan to take him to the hospital today. However, he awakened this morning. His first thought was to join the Green Shade security team. You must agree. Ling Yi pleaded for his brother's opportunity, receiving a glare from Ling Jiu. Jing Mian's mind raced. Taking anti-inflammatory medication for a fever seemed incorrect. Perhaps it was because they only had medications purchased from Green Shade? Are you aware of your abilities? Some abilities may not be suitable for security work. Lingju stepped back and raised his arm, from which a dim black-purple light emanated. In an instant, a massive scythe appeared in his hand, dwarfing him. The pitch-black crescent scythe swirled with ominous winds, and the overwhelming pressure stunned Jing Mian. After a few seconds, Ling Jiao retracted the scythe, which vanished. He appeared noticeably paler. I can only summon the scythe for 1 minute. But during that minute, I feel invincible. Indeed, he was a thoroughly offensive ability user. When he struck, it would be with lethal intent. Jing Mian no longer urged him to continue his studies. In the apocalypse, both martial and intellectual paths were viable, and lower-tier bases often lacked educational opportunities. Simply surviving was a challenge. Let alone affording an education or finding someone to teach, the ability to recognize basic literacy was already commendable. Very well, I consent to your joining the security team. But you must heed Captain Xiao Hai's orders and learn how to harness your abilities under his guidance. Do you understand? Ling Ju nodded, still expressionless, though his eyes glimmered with joy. With one last position remaining for the upgrade mission, possessing a driver was indeed an asset. The military academy at Wuhan Base would provide training, and upon graduation, recruits were absorbed into various departments. Finding a driver among the tenants was no easy feat. Perhaps she should include special skills as a criterion for future rentals. Suddenly, Jing Mian's communicator buzzed. Glancing down, she saw it was a call from Fu Jiao Jiao.
Sister Mian.
Quickly ask Zhang Tai to restock. We need all types of sanitary pads, anti-inflammatory medication, and more fragrant shampoo. Also, send over some other supplies. They will be gone in no time. Jing Mian replied. Business is booming? We just opened a few days ago. I sent a large shipment, and it's already running low. I didn't expect the word to spread so quickly. Our products are of excellent quality and value. Not to mention, people are raving about them. Gotta go, Sister Mian. New and returning customers are clashing. The call ended abruptly. It was clear that Fu Jiao Jiao was swamped. Jing Mian hurriedly summoned Zhang Tai to help transport goods from the warehouse, ensuring the truck was packed to the brim before they ceased. Brother Qiao, you should accompany Zhang Tai. Things are chaotic over at Jiao Jiao's. There are still people fighting in the store, and I fear she can't handle it alone.
All right.
Leave it to me. After the truck departed, Jing Mian posted a notice. Green Shade Supply Store at Wuhan Base is hiring 30,000 monthly. Responsibilities include customer service and product sales. Enjoy the same benefits with morning and evening transportation and afternoon tea cakes available for collection at night. Meals can be packed for breakfast. She believed the upgrade mission would soon be accomplished, as more systemic resources beckoned her, especially the long-awaited construction of walls. At that point, she could purchase fortification weapons without hesitation, artillery with comprehensive coverage, high-voltage electric fences, and ideally energy weapons for long-range artillery. When the zombie tide came, she would face it unafraid. With ample supplies, no concerns for food or shelter, she could comfortably rest within the base. Such aspirations were delightful, but alas, her wallet was still lacking. Upgrading the base would require a continuous flow of funds. The difficulty of the upgrade tasks has always been labeled as simple. Yet it is evident that higher levels of challenge will undoubtedly emerge in the future. Ascending to level 4 will not be an easy feat. Jing Mian, invigorated, adorned herself and donned new attire, reaching out to Xiao Fei to accompany her to the moonlit pavilion. Whether they could fortify the Green Shade into an impregnable fortress depended on their ability to secure a lucrative partnership during this period. This evening, the moonlit pavilion was adorned more splendidly than usual, evidently to showcase the prowess of the Wuhan base. Many from the A-level bases had indeed arrived. Although she had previously claimed indifference towards the elevation of Green Shade, deep within, she harbored a desire for it to transcend the status of merely a sanctuary. She simply refused to relinquish 80 million to that scoundrel, Li Sihai, without a fight. If she could forge connections with some dignitaries from the A-level bases this time, perhaps a turning point could materialize. Jing Mian, look, those seated in the flower hall are all representatives from the nearby A-level bases. Observing the jovial group of middle-aged men, Jing Mian steeled herself and approached them alongside Xiao Fei. Were it not for the precarious beginnings of Green Shade, with so many lurking in the shadows eager to undermine it, she would not have to endure such social engagements daily, constantly striving for significant contracts. Once the situation stabilized, she intended to establish shops across various bases, alleviating the need to pursue business herself. Every effort now was a stepping stone towards a more relaxed future. In Chapter 40, speaking with strength, Zhang Wenyuan glanced up just as Xiao Fei and Jing Mian approached them, smiling. Last time, you praised the rice from our Bailu. It was indeed procured from her. Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction Zhang indicated. Xiao Fei added, it is indeed delicious. Our Xiao family has also placed orders with Manager Jing. Thus, it seemed that Manager Jing had stockpiled quite an abundance of rice. Zhang adjusted his glasses, stating, as long as you wish to order, I can provide it at any time. Jing Mian, feeling confident, replied, I have some ideas. A bald man spoke up. This is Wu Feng from the Chang'an base, responsible for grain management. This spring, Chang'an recently endured a zombie tide. It is a newly established A-level base with a population of around 50 to 60,000. Their food reserves are likely nearly depleted, and they will be unable to sustain themselves in the latter half of the year. Xiao Fei explained this to Jing Mian. Isn't that a potential major buyer? Jing Mian perked up. Our green shade not only has ample rice. Recently, our flour and vegetable oil have also gained popularity. Bald Wu Feng appeared notably interested in discussing matters with Jing Mian. What kind of base is green shade? I've never heard of it before, inquired a man reclining on the sofa who had been silent until now. Of course, you haven't heard of it, General LV. Green shade is not even a base. It barely qualifies as an E-level, merely a shelter, scoffed a woman beside him. Jing Mian recognized her as Wang Na, the second wife of Enling Yu, a familiar face from her past life. Wang Na's background was quite distinguished, being the daughter of a prominent figure from the Wuan base. Her mother had married from an A-level base, and her family held significant power. It seemed likely that Wang Na was somehow related to General LV, as the commander's wife also bore the surname LV. Haha, you truly amuse me. Engaging in business with the owner of a mere shelter. LV Bulyong mocked, slapping his thigh. How does your Wuan base allow such individuals to enter? Is there no standard? Have you no shame? The expression of the Wuan base officials turned stiff, casting reproachful glances at Xiao Fei. Did he not understand the importance of the pre-auction gathering? Please forgive me, General LV. The Green Shade Shelter is quite close to our Wuan base, and it genuinely possesses some strength. Guolan, who managed external affairs for Wuan, attempted to smooth things over. Regardless of its strength, it remains merely a shelter. How good can it possibly be?
Wang Na disdainfully regarded Jing Mian.
Guolan struggled to maintain his composure, internally cursing Wang Na for her lack of foresight. What good could come from undermining their own? Jing Mian could not fathom the source of Wang Na's malice toward her. This was their first encounter since her rebirth, yet Wang Na appeared unchanged from her previous life. Shouldn't we ask you to leave, then?
LV Bolian zestet, at the sing Guolan.
Guolan shot a glance at Xiao Fei, conveying a clear message. Xiao Fei, with a resigned whisper in Jing Mian's ear, said, The East Long people are accustomed to arrogance. I'm afraid you may have to endure this, Jing Mian. Jing Mian was taken aback to discover that LV Bulyong was indeed from the East Long base, and was astonished that the Wuan base would dare to expel her. It seemed that her identity as the owner of the Green Shade Shelter rendered her susceptible to bullying, leaving her with mixed feelings. Evidently, her standing was still insufficiently elevated. Isn't it unnecessary, General LV? Since we are all here, I have visited Green Shade. It is truly not inferior to an ordinary sea-level base, Zhang Wenyuan interjected. The moonlit pavilion was filled with representatives from numerous A and B-level bases, as well as some promising sea-level personnel, making Zhang Wenyuan's assertion sufficient to validate Jing Mian's presence. Jing Mian gratefully nodded in acknowledgement of Zhang Wenyuan. Wang Na, despite her boldness, understood that confronting a Wuan base official was unwise. LV Bulyong cast a surprised glance at Zhang Wenyuan. While Bailu base might not rival East Long, it was still a strong A-level base. Since you, Wenyuan, have spoken, I shall refrain from being the villain, Wang Na remarked, crossing her legs with a look of begrudging acceptance. Jing Mian produced product samples from the tote at her feet, arranging small bottles and boxes upon the table. The confidence I possess in entering this space stems from the quality of Green Shade's products. Instantly, the representatives from various bases expressed keen interest, examining the items before them. Wu Feng held a bottle containing a viscous, translucent liquid. Upon opening it, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, reminiscent of fresh, sweet oranges bursting forth, mingled with an indescribable floral scent. The fragrance invigorated the senses, offering a brief respite from the harsh realities of the world. What is this delightful scent you have, old Wu? Wu Feng read the label aloud. Citrus and chamomile-scented shampoo. Regardless of its effectiveness, the mere aroma was something Chang'an could not replicate, even among A-level bases. How many could indulge in the sweet essence of citrus, or possess a bouquet of chamomile to inhale its fragrance? Wu Feng felt a wave of nostalgia, as the remnants of a world long past resurfaced. Flowers and grains had become increasingly difficult to sustain in the face of extreme heat and cold. The scent of the shampoo transported him to sunlit afternoons of peace, a fleeting escape from the desolation of the apocalypse. Silently, Wu Feng added the shampoo to his shopping list. The people of Chang'an, having just endured a zombie tide, needed hope and aspirations to persevere. Of course, the most pressing concern remained food. Wu Feng exchanged bottles with those beside him, discovering an entirely different, pungent aroma. "Is that alcohol?" Wu Feng exclaimed in surprise. His colleague next to him shouted, "Old Wu, look. It's flour. So fine. Quality flour." Wu Feng beamed with joy. This was his primary objective for the trip, acquiring high-quality grain at a low price to alleviate Chang'an's food crisis. Zhang Wenyuan had not deceived him. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenyuan remained quietly astonished, his expression no less astonished than anyone else's as he held a box of anti-inflammatory medication. While anti-inflammatory medications were common among A-level bases, they were not particularly rare. However, from Green Shade's perspective, the sheer volume of stock indicated immense capacity. Who was behind Green Shade? Possessing such formidable strength that they had achieved mass production of pharmaceuticals? Manager Jing, "It appears we must have a separate discussion moving forward," he mused, needing to report back to Bai Lu about the necessity of purchasing the medication and evaluating how many universal coins the base would allocate. Observing the surprise and delight on their faces, LV Buoyang could no longer contain his impatience. "Just how good is it? Your expressions are utterly pathetic." LV Buoyang scoffed, casually picking up a box. "What could be better than what East Long offers? If these products are superior, why is East Long the leading base in the East while others are not?" Ultimately, it boils down to a matter of perspective. He opened the drawer to reveal a stack of tissues, their delicate fragrance mingled with a subtle hint of tea, providing a soft and smooth texture. Wang Na also pulled one out, her expression devoid of emotion as she touched it before continuing to examine other bottles. After surveying the items, Lu Buoyang's expression turned grave. He could not in good conscience claim that Donglong's products surpassed those presented by Jing Mian. In fact, there was a noticeable gap. Chapter 41. Xinya returns. It was astonishing that the esteemed Eastern base could be outmatched by the offerings of a mere shelter.
No wonder Sang Benyuan.
That cunning old fox defended Green Shade. It evidently had significant backing. Lu Buoyang could hardly believe that a shelter could produce such goods. He smiled, suggesting they step outside for some fresh air, to which Wang Na, understanding his intent, followed closely. On the terrace, Lu Buoyang lamented, "Na, why do you engage in conflict without first understanding the situation? What do you mean, uncle? Are we truly intimidated by a mere shelter, like Jing Mian?"
Wang Na replied, surprised.
She could tell that the items Jing Mian had presented were indeed impressive, but she was unaware of just how exceptional they truly were. Surely, they could not surpass Donglong's offerings.
Lu Buoyang lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply.
Green Shade was more complex than it appeared. The depths of the situation still needed to be explored. Before we ascertain the facts, refrain from using provocative language towards the owner of Green Shade, or your uncle may not be able to protect you. Wang Na was taken aback. Is it really that serious? That can't be true.
Eva investigated in Kman.
She was once among the lower echelons of the Wuhan base, not even worthy of carrying my shoes. What connections could she possibly have? Lu Buoyang furrowed his brow, gazing at the night sky. After a moment, he replied, "Trust your uncle. You will not be misled. Let us return. It's rather warm this late at night." Once they stepped outside, the tension visibly dissipated among the others, who began to speak freely. "Why didn't Boss Jing inform me of such excellent products beforehand? I could have arranged matters with the base in advance," Zhang Wenyuan expressed, displaying an anti-inflammatory medication to the group. "We could also introduce some of these shampoos. The ladies will surely appreciate them. No one enjoys the feeling of greasy hair that cannot be cleaned. We must secure rice, flour, and oil for Chang'an." He added with a laugh, "This time, Donglong has truly been put to shame." Zhang Wenyuan concealed the brilliance in his eyes behind his glasses. If even Donglong was outperformed, from where did these supplies originate? They could not possibly be from the eastern region. Could it be from the north? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. As Lu Buoyang and Wang Na returned, he inquired, What is everyone so cheerful? One person maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "We must await the response from the testing personnel regarding the specific effects." Very well, I shall provide samples for testing to all parties involved. Contact me only if you are satisfied. There is no rush. Indeed, Boss Jing, please leave your contact information, someone suggested, to which Jing Mian readily agreed. Marking the beginning of her networking journey, alleviating the need to rely on Xiao Fei for every connection. As the night deepened, Jing Mian boarded her vehicle, with Zhang Tai waiting outside for her. She called Xiao Hai, instructing him to remain vigilant outside to prevent another ambush from the half-zombies during the quiet hours. Upon safely returning to Green Shade, she was surprised to find her mother, Li Xian, waiting for her in the reception area. Boss Jing, I wish to work at the special supply store. The unexpected announcement delighted Jing Mian. Of course. When can you start? I will resign tomorrow and might be able to start in the afternoon, Li Xian replied. Jing Mian had not intended for her mother to rush. But Jiao Jiao was indeed overwhelmed with work. Then it shall be a bit of hard work for you. Not at all. Living in Green Shade makes it impossible to complain. If others knew, they would scold us for being unaware of our blessings. With minimal currency, they enjoyed delicious meals, clean bottled water, and the luxury of a washing machine and air conditioning, ensuring a comfortable night free from mosquitoes. Their lives were filled with the comforts of television, free utilities, fragrant shampoos, and accessible sanitary products, alongside a complimentary shuttle service. This must be happiness. I desire nothing more, she concluded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. To be honest, our time in Green Shade feels like a dream, Li Xian continued, Wan Xing, and one you are envied by their classmates at school. Thanks to your kindness, Boss Jing, we can enjoy such a life. In Li Xian's eyes, no dwelling in Wuan offered better value than Green Shade. Even if rents were to skyrocket tenfold, people would still vie for a chance to rent there. However, she had chosen tenants primarily from the common folk, raising wages to ensure everyone could afford their rent. Such a benevolent landlord was hard to find. After a heartfelt exchange, Li Xian left with her special supply store uniform. Late at night, Jing Mian sat alone on the sofa as the system displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for completing the upgrade task. Celebration time. The host completed the task in a notably short duration, and Unit 0 is very pleased. Your abilities are commendable. The difficulty of the upcoming upgrade tasks will be elevated to intermediate. Seeing this, Jing Mian was not surprised. She had anticipated the increase in difficulty. If all tasks were easy, she could reach her full potential within a year and lead a leisurely life. Now that the task was complete, she felt no urgency to upgrade, her body weary. She resolved to focus on upgrading the base tomorrow, yet her joy was solitary. As she opened her communicator, she noticed an unread message. Xinya, busy with tasks, I didn't see your message. I will return tonight. A smile unconsciously graced Jing Mian's lips. Xinya was finally coming back. It felt like ages since they had last met. As the clock approached midnight, and Xinya still had not arrived, she sent a message. I am waiting for you in the living room. In the darkness, a rugged vehicle sped onward, the hooded figure in the back seat coldly commanding, Drive faster. Brother. I've floored the accelerator. I can't go any faster. The young driver, with bleached hair, dared not turn around. Yeah. Is there an urgent matter? The man in the passenger seat inquired. Yes. Do not ask, came the terse response. Once more, silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the wind. Gradually, the horizon began to lighten as the deep blue sky melded with pale yellow, gathering energy to illuminate the world. At last, the dawn's light faintly glimmered upon the metallic rooftop. There it is. That must be the Green Shade shelter, the young driver exclaimed, recognizing it from Xinya's descriptions. Xinya smiled silently, and in the next moment, leaped from the speeding vehicle. He transformed into a shadow, swiftly traversing the still dark night, leaving the vehicle far behind. He still possessed such remarkable strength. By the time Xinya reached the entrance of Green Shade, it was already 4:30 a.m. He removed his mask, and the door automatically opened upon recognizing his face. Inside Green Shade, only dim lights illuminated the space. A shadow rested on the sofa. He approached quickly, noting the woman's disheveled hair and feathery lashes resting upon her face, her breathing steady and even. His brow furrowed once more. She remained as defenseless as ever. What would happen if someone plotted against her while she slept here? She was fast asleep, curled up, likely cold. With a resigned sigh, Xinya leaned down, slipping his arms beneath her and lifting her gently. She felt soft in his embrace. He dared not grip too tightly for fear of causing her pain. Yet he worried about holding her securely. Chapter 42. I, too, wished to live in green shade just as he prepared to carry her to her room.
Senjasa ni holdid.
He caught a whiff of blood. It was faint, indicating a minor injury, yet it was undeniably present. Had she been hurt? Xinya's brow knitted in concern. Clearly, she had not taken proper care of herself while running a business. He bent down to inspect her injuries. Cradling her made it difficult to see everything, and when he attempted to set her down, he noticed a small ring of blood on the leather sofa. It corresponded with her previous sleeping position, likely from her rear. After giving it serious thought, he realized with alarm. Jing Mian had hemorrhoids. He had not anticipated this condition. Xinya's expression turned complex. It seemed quite severe. He carried her directly to her room. The door, equipped with a fingerprint lock, opened effortlessly as Xinya pressed Jing Mian's finger against it. In the dim morning light, Xinya could still discern the furnishings within the room. The bedroom walls were adorned with delicate floral patterns, while pink curtains framed the windows, and the bed was also clothed in shades of pink. A plush white carpet compelled him to remove his shoes, such a hassle in a girl's room. He gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in with a blanket. She remained asleep, deeply immersed in her dreams. As he brushed aside the stray hairs from her face, he marveled at how a mere girl was tasked with upholding a sanctuary. Sitting by her bedside, he observed her peaceful slumber, her occasional movements indicating a serene rest. Unbeknownst to him, his once empty heart felt a tinge of fulfillment. On her finger rested a green gemstone ring. Its material strikingly familiar, likely the very crystal he had sold to her, now fashioned into a ring. A smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, his wrist communicator lit up, and Xinya swiftly ended the call before the ringtone could echo. "What is it?" he inquired. Aishan with his bleached hair exclaimed, "We can't get in. What's the rush?" "I'm on my way," Xinya replied, finding Aishan grumbling by the verdant gate. "Who was the one in a hurry earlier?"
Pinye.
"Can you stop touching the wall? You've been at it for ages. Does the wall have a gender?"
Get lost.
"You know nothing." Yen Ping interjected. "This wall is made of unusual materials. Even a level 3 ability user would struggle to breach it. Not even you?" "Hard to say."
Wow.
"That's impressive. Let me give it a try," Aishan declared, his fingertips glowing with a sharp golden light. "Don't act recklessly. Relax, I know my limits." "You know nothing." Xinya's expression turned serious, his gaze narrowing dangerously at Aishan's hand. "What do you intend to do?" "Ahem. I just want to test the wall's strength." Yen Ping rolled his eyes, exasperated. "If I find out you did anything to green shade, you're finished." Aishan swallowed hard. "Is it that serious?" "It's not like it's your family business."
Come in.
Xinya permitted them entry. Only tenants could access the premises from the outside. Yen Ping and Aishan surveyed their surroundings as dawn broke, illuminating the space significantly. The dim lights extinguished themselves, yielding to the sun's rays. "No wonder you were so eager to return," Aishan remarked, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance. "This place is truly upscale. I've never stayed in such a high-end sanctuary. The lobby even has air conditioning, 24 hours no less. The owner must be quite wealthy." The bloodstains on the sofa had vanished. "I want to stay here," Aishan exclaimed. "That will depend on whether the owner has any vacant rooms once they awaken." "I'll go wake the owner." "Don't be foolish, just wait here." Yen Ping was less boisterous than Aishan. He wandered towards the back of the reception area, discovering a door labeled office, which was locked, indicating no one was inside. Further back was a spacious area with rows of neatly arranged tables and chairs, capable of accommodating 100 diners. Curiosity led him to a brightly lit machine kiosk displaying numerous images of delectable dishes. At 6 o'clock, alarms from various rooms in the Green Shade Sanctuary rang out, rousing the peaceful dreams of its inhabitants. Stretching and yawning, they welcomed the new day, students preparing for school, workers gearing up for their jobs. Grandma Bai had already completed her morning routine and stepped out to maintain the day's cleanliness, ensuring everyone could enjoy breakfast in the tiddiest environment possible before heading off to their respective endeavors. She and her husband took turns managing the sanctuary throughout the day. As Grandma Bai entered the reception area, she cast an unsatisfied glance at the sofa. That old man really didn't put in the effort last night. The cushions are all askew, and the floor isn't clean. There's dust everywhere. Is this how you repay Mion's 15,000 coins? Hastily, she made her way to the dining hall to fetch a mop. Upon entering, she spotted the backs of two men devouring their meals.
Pinyin.
Could you please pass me another bowl of noodle soup? Grandma Bai shook her head, muttering, why do they act like starving ghosts so early in the morning? Her gaze softened with affection, but as she approached, her expression shifted. She did not recognize these two men. Having been at Green Shade for an extended period, she and her husband were familiar with all the tenants. Clearly, these two were not among them. Aware of how secure the sanctuary's doors were, she quietly stepped back. It was best to consult Mion first. If they were troublemakers, she would be outmatched and could easily become a hostage. Grandma Bai was quite astute, having survived until now in peaceful times. Don't be afraid, Grandma. We aren't bad people. Startled, Grandma Bai froze. The two men had noticed her approach while concentrating on their meals. Just then, Xinya emerged from the store and called out, Grandma Bai, these are my friends. You need not worry. I will explain everything to Jing Mian shortly. Seeing Xinya, Grandma Bai sighed in relief. My goodness, you scared me half to death. I thought it was Li Sihai's men back for revenge. What's going on? Xinya frowned as he inquired. While mopping, Grandma Bai recounted the situation. Donglong has become increasingly unscrupulous. Aishan put down his chopsticks and let out two loud belches. They must be drawn here by the lavish decor. Yen Ping speculated. If I were present, I'd make them grant Green Shade a C-level rating, Xinya asserted. Yen Ping, possessing some insider knowledge, replied, that won't work. The appraiser only provides an evaluation. The final decision rests with Donglong, where the stamp must be applied for it to be official. Even if you pressured them into granting Green Shade an A-level rating, it wouldn't be recognized upon their return. Moreover, appraisers profit from the system. Many are connected to influential families. I see, Sinyo acknowledged. After some time, the entire Green Shade sanctuary buzzed with life, as its residents, dressed neatly, flocked to the dining hall for breakfast, some even packing meals for later. In this space, no one paid heed to unfamiliar faces. Everyone subconsciously accepted that being within Green Shade was the safest option. This is the cleanest and most orderly sanctuary I have ever encountered, Aishan remarked. Having stayed in numerous shelters and transit stations during missions, he noted that the inhabitants there often looked gaunt, their eyes either glinting with malice or dulled by apathy. In contrast, those in Green Shade radiated vitality and hope.
Ha.
Grandma, I want to live here too, Aishan casually remarked to Grandma Bai. Child, as far as I know, there seem to be no vacant rooms. Chapter 43. It wasn't he just as simple, liking Jing Mian awoke later than usual, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Wasn't I on the sofa in the reception area? How did I end up in my own bed? As she got out of bed, an unusual sensation struck her, a wetness and a dull ache in her lower abdomen. She froze for a moment, disbelief washing over her. No way. It came so soon? Rushing to the bathroom, she confirmed it. Her relative had arrived, much earlier than in her previous life. Clearly, the meals at Green Shade were quite nourishing. Fortunately, the system conveniently provided her with a pack of sanitary pads. After addressing her situation, Jing Mian glanced at her skirt, now marred by a distinct ring of dried blood. No matter how she washed it, traces would remain. Dejected, she tossed the skirt aside, only to discover a small square box beside her pillow. She was certain it wasn't hers. Someone had entered her room. Coupled with a change in her sleeping arrangements, she immediately thought of Xinya's return. Eager to message him, she noticed a previously unread message from him. Next time, don't sleep on the sofa, it's unsafe. The crystal is a gift for you. Opening the box revealed a shuttle-shaped crystal, shimmering with a sea blue hue under the morning light. How beautiful, Jing Mian marveled. She sent a message asking, this is too precious. Why did you give me a crystal? The crystal is different from those from mutated beasts. It's derived from a zombie. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Upon encountering her, Xinya did not wait for her to utter a word before he swiftly entered her room. Xinya, this is my private space. You are trespassing. Jing Mian's cheeks puffed out like an angry pufferfish, both unapproachable and endearing. I noticed that the shop has received quite a few anti-inflammatory medications. He paused before continuing. Yes.
You can stock up on some.
Jing Mian replied with a smile. Xinya, visibly uncomfortable, looked at her and stammered. But it appears that anti-inflammatory medication is of little help for your condition. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so serious. Jing Mian scratched her head, What ailment do I have? Xenia, unusually flustered, reassured her. It's all right, Jing Mian. I saw everything last night. I will find medicine for you. Jing Mian was even more baffled. But I am not ill. Xenia blushed deeply and exclaimed, You lost a considerable amount of blood due to hemorrhoids last night. In an instant, Jing Mian's eyes widened, frozen in shock. Who could comprehend the feeling of being mistaken for having hemorrhoids by a handsome man?
Senja.
Jing Mian shouted in a frenzy. Are you out of your mind? That wasn't hemorrhoids, it was… She too flushed crimson. It was my period. Xenia's face was a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Your period is on your backside? You refer to that as your period? Jing Mian, being a girl, was undoubtedly embarrassed and had given it a nickname. It's nothing serious, he insisted earnestly. Jing Mian wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her face was as flushed as a little steam engine. Xenia, I really am not ill. That is a natural occurrence every girl experiences. It's a matter of our physiology. Xenia's expression nearly spiraled out of control. So every woman endures this kind of suffering. He had been entirely unaware. Moreover, it recurs for about a week every month. Xenia nodded, understanding the cyclical nature of this affliction. It must be painful, right? He inquired. Yes. It can be quite painful, she admitted. Having slept on the balcony for years, she suffered greatly from the cold, and each occurrence was excruciating. But she had grown accustomed to it. Her emotions often fluctuated wildly. It's all right. I understand, Xenia said.
Just like now.
Jing Mian was uncertain whether Xenia truly grasped the situation. In any case, it was not hemorrhoids, it was her period, and he understood that.
All right.
Jing Mian finally turned the page on that subject. Then why did you give me a gift? Xenia replied, I didn't know what you liked. Since you are a crystal weapon manufacturer, I assumed you would appreciate something like a beast crystal core. The awakening of powers is somewhat correlated to one's personality and preferences. When I saw this crystal core, I thought of you. He stepped closer to Jing Mian, cornering her against the wall, their foreheads touching, breaths intertwining. It had been a long time since he felt this sensation, especially since the departure of his adoptive father. When away from home, he often pondered about those left behind and worried that upon his return, everything would be irrevocably changed. Gazing down at her flustered eyes, desperate to escape, he wished to embrace her tightly, never letting go. Jing Mian, whenever something related to you arises, you are the first thought that comes to mind. He spoke in a hushed tone. When he saw those with wicked intentions, he thought of her innocence and kindness. Conversely, when witnessing genuine goodwill, he felt they could never measure up to her. The moment he unearthed this crystal core from a zombie's brain, she was the first person he envisioned would cherish it. Jing Mian recalled the horrific imagery and wanted to push him away, yet his form stood immovable like a rock. Their faces were mere inches apart. She dared not meet his gaze, her heart racing. So, I hold a unique place in your heart, do I not? She asked boldly. Xenia nodded without hesitation, yes. A warmth began to spread within Jing Mian. Perhaps they could explore this connection together? The first time I saw you, I felt as if I were looking at my past self, naive, foolish, and unguarded, easily trusting others. It seemed that in the next moment you would be harmed, shattered before my eyes, and I couldn't help but want to protect you, to worry for you. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yet, you have indeed excelled in managing this place. A proud smile graced his face. However, as his words flowed, the warm tide within Jing Mian receded, replaced by a chill. You do not wish to protect me. You are yearning to safeguard yourself, the youth that once suffered and was persecuted. It dawned on her that Xenia's notion of her uniqueness stemmed from his self-projection. Jing Mian felt her limbs stiffen. She was no longer the naive 18-year-old girl who knew nothing of love. According to Xenia, she understood that while the sentiment was special, it was not affection. Was she naive? Was she foolish? If so, he had misjudged her. Perhaps she lacked cunning calculation, but she was far from a blank slate. She harbored ambitions and aspirations. Otherwise, the thriving verdant realm would be non-existent today. She could not even claim to be a kind-hearted individual. She too had the capacity for malice, patiently concealed, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal precision. You are mistaken, she said, her visage radiant and blooming like a flower. I am not a harmless little rabbit. I am akin to a venomous snake. I possess a glossy exterior, yet with light comes shadow. Xenia gazed at her in astonishment. Her demeanor seemed to have transformed. leaving him at a loss for words. You are remarkably candid. Sinya withdrew his forehead from hers. However, a person who embodies pure light cannot possibly survive in this brutal world, can they? Who can exist without the filth that lurks beneath? Shadows, too, possess their distinctions. How malevolent could she truly be? Jing Mian averted her gaze, no longer wishing to meet his eyes. Unbeknownst to Xinya, his eyes sparkled with starlight. Wherever she was, it always appeared a touch brighter. Chapter 44. The verdant realm constructs walls. Jing Mian gently rubbed her increasingly painful abdomen. Her mood soured to the point of not wishing to see Xinya again. The anticipation from the previous night had completely dissipated. The crystal core was indeed too precious. Although she admired it, she could not accept it without compensation. Fair is fair. Xinya furrowed his brow slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort. As if their distance had grown, rendering their relationship somewhat estranged. I will not accept your currency. Jing Mian pondered. You must have other crystals, right?
Why?
He inquired. An ability user can only harness half the power of a beast crystal. Converting it into a zombie crystal core might barely yield a third of its energy and could result in varying degrees of side effects. I can assist you in transforming the crystals into energy weapons at no charge. Consider it payment. Xinya contemplated. That sounds agreeable. Employing an ability user specializing in crystal modifications to forge weapons is exceedingly costly, as such individuals are rare, while the market demand is substantial. Therefore, the lowest asking price begins at 50 million universal coins, while those with a reputable name and superior craftsmanship can command prices in the hundreds of millions. Without substantial funding, one cannot even entertain the notion of acquiring such services. Most ability users directly utilize the crystals they obtain, as beast crystals are popular due to their minor side effects and significant potency. The abilities of crystal cores are novel and peculiar, favored by powerful families, typically reserved for their subordinates. In summary, he was indeed profiting from this arrangement, but should he decline? It was evident from her demeanor that she would not simply relinquish the crystal core. Xinya produced a beast crystal resembling the green hue of Jing Mian's ring. Do you have any special requests? None, she replied, entering the system weapon repository. The system recognized the beast crystal as wind attribute. The following weapon functionalities are available for the host to choose. Jing Mian perused the various options, considering whether she desired acceleration, enhanced attack, or binding abilities. Xinya looked astonished. You can customize the creation? This is not something an ordinary energy weapon maker can accomplish. Binding abilities it is, Jing Mian nodded. Selecting a skill called Wind Pressure. This skill can unleash high-intensity wind pressure in an area where enemies are located, making it arduous for them to breathe and move. The beast crystal vanished from her hand. 50 million coins will be deducted from the host's account. Production will commence. I will notify you once it is ready. Furthermore, I have a commission. I wonder if you could take on the task. Xinya gestured for her to continue. A powerful zombie has been spotted near the verdant realm. It may have reached level 4. Xinya's expression turned grave. When did this occur? It was around the time you just returned from your mission. Jing Mian meticulously informed Xinya about the half-faced zombie, thus expressing her desire for him and Xiao Hai to locate and eliminate it. As for the price, she lacked experience and left it to him to decide. She trusted that Xinya would not take advantage of her. I accepted the task, fully aware that Jing Mian anticipated my agreement. After all, how could one bear to see her remain in a perilous environment, especially when projecting oneself onto her? Together, they exited the room, and while walking towards the office, she made a call. Fei Jia, the rice is ready for pickup at any time. Are you the owner of the shelter? Ashan rushed forward in an instant. Who are you? I am Xinya's brother. Xinya interjected, I am an orphan. You brought him in? Jing Mian glanced at Xinya, but remained silent. Boss, I also wish to reside here. When will you have vacancies? Jing Mian smiled knowingly. There will be availability today. Ashan patted Yan Ping's shoulder. See, I told you miracles would happen. Yan Ping couldn't comprehend why anyone would want to vacate such a splendid place. Jing Mian entered the office and meticulously packaged all 9 existing products of green shade into multiple bundles, instructing Zhang Tai to deliver them to the hotel accommodating guests from the Wuhan base. She then focused solely on upgrading the base. With the deduction of 6 million coins, she successfully upgraded to level 3. Green shade level 3. Introduced new accommodation type, 4-person dormitory. 2 new food stalls added in the cafeteria, allowing for selection. Acquired the right to establish basic walls. Acquired the right to build residential buildings. Note: construction must occur within the walls. This function cannot be utilized without them. The warehouse randomly generated 10 types of supplies: sleeping bags, underwear, soap, toothpaste, facial masks, baby formula, eggs, iron pots, canned fruit, and raincoats. The expansive warehouse page now displayed 19 types of supplies, and the next level would surely offer even more variety. According to system requirements, constructing new buildings necessitated the prior establishment of walls. Opening the highly anticipated wall construction page, she saw basic walls: tall, thick, solid, and reliable. They effectively protect residents from zombie incursions. Resisting level 1 and 2 zombies is not a problem. However, it would be uncertain against level 3 zombies. Below was an introduction to level 2 walls, which could be fitted with barricade traps and high-voltage electricity. They would be effective against level 3 zombies. This was akin to enchanting the walls, although the page was grayed out, indicating that Jing Mian had not yet obtained that authority. The walls could be dismantled and rebuilt repeatedly without incurring additional fees. Thus, if she built them smaller, the walls could be reconstructed alongside future expansions of the base. Jing Mian planned to construct the walls in a square shape, each side measuring 100 meters, totaling 400 meters. The system charged 200,000 coins per meter, amounting to 80 million. She imagined the system's mouth opening, saying, "Come, deposit your coins." Deducing 80 million universal coins, the wall construction began. Jing Mian glanced at her remaining balance of 34 million coins. Suddenly, she felt a tremor beneath her feet, which Xinya and the others immediately sensed. "Is there an earthquake?" "Ping Go, look outside." Everyone present was rendered speechless in astonishment. The metallic glinting walls rose from the ground. They halted at a height of over 3 meters. "What is happening?" Ashan dashed outside, overwhelmed by the spectacle. The wall bore a striking resemblance to that of the green shade shelter, cold and unyielding. Xiao Fei, observing from the vehicle, was so stunned that words escaped her. The assistant inquired, "Miss, what kind of ability is this? A fusion of metal manipulation and modeling abilities?" Xiao Fei shook her head in disbelief, unable to discern whether it was Jing Mian's power or that of someone behind her. The convoy entered, and Xiao Fei led her team to transport rice. "Jing Mian, your walls are far superior to those at Wuhan. How much resources did this require?" Jing Mian chuckled, aware that even Xiao Fei was trying to pry information from her. After all, this was a means to secure funding for Green Shade's future. "You." Xiao Fei playfully pinched Jing Mian's nose. "If you don't want to talk,
Then I won't ask."
the rice was successfully loaded, and Jing Mian offered Xiao Fei an 80 discount, receiving 80 million universal coins in return. This was a crucial time. The construction and renovation of buildings awaited the expenditure of some funds. 2 hours later, the system notified her. "Host, the crystal energy weapon has been completed." Jing Mian called Xinya here. She held a dark green gemstone earring in her palm. It was exquisite, though she hesitated to gift it to a male.
The form was dictated by the system.
Xinya picked up the gemstone earring and directly inserted it into his ear. Fresh crimson blood flowed down, enhancing the eerie allure of the dark green. Chapter 45, setting a small goal, global top 100. "Does it hurt?" Xinya shook his head, the bleeding quickly ceasing. He suggested, "Let's go outside to test its effects." Ashan and Yan Ping gazed in astonishment. This young boss was indeed a crystal energy weapon maker. Jing Mian did not join them outside. She had confidence in the system's output and returned to the office, embodying a diligent businesswoman. Establishing residential buildings required prior determination of room types, with 2 units per floor and a minimum of 5 floors. Jing Mian chose the new dormitory type and family rooms to accommodate more residents. The construction price for a 5-story building was 10 million universal coins. With a swift gesture, she decisively constructed 2 buildings, which appeared at the back of the green shade base. Seated in her office, Jing Mian could remotely control the renovations. The 4-person dormitory was significantly larger than she had envisioned, with 80 square meters equivalent to a double suite. It featured a separated wet and dry restroom, a small kitchen, and a living area, fully equipped. The bedrooms were spacious, with various bunk bed styles available. The bunk beds could be placed against the wall, with carpets laid between 2 sets of beds, facing the large floor-to-ceiling windows. After completing 1 building with a renovation cost of 1 million, Jing Mian received a call. "Boss Jing, this is Wu Feng from Chang'an. We wish to purchase rice, flour, cooking oil, shampoo, and anti-inflammatory medicine from Green Shade. Do you have time to discuss?" Jing Mian replied, absolutely. Outside, Ashan was momentarily immobilized by an invisible force, his features contorted as he struggled against the overwhelming pressure. Enough. I can't withstand it any longer. Xinya ceased his skill, and Ashan gasped for breath. Damn. That's excessive. Yen Ping remarked. If a crystal energy weapons user is an ability wielder, infusing their powers into the weapon enhances its strength. The more powerful the ability wielder, the greater the weapon's potency. And of course, the quality of the crystal energy weapon is also crucial. Yeah, how long did that boss take to create the crystal energy weapon? 2 hours. Ashan and Yen Ping were incredulous. Impossible. Even Master Luo Yong couldn't produce a finished product in just 2 hours. Xinya touched the earring. The beast crystal had been personally given to her, and the earring was indeed crafted from that very crystal. The truth was evident. She surpassed Master Luo Yong by a considerable margin, and Green Shade had struck gold. How many coins did you spend? Yen Ping speculated that this crystal energy weapon could deplete all his savings. Yet, witnessing its effects made it worthwhile. Not a single coin spent, or rather, it was exchanged for the crystal core. Ignoring the envious gazes of Yen Ping and Ashan, Xinya immersed himself in his thoughts. He disliked this sentiment. Upon returning to Green Shade, he found Jing Mian still busy, incessantly answering calls, jotting down notes, and reviewing documents. She was tirelessly dedicated to the well-being of Green Shade. He suddenly felt a sense of ownership over Green Shade, realizing she was its true master. In the next moment, he recalled the phenomenon of Green Shade's walls rising from the ground. If this was all her ability, then creating a small crystal energy weapon was indeed trivial. At that moment, Jing Mian appeared as a glimmering piece of fish meat. If others were to discover that this fish meat was unclaimed, countless individuals would fight to seize a bite. He glanced towards the guard station. How could merely 3 people possibly safeguard such a vast green shade? She had to confront more than just zombies. At the appointed time, Jing Mian signed a contract with Wu Feng. Others from various bases interested in purchasing goods also arrived at Green Shade to finalize agreements. Jing Mian once again devoted herself to the renovation of the second building, tirelessly supplying new merchandise to the shops and specialty stores within Green Shade, working diligently until nightfall. The brightly lit Green Shade buzzed with life, while Jing Mian succumbed to slumber, resting her head on the office desk. Xinya, familiar with the routine, gently carried her back to her room, pondering the serenity of her sleeping visage. As he departed, he felt a mix of restraint and longing. Let me uncover your vulnerability, Ashen smirked, surprised to see the usually indifferent Xinya in such a state. A dangerous glint flickered in Sinya's eyes, prompting Ashen to revert to his nonchalant demeanor. What's the rush? I won't spill the beans. I reside in room 502 of the second building with Brother Ping. It's safe and comfortable here. And we finally have a place to call home. Otherwise, I always felt like a leaf adrift, blown wherever the wind took me. Xinya glanced back at Jing Mian's door, contemplating the notion of home. As dawn broke, Jing Mian awoke to find herself in bed, feeling unwell. Xinya keeps barging into my room. She removed the soiled clothing, previously untouched by a sanitary napkin. Her mood soured. She contemplated whether to clarify her relationship with Xinya, fearing he might misinterpret her feelings. To her, emotions were mere embellishments. Her focus lay on her career. Today, Jia Lu Yao finally returned to work, seated on the sofa sipping milk tea from a newly established beverage stall by Jing Mian. Upon her arrival, she discovered a new grilled skewer stand as well. Jing Mian ordered a hot milk tea to alleviate her abdominal discomfort. After adding numerous photos of Green Shade-esque culinary delights to the rental listing online, she opened a new round of rental information, still featuring 10 available rooms. The residential area would continually expand. As long as she had currency, she could endlessly construct walls and buildings. However, she wouldn't release all the properties at once. It was not merely about hunger sales. She also considered that the Wuhan base sought to elevate its status to A grade. Currently, all incoming tenants hailed from the Wuhan base, and flooding the market with vacant rooms would lead to a significant population exodus, jeopardizing the pivotal A grade transition. Wuhan might harbor resentment towards her for any misstep at this critical juncture. Perhaps it was time to promote Green Shade at other bases, especially since many had purchased her products. System, can we imprint the Green Shade logo on the product packaging? The system responded after a minute, affirmative. The host must design the Green Shade trademark and pay 30 million. Thereafter, all product packaging will feature the logo. She knew that requesting anything from the system would inevitably cost her currency. Now, she strongly suspected that even the system felt pressure to meet performance targets. Ah well. Let us consider it a promotional expense. Under the shade of a large tree, she sketched a flourishing tree, with 2 small leaves fluttering below as the symbol of green shade. Presently, 2 A-grade bases and 4 B-grade bases had ordered goods from her. The inventory had been repackaged, with the green shade logo prominently displayed. The foremost order came from Chang'an, predominantly consisting of rice, flour, and oil, followed by anti-inflammatory medications, with shampoo being a minor addition, totaling 800 million universal coins. The returning client, by Liu Base, ordered shampoo, sanitary napkins, alcohol, and anti-inflammatory drugs, reaching a transaction value of 700 million universal coins. The orders from B-grade bases were slightly less, each placing small orders. The top B-grade base, Shaoqi base, placed an order worth 200 million, while neighboring by High base ordered 80 million coins, and both Jing'an base and Muyang base ordered 30 million coins each. Jing Mian envisioned that soon, green shade would enter a phase of rapid development. System, what is the task for upgrading to level 4? The host must pay 5 million coins to initiate the task. Difficulty of level 4 task. Intermediate, please obtain recognition from world-class base evaluations. The minimum ranking must reach the global top 100. Host, strive to elevate the name of green shade to every corner of the world. Jing Mian was taken aback. The gap between intermediate and simple tasks was far too vast. As night enveloped the land once more, the tenants working at Wuan boarded the shuttle bus home. Passing through the reassuring metallic gates, a wave of relief washed over them. Green shade fulfilled all their expectations of home. In the office, Jing Mian and Jia Luoyao continued their work. Sister Mian, I've completed the initial screening of tenants. Over 3,400 applications, with more than 1,200 meeting your requirements. I'll sift through the rest to select those who can contribute to green shade.
Jia Luoyao hésitait, Sister Mian.
For the next round of family housing, could we reserve a room for Yunyun? Jing Mian recalled Tian Yunyun's face and smiled. In light of your dedication to work alongside me, I shall grant your request. Jia Luoyao beamed with joy. However, in the shadow of a shelter, a vehicle containing 2 men and a woman simmered with tension. Those pups from Green Shade. Just wait until I return to Donglong. I'll make you pay. What good does that do, Haige? Without identification, we've been paving our way with money, the woman lamented. We've lost it all. Stripped of their Donglong inspector identities, they had no credibility, and their return journey promised to be grim, with Zhang Mei having never endured such disdain from others. In this sweltering summer, we must stink.
Hey,
You can't park here. An 8,000 coin fine. Damn it, trying to swindle me. Li Si-hai could no longer restrain himself, leaping from the car to deliver a punch to the young man's face. Causing trouble, are we? Arrest them. The young man's eyes glimmered with malice. Lock them up. I'll show you how to make trouble. A swarm of lackeys surged forward. What is it to us? I didn't even lay a hand.
Zhang Mei struggled.
Fearing the unknown horrors awaiting her in such a barbaric shelter. Encountering the greedy gazes of those men, she pleaded, We are officials from Donglong. Don't you know who Donglong is? You cannot afford to offend us. They laughed heartily, ignoring Zhang Mei's protest, while Li Si-hai endured an even harsher beating than he had at Green Shade. After a long day of toil, Jing Mian lay in bed, the crystal core in her grasp vanishing. Crafting weapons from crystal cores was more challenging and costly than from beast crystals. She spent 50 million coins selecting features, eager to unveil her new weapon upon waking the next morning. Consequently, her finances dwindled, leaving her with merely 7 million coins. Fortunately, several large orders awaited her, or else attending any auction would be out of the question. Money, one could never earn enough. Possibly due to fatigue, Jing Mian quickly fell asleep, dreaming of twinkling stars and green luminescence, soft and warm, lively like fireflies. They drew near, and as she gently touched them, they scattered, only to reunite moments later. Upon waking, she felt invigorated, her abdominal pain significantly diminished, and she swiftly forgot the peculiar dream. A sapphire pendant necklace adorned her neck, her new energy weapon. It seemed she must cultivate a persona of fondness for gemstone jewelry to disguise her collection of energy weapons. In the office, Jia Luoyao was already scheduling viewing times with new tenants. Wow, Sister Mian, your necklace is stunning. When did you acquire it? There was no hiding the dazzling blue brilliance around her neck. The distinction between crystal cores and beast crystals was apparent. I had it before, just hadn't he worn it. I have a penchant for these sparkling stones. Jiao Luyao suspected nothing. Jing Mian's financial capacity was undoubtedly sufficient for such luxuries. By the way, the Wuhan base wishes to order shampoo and new products like soap and toothpaste from a specialty store. However, the specialty store has now imposed purchase limits and must source from green shade. Sister Mian, please verify. The specialty store now needed to deliver daily. Particularly for new baby formula, canned fruits, and eggs, stocks would deplete by noon. Compared to the Wuhan market, where such items were either unavailable or exorbitantly priced, the emergence of Green Shade's specialty store was akin to a blessing. As dawn broke, some individuals eagerly awaited in line outside the exclusive supply store. Jingmian glanced at the order list, which consisted solely of hair care products totaling 8 million. The quantity was modest. Please contact the supplier, and we can ship today. Lu Yaoyao was ecstatic, as she was now able to engage in such substantial business dealings. It appeared that the Yu family was in for a rough time. Wuhan had already begun testing the waters by ordering products from Levian. Transitioning from luxury to frugality is no easy feat, especially when Levian offers affordable and plentiful options. Once experienced, it would be nearly impossible to revert to Yu family products. The rich, dense foam retained its fragrant aroma even after rinsing. Mrs. Yu was in despair. It seemed she might not even consider using her family's soap again. She harbored serious doubts that Levian's new product, infused with toothpaste, was a result of Yu Lulu provoking Jingmian. Why choose to provoke Levian's owner? What flattery could possibly yield such results? Mr. Yu slapped Yu Lulu, questioning whether Walakai could resolve their predicament or salvage their family business. What would they do? Mrs. Yu grew anxious. Would their family face bankruptcy? Hearing the word bankruptcy, Yu Lulu felt too aggrieved to retort. With such a risk looming, they needed to lower their prices to have any chance of competing with Levian. Regardless, their earnings would undoubtedly diminish significantly compared to previous years, and the Hualu family might very well abandon them. This was the gravest risk. Wiping her tears, Yu Lulu dashed out of the house. I need to find you. Lu Yaoyao was working at the municipal office in the central district when Yu Lulu burst into her office, weeping uncontrollably and disregarding the gazes of Lu Yaoyao's colleagues. Knelt before her. Lulu, what is wrong? Please, don't act this way. Can you save our family? Witnessing Yu Lulu's tearful plea before her colleagues, Walakai felt a sense of fulfillment.
Speak.
I will certainly help. I knew you had the ability. Yu Lulu perceived Walakai as her savior and recounted the situation. Jingmian is so domineering. She intends to annihilate your family over a minor disagreement. Don't worry, I will confront her and ensure she refrains from selling to Wuhan. Yu Lulu nodded gratefully, yet uncertainty lingered in her heart. Would Jingmian heed Walakai's words? At Levian, Jingmian was busy sorting inventory, as Chang'an was scheduled to pick up goods today. A strategically arranged decoy convoy was frequently moving in and out of Levian. Had it not been for the need to maintain discretion, she could have facilitated the retrieval of all goods in a single day. It was evident that Levian's order volume would only increase, necessitating a rise in the number of vehicles in the fleet. Among the new tenants, 8 could drive, and she aimed to recruit them all. Suddenly, an unfamiliar call came through. Is this Jingmian? Who is this? Jingmian could not recognize the voice. The caller, clearly emotional, declared, It's me, Walakai, the eldest daughter of the Hua family. Are you placing an order? Have you lost your mind in the pursuit of wealth? So, will you place an order or not? If not, I must warn you against targeting Yududu. Walakai, seething with frustration, nearly smashed the office phone. Her colleagues were all eavesdropping. She couldn't afford to lose her temper. How could Jingmian be so obstinate, so driven by profit, unwilling even to entertain persuasion? Sighing, Walakai recalled that Jingmian had not received much formal education. It seemed starkly evident that people varied significantly in their perspectives. Chapter 47. Upholding the Trust. Let Levian become a household name. Yu Lulu was flustered. What should we do? Please try again. Walakai had no choice but to call again. After several calls, Jingmian finally picked up. You finally answered. Hanging up on others is exceedingly rude. I trust your teacher imparted basic etiquette? If you keep getting hung up on, you should take a hint. Do you lack this basic self-awareness? Your incessant calls prevent others from reaching me. Can you bear the responsibility for the billions in business you've cost me? Walakai was taken aback. She had never felt so stifled. Jing Mian had even stripped her of dignity during the birthday banquet. Yu Lulu leaned closer to Walakai, listening intently to the conversation, her heart sinking. She had never imagined that Jing Mian, so young, could wield such power. Jing Mian, Lulu did not act with malice. Why do you wish to drive her family to ruin? Jing Mian furrowed her brow, pondering, surely this ISNT over a mere 8 million order? Her tone was laced with disbelief and scorn. Walakai felt the sting of the words. Although she came from wealth, she had never possessed 8 million in pocket money. Regardless of the amount, it impacts the Yu family's business trajectory. You cannot let personal grievances dictate your actions against Lulu's family business. She is still young. As a business owner, you should show some magnanimity and forgive her. Sister Hua, do not speak on behalf of others. You are all older than I am. If she is still young, then I am even more so. Enough with the nonsensical talk. If you dare call again and my business suffers losses, you will owe me billions. The call was abruptly terminated once more, igniting a raging fire within Walakai. Damn it! Calling her Sister Hua. Isn't that a nickname for a pest? Walakai was on the verge of a scream but refrained, gripping her nails into her palms to suppress her anger. A lady, I am a lady. Yululu caught snippets of Jingmian's warnings over the phone and timidly asked, Litsai, what should we do? Can we just let this go? Walakai's expression darkened as she whispered. What else can we do? Did you not hear? If we disturb Jingmian and hinder her from making money, we'll have to compensate her. Do you have the money for that? Yululu swallowed hard, realizing Jingmian could indeed be ruthless. However, but Litsai, Walakai interrupted her, Lulu, if Jingmian refuses to listen, I am powerless. But surely an 8 million order should not lead to your family's ruin? Yululu recalled her father's words, the Hua family won't abandon us. Will they? She hesitantly voiced her concern. Walakai smiled faintly, sidestepping the question. The Yu family's declining income certainly disqualified them from being their support. Lulu, you are now 20 years old. Refrain from being so impulsive. Return home. I still have work to do. Lulu gazed at Walakai, understanding her implied message. I caused this trouble, and my family is suffering, but I did it all to protect you. Your family cannot discard all remnants of our past friendship. Observing Lulu on the verge of a breakdown, Walakai dialed the security office. As the guards escorted Lulu out of the municipal hall, her gaze dimmed. Mother was right. All these years, what have I gained from flattering others? At that moment, Wu Feng's freight convoy arrived at Levian's entrance. Jing Mian and the Chang'an personnel engaged in pleasant conversation, exchanging payment for goods after inspection. To date, this marked Jing Mian's largest revenue influx, 800 million. The 7 million in her account felt like mere pocket change. Jing Mian was overwhelmed with excitement and made a spontaneous decision. I have good news for everyone. Salaries will be distributed today, July 1st. Though the staff had varied start dates, Jing Mian decided to issue an advance payment to bring joy to all. Long live Boss Jing. A celebration was imperative tonight. They would not return until they were intoxicated. Levian erupted in jubilation, and even those not employed there gathered together that evening. In the cafeteria, they ordered barbecued skewers and enjoyed the steaming pot of hot pot, while beers flowed from the beverage dispensers. Glasses clinked amidst laughter and cheer. Lu Yao Yao, overwhelmed by the spiciness of the hot pepper slices, was met with Wang Yi's teasing laughter. Ling Yi kept serving his brother slices of tripe, noting its popularity. If he didn't seize the opportunity, it might vanish. Xiao Jing only ate fatty beef, while Wanqing and Wan Yue relished various meatballs. Grandma Bai and the older folks enjoyed a mild mushroom soup, while Qiao Hai, Zhang Taiyue, and Yunsheng indulged in skewers and drinks, and Ashen, ever sociable, joined in the merriment. Xinya rarely found the opportunity to sit in the corner with Yan Ping, enjoying a few skewers. To Boss Jing, I raise my glass. Qiao Hai, slightly intoxicated, raised his cup towards Jing Mian, declaring, I, Qiao Hai, vow to protect this paradise with my life. I shall not fail your trust. Excellent. Ashan chimed in with enthusiasm. I hold great respect for a man like you. I acknowledge you as my brother. Zhang Tai pulled Ashan back down, reminding him that they were honoring Boss Jing, who had yet to speak, and that his brotherhood declaration was premature. Jing Mian felt a surge of emotion, stirred by the atmosphere. He was touched but insisted that their security team must always remain orderly. Ling Jiao quietly scooped luncheon meat and crispy meat into Jing Mian's bowl, as these were her favorites. That night, the group let loose, filled with laughter and tears. They wept for the hardships endured, the difficulties of life, lost loved ones, and partners claimed by the jaws of death. They laughed at their current fortunes, relishing a life they had once only dared to dream of. Surrounded by cherished individuals and new friends, savoring the beauty of the present moment. May this scene endure, and may loved ones remain close. Jia Luyao pulled out a camera, suggesting, "Let us take a group photo for memory." Everyone beamed with joy, striking various poses and gestures. Jing Mian sat in the center, flanked by Grandpa Bai and Grandma Bai, with Xingya standing behind her and Jia Luyao crouching in front, making a peace sign. They embraced one another, radiating intimacy. With a click of the camera, the photograph captured a moment that would hold immense significance in many hearts. Jing Mian felt that in this lifetime, she had truly found her worth. Not only had she altered her own destiny, but she had also brought happiness to so many others, with the promise of benefiting even more in the future. Silently, she addressed the system. "Though I do not understand why you chose me, I will not fail your expectations. The name of Greenshade shall become a household term, resonating throughout the land. Thank you, Zero." As Jing Mian lay in bed, on the verge of sleep, she vaguely heard the system's response. "Of course, I am the smartest. My choices are never wrong.
My host is the best."
This remark was made only after Jing Mian had drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, rubbing her forehead, she expected a headache, but was pleasantly surprised by her good condition. Her health had indeed improved remarkably over her lifetime. Was it truly the efficacy of dietary supplements? After last night's events, everyone at Green Shade was brimming with enthusiasm for work. Jing Mian calculated that in 3 days, the auction would take place. During this time, she could still collect more currency from the Bai Lu base, giving her the means to bid at the auction. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. Why not sell her crystal energy weapons? It could yield a significant profit, allowing her to gauge their worth in currency. However, without beast crystals or cores, she had no intention of selling the 2 custom weapons she had crafted to her liking. Thus, she turned to professionals for assistance.
Ashan.
"Do you have any beast crystals or cores for sale?" Ashan looked at her suspiciously. "Why not ask ya?" Chapter 48. Dormitory Building 1. He must have more than I do. Jing Mian averted her gaze, having intentionally distanced herself from Xingya ever since he had revealed his feelings. In her perception, his emotions towards her were reflective. Once he recognized he was no longer who he once was, would he still harbor feelings for himself? She was open to the idea of a romantic relationship, but not hastily so. "Why don't you want to do business with me? I can ask Yan Ping instead." As she turned to leave, Ashan quickly interjected, "Wait.
Don't.
We have plenty of beast crystals in our line of work. You can even choose." After rummaging through his room, he returned, presenting Jing Mian with a plethora of crystals. After a quick estimation, she calculated there were over 30 pieces. "I'll take this one," she said, selecting a water blue beast crystal, which appeared more ethereal than the blue of the crystal core. Boss Jing knows her stuff, a friendly price of 2,000 universal coins.
Deal.
Jing Mian swiftly transferred the currency. Upon returning, the system scanned the beast crystal, and Jing Mian began selecting additional skills. She pondered what skills would appeal to those attending the auction. Her fingers scrolled through the options when she spotted a skill that excited her. With this feature, wealthy benefactors would undoubtedly compete fiercely. After paying 50 million coins, the system commenced production. In the evening, Bai Yongzhen visited Green Shade after greeting Jing Mian, bringing his wife and child to check on how their parents were settling in. Grandma Bai was overjoyed, taking her grandson, Xiaomu, by the hand to explore Green Shade. Xiaomu appeared to be 10 years younger than the late star. "Xiaomu, Grandma will take you to the store. Whatever you like, Grandma will buy for you." Xiaomu, understanding, shook his head. "I don't want anything, Grandma. Save your contribution points." "Oh dear, Grandma has plenty to spend, and the store is quite affordable," she replied, pulling him inside to see if he wanted any canned fruit, peaches, apricots, or grapes. Only 25 coins each. Ultimately, Xiaomu, being a child and tempted by the low price, chose a can of peach slices. Meanwhile, Bai Yongzhen engaged in conversation with his father. "Dad, are you settling in well? I've seen the reviews for Green Shade are quite positive. Yongzhen, I have no regrets being able to retire here. I apologize for the burden on you and Shufin living in the shanty town." Grandpa Bai remarked, "Yesterday, Mian gave us our wages. Your mother and I earn 36,000 a month. Green Shade's expenses are low, so I'll send you 30,000. Bai Yongjin's eyes glistened with tears, wanting to express his feelings, but was interrupted by Grandpa Bai's gesture. The shanty town is tough. You must go to work in the livestock group with dignity. Shufan has sacrificed too much for this family. Before leaving, Grandma Bai gifted her grandson a large bag of canned goods, handed a bag of eggs to her daughter-in-law Shufan, and reminded her son to carry 2 buckets of oil. Cooking oil is hard to come by. Even in special supply stores, you have to queue. Green Shade's prices are lower, so take some home. Despite Shufan's reluctance to accept, she ultimately succumbed to the elderly couple's enthusiasm. Before departing, Jing Mian inquired if Bai Yongjin would also like to reside in Green Shade, offering to arrange a family room for the 3 of them in the next round. Bai Yongjin was overjoyed. Thank you, Boss Jing, but we're currently short on funds. Could we just rent for 3 months? Most of their savings had already gone towards housing for the elderly couple. That's perfectly fine. Don't worry about 3 months. Even 3 days is acceptable. Bai Yongjin left elated. The next day, Bai Lu Base arrived to make deliveries, and Jing Mian was busy with the reception. The new batch of tenants was entirely managed by Jia Luyao. 40 men and women stood at the foot of Building 1 with their luggage, some friends and other strangers teaming up for co-renting. Jia Luyao, holding a megaphone, announced, I trust everyone is familiar with the rules. Green Shade's popularity is well known, and those forcibly evicted have little chance of returning. The crowd responded with enthusiasm. Rest assured. Jia Luyao observed their bright eyes and concluded, then welcome to choose Green Shade as your new home. Let us embark on this new chapter together. Cheers erupted as everyone joyfully carried their belongings to their new residences. Lu Yu also followed suit, lugging his suitcase up the stairs to his room. On the staircase, an unfamiliar girl commented. Manager Hua hinted that an elevator might be installed in the future. Whether or not they install it is irrelevant. I am already quite satisfied, replied another girl beside her. These individuals had successfully scheduled visits to Green Shade before moving in, whereas Lu Yu had not. Upon reaching room 501, he found the fingerprint lock already disengaged, indicating that a roommate had arrived before him. A shoe rack and soft leather footstool adorned the entrance, while the small living room featured a wall-mounted television, a brand-new short plush sofa, and a small decorative piece on the dining table. Lu Yu wore a frown instead of a smile. Entering the bedroom, he found it spacious. The large floor-to-ceiling window uplifted his spirits. It appears that the compact living room has sacrificed space for the bedroom, and surprisingly, both upper and lower bunks are equipped with beds measuring 1.5 meters. Typically, such beds are only about 1 meter in size. My brother, you missed the last house viewing, and regrettably, you are left with the upper bunk. Inside, 2 young men are already making their beds, displaying a relatively friendly demeanor. Lu Yu nodded silently, mimicking the two by removing his shoes. The expansive carpet between the 2 sets of bunks is impeccably clean, adorned with a vivid depiction of the ocean. To tread upon it would indeed invoke a sense of guilt. He ascended to the upper bunk via the drawer-style ladder. The bed frame is remarkably stable, and the lofty ceiling provides ample space, making even the upper bunk exceedingly comfortable. The 4th person has arrived. Frankly, the supreme 6-star room at the Wide East Hotel pales in comparison to our exquisite 3-star accommodation. Everyone burst into laughter, and Lu Yu joined in, echoing their sentiments. Observing the smiles of his roommates, he made his way to the restroom, where a spacious mirror and a steady flow of clear water awaited him, complete with hot water. His expression turned serious as he sent a message on the communication device. The house is as depicted in the images, with no discrepancies. In fact, it surpasses the pictures. The supreme 6-star room is truly a joke when compared to this abode. Jing Mian successfully bid farewell to Zhang Wenin and others from the Bai Lu base, securing a staggering 700 million. The rent collected amounted to 5 million, as everyone had different lease periods. She now holds a total of 1,450 million coins. Jing Mian harbors high expectations for the new batch of tenants. The Green Shade is rapidly expanding, yet the shortage of manpower is becoming increasingly pronounced. With over 100 residents now residing in Green Shade, only Hualiao is available to handle receptions, indicating a pressing need for more staff. After attending the auction tomorrow, she plans to host a recruitment fair at Green Shade to invigorate the establishment. On the day of the auction, Jing Mian chose a sleek black gown, its smooth silk fabric accentuating her delicate curves. Her shoulders bared, she adorned her neck with a blue crystal core necklace, while her elegant raven hair was styled atop her head, complemented by a matching sapphire tiara. Tonight, she was no longer the approachable boss of Green Shade. She exuded breathtaking beauty, resembling an elegant and noble black swan, a crown jewel that ordinary mortals could scarcely aspire to touch. Just a glimpse of her was a luxury in itself. With that, she departed. Chapter 49. Bidding, the Awakening of Hope. The sultry evening breeze swept towards the auction venue in the city center, weaving through the gathering of luxury vehicles. Wealthy elites made their appearances one after another, while ladies donned in high heels gracefully entered, becoming a vibrant spectacle in the venue. The intoxicating atmosphere, rife with opulence, made one feel as though they had forgotten they were amidst a dystopian world. As Jing Mian stepped out of the car, she fortuitously spotted and Ling Yu standing not far away, surrounded by familiar faces. Wang Na noticed her immediately, a fleeting glimmer of jealousy flashing in her eyes as she deliberately initiated attention-grabbing topics, diverting the crowd's gaze away from Jing Mian. Boss Jing has arrived. It was unexpectedly Xiao Han, his dark gray suit fitting him perfectly, exuding a somewhat charming air. Once dubbed the inept scion of the Xiao family, he now appeared less pitiful than before. Jing Mian pondered how he had gradually descended into a state of mediocrity, tarnishing the Xiao family's reputation. Brother Xiao Han, she greeted with a smile, recalling his decent demeanor towards her during their last encounter at the Hua family gathering. Being Xiao Fei's elder brother naturally prompted a friendlier attitude from her. Xiao Fei stood alongside Xiao Han, their sibling bond seemingly strong. Perhaps due to Xiao Han's conspicuous presence, everyone quickly turned their attention to Jing Mian. The darkness could not conceal her brilliance, rather, it accentuated her aura, as if a star descended upon the world. And Ling Yu glanced back at her and did not look away again. Tonight, her makeup was not subtle. Her exquisite bone structure could easily support a more dramatic look, creating a striking beauty that rendered those around her dull and uninspiring. You have no idea how many girls resent you for making such an entrance, Xiao Fei teased, nudging Jing Mian's arm. Suddenly, a sweet voice chimed in. Hello everyone. I'm late. Hua Leixi appeared in a stark white dress, immediately engaging in conversation without acknowledging Jing Mian. Frowning, Jing Mian pondered how Hua Leixi managed to secure an invitation, while Hua Liao had not. Was it not Hua Liao who should rightfully be the true young lady of the Hua family? Xiao Fei, equally puzzled, remarked, I'm not sure. To my knowledge, the younger generation of the Hua family only invited Hua Yaik. He is Hua Liao's elder brother and currently the deputy head of the Military Defense Department, a top-tier asset for the Wuhan base, likely to remain in the Military Defense Department to serve Wuhan. Hence, the next generation's heir of the Hua family is still undecided.
Xiao Han expects Lanet to Ying Mian.
Now, understanding, Jing Mian realized that the Hua Leixi family was eyeing the position of next family head, which explained their antics. Previously, Hua Liao had shown little progress, but now she was honing her skills as the manager at Green Shade. Naturally, the first branch of the family could not allow Hua Leixi to fall behind, striving to ensure her presence at the auction for visibility. Yet, Hua Yaik as the strongest asset? She had never heard of him in her past life, and he was not one of the other two war gods. Tonight was indeed rife with information. Jing Mian accompanied the Xiao siblings to the entrance, presenting their black gold invitations to gain entry into the venue. The hostess ushered them to their seats. Coincidentally, Wang Na and Ling Yu were seated in the row directly in front of them. Upon turning around, she caught sight of them, and Ling Yu greeted with a smile. Miss Jing, you're quite the popular one. I haven't had the chance to speak with you. Before Jing Mian could respond, Wang Na interjected. This must be your first time at such an event, right? It's fine to join in on the excitement, but as for the bidding, I doubt it concerns you. Sitting here for an entire evening would indeed be rather tedious. Is it implied that the second concubine is well prepared financially to bid? Wang Na's eyes widened. What did you call me? Second concubine, Jing Mian replied with a playful smile. What's wrong? Has the second concubine's age affected her hearing? And Ling Yu stifled a laugh. Wang Na despised being called the second concubine, and Jing Mian had perfectly stepped on her toes. You'd better familiarize yourself with my background. Don't find out too late that you've offended someone you shouldn't. Wang Na tossed her hair and turned away, and Ling Yu continued chatting with Jing Mian, pretending not to notice Wang Na's glare. Speaking of which, do you have a particular type of item you desire? And Ling Yu asked. Jing Mian appeared to ponder for a moment. Perhaps gemstones. I've recently developed a fondness for gemstone jewelry. Humph, country bumpkin, how vulgar, Wang Na muttered under her breath. The second concubine has high standards. Do let me see what elegant items you managed to purchase at high prices, rather than just making grandiose claims. Jing Mian leaned back against her chair, ignoring Wang Na's simmering anger. The host soon took the stage, exuberantly delivering the opening remarks before inviting the first item to be presented. On display was a piece of artwork, which did not pique Jing Mian's interest. As several items passed, she remained unmoved, watching as others raised their paddles to bid. During this time, Wang Na successfully bid 8 million on a painting, casting a glance back at Jing Mian, suggesting that she possessed both taste and capability. Before long, an item finally caught Jing Mian's attention. Following the host's enthusiastic praise, a rare red diamond, starting bid at 10 million. Immediately, a lady raised her paddle, and the bidding quickly escalated to 16 million coins. Wang Na turned to Jing Mian with a mocking gaze. The gemstone has appeared. You're not even daring to participate? What's the point of attending an auction? At that moment, the red diamond reached 18 million. Is there no one willing to bid higher? This red diamond is a symbol of status. With it, other jewels fade into obscurity. Jing Mian raised her bidding paddle in response. 20 million coins. Excellent. This young lady indeed has an eye for beauty. 20 million coins for the second time. Wang Na, witnessing the impending acquisition of the red diamond by Jing Mian, raised her paddle. 21 million coins. Isn't the second concubine feeling it's too vulgar? No way. This rare red diamond is worthy of me wearing it. 21 million for the second time. To the astonishment of all, Wang Na and Jing Mian engaged in a fierce bidding war, escalating the price to 35 million coins. Frustrated, Jing Mian raised her paddle and declared a bid of 50 million coins. Wang Na was taken aback by such a substantial increase. Turning around, she caught a glimpse of Jing Mian's pitying gaze. Are you going to raise the price again, second madam? If you go any higher, I shall concede to you. What are you pretending to be a good person for? Aren't you just snatching what belongs to others? She thought bitterly. Just moments ago, she had derided Jing Mian, labeling her a country bumpkin with insufficient funds to join the fray, only to be schooled in return. Stealing a glance at Lingyu, she silently implored him to assist her in the bidding. Lingyu, feigning ignorance, engaged in discussion with the nearby auctioneer, completely disregarding Wang Na. Realizing the futility of her situation, she briskly turned away to avoid witnessing Jing Mian's condescending gaze. Ultimately, the red diamond was sold to Jing Mian for 50 million coins. Wang Na could only console herself with the thought that Jing Mian had incurred a significant loss. Next came the exquisite jade bracelet and the rare golden pearl, both claimed by Jing Mian, who spent a total of 20 million coins, establishing her status as a connoisseur of fine jewelry. Ladies and gentlemen, one of tonight's highlights has arrived. The host exclaimed with fervor, the evolution serum. Extracted using cutting-edge technology from the Northern Research Institute, it is safe and effective. For the young, it significantly enhances the probability of awakening abilities. For the middle-aged and elderly, it strengthens the body and prolongs life. This is a rare treasure, even at an auction. Starting at 99 million, the atmosphere in the venue surged with excitement, finally igniting a buzz among the attendees. Many began to make phone calls. The evolution serum quickly soared to over 200 million coins. Most bidders were influential figures, drawn by the allure of longevity. After some contemplation, Jing Mian raised her paddle. Had she not known that she would awaken her powers, she would not have dared to compete with such titans. But now that she recognized her potential, she was determined to take a chance. 300 million. Chapter 50. The abilities of the ice slave, what? All eyes in the room turned towards Jing Mian. The bid had surged dramatically. Whispers circulated as attendees sought to uncover the identity of the mysterious woman in black. In the back, Gu Luci observed Jing Mian's silhouette, contemplating whether this was a manifestation of their financial disparities. Jing Mian had casually thrown out a figure in the billions. Wang Na felt her neck stiffen. Jing Mian's wealth rendered her a mere jester.
Today,
She had been utterly outclassed by this insolent girl. The bidding continued, and as it reached 500 million, only a few contenders remained capable and interested in continuing the contest. Young lady, do not compete with us old-timers. Allow us a few more years of life. Jing Mian remained undeterred, continuing to raise her bid, as if her actions were a matter of life and death, driven by her own desires. Many young individuals aspired to purchase the serum for their awakening, yet only she possessed the means to bid. After all, the coins earned were meant to be spent, and such an opportunity was too precious to forego. Ultimately, the final bid stood at 720 million coins, and she secured the purchase. Occasionally, she would participate in bidding for other appealing items, yet a few old-timers seemed to have taken a personal vendetta against her, maliciously inflating the prices whenever she bid. After a few rounds, she would abandon her efforts, as she wasn't particularly keen on buying, while the old-timers were left to foot the bill for their inflated bids. The next item was rather peculiar. The auction staff unveiled a large object concealed beneath a cloth. You are all familiar with abilities, and while you may not have awakened, this item can ensure your safety. The host dramatically pulled down the white cloth, revealing a massive iron cage containing a young girl dressed in a voluminous white gown. Allow me to introduce this item, the ice ability user. Do not underestimate her. On the night of her awakening, she inadvertently emitted such coldness in her sleep that it froze her entire family. When the base dispatched personnel to capture her, she turned them all into ice sculptures. It took considerable effort to subdue her. The girl stood within the cage, her expression vacant. Even upon hearing that she had frozen her family to death in her slumber, she displayed no emotional response. She stood there, as if drained of all vitality, a living being yet appearing as if she were already dead. The host continued to excitedly present the item, while most in the audience exhibited no signs of disapproval. They had long accepted that humans could be bought and sold as commodities, yet witnessing it firsthand in such a setting was still shocking. There was no veil of modesty, no pretense, just the barefaced trade of one's fellow beings. Jing Mian gazed upwards at the ornate chandeliers, resplendent yet failing to illuminate the darkness surrounding them. Ordinary individuals or refugees, once captured, were sold as cheap labor, devoid of wages, forced to toil endlessly until their demise. Such low costs yielding immense profit. How many towering structures were built upon the bones and blood of the exploited. The host's words rang true. This was indeed a high-end commodity, for otherwise this young girl would not be afforded such treatment, clothed and in good health. The identity of a female slave was a dismal one, subject to the whims and degradation of others. The ice slave had already been implanted with an electrical chip. Her life, death, and torment were dictated by her owner, your most reliable enforcer, your most obedient slave. Jing Mian frowned. The host's rhetoric was provocatively stirring, and the greed and desire in the eyes of the men around her mingled with the ongoing bidding. From her past experiences, Jing Mian knew too well what fate awaited the ice slave. After a moment of contemplation, she re-entered the fray. She was resolute in her pursuit. For whatever the reason, Jing Mian understood the ice slave's worth all too well. Awakening at such a young age, possessing a power so formidable that it could inadvertently harm her own kin, she had only heard of one such individual, an impending female war god, known as Chi Tong, whose strength had instilled fear in many male warriors. The ice slave bore a resemblance to her. What extraordinary talent she must possess. Jing Mian was convinced that the ice slave would surpass Qiao Hai in strength. Such a promising individual in the hands of the unscrupulous, it was no wonder she had never heard of the ice slave in her past life. Having learned from previous experiences, the old-timers refrained from raising their bids maliciously, merely treating Jing Mian as a spectator, until the host called out, 270 million. Second call. Miss Jing. Is this really necessary? A man turned to face her, his face marred by a grotesque scar running from his eye to the corner of his mouth, his gaze menacing. And what necessity do you have, sir? She retorted politely. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Hong. Miss Jing, I believe you are acquainted with the Hong family. Are you not? This was a veiled threat. Even Xiao Fei cast a discreet warning glance at Jing Mian, believing that the ice slave was worth no more than 240 million, and the Hong family was reluctant to overspend. The price escalated to 280 million. I shall add another 10 million, Jing Mian declared. The scarred man smirked sinisterly. 295 million. His gaze towards Jing Mian turned increasingly malevolent. Xiao Fei shook her head in disapproval, while Linyu turned back to caution her with his eyes. Jing Mian realized that the Hong family had taken a grudge against her. She recalled that Hualiao had mentioned the family engaged in unsavory dealings, stained with blood, and had previously dispatched ability users to Green Shade to create trouble. The future of Green Shade would not be peaceful, but the ice slave was worth it. With her resolution firm, Jing Mian lifted her head, poised to raise her bid, only to find the ice slave gazing at her. The young girl's eyes, once devoid of hope, now shimmered with a glimmer of light, captivatingly beautiful. Perhaps even if her buyer were a woman, her fate would remain dire. Yet, Jing Mian could sense that the ice slave harbored a flicker of hope towards her. 300 million. Jing Mian declared with clarity and conviction, igniting a spark of hope in the ice slave's eyes and drawing the attention of the entire room back to her. Very well. Miss Jing is fierce. I hope you do not regret this. The scarred man ceased his bidding. The ice slave was successfully purchased by Jing Mian. As the girl was led off stage, she continued to stare at Jing Mian. Jing Mian felt no remorse. What harm was there in crossing the Hong family? Hadn't they looked down upon her even before? The Hong family was not omnipotent. To witness the formidable ice slave fall into their grasp and repeat the cycle would be the true tragedy. Following this, Jing Mian adopted a more low-key demeanor, refraining from further bidding until the very end. This evening marks the final item of the auction, and I must say without exaggeration that it is a piece of unparalleled perfection, truly a rare find. On display is a blue crystal bracelet, illuminated by intense beams of light that make the blue crystal shimmer brilliantly. A crystal energy weapon, the pinnacle of humanity's weapon development in this apocalyptic age. This weapon is both portable and aesthetically pleasing, and most importantly, it possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Show us, shouted the scarred man, evidently displeased. The presenter promptly took the stage, and the attendant adorned the bracelet. Across from her, a man conjured flames in his hands, clearly an ability user. In the next moment, he unexpectedly unleashed a full-force attack on the attendant. A fireball, a meter in diameter, hurtled towards her face. There was no time to evade. Everyone anticipated the sight of the attendant engulfed in flames. But in that instant, a blue water wall autonomously erected itself before her, absorbing the massive fireball. Then, another man stealthily attacked from behind the attendant, unleashing a flurry of steel needles, densely shooting towards her back. The water wall quickly formed into a protective sphere, encasing the attendant within, preventing any needle from penetrating. Witnesses realized that our attendant was merely an ordinary person. Without this crystal energy weapon, her demise would have been inevitable. Unlike the vast majority of crystal energy weapons, this one is a rare protective tool. Even an ordinary person wielding it possesses extraordinary defensive strength. To be candid, when this crystal energy weapon arrived, we were all astounded. The boss nearly kept it for himself. However, for the sake of our esteemed guests, we decided to present this life-saving artifact as our crowning product. After evaluation, its quality rivals that of Master Loyong's creations. Thus, we shall commence bidding at 200 million. Do not miss this opportunity. Chapter 51. An unending rivalry with the Hong family. The atmosphere was electric. And Jing Mian did not expect the auction to commence with a staggering starting price of 200 million, especially considering that the evolution serum was only 100 million. Of course, this was because the evolution serum merely increased the awakening probability, rather than guaranteeing a direct awakening of abilities. Acquiring this crystal energy weapon bracelet equates to securing one's safety. Just as Jing Mian, once destitute, was willing to incur a debt of 60 million for a weapon to protect herself, the elite also cherished their lives dearly. After several experiences in crafting crystal energy weapons, she found that the skills offered by the system predominantly leaned towards offensive capabilities, with few defensive options available. Thus, Jing Mian decisively chose the skill Water Spirit Guardian. Throughout the continuous bidding process, the attendant was persistently attacked by various ability users, trembling within the protective water sphere. If it faltered, she would perish under their powers. Minutes passed with the onslaught unrelenting. 670 million. Called out for the second time. The formidable protective force left many unable to continue bidding with regret. At this price point, only a few remained capable of continuing. Jing Mian raised her bid once, merely to show support for her own creation. This move startled several prominent figures, who feared she might seize the opportunity. Fortunately, she did not raise her bid any further, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Ultimately, the item was sold for 780 million, bringing joy to the final victor. The attendant was finally free from the assault and joyfully removed the bracelet. Jing Mian observed that the new owner appeared to be the leader of the Yuntsong base, an elderly gentleman. Yuntsong base is a rare supersized Class C base, with few Class C bases boasting a population exceeding 100,000. Whose masterpiece could this be? Many below engaged in discussion. The host remarked, "The seller is unwilling to disclose, and we are equally in the dark. However, we have noticed a symbol etched on the inner side of the bracelet, which may signify the identity of this master. It resembled an eye shape, with a star drawn within. But does any guest recognize this master's identity and share insights with us? Everyone shook their heads, having never seen such a symbol. Jing Mian was speechless. What kind of perception did they have? It was a leaf she drew, not an eye. Her artistic skills were imbued with spirit. It was merely a shame that they did not comprehend her realm. Since no one knew, let us tentatively refer to this master as the Star-Eye Master. Those present etched this title into their memories. The auction finally drew to a close. Jing Mian accompanied the attendant to retrieve her spoils. In a special room, rare red diamonds, a pair of golden pearls, jade bangles, evolution serum, and frost were already laid out. A professional called Jing Mian aside to present her with a ring. The controller for the frost. Could the chip embedded in her be removed? For her master to safely and fully control her, once embedded, it could not be retrieved. Removal would result in immediate death. Jing Mian collected her jewels and serum. Come with me. Frost followed quietly. What is your name? I mean your true name. Frost hesitated before responding, Han Shuang. Quite a chilling name indeed. Very well, Han Shuang. You will accompany me from now on. Jing Mian smiled radiantly, her gaze dispelling Frost's numbness and igniting a glimmer of light within. No matter how many years passed, she would never forget that smile. As they exited the auction hall, the warm breeze greeted them. Get in the car. We are heading home. Jing Mian's cheerful voice sparked a hint of anticipation in Han Shuang. Today's driver was Ling Yi, who glanced at Han Shuang, mistaking her for a friend of Jing Mian's. The vehicle swiftly departed the Wuan base. The night had grown deep, and theirs was the only vehicle leaving Wuan. I am the owner of a shelter. My name is Jing Mian. Once we arrive, I'll take you to the cafeteria for a meal that will surely reignite your passion for life. Ling Yi, Han Shuang will be your colleague from now on. Welcome. Han Shuang, you will find happiness here. He noted through the mirror that Han Shuang maintained a stoic demeanor. Suddenly, the ground cracked. The wheels and half the vehicle plunged into the fissure, becoming immobilized and sinking deeper. What on earth is happening? The three within the vehicle could not help but scream. Is it an earthquake? Jing Mian shouted. What a disaster. No. Han Shuang interjected just as the car window shattered. A barrage of bullets flew in at high speed. Bang! The ice crystal shattered. Han Shuang's hastily conjured ice wall was obliterated. Fortunately, it had managed to withstand the initial hail of bullets. But the vehicle was now entirely ensnared within the ground's rupture. We are being attacked. It must be the work of an ability user. Jing Mian's fury boiled over. Trouble was already brewing the moment they left Wuan. How eager they were to end her life. Find a way to get out. If the fissure closes, we will be buried alive. Jing Mian and Ling Yi used their strength to kick open the car door and clamber out. But they were still a distance from the surface. Let me. Han Shuang waved her hand, forming an ice ladder. The three hastily ascended to the surface. But as soon as they emerged, they were met with a relentless onslaught of gunfire. The ice walls offered layered protection but were continually breached. Han Shuang tirelessly stacked ice walls. Damn it! The Hong family lacked shame. Jing Mian's expression turned dire. The Hong family dared to attack without knowing her true backing. If this continued, they would be exhausted to death. They needed someone to rescue them. Jing Mian immediately dialed for help, but the cacophony of gunfire rendered her words inaudible. Consequently, she simultaneously made calls and sent messages. If anyone was asleep, being awakened by her call would allow them to see her message. Ling Yi was equally powerless. The two could only hide behind Han Shuang while making calls. If I survive, I will ensure an unending vendetta against the Hong family. Han Shuang surmised that the attacker was likely the scarred man who had lost the bidding. Jing Mian, I cannot hold on much longer. Han Shuang's complexion had turned pale. She had been drugged before the auction, severely weakening her ability to sense and respond, compounded by exhaustion leaving her barely able to defend herself. Jing Mian's windering attacks were ineffective. She needed to aim, but she could not even show her head. And Ling Yu sat in the car, gazing out the window, while Wang Na incessantly criticized him in a whisper, lamenting how he had neglected her by conversing with Jing Mian at the auction. Did I mishear? And Ling Yu suddenly interjected. Why do I faintly perceive the sound of gunfire? The assistant reluctantly replied. The hunting team reported that a convoy departed from the base just as the auction concluded. What convoy? Whose is it? Is it the Hong family? The assistant nodded slowly, and Ling Yu's expression turned grave. Why didn't you mention this sooner? The assistant glanced at Wang Na. Wang Na interjected, what does the Hong family have to do with us? Lu Zhu's silence is quite reasonable. Lu, you seem to have developed your own opinions. And Ling Yu's voice turned icy. Turn around. Head to the southern gate. He dialed a number. Qifeng, where are you? Immediately gather people to locate the Hong family's convoy. We must secure Jing Mian. Chapter 52. By the time you arrive, the delicacies will be cold. Young master, why are we heading to the southern gate? Assistant Lu asked, apprehensive, yet still steering towards the in-family estate. Did you not hear me say to turn around?
Lu.
Are you no longer obedient to my commands? And Ling Yu bellowed. It was the first time Wang Na witnessed and Ling Yu lose his temper. He had always been nonchalant, brushing off everything with a smile. Young master, although I do not grasp your intentions, I cannot lead you into danger. The assistant not only failed to turn the car around but accelerated instead. Very well. In the next moment, and Ling Yu opened the car door while the vehicle sped along. Young master, Ling Yu, what are you doing? If you refuse to listen, I shall simply jump. The fierce wind whipped through in Ling Yu's hair. Observing his intent to leap from the moving vehicle, Assistant Lu slammed on the brakes. Nevertheless, and Ling Yu jumped out. Despite the abrupt stop, the immense inertia propelled him several feet away. Young master, Assistant Lu and Wang Na hurriedly exited the car. What was the necessity of this? And Ling Yu lay on the ground, clutching his leg in pain, forcing a smile. Is it not because our esteemed Assistant Lu here is unmanageable? I must risk my life to get through. Seeing and Ling Yu's faint smile, Assistant Lu felt a pang of anxiety. He feared he would no longer be favored by him. And Ling Yu rose and pushed Assistant Lu aside, taking the driver's seat himself. Young master, allow me to drive. Your leg is injured. I shall manage myself. And Ling Yu coldly interrupted. What about me? Wang Na shouted, but the car had already sped away. Wang Na watched the dust cloud trailing behind the vehicle, clapping her hands. He abandoned me to rescue another woman, ha ha ha. Assistant Lu regarded Wang Na's manic demeanor. Madam Na, have we made a mistake? Mistake?
Fool.
Wang Na jabbed her finger at Assistant Lu's forehead. Do you think the Hong family's attack on Jing Mian is known only to us? Everyone is well informed. Who wouldn't want to see the true nature of those behind the green shade? Wang Na gazed at the southern night sky. The Hong family is willing to take the lead. Everyone is eager to watch. My uncle also suggested we observe for now. But Ling Yu has truly disappointed me. The love in Wang Na's eyes had nearly faded. What about the hunting team? Wouldn't that complicate matters? The hunting team? It depends on whether they can be summoned.
Wang Na scoffed.
Call Ling Huai and have Qifeng stall for a bit. Let us not ruin the show for everyone. Meanwhile, at the Hua family villa, the butler rushed to Madame Hua. Madam, it's bad. The young lady called, saying we must go rescue Boss Jing. If not, she will go herself. And then you will have to save her. Madame Hua sighed. Why is this child causing trouble at such a time? She glanced at her husband. So, do we rescue her, or not? This is a gamble. Hua Zhenwei sighed. The person behind the green shade has remained hidden, and we cannot gather any information, which complicates matters. If a major player truly supports us, and we can ensure Jing Mian's safety, that person will undoubtedly remember our gratitude. It would suffice to sustain the Hua family for another 50 years. Madame Hua's eyes sparkled. If that is the case, the next head of the family will undoubtedly be Lu Yao. But if not, Jing Mian may have been deceiving us, and the Hua family will face hardships. Hua Zhenwei looked out the window, realizing he must decide quickly, or it would be too late. Call Li Ko and have him dispatch people immediately. We are placing our stake in this gamble. At the same time, in the brightly lit Shao family mansion, the patriarch was on the phone with his grandchildren. Grandfather, we should send someone to rescue Jing Mian. Shao Fei, this is not the time for impulsive friendships. Shao Fei, on speakerphone with Shao Han, suddenly declared, Grandfather, I also support rescuing Jing Mian. Even if there are no powerful allies behind the green shade, Jing Mian has built it up so well. She must possess great strength. If she survives, she will surely stand against the Hong family, enough for them to face a reckoning. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to topple the Hong family. The voice on the other end fell silent, contemplating. Grandfather, do you not wish to avenge mother? Have you forgotten how Xiao Jing cried for her mother? Shao Fei's eyes reddened. Beneath his carefree exterior, he had never forgotten his mother. She had been so capable, single-handedly raising the Xiao family's fortunes, only to be assassinated by the Hong family when Xiao Jing was 2, due to her encroachment on their interests. Xiao Han, you have matured. The aged voice trembled, then declared passionately, "Gather the ability users and set out. One team to rescue Jing Mian, and the second and third teams to create chaos at the Hong family's factory." The patriarch finally expressed his resolve, and Xiao Fei and Xiao Han exchanged smiles. At the southern gate of the Wuan base, a convoy was blocked. "Why are we not allowed to leave?" Xiao Hen, the leader of the rescue mission, demanded. Qi Feng arrogantly replied, "What are you planning to do?" Xiao Hen nearly retorted, "That's none of your concern," but realizing he might be intercepted, he instead said, "We have an important rescue mission. To save the Green Shade's boss, I presume?" Qi Feng pierced through their intentions. "Since you know, hurry, and let us pass. Time waits for no one." Qi Feng leisurely replied, "This matter is under the jurisdiction of our hunting team. You should return. Many people in the base are watching. Do not let outsiders ridicule us. Go back." Just as Xiao Hen was about to explode, another convoy assembled and approached, a series of military defense vehicles. The lead driver rolled down the window, sporting a neat crew cut. "Xiao family?" "Yes." "Are you also here to rescue the Green Shade's boss?" "Indeed." Qi Feng repeated his earlier reasoning, but before he could finish, the crew-cut soldier interrupted. "Do not waste time. The hunting team is part of the military defense, and you are our subordinate. This is an order from the Major General. Do you dare defy military orders?" Qi Feng's expression darkened. "Let us pass." The Xiao family's convoy closely followed and exited together. "By the time you arrive, the delicacies will be cold." Qi Feng furiously kicked the dust on the ground, just as another car sped towards them. "It never ends." Qi Feng, brimming with anger, intended to vent at the driver, but when the window rolled down, he was met with Ling Yu's cold visage. "Qi Feng, why are you still here?" Unrelenting gunfire continued to rain down, and Han Shuang, behind the ice wall, knelt, barely holding on. Sweat poured down. The formation of new ice walls slowed significantly. Jing Mian, filled with concern and urgency, exclaimed, "Boss Jing, what shall we do?" Ling Yi loathed himself for being a man yet powerless behind a girl. "Brother Qiao will come to save us, right?" He pounded the ground with his fists. Previously, he could only call Qiao Hai, and Wang Yi, being an ordinary person, would be of no use. Ling Jiu had only just awakened days prior. He was his only family, and he couldn't bear to see him perish trying to save him. I can't hold on any longer." Han Shuang's fragmented voice was drowned out by the relentless gunfire, and the final shattering of the ice wall echoed like a death knell for Jing Mian and her companions. Without the wall's protection, they beheld a torrent of bullets aimed at them, and the scar-faced man grinned triumphantly. Chapter 53. The death of Jing Mian. She had informed everyone she hoped could assist. At the moment Han Shuang collapsed, Jing Mian grasped the resplendent pendant resting upon her chest, unaware that she would need it so soon. In an instant, colors like glazed glass unfurled behind her, forming enormous wings of radiant light. This crystalline weapon was named the Guardian of the Archangel. She refrained from leaving a crystal energy bracelet, as it could only protect the wearer and not others. However, the Guardian of the Archangel could. The vast wings of light enveloped the fallen Han Shuang and Ling Yi beneath their protective embrace. Observing that the hail of bullets could not penetrate the luminous wings, the scarred man discarded his cigarette, bewildered. What on earth was this? He had been using gunfire to suppress Han Shuang, hoping to deplete her energy and ascertain whether a powerful ally was covertly aiding her. Time had passed, and it seemed no one had come to her aid. Or, as they suspected, Jing Mian had no backing at all. Han Shuang had collapsed. That man was an ordinary human, leaving only Jing Mian, the sole ability wielder. There was no reason to prolong the confrontation. "Yuze, did you not desire revenge long ago?" Ho Yuze, a soil-based ability wielder, sneered as he manipulated the ground beneath Jing Mian, causing it to crack once more. The luminous wings enveloped the three of them as they fell into the fissure. Subsequently, Ho Yuze pressed his palms together, and the split earth began to close inwards. Within the wings, Jing Mian could not discern the external circumstances, yet she could sense that they had likely descended underground again. However, despite Ho Yuze's efforts to compress the soil on either side, he could not seal it completely. This woman was quite formidable. Ho Yuze broke into a sweat. Investigations indicated that Jing Mian was likely a rare dual-element ability wielder, possessing both wind and spatial abilities. Hence, the Hong family did not take any chances, preparing ample firearms and deploying numerous ability users. Together, 10 soil-based ability users cast their spells simultaneously. deepening the fissure and compressing it, while blocks of earth and stone plummeted from above. The thunderous roars echoed ceaselessly. Jing Mian and Ling Yi clung to each other in fear as the wings of light trembled violently. The space within the wings grew smaller, and the pressure became overwhelming. Jing Mian inquired of the system, "How long can the Guardian of the Archangel withstand the onslaught?" "It depends on the intensity of the attacks. A first-level ability user's assault could last 5 to 6 hours without breaching it, while a second-level full-force attack might require 2 to 3 hours.
What about now?
The system estimated that with approximately 12 second-level ability users attacking with full force, it could only endure for about 30 minutes. The noise above had ceased, replaced by an eerie silence, so quiet that they could hear their own breaths and heartbeats. "Boss, we're buried," Ling Yi trembled. Jing Mian cradled the unconscious Han Shuang, feeling as though they were cut off from the world, as if they had departed from life itself. Jing Mian forced herself to remain calm. The communicator had lost all signal. How long could the air within the wings sustain them? On the surface, the scarred man remarked, "Are they still underground?" "Yes." The current perception suggested so. The scarred man sneered, "Just in case, seal the space to prevent Jing Mian from utilizing her spatial abilities to transfer." Although this possibility was minimal, if she could have transferred, she would have done so long ago. His scar reminded him never to underestimate anything. To eradicate the root of the problem. An ability user who had not participated in the attack before stepped out of the vehicle to unleash their powers on the ground. Afterward, the soil-based ability users restored the ground to its original state. The scarred man gazed at the distant lights. A convoy was approaching. Let them search. They won't even know where to look. As night deepened, a more profound shadow swiftly traversed the terrain. Xinya raced towards Wu En at his utmost speed. That night, he and Xiao Hai had begun their search for the half-faced zombie, hoping to eliminate it and protect the tranquility of the Green Shade. When he received the news, he was still some distance from Green Shade and even farther from Wu, and Xiao Hai had split off to search as well, uncertain if he could get any closer. Xinya, pale and with eyes filled with anxiety, urged, "Jing Mian, hold on." Just then his communicator buzzed.
"Yeah.
I haven't seen Jing Mian with Pingo along the way. Is the location accurate?" Ashan and Yen Ping had also received Jing Mian's distress signal, offering a staggering 20 billion as a reward, with the possibility of additional compensation. However, they found the Hong family's vehicles, yet Jing Mian was nowhere to be seen. They needed to see her alive or her body. The two had been searching between Green Shade and Wuan, but had found nothing. The Hong family's convoy remained in a standoff. Xiao Han exclaimed in anger, "Hong Shan, others may not understand your tricks, but do not think I am oblivious. Where have you hidden Boss Jing?" He could not bear to utter the truth. The 4 vehicles of the Hong family were surrounded. The military personnel would not allow them to leave. Su Jun was exasperated. The general had ordered them to rescue the owner of Green Shade, Jing Mian. And he even had a medical team and emergency equipment on board. After hearing this, Su Jun kicked the scarred man, Hong Shan, to the ground. "What are you doing?" The Hong family's ability users immediately assumed a stance ready to fight. Su Jun, crackling with lightning, demanded, "Where is she?" Hong Shan, rising from the ground, retorted, "We don't know. We merely came out to admire the stars and the moon. What can you do to us? You are military defense, and so what? You are impressive. But I am a Wuan citizen. Without evidence, can you kill us?" "Exactly. Why is Lord Su turning against us? Green Shade is not under Wu An's military jurisdiction. But surely my people from Green Shade can manage." Suddenly, a powerful blow struck, sending Hou Yu-zhe flying 20 meters away. Compared to Su Jun, it was an unrelenting punch, imbued with ability power.
Gil Hai.
The crowd recognized him. "You could serve as a loyal guard elsewhere, and yet you rush here to save your master?" Hong Shan boasted, "Don't waste your efforts. Prepare a wreath instead." Hong Shan no longer concealed his intentions, fully aware that the military defense could do nothing against them. The Xiao family was unafraid of conflict. As for Xiao Hai, how formidable could one person be? Hou Yu-zhe spat blood as he staggered back. "You scum of Green Shade, tomorrow marks your doom. Await the Hong family to take over Green Shade, and then you will be licking my grandfather's shoes." Xiao Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, Hou Yu-zhe's eyes bulged, clutching his throat in agony. His face turning a deep shade of purple, he fell without uttering a word, his legs twitching before falling still. He was lifeless. Someone tested for breath. Who did this?
Hong Shan exclaimed.
This was not Xiao Hai's ability. Suddenly, a tremendous weight descended from above. In an instant, the ground sank half a meter. Everyone collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Ordinary medical personnel struggled to maintain their positions, gasping for breath. Xinye emerged from the shadow of Hou Yuze. His eyes were hollow and dark as he loomed over Hong Shan. Speak, or face death. Hong Shan gazed at Xinye in terror, hesitating.
Crack.
Xinye snapped his neck, seemingly uninterested in his response. He seized another individual. We have not seen Jing. Liar.
Crack. Who are you?
You offend Hong.
Crack.
With such ruthless finality, one life ended. The next person awaited Xinye's command. Do not kill me. If you do, Jing Mian will truly perish. This statement held Xinye's unwavering gaze. Yeah, do not mind him. We have found her. A Shan, rushing over, shouted. Xinye released the wind pressure and dashed forward. Look here. Yan Ping pointed to the ground. Your wind pressure has caused the land to sink half a meter deep. Yet this area remains unchanged, indicating the soil here is tightly compacted. Xinye's heart twisted in anguish. If the soil could not be moved by wind pressure, how deeply was she buried? A chilling silence enveloped his gaze, and he whirled around, his murderous intent erupting like a volcano. The previously released wind pressure returned with even greater force. To accompany in death. To accompany in death. Let them all perish. The crowd seemed to witness a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the scent of death bearing down upon them. The next moment, they would truly die. Chapter 54. No wonder this brother is reluctant to let go. She is protected by a sphere of light. The spatial ability user, grappling with bone-chilling fear, shouted out a life-saving phrase in a moment of life and death. What did you say? With tears streaming down his face, he pointed to the ground. While buried underground, there has always been a sphere of light protecting them. We cannot break through it no matter what. I have sealed the space. As long as you do not kill me, I will lift it immediately. Hope ignited within Xinye. You are all Earth-based ability users, right? Split the ground open. The remaining few ability users exchanged glances, realizing they would not escape punishment from the Hong family if they returned. Then you must swear not to kill us. You have no right to negotiate. Then we shall not save her. Every second we delay puts her in danger.
Use our people.
Su Jun, bracing against the wind pressure, stood tall and declared, Among my people, there are 2 Earth-based ability users. Brother, please suppress your powers. They cannot hold out much longer. A hurricane pressed down from above. Even the most elite-trained individuals would not withstand it. Xinye regained his composure and reduced the wind pressure's extent. Xiaohan gasped for breath, his back soaked. Realizing the depth of this man's unfathomable strength, none among the Xiao family's ability users could rival him. We have 3 people as well, Xiaohan said. All right, thank you.
Jenya no tetinaknolet.
The Hong family, realizing they were of no use, quickly changed their tone, but no one heeded their cries. The 5 Earth-based ability users began to crack the ground toward their target. Be careful not to harm Boss Jing, Su Jun cautioned. The ground, as hard as stone, began to split downward. Jing Mian and Ling Yi maintained their composure, cherishing the scant oxygen that remained. System, how much longer can the Archangel protect us? 6 more minutes. Despair washed over Jing Mian as she closed her eyes. They might not last until rescue. She could not share this news with Ling Yi. Our countdown to death is 6 minutes. Once the Archangel's protection vanished, they would be buried alive, not knowing whether they would perish from asphyxiation or the crushing weight above. Which death was more tormenting compared to being torn apart in her previous life? She felt on the brink of madness, wanting to scream, terrified of losing her last glimmer of hope. As time ticked away, in the final minute, tears streamed down Jing Mian's face.
Ling Yi, witnessing her distress,
quietly began to cry as well, seemingly realizing that Jing Mian had reached her limit. At least we are not dying alone. The ground had fissured to a depth of over 10 meters. Xinye, gazing into the dark chasm, felt on the verge of collapse, his heart aching profoundly. Perhaps it was at this moment he truly understood Jing Mian's significance to him. He had long since placed his heart in her hands. Look, a light! A Shan exclaimed. The ability users rallied their spirits and made concerted efforts to open the soil. Xinye leapt down, landing beside the sphere of light.
Jing Mian.
At that moment, Jing Mian and Ling Yi huddled together. Boss, do you feel that? Our sphere seems to be swaying. Jing Mian glanced at the sphere's top. unable to open it to see inside. Jing Mian.
Jing Mian.
Voices cried from above. She looked at Ling Yi, whose eyes sparkled with disbelief. Jing Mian realized she had not misheard. They had found her. Sounds could not reach them underground. She slowly opened the light feather, revealing a slight gap. Xinya leaned down to the crevice. Jing Mian, I'm sorry I'm late. The light feather fully opened in an instant, and she burst into tears. We're saved.
Saved.
Her tears blurred her vision as she gazed at the night sky, the fear of perpetual darkness finally dissipating. She collapsed into Xinya's embrace, oblivious to his words. Crying out, Xinya, why did you come so late? I was so scared. I really thought I was going to die. Just a few more seconds and I wouldn't have made it. I kept thinking, why haven't you come? I thought you wouldn't save me. She sobbed so hard, she could barely breathe, trembling in his arms. Compared to Qiao Hai, she yearned more to see Xinya. She no longer cared what feelings he harbored for her. In this moment, all she wanted was to hold him tightly and release her pent-up emotions. Xinya's eyes reddened. I'm sorry. Thank goodness you're alive. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. He had once again allowed someone dear to him to fall into danger. It was her strength that had given him the opportunity to save her. Otherwise, she would already be lifeless. Ling Yi could only share the joy of survival with Qiao Hai. Qiao Hai excitedly lifted Ling Yi onto his back. I'll take you up. With powerful legs. He pushed off the ground and leapt to the surface. Xinya Princess carried Jing Mian, similarly gathering strength to soar into the air, landing lightly on the ground. Jing Mian noticed many unfamiliar faces, but with Xinya beside her, she felt fearless. She wiped her tears, not wanting anyone to see her disheveled state.
Isu Unipotit.
Boss Jing, are you injured? I have a medical team.
Who are you?
I am a representative sent by General Hua to rescue you. Su Jun observed the remnants of tears on the girl in Xinya's embrace, her eyelashes damp and her eyes fluttering, appearing fragile and pitiful, like a delicate flower ravaged by a storm, evoking endless compassion. No wonder this brother held her so tightly, driven to madness over her fate. Jing Mian felt tears welling up again. It must be Lu Yao. Please let the medical team attend to my friend. She has fainted from overexerting her abilities. Han Shuang was quickly treated by the medical team. We are from the Xiao family, sent to rescue Boss Jing. Now we can report back. Xiao Hen also introduced himself. I will remember the Xiao family's kindness, Jing Mian replied softly. In that moment, she shed the imposing demeanor of a capable leader, finally unveiling her vulnerability. It struck everyone that she was merely 18, having endured so much. May I ask everyone for one last favor? Her eyes still glistening, Xiao Hen's heart softened, and no one could refuse Jing Mian at this moment. Chapter 55. Xinya caught off guard by a kiss. Could you help me locate my car? Following Jing Mian's hint, the Earth-based ability users indeed discovered the vehicle near the crevice, albeit in a deformed state. Jing Mian felt a pang of heartache, her evolution serum. After this attack, her desire to awaken her abilities intensified. Xinya, please help me find the auction box. Xinya finally relinquished her. The box containing the evolution serum was a safe. Fortunately, despite some deformation, the serum remained intact. As for the jewelry, the jade bracelet was shattered. But the red diamond and pearls were unharmed. Since that is the case, let us withdraw. The Xiao family members led the way. Han Shuang was receiving treatment when Su Jun curiously inquired, did Boss Jing offend the family? Noticing Jing Mian's puzzled expression, he continued, when we came to rescue you, we were delayed by the family's hunting team leader. Jing Mian gritted her teeth. What difference did that make to her life? When had the family developed such deep hatred for her? After Han Shuang's treatment, Su Jun and his team departed. Casting a glance at the Hong family members who had perished beneath the wind pressure, saying nothing. Jing Mian surveyed the bodies of the Hong family sprawled about and felt no sympathy. This was the fate that awaited those who sought to bury her alive. At that moment, Hong Shan's call came through. Jing Mian picked up the phone, and a voice filled with rage echoed, "Why are you only answering now? Are you dead? Hurry back. Old Man Xiao has been attacked at the pharmaceutical factory," finished Jing Mian and returned to support. "Hello? Speak up. Where are you?" Jing Mian coldly replied. "Tell the head of the Hong family that he and the Hong family are finished." She hung up the phone and tossed it to the ground. "Take their vehicles. From now on, the Hong family's belongings belong to Green Shade." 4 cars, Ashan and Yanping drove one each, while Qiao Hai drove for Ling Yi. who was still shaken. Xinye and Jing Mian shared a car. As Jing Mian felt the howling wind, she heard Xinye say, "I will not spare anyone who has harmed you. If you wish to annihilate the Hong family, I will assist you." Suddenly, Jing Mian comprehended. "You killed Lu Mei,
Didn't you?
although it was framed as a question, she had already confirmed the answer. "Xiao Fei does not strike me as someone who would harm Lu Mei. It was me. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I feared it would frighten you and push you away from me." Jing Mian chuckled lightly, then suddenly leaned over from the passenger seat to plant a kiss on his cheek. The unexpected gesture left Xinye momentarily stunned. He had the ability to evade it, yet he did not wish to. Thus, he found himself kissed squarely by Jing Mian.
Jing Mian, call me Mian Mian, she said.
"All right, Mian Mian," he replied. Jing Mian couldn't help but laugh. "Why do you sound so nervous when you say that?" Xinye straightened himself, attempting to regain composure. "Look, you've recovered enough to laugh. I shall indulge you in everything." Jing Mian leaned out of the car window and shouted, "Of course I must laugh after escaping such danger. Come back, it's too perilous," he urged. Jing Mian obediently returned to her seat. "Xinye," she asserted, "I unilaterally declare that you like me." Xinye suddenly pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the car surged forward significantly. What driving skills does he possess? Ashan and Yan Peng's car closely followed behind, concerned about whether Jing Mian would be safe in his vehicle. On Xinye's car, Jing Mian boldly expressed herself, and he found himself too intimidated to glance her way. Jing Mian, noticing his reaction, feigned displeasure and said, "Didn't you say you would indulge me in everything?" Despite harboring some feelings of self-redemption for her, he couldn't fathom her belief that he felt nothing for her. When she received no reply, Jing Mian pouted and turned her gaze away. Xinye, feeling awkward, nodded stiffly. "Fine. I like you." His sudden admission took her by surprise, causing her heart to flutter. Lowering her head, her cheeks flushed. "You look good too," he remarked unexpectedly. Xinye rarely turned to look at her. "That night, you said something." I intended to respond. Jing Mian recalled that impulsive night when she had shyly complimented him, retreating into her seat, overwhelmed. Xinye chuckled and ruffled her hair. Once they exited the car, they stood side by side. "Why do I feel they are different now?" Ashan squinted knowingly. They wouldn't have stood this close before.
Would they?
And Jing Mian's attitude towards Xinye wasn't like this previously. A classic case of love at first sight? Ashan speculated. Meanwhile, he noticed the ground seemed oddly uneven. Oh no, he had forgotten to congratulate Jing Mian. Upon returning to the green shade, it was already 3 o'clock. Jia Luyao was surprisingly awake, waiting for their return in the living room. As soon as they entered, Hua Luyao rushed over. "This is wonderful." Although she had already received news from home about Jing Mian's rescue, she couldn't contain her excitement upon seeing her in person. "Are you hurt, Mianjia?" "I'm fine. Thank you, Luyao." Jing Mian embraced her as they cherished this sisterly bond for a while. Han Shuang remained asleep, cradled by Qiao Hai on the sofa. "Luyao, your room is a 2-bedroom suite. Can Han Shuang stay in the 2nd bedroom for the night? She's south unfamiliar with this place, and I'm worried about sending her to building number 2 tonight." "Of course. I'll treat Han Shuang like my sister." Everyone was astonished to learn that the girl who rescued Jing Mian had such a tragic background. "Everyone, please go rest. We will discuss other matters tomorrow." Qiao Hai sensed from Jing Mian's gaze that significant changes were imminent for the green shade. Sitting on her bed, Jing Mian found everything surreal. From her rebirth to possessing such a vast base. Eager to develop quickly, she had focused on generating wealth, yet the green shade, devoid of capable subordinates, struggled to earn the respect and fear it deserved. Moreover, it could not safeguard itself. The news of her near demise from the night raid would surely spread like wildfire in Wuhan by morning, not only out of vengeance, but if she did not act, everyone would perceive her as a soft target, easily manipulated. This was destined to be no ordinary night. Countless factions were watching. "Sir, the Hua family has indeed made the right bet." Su Jun reported directly to Hua Iko. "What do you mean?"
Hua Yi Keskiriko.
Appearing to be in his late 20s, exuded an aura of quiet authority. At the moment of desperation, a very powerful ability user appeared. I could not contend with him.
"Oh.
How do I compare?" Su Jun glanced at Hua Iko. It would be a 50-50 chance. With narrowed eyes, Hua Iko understood that his rise to the rank of Major General was no coincidence. He had become a 4th-tier ability user last year, making him no small threat. Yet, Could it be confirmed that the green shade indeed had a powerful backing? Su Jun replied, besides him, there are two others whose depths are unfathomable. I can ascertain that one is definitely above me. Only then did Hua Ike feel reassured. He was already the strongest ability user in Wuhan, and the presence of two individuals with comparable or even superior strength to protect Jing Mian indicated a force behind her that surpassed the entire Wuhan base, at the very least. It was an A-tier base or an organization not to be trifled with. His father truly possessed foresight. Chapter 56. I want the Hong family to be leaderless. Hua Zhanwei burst into laughter upon learning of the situation. This time, I owe it to Lu Yao for giving me a push. From now on, the Hua family and the Green Shade are firmly bound together. Similarly, the Xiao family rejoiced upon hearing the news. Patriarch, we burned the pharmaceutical factory, and when we retreated, the Hong family didn't dare to pursue us. With Hong Shan's forces decimated and our family's major actions, they are certainly terrified. Excellent. The old patriarch Xiao leaned heavily on his dragon-headed cane. For any movements from the Green Shade, the Xiao family will fully cooperate. It is time for the Hong family to pay the price. The following morning, news broke that 12 ability users and 4 elite soldiers from the Hong family had all perished outside the Wuhan base. Investigations revealed that the 16, led by Hong Shan, were executed for their midnight assassination attempt on Jing Mian, the owner of the Green Shade, with their deaths being particularly gruesome. Watching the news report on television, Lu Boliang instructed his assistant, contact the Green Shade and arrange a time for my visit to see Boss Jing. Personnel from various bases took similar actions to that of Lu Boliang. In the Green Shade's office, Jing Mian was meticulously reviewing a report. Jia Lu Yao stood opposite her. This is all the information my family has gathered on the Hong family. Mian Jia, what do you intend to do? A glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. Mian Jia would never let the Hong family off easily. The document detailed the Hong family's business ventures, revealing that half of their revenue stemmed from military industries, with the rest comprising human trafficking, gambling, hotels, addiction pharmaceuticals, and the sex industry. The Guangdong Exchange also had ties to the Hong family. The Hong family was indeed a notorious force in Guangdong. And with such chaos in the Guangdong district, why did the Wuhan leaders not intervene? Could the Hong family truly be more powerful than the authorities? Clearly, that was impossible. Otherwise, the leadership position would have been held by someone from the Hong family. Jing Mian pondered this, suspecting it might be some form of checks and balances at play. Upon flipping to the back, she found introductions to the main members of the Hong family, even spotting the hefty man who had once purchased her sanitary napkins. The Hua family had truly gone to great lengths to compile such detailed files for her. Jing Mian calculated in her mind, to make the Hong family pay, an economic strike was essential and one of the Green Shade's strengths. The military industry was manageable. The systematic arsenal could easily overpower the Hong family, allowing the Green Shade to seize their buyers through high-quality, low-cost offerings. The remaining industries were simply unnecessary. I will contact Xiao Fei shortly. The Xiao family must decisively demolish all of the Hong family's pharmaceutical factories.
Lu Yao.
Your family should handle the destruction of the Hong family's gambling houses, with our two families working in tandem, no matter how many ability users the Hong family has. They will not be able to cover all bases. That's no problem. My father has stated that as long as the Hong family suffers significant damage this time, he and the Xiao family can find a way to expel the Hong family from the Guangdong Exchange. Excellent. With our three families united, let us see how the Hong family responds. Moreover, merely targeting their business territory would not suffice. She intended to repay them in kind. How dare they attempt to assassinate her?
Ha!
Her base houses 3 experts. Wait for my notification regarding when to take action. She was determined to make the Hong family pay the bloody price. Jing Mian summoned Sinya and the others. I wish to establish a mercenary group belonging to the Green Shade, distinct from the security personnel protecting the base, primarily tasked with executing missions. During idle moments, they would join the security team in cleansing the undead, with monetary rewards negotiated separately. Would you care to join my mercenary group? I am willing. Sinya was the first to respond. Ashan scoffed, observing that no matter what Jing Mian said now, you would likely agree.
I shall also join.
Ashan, fond of the verdant surroundings and desiring to settle here while engaging in familiar work, felt quite satisfied. Seeing his 2 good brothers join, Yan Ping had no objections. Jing Mian spoke earnestly. Very well, your first task has arrived. I demand the head of the Hong family's leader. The The three were taken aback. This was a task to assassinate a family head. The difficulty was considerable. Ashan cheered. Exciting. We're starting off with something this grand. I accept the task. He was not the only one. Jing Mian threw the document at them, revealing the key targets. If they had the strength, they could eliminate them as well. The primary mission remained the assassination of the Hong family patriarch, with a bounty of 100 million. Yen Ping gasped, while Ashan licked his lips. I'm getting excited. Senya quietly gazed at the photographs of the Hong family members. Additionally, last night I expressed my gratitude for your rescue. If you could provide me with a crystal core or beast crystal, I would craft energy weapons for you, at no charge. This effectively meant Jing Mian was personally investing 150 million coins. Ashan was overjoyed. Knowing Jing Mian's craftsmanship was extraordinary. This was a token of gratitude for their rescue. The trio, well aware of the might of energy weapons from their battles, swiftly returned to select crystals. I want one shaped like a ring, Senya whispered to her when they were alone. A sweet warmth enveloped Jing Mian's heart, and she blushed, saying, Understood, I will do my best. Noticing the charming blush on her face, Senya felt a greater closeness to her. The previous polite distance had been shattered, leaving a more comforting connection. After Senya departed, Jing Mian accessed the armory. The remaining tasks were entrusted to her. She chose firearms, initiating mass production of various guns and ammunition. She possessed 1,400 million coins. Thanks to the sale of energy weapons, her funds had significantly recovered. She planned to allocate 500 million for weapon production aimed at striking at the core industries of the Hong family. After organizing this, Jing Mian recalled the actions of the Yin family in obstructing the rescue. She could not believe Ling Yu was behind it. There must be another party involved. After proactively contacting Ling Yu by phone, Jing Mian's expression shifted oddly. It was, in fact, the enigmatic Ling Huai from her past life. The affairs of the Yin family puzzled her, and she lacked the strength to confront them. She could only resolve the Hong family issue first before plotting her next steps. Han Shuang had a lengthy dream in which she had not awakened her abilities, and her family had not perished because of her. They supported each other in life, and she had not endured the subsequent hardships. Awakening with a tear-soaked pillow, she was confronted by a fair-skinned girl. Had she been the one to rouse her? Memories of her fainting surged back, and Han Shuang pushed her away. Who are you? Where is my master? Master? Are you referring to Sister Mian? Hua Liao immediately called to inform her. Upon seeing Jing Mian, Han Shuang finally felt reassured. How did we escape? Jing Mian recounted their ordeal, and Han Shuang was astonished to learn they had been buried alive underground. Although she hadn't been able to protect you until the end, your expenditure of 300 million does hold some value, Han Shuang murmured. Her head bowed. Jing Mian, feeling a pang of heartache, embraced her. Han Shuang was only 15. Do not speak like that. Your life cannot be quantified by numbers. No amount of money can measure your worth. Indeed, dear child. Granny Bai also arrived, bringing Han Shuang a pot of chicken soup, a whole chicken purchased from her son's breeding farm. As Han Shuang savored the soup, warmth enveloped her. The residents of the verdant enclave treated her with such kindness that it felt surreal. Child, I do not know how to thank you. You saved Mian, which is akin to saving us all. It must have been perilous at that moment. Let me nourish you. Han Shuang wished to shake her head, believing she had merely performed her duty as a servant, unworthy of being treated as a hero. Yet, gazing at the smiling faces, she silently accepted this stolen happiness. Subsequently, Jing Mian took Han Shuang on a tour of the Green Enclave to familiarize her with the environment, visiting the recuperating Ling Yi together. The three shared a bond through their tribulations, and Ling Yi was particularly concerned for Han Shuang. Meanwhile, Ashan found Jing Mian and delivered the crystal cores. Due to the system's inability to produce energy weapons simultaneously, they had to wait in line. More importantly, Jing Mian received numerous calls from representatives of various bases, expressing their condolences and preparing to visit her specifically. How laughable! Where was their concern when they failed to rescue her last night? Jing Mian graciously accepted all. Come and see the Green Enclave. Did they truly think that being low-key meant the Enclave was easy to provoke? Jing Mian promptly spent 500 million on a remotely controlled energy weapon cannon. Its value far surpassed that of personal energy weapons, belonging to the highest tier of strategic weapons for base defense. Not even the 5 in base possessed such a thing. Even A-grade bases did not have them in abundance. Production would take 5 hours, so Jing Mian scheduled it all for the evening, determined that they must see the energy cannon to instill a sense of awe. Chapter 57. And Linghuai, it is unsafe to travel at night. In the evening, luxury cars clustered at the entrance of the Green Enclave. The big shots exchanged greetings, discussing various viewpoints, their presence reminiscent of the auction from the previous night. Those who had never visited the Green Enclave expressed curiosity about its walls. In terms of sturdiness, it certainly did not require excessive armed forces for protection. Some voiced recognition of its strength. Others, from bases with formidable military defenses, remarked, should high-level zombies appear, the Enclave's walls may not withstand them. Everyone had instinctively begun to assess the Green Enclave as being on par with their own bases. Do you see how the weapon on the wall resembles the energy weapon cannon from Donglong Base? The most authoritative voice in attendance belonged to the local Lu Buoyang, who, despite his prominent belly, observed for a while. Internally, he was reluctant to admit it, but it truly resembled the energy weapon cannon. He hesitantly stated, "It does bear a striking resemblance. However, we must inquire with Ms. Jing for specifics." Although Lu Buoyang refrained from outright acknowledgement, many base representatives sounded alarms. Recognizing the Green Enclave's formidable resources, Zhang Wenyuan hastily interjected, "In my opinion, that is indeed the energy weapon cannon. It wasn't here the last time I visited." The development of the Green Enclave is astonishingly swift. Moreover, I heard that the Enclave previously applied for base certification but was deemed unqualified.
What?
Did I hear that correctly? So, the Green Enclave was still a refuge? Such a statement stirred a considerable uproar. Utterly unbelievable. Have the current base certification requirements become so stringent? How outrageous. Which base conducted the evaluation? Wu Feng could not help but inquire. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Zhang Wenyuan's eyes as he feigned ignorance. "I do not know either. Mr. Liu, with your connections, surely you know which base it was?" Lu Buoyang, a former chief of certification at Donglong, sighed dramatically. "Alas, the standards for base certifications have become increasingly lax. If I find out which unscrupulous base has spoken falsehoods, I shall seek justice for the Green Enclave." Indeed, Mr. Liu possesses great integrity. Zhang Wenyuan smiled like a wily old fox. Lu Buoyang felt a chill at his smile. They entered the Green Enclave, which did not resemble a refuge at all. Rather, it felt akin to a high-tech research center, brimming with technological ambience. Jing Mian awaited their arrival. "Please take a seat, everyone. I am truly honored by your personal visit." The guests were struck by Jing Mian's unscathed appearance, while the Hong family's forces had been utterly annihilated, leading to even higher evaluations of Jing Mian. After exchanging gifts of condolence and showing concern for her, they broached the most pressing topic. "Ms. Jing, the weapon on that wall. It appears remarkably similar to the energy weapon cannon. We are curious to know." Jing Mian smiled and nodded. "Your insight is commendable. It is indeed the energy weapon cannon." Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Just this one weapon alone was enough to prove that the Green Enclave was ahead of all C-grade bases, as none possessed such top-tier strategic weaponry. Even B-grade bases have only a select few, while A-grade bases are where they are typically found. Jing Mian continued with a resolute tone, unperturbed by the skepticism around her. "My vision is for Green Shade to eventually incorporate 11 crystal energy cannons to achieve comprehensive fire coverage. With 3 cannons on each wall, we shall fear no horde of zombies." Many exchanged incredulous glances, hesitant to voice their thoughts that Jing Mian's ideas were fanciful. Even the renowned Donglong Base, a leader in the East, boasted only 12 cannons. Was she aspiring to stand shoulder to shoulder with them? A few individuals from bases equipped with crystal energy cannons could not suppress their astonishment. Surely, Boss Jing's ambition reflects the dreams of every base. But does she comprehend the exorbitant cost of crystal energy cannons? How many crystal cores and master craftsmen are required? 11 additional cannons are no trivial matter. Jing Mian responded gently. "Green Shade has the means to acquire what is necessary. You need not worry about the costs. Whether we can realize this remains to be seen." Her elegance and confidence shone through, leaving the impression that she was not merely boasting but rather speaking from a place of conviction. Through persistent growth, Green Shade had garnered considerable capital and resilience against risks, allowing Jing Mian to stand a little taller. In this post-apocalyptic world, authority was intrinsically linked to one's wealth and strength. Acting rashly in pursuit of fleeting glory could lead one down a perilous path. Once the developmental phase was surpassed, She and Green Shade would inevitably become forces to be reckoned with. They were now just one step away from that level, eliminating the Hong family to set an example for others. It appears that fortune favors Boss Jing. The Hong family is in for a rough time. The man speaking bore a striking resemblance to Enlingyu, albeit with a touch more softness. Jing Mian furrowed her brow, instinctively deducing that he was Enlinghuai. Many had come to observe and test her, and she had momentarily overlooked his presence. Curiously, in her previous life, she had never encountered Enlingyu's brother. Feigning ignorance, Jing Mian asked, "I do not believe we have met, sir. Which family do you represent in your visit?" He smiled. "I am Enlinghuai, the fourth son of the Yin family." Jing Mian immediately feigned interest. "Last night I was attacked, and it seems someone from the Yin family obstructed my rescue. Do you know who it was?" Enlinghuai's expression hardened, his gaze turning sharp. Various representatives observed him with intrigue. It was clear to all that Jing Mian's inquiry was pointed. No one could have anticipated that he would dare to come to Green Shade, seemingly unafraid of any repercussions from her. "It seems my brother is quite smitten with you." "No wonder Boss Jing is so well informed about the Yin family," Enlinghuai insinuated, suggesting that Enlingyu was guilty of collusion. Jing Mian did not even spare him a glance, dismissively stating, "Let us set aside other matters. I must commend your audacity and shamelessness." Enlinghuai's expression soured. Boss Jing, as the owner of a shelter, should exercise discretion in her words. "What stature do you hold that I must consider my words carefully? You are well aware of your own actions, and your presence here is nothing short of a provocation. I advise you to leave Green Shade." Jing Mian gestured for him to exit, and Enlinghuai stared in disbelief. This woman had the audacity to issue him an eviction notice in front of so many prominent representatives. "Shall I need someone to escort you out?" he threatened. "I suggest you think carefully about your actions today, Boss Jing." With a venomous glare, he turned to leave. Jing Mian smiled lightly, saying nothing. "You shall never have the opportunity to make me regret this. To think you can threaten my life and return unscathed to your territory, dream on." Jing Mian had already sent a message to the mercenary group regarding Enlinghuai. After this encounter, she nonchalantly led everyone on a tour of Green Shade, taking them to the store and cafeteria, which elicited a wave of astonishment. "I cannot believe such a place has not passed base certification. This is outrageous. Has Boss Jing encountered some underhanded dealings?" Jing Mian feigned concern. Indeed, the inspector claimed that Green Shade was unqualified, stating we would need 80 million currency to barely secure a grade E. The crowd gasped in disbelief at such shamelessness. To downgrade a base capable of achieving a grade C to grade E, are they attempting to siphon off funds at every level? This was a disgrace to inspectors. Such individuals were unworthy of their roles. Wu Feng lamented on behalf of Green Shade, wondering which base's inspector had done this. "Yes, Boss Jing. Please reveal their identity so we may hold them accountable. With Mr. Liu here, justice will surely prevail." Mr. Liu, affirmatively, urged, "Speak up, Boss Jing. Spare no consideration for that base." Jing Mian, buoyed by their support, declared, "The base in question is Donglong. I had assumed that our strongest base in the East would be fair and just, which is why I submitted an application to them. I never anticipated this outcome." Liu Buliang's expression shifted dramatically. "Donglong? How could this have happened? Which inspector committed such a blunder? Are you certain it was Donglong? Is it possible for the application document to be fabricated?" The name on the application was Li Sihai. Mr. Liu, a man of integrity, would not go back on his word, would he? All eyes were on him. He could not backtrack. Realizing Jing Mian had placed him in a precarious position, he felt compelled to advocate for her. However, he also wished to cultivate a relationship with Green Shade, so he resolved, "Very well, I will personally rate Green Shade. I still possess that authority." After all, he had previously been the Minister of Assessment and was knowledgeable in this area. He promptly began the process, aiming to award Green Shade a small C grade to salvage some pride for Donglong. While Green Shade was indeed commendable, its social functions were still lacking. Particularly in medical and educational systems, a C grade would still be a respectable outcome. However, as he approached the final step to affix the seal, he discovered it had been rejected. The reason cited was, "This shelter has been placed on the blacklist and Donglong will no longer issue assessments for it." What the hell? Liu Buliang nearly cursed aloud. What kind of absurdity was this? As the crowd inquired, Liu Buliang was too embarrassed to respond. He hurriedly exited Green Shade to make a call. "Why has Green Shade been blacklisted?" "What? Assaulting an inspector?" Bring Li Sihai from your department to me. What is going on? You've tarnished Donglong's reputation. Lu Buliang sent a photo of Green Shade to the head of the assessment department, questioning how he could declare such a commendable shelter unqualified. If he was not reprimanded, who would be? Finally, Li Sihai answered the phone. After an exchange that left Lu Buliang fuming, he exclaimed, "What do you think you are, bringing the Li family into this? Today's events cannot be smoothed over by them. Get Green Shade off that blacklist immediately. Do not provoke them further." Meanwhile, Li Sihai, nursing bruises from his encounter with Green Shade, was determined not to relent. I nearly didn't make it back, because of them. The journey was fraught with peril. I vowed to make Green Shade pay, and now I'm supposed to rate them C-grade? Where does that leave my reputation? Your reputation is worth little. Spare me your excuses. I have run out of patience. If you do not release me, I shall report your misconduct to higher authorities. And you can expect to be dismissed. Many covet the position of inspector. This tactic proved effective. Li Sihai reluctantly agreed. Lu Buliang was overjoyed and resumed the proceedings, finally managing to rectify the situation. Yet, as he reached the final step, he was met with another notification. This base has been raided. Please do not repeat the operation. Lu Buliang was stunned, and upon exiting, he felt utterly deflated. Green Shade Base, Micro E-grade. This was absolutely absurd. Li Sihai, that rascal, audaciously released the blacklist and swiftly took action to complete the evaluation of Luin. Lu Buliang, infuriated, called back to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, what could be done? The outcome remained unchanged, and he still had to return to face Jing Mian. This time, Donglong's reputation was utterly tarnished. Standing at the entrance, Lu Buliang was at a loss for how to proceed, cursing Li Sihai's ancestors in his mind, having already devised a plan for retribution. After steeling himself to enter, he awkwardly offered explanations to Jing Mian, while everyone was astonished by Li Sihai's reckless maneuvers. This was a bold confrontation with his future and leadership. By the time Lu Buliang returned, it seemed Li Sihai's career as an evaluator was at its end. But what if Luin applied for an upgrade to the base level again? Much like Wuan's application for an A rating, such applications could only be made twice a year, and must be spaced 6 months apart. Lu Buliang lamented that they would have to wait until winter to consider upgrading Luin. However, Luin finally achieved formal recognition as an A-level base, qualifying for participation in the global elite base election. As the day grew late, we decided not to disturb Boss Jing's rest. With matters resolved, those who needed to understand had been informed. Those who did not, no amount of probing would suffice. Possessing crystal energy weaponry was more persuasive than anything else. The shelter itself could not develop such technology, indicating that Luin had the backing of a formidable force. Their performance in every aspect was commendable, whether in defense or technological investment, and they received the best provisions, clearly indicating that significant resources were being devoted to Luin by a powerful entity, likely not far from the east. Regardless, cultivating a good relationship with Luin had become the prevailing theme. As the group departed, the lead vehicle encountered a major car accident on their return journey. Someone recognized the vehicle as belonging to the Yin family, and there lay a figure in a pool of blood. They hurried over to investigate. It turned out to be Yin Linghuai, bloodied and unconscious, yet still clinging to life. Who could have done this? They all thought of that beautiful figure. No one dared to voice their suspicions. When Yin Linghuai was returned to the Yin family, he was barely alive. And Xiong Tao slammed a fist on the table. How dare she? In a fit of rage, he directly called Jing Mian to confront her. Jing Mian was somewhat taken aback. And Xiong Tao's genuine concern for his son was unusual, for in the past, he had shown little regard for Yin Lingyu's fate. She could not help but retort, "He delayed my time and nearly took my life. I, in turn, nearly took his life. At the very least, I left him breathing. Shouldn't he, the head of the Yin family, be grateful to me? I spared his life out of consideration for Lingyu. Otherwise, Yin Linghuai would not have lived to see you again. He is not the heir of the Yin family. I am the master of the Luin base. In this exchange, it seems I am the one who has come out at a loss. Wouldn't you agree, head of the Yin family?" And Xiong Tao tightened his grip on the phone. At least Linghuai had been saved, his life no longer in jeopardy. Yet he was now permanently paralyzed. His spine shattered, he would spend his life confined to a bed, unable to do anything. How could he lead the Yin family to prominence now? And Xiong Tao swallowed his anger and ended the call. What could he do against the master of Luin? As long as Jing Mian remained within Luin, No matter how skilled the assassins, they could not penetrate its defenses. Entering would only complicate matters, jeopardizing the family as well. His gaze finally fell upon his eldest son, standing beside Ling Huai's hospital bed. Soon after, Jing Mian received a text from Yu, stating, "Jing Mian, you need not mention that you owe me a great favor again. As I mentioned before, I will need your assistance with something significant in the future, and it seems you have already fulfilled that requirement. It appears we truly share a bond." Upon reflection, Jing Mian realized that Yu's status as a mere figurehead stemmed from Ling Huai's condition. Now that Ling Huai was suddenly incapacitated by a stroke of luck, Yu could reclaim all that was rightfully his as the heir. After perusing the message while seated on her sofa, she transferred 5 million coins to Yan Ping's account. Yan Ping had not returned to Luyin to report the situation. The three of them were already wreaking havoc in Wuhan. This period was of utmost importance. Once news of significant casualties among the Hong family circulated, defenses would heighten, making assassination attempts increasingly perilous. Most crucially, the Wuhan military would take action, complicating any potential escape. Therefore, when Jing Mian issued this temporary mission, Ashan became frenzied, targeting the head of the Hong family. It was a task only he could undertake, and upon completion, he immediately returned to Wuhan. That night would mark an eternal nightmare for the Hong family. She gazed out the window, eagerly anticipating the return of the mercenary group. Following this large-scale assassination, Xinya would remain by her side for a time, providing close protection until Han Shuang recovered, at which point they could alternate. In her prime, Han Shuang's strength was formidable. Her capture had been purely due to an unexpected poisoning incident. The abilities of the Luyin's supernatural beings were more about quality than quantity, each one a master in their own right. As dawn broke, illuminating the land once more, a frantic figure dashed into the Hong family villa. Upon entering, he halted abruptly, horrified by the sight of numerous corpses, the stench of blood overwhelming. "Is there anyone alive?" he called out, his voice trembling. Terrified, he rushed to the master bedroom. "Boss, are you alright? It's me, Xiao Deji. One of us." He approached the bed and lifted the covers. No surprise, the corpulent head of the Hong family lay dead. Xiao Deji trembled uncontrollably. To have held such power over a group of ruffians and criminals, one could not do so without strength. Yet he was utterly lifeless. The Hong family was finished. Xiao Deji, quaking in fear, attempted to flee the house of death, but after leaving the bedroom, he returned once more. He yanked open various drawers, searching frantically. "What are you looking for?" The chilling, unfamiliar voice froze his blood, as cold as the scythe of death. Chapter 59. The use of evolution serum bodies were being removed from the Hong family villa, while ordinary people who would normally shy away from the Hong family's activities now peered in curiosity. Those who commit heinous acts will eventually face retribution. With the Hong family suffering such a tragedy, no one felt pity. Rather, they were eager to applaud. Who could have committed such an act? It was bold. Rumor had it that the Xiao family had burned down the Hong family's factory just days prior. Perhaps it was their doing. Don't forget, the Hong family has another adversary, Luyin. Isn't Luyin merely a shelter? How could they be so powerful? Didn't they just elevate their base yesterday? In an instant, opinions swirled. But the prominent families were certainly aware of the situation. The winds of change were blowing in the Guangdong district. Who could have anticipated Luyin would strike so swiftly? Just yesterday, everyone was visiting her at Luyin. The seemingly delicate girl, seemingly powerless, had dismantled the stronghold of the Hong family with ease. The early bird indeed gets the worm, but thankfully, they were much wiser now. In the office of the head of the Wuhan government, a man in his 50s, Wang Ting, reclined in his executive chair, puffing on a cigar. "Have you all seen the reports?" he inquired, gesturing towards the newspaper on his desk. Opposite him sat 3 men and a woman, including Hua Yike, who was positioned at the edge of the group. "You are all top elites of Wuhan. Do you have confidence in capturing these ruthless killers? I trust you remember the purpose of holding this auction. Representatives from bases across the region are now fixated on this small base. Has one gone to such lengths merely to dress Luyin in finery? With such a situation unfolding, we cannot allow Wuhan's reputation to be tarnished. Rest assured, sir," the 4 responded in unison. Wang Ting regarded Hua Yike with profound significance. "Yike, I have high hopes for you. Remember, the Hua family is the Hua family. You are you. Do not let me down." Hua Yike nodded solemnly. Subsequently, Hua Yike conversed with Hua Jinwei over the phone. It's my fault for putting Yike in a difficult position. Now Wang Ting has caught onto him. Madame Hua was furious. Isn't this forcing Yike to sever ties with the Hua family? We just allied with Luin. And he's eager to have Yike go against them. Hua Zhenwei attempted to soothe his wife. Fortunately, Yike mentioned that Luin is leaving no trace. Currently, there is no evidence to prove that the tragedy befalling the Hong family was orchestrated by Luin. The assailant must be a specialist in this field. At this point, Hua Zhenwei himself felt a tinge of fear in his eyes. There were no survivors, only death. Every strike was lethal, leaving no one to escape or send out a distress signal. The 21 supernatural beings protecting the villa, along with 6 high-ranking members of the Hong family and the family head, were all wiped out overnight. The Hong family descended into chaos, leaderless, with the few remaining high-ranking members either fleeing with the funds or vying for power like scattered sand. Could the Hua family withstand such a situation? Hua Zhenwei could only be grateful that he stood on the same side as Luin. It was no wonder Wang Ting could no longer remain calm. Meanwhile, in the office, Wang Ting exhaled a smoke ring, pondering the situation. What was happening over there? Was there any new information? The female secretary shook her head. The recent messages from him have dwindled significantly. However, he mentioned that Luin has recently formed a direct mercenary group consisting of just 3 members. Wang Ting closed his eyes. Could 3 individuals achieve such feats? Luin was known for an elite approach, capable of taking on hundreds. The strength of supernatural beings is not only related to their innate talents, but also to frequent battles. In simpler terms, practice makes perfect. Continuous combat allows them to surpass their limits and grow stronger. Every 5th-level war god emerges from a sea of corpses. Hua Yike had fought his way from the hunting squad to become the Deputy Minister of Military Defense, achieving the rank of Major General. The more he thought about it, the more he hoped Hua Yike would sever ties with the Hua family and become entirely devoted to him. Otherwise, how could he find peace of mind? Wang Ting's thoughts returned. It would be best to extract detailed information about the 3 individuals and advise him to be cautious, not to be discovered. The longer this covert operation remained undetected, the better. Meanwhile, the trio that had astonished Wu and was in Luin's office, collecting their payment. They had completely emptied Jing Mian's resources. Following their previously agreed-upon price, their wallets were now empty. Fortunately, the orders from the B-level base had all been delivered, and the funds were secured. Otherwise, they would have struggled to pay. Yet no amount of currency was too much when it could solve problems. Eliminating a major powers leader was no easy feat. The primary reason for their swift retaliation had caught the opponent off guard, striking when various parties were gathering to visit Luin. They had promised to produce a single crystal energy weapon, but due to insufficient funds, they only had 3 million coins left, which was not enough to manufacture the next weapon. She still owed 3 crystal energy weapons. Even the wealthy Jing Mian had her resources drained. Indeed, behind Luin's rise and strength lay a deluge of financial support. Yan Ping, this is your crystal energy weapon, she said, clearing her throat, but yours will have to wait. Ashan chuckled, no worries, this amount is sufficient for us to undertake a major mission. Jing Mian was astonished, suddenly realizing that mercenaries and assassins were like invisible tycoons. After Ashan and Yan Ping exited, they noticed that Xinya had not joined them. Remaining in the office, Ashan exchanged a glance with Yan Ping. Before coming to Luin, I had no idea your surname was Sen. Yan Ping nodded. He had learned it from Jing Mian as well. They all referred to him as Ya, while only Jing Mian called him Xinya. How inconsiderate. As they walked, Ashan mused, they've become so close so quickly. In our line of work, we're all drenched in blood, and few can accept it without reservations. He should be careful not to get hurt. Perhaps the speaker was unaware of the listener's intent. Yan Ping frowned, recalling Xinya's uncontrollable frenzy for Jing Mian, deepening his concerns. In the office, Xinya sat beside her, tilting his head to watch her handle her work. Why are you still lingering here? Jing Mian asked, though her eyes sparkled with delight. Did we not agree that upon your return, I would protect you closely? There was no need for such constant proximity. Jing Mian thought amusingly, considering the safety of her domain. A mere command could eliminate any threat. However, Xinya was unaware, and she acquiesced to his wishes. Is the evolution serum you purchased for your own use? Jing Mian stiffened, fearing that her secret of not being a supernatural being might be exposed. If it were Xinya, he likely wouldn't disclose it, she reassured herself. Yet he remarked, I've already injected it 3 times. Its effects diminish with each use. Is this your first time? It turned out that re-injections were possible, and Jing Mian felt relieved. Indeed, who wouldn't want to grow stronger? Is there anything I should be cautious about when injecting it? Not much. I can assist you with the injection. Jing Mian agreed, as she would not administer the shot herself. As he prepared, Jing Mian had already gathered the necessary tools, extending her delicate, pale arm towards Xinya. The needle penetrated her vein, administering the liquid. Jing Mian averted her gaze, unable to watch. All done. You might feel a bit warm initially, but there's no need to worry. Jing Mian felt a surge of anticipation. The evolution serum would enhance her awakening chances, and she possessed the talent for it. As for whether she could awaken immediately, she was uncertain, but at the very least, it would expedite the process, sparing her from waiting until 28. Chapter 60. Awakening supernatural powers. Shortly after the injection, her body temperature indeed rose, but Jing Mian attributed it to a normal reaction, as any injection of the serum should yield some effect. If there were no reaction, she would suspect the authenticity of the product. Wuan had already placed the entire base on high alert, yet Jing Mian continued to handle her duties in Luyin, enjoying a tranquil existence. This was primarily due to the fact that Xinya and the others had retrieved numerous items from the Hong family, including gems, documents, and universal currency, proceeds from their last-minute raid. Since Jing Mian had previously declared that all of the Hong family's property now belonged to Luyin, they felt justified in their actions, even bringing back the property deeds for the villa. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were no strict rules. What belonged to whom depended on possession. The formalities of property deeds had become irrelevant. Supernatural beings could assume the appearance and likeness of others to claim assets, while nefarious individuals could directly kill for riches. The variables were too numerous, resulting in a world where everyone rented and property ownership lay in the hands of powerful factions. Without strength and capability, one could not protect a mere piece of paper. Jing Mian had not only acquired the villa's deed, but also numerous other property deeds from the Hong family, including hotels and a portion of residential buildings in Guangdong. The Hong family had had multiple residences. Thus, this villa did not house all his assets. Consequently, Jing Mian had only obtained a fraction. In the future, she could collect rent from those residential properties. However, she could not overtly collect under Wu An's watchful gaze. Avoiding scrutiny would allow the Hua and Xiao families to collect on her behalf. By then, Luyin would have grown even more powerful, and when the next round of rent collection occurred, she would lower the rents in Guangdong, alleviating some burdens for the tenants. The most substantial gain was the Hong family head's vast wealth in universal currency, which significantly aided Jing Mian, replenishing her once-emptied wallet. 20 billion coins, an astronomical fortune, had suddenly come into her possession. She understood that the money earned by the Hong family was not entirely clean, but there was no point in donating it. In this apocalypse, charitable organizations had ceased to exist. An anonymous donation to Commander Wuan? His hands were not clean either. It was far better to allocate those funds towards Luyin's development. Jing Mian instructed Xinya to find opportunities to sell the gems on the black market, while arrangements for the production of the 3 crystal energy weapons could commence. As she perused the transaction documents, Jing Mian was astonished to discover that the Wu family's Wang family had also been involved in human trafficking. The Hong family had received covert support from the Wang family over the years. No wonder the Hong family had remained unyielding for so long. It turned out they had performed many dirty deeds for Wang Ting. She wished to delve further into the documents, but her head grew increasingly dizzy, and she could not summon the energy to continue. Are you feeling unwell? You don't need to push yourself so hard today. Xinya observed her flushed face and unfocused gaze. Without further ado, he lifted her from her chair, saying, "Trust me, you need to rest." Jing Mian's feeble struggles were futile as he carried her back to her room amidst the astonished stares of Bai Nai and Hua Liao, who were eagerly consuming gossip. "Ah! What did I just see?" exclaimed Hua Liao. Xinya skillfully pressed Jing Mian's small hand against the door as he entered her bedroom. The person in her embrace appeared increasingly dazed, her mind clouded, and even as he laid her on the bed, she instinctively nestled into the blankets, exhibiting an exhausted demeanor. On the verge of slumber, Xinya leaned down, taking in her flushed face, her half-opened, feverish eyes reflecting a pitiful vulnerability. He lowered his lips to kiss her, finding them warm and soft. Perhaps one could consider it taking advantage of her vulnerability, he mused with a light chuckle, wondering if she would retaliate upon waking. Jing Mian's eyes flickered with a momentary surprise before she succumbed to deep sleep. Observing her serene sleeping visage, Tsinya couldn't help but ponder. Even during her initial awakening, her reaction had seemed rather excessive. After much contemplation, he attributed it to Jing Mian's considerable potential, which had likely resulted in such a pronounced effect. As he prepared to exit the room, his hand poised to push open the door. A sudden instinct compelled him to glance back, his eyes filled with uncertainty. This surge was familiar to every ability user. He swiftly returned to the bedroom, and a flurry of green light danced in the air, resembling verdant stars encircling the sleeping girl, exuding boundless vitality. The potted flowers on the small table by the bed unexpectedly bloomed, the blossoms exploding forth in vibrant splendor within mere seconds, displaying an almost desperate fervor. Sinya's heart raced with alarm.
How could this be?
Hadn't she already awakened? Was she not an ability user? How could she still experience another awakening? He recalled witnessing the beast crystal vanish from her hand. If she were not an ability user, how could she achieve such a feat? Rumors had circulated that she was a rare dual-element ability user, so what did this imply now? A tri-elemental user? Sinya was utterly bewildered. This time, he chose to remain by her bedside. As night fell, Hualiao awaited the two to emerge from the room, pondering the evolving relationship between Mian Jie and Sinya. Had they become so close that they spent an entire day together without emerging? When had they begun their romantic involvement, and why had there been no public announcement? Her fervent curiosity found no outlet for discussion, leaving her in a state of discomfort. Hualiao strolled to the guard station to water the flowers, only to discover that Wang Yi had yet to return from the lookout tower. At this hour, everyone should have clocked out. What was he still doing there? She called out to him, "Wang Yi, are you planning to spend the night in the lookout?" Shortly after, Wang Yi's had appeared from the second-floor window. "There's still one tenant who hasn't returned." "Who?" she inquired.
Luo Yu.
Hualiao recalled him. He was part of the latest group residing in dormitory building number 1. Did he usually come back this late? No, this is quite unusual. Late into the night. Luo Yu finally returned, his face marred with bruises. What happened? Did you get into a fight? Hualiao, still awake, was screening potential new tenants for the family rooms. But Luo Yu declared, "I want to terminate my lease." Hualiao was taken aback. It was the first time anyone had sought to terminate their lease in the long time Green Shade had been operational. What's wrong? Is Green Shade unsatisfactory? She was perplexed. "If you have any requests, you can voice them." "No, I just can't get along with my roommate," he replied. Understanding dawned slowly for Hualiao. This was a common issue in shared living situations. "All right, I will refund you the remaining deposit, but Mian Jie manages the finances, and she is currently quite busy. So, it will have to wait until tomorrow." Luo Yu frowned, "But I don't want to live with them for even a single day. Can you refund me right now?" Hualiao hesitated. She recalled that when encountering Tsinya without Mian Jie present, his gaze could be rather intimidating. She shivered at the thought of knocking on the door at this moment. "That's not feasible, and even if you terminate your lease, I need to inspect the room for any damages. It's late now, everyone is asleep, and since you're in the male dormitory, I can only check it tomorrow. So, you'll have to manage and return to sleep. If you can't, you can stay at Wuan, and I will transfer the deposit to you tomorrow." Seeing no hope of a refund that night, Luo Yu indeed left Green Shade to return to Wuan. This action aroused Hualiao's suspicions, prompting her to return to her office to review his rental application. Chapter 61. Tsinya's first love, but there were no issues. He was merely an honest worker with a clean background. Hualiao's instincts warned her that something was amiss, compelling her to call Jing Mian. The call connected shortly. "What's the matter?"
Came a cold male voice. "Oh."
"It's Tsinya." Hualiao stammered. "Where's Mian Jie? She's asleep and can't wake up at the moment." "How infuriating. My singlehood is now solely reliant on me." She recounted Luo Yu's situation, expressing her unease about his odd behavior, though she acknowledged it might be overthinking. After a brief silence, he replied, "I'll investigate. Have Han Shuang guard the door." Hualiao hesitated to argue, but faced with Sinya's indifferent demeanor, she held her tongue. Han Shuang, alerted, arrived at Jing Mian's door, her expression shifting dramatically. Just then, Sinya emerged, locking eyes with her. "Do not let anyone else approach this area."
Understood. Han Shuang replied solemnly.
Hualiao found the dynamic between them perplexing. To spare Han Shuang from fatigue, she fetched a small stool for her and then went to sleep. It wasn't until dawn that Jing Mian awoke. Her fever had subsided, and she felt invigorated, but what was most striking was the sensation of a wellspring of vitality bubbling within her. A peculiar energy enveloped her, and as she extended her palm, glimmers of light began to emerge. She had awakened. It was an ability. Jing Mian struggled to contain her joy, though she was still unaware of the nature of her power. The light emanating from her palm intensified, but as fatigue set in, she ceased its release, subconsciously sensing that this luminescence could bestow life upon others. Could she be a healing-type ability user? She felt a twinge of disappointment, wishing instead for a more offensive power. Her gaze fell upon the pot of flowers by her bed, which had erupted into a riot of color. The areas touched by the glow began to grow wildly. A thought drifted through the air as the light began to flow back into her body. The glow was malleable, her fatigue dissipated, replaced by an increasing sense of vitality. Once all the luminescence was absorbed, Jing Mian rose to leave. As she departed, the once blooming pot of flowers shed its leaves, wilting dramatically. The vibrant blossoms that had flourished now appeared as if they had withered for a year, their branches dry and brittle, while the soil remained damp. Opening the door, she was greeted by Han Shuang sitting at the entrance. "What are you doing here, Han Shuang?"
Han Shuang stood, staring at Jing Mian.
Rendered speechless by the overwhelming vitality radiating from her. "Mian Jia, you're different," she remarked. "Your new ability is formidable." Jing Mian, somewhat helpless, realized her awakening was evidently noticeable. "How did you know it was a new ability?" "Last night, Xinya had me guard the door for you, and I sense the awakening energy. Moreover, your body is currently infused with a chaotic force of ability energy, reminiscent of one who has just awakened and cannot yet control it," Han Shuang disclosed candidly. "So you guarded me all night?"
Han Shuang nodded.
"During the awakening phase, it's challenging to wake up. If someone were to attack you, it could be perilous. While the likelihood of such an event occurring at Green Shade is minimal, it's better to be safe." "Thank you, Han Shuang," Jing Mian said gently. "It's nothing." However, Xinya brought someone back in the middle of the night and is currently interrogating him. Curiosity piqued, Jing Mian made her way to the office, finding only Xinya and Hualiao with a man kneeling before them, bound at the wrists. "Mian Jia, you're here. You look radiant." Hualiao winked at her. Xinya frowned. "Why didn't you refine your energy before coming in?" "I can't exactly say, I don't know how," Jing Mian replied. "What's going on with him?" Hualiao crossed her arms in anger. "I can't believe our careful selection still allowed a spy to infiltrate Green Shade. He was sent by the Hong family, who placed a clean record on him," Xinyo explained. "The downfall of the Hong family was so abrupt that he feared you would uncover his identity and sought to terminate his lease and flee. Previously, he worked as a manager at the Kwandong Hotel, a minor leader." Luo Yu lifted his bruised head. "Boss Jing, I haven't done anything to harm Green Shade. You must believe me. I have no means of knowing the news regarding the bloodshed of the Hong family. I am merely a peripheral figure, incapable of disclosing any pertinent information." He knelt, beseeching Jing Mian with a fervent plea. "You are admired for your beauty and kindness by everyone. Please show me mercy. I can leave the Wuan base and live my life." Xinya and Hualiao observed Jing Mian, awaiting her decision. Perhaps he had yet to commit any acts detrimental to the Green Shade. Jing Mian's indifferent gaze revealed no leniency. Since the Hong family could hardly claim innocence, let him be executed. With a single command, Xinya promptly escorted Lu Yu away. Hualiao felt a twinge of discomfort. Jing Mian's quiet decree had rendered Lu Yu's fate a death sentence. She understood that Green Shade was no sanctuary, and allowing Lu Yu to escape posed too great a risk. Yet, she had not anticipated Jing Mian's unwavering decisiveness. After her narrow escape from death, Jing Mian had transformed. She now resembled a sharpened blade. The occasional glimmer in her eyes sent a shiver through her, evoking a newfound reverence that had sprouted from friendship. Upon Xinya's return from handling Lu Yu, he found that Hualiao had already left the room. He closed the door tightly and fixed his gaze upon Jing Mian, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them as he grasped her shoulders. "What exactly is going on with your abilities, Mian?" His expression was serious, though his words remained sweet. "You do not seem to be undergoing a second awakening. Nor does it appear that your original powers have been enhanced. Your current state suggests that this is indeed your first awakening, is it not?" Jing Mian raised her head, her eyes meeting his dark pupils, filled with anxiety and concern. "Only you can be my complete confidant." Seeing her silence, He felt an overwhelming urge to pry her lips apart. After a moment, Jing Mian inhaled deeply, formulating her response. She recognized that she could no longer hide the truth from Xinya, nor from other ability users. The most urgent matter at hand was her need for a mentor. At present, I can indeed be classified as a dual-type ability user, although my first ability does not require active exertion. I understand this may be difficult to comprehend, but it is the truth. Thus, I remain entirely uninformed regarding the application of my new ability. Xinya was undoubtedly trustworthy. Yet she hesitated to divulge the details concerning the system to anyone. So you are indeed the rightful master of Green Shade, with no one else behind you. Jing Mian nodded slightly. Xinya felt a sense of relief. This was preferable, for otherwise, he could only surmise that Jing Mian, an ordinary person, had been possessed by an entity associated with Green Shade. This secret will remain with me forever. He understood her precarious situation. In truth, Jing Mian had considered the worst-case scenario. Even if this secret were to be revealed, it would not lead to utter ruin. Green Shade had developed to its current state. At worst, life would become a bit more challenging, but it would not face annihilation like the Hong family. As long as she remained within Green Shade, no one could harm her. Should a large-scale assault occur, she would merely need to prepare some energy cannons and take a defensive stance. Yet, feigning concern, she cast a sidelong glance at Xinya. Is that so? But I still feel a twinge of unease. Do you not trust me? A flicker of hurt crossed Xinya's eyes. Jing Mian dared not tease him further. Was he so fragile that he could not withstand her slight jests? She had not realized just how much he valued her opinion and trust. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered someone so affected by her words. Reminiscent of the state of first love. Chapter 62. The proud mastertsen Jing Mian hastily opened her palm, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Tada. Without proof. You must entrust your heart to me for peace of mind. A crystalline green ring appeared in her hand.
Senjais mirket, se presingalaf.
And arrogantly donned the ring on his finger. He awkwardly waved his hand. The gem ring accentuated the elegance of his fingers, and he glanced at Jing Mian's hand. Having deliberately chosen a beast crystal that closely resembled hers. Humph. Xinya resembled a proud puppy, his face cool and aloof, yet his tail wagged with uncontainable enthusiasm. TSK. Jing Mian found his amusing demeanor irresistible. Look at you, acting all proud, as if you reluctantly surrendered to me. Who is it that secretly kissed me yesterday? Was that even secret? Xinya pulled Jing Mian into his embrace. You were wide awake. It hardly counts as sneaky. His eyes sparkled with mirth. Their usual emptiness now replaced by a playful glint. The sweetness in his smile could inadvertently induce foolish grinning in onlookers, a violation of the norms for male charm. Jing Mian felt akin to a little rabbit nestled in the embrace of a great wolf, her face flushed from the close proximity and his sweet expression. Xinya's pride swelled, exuding the fervor of youthful affection as he held her even tighter, unabashedly revealing all his fondness. One glance communicated that her every word and action stirred his heart, his emotions no longer solely under his control.
Perhaps Senja,
tasting the sweetness of love for the first time, was unaware that he had relinquished all agency within their budding relationship. She cupped his face in her hands and leaned in for a kiss, savoring the softness of his lips and the surprise in his eyes. Just as their lips were about to part, Xinya leaned in and they found themselves kissing once again. Wait, can we not finish this? After a brief struggle against Xinya's fervor, she finally broke free, her cheeks glowing like ripe apples. Did you see what it means to be blatantly bold? That was hardly sneaky. Then why did you run away? I thought you were more capable than that. Xinya retorted, unwilling to back down. Jing Mian rolled her eyes. I was worried you might get too carried away. Let us return to the matter at hand.
Hing Mian Sofend, Senja.
I wish to become your apprentice. Teach me how to wield my abilities effectively. The proud mastertsen replied. Then you must greet me properly first. Jing Mian's face scrunched up adorably. Master, greetings. Xinya ceased his teasing, joyfully pulling her close. First, you need to identify the source of the energy within you that communicates with your abilities. Do not allow it to produce energy endlessly. In time, it will emanate from your body.
Ying Mian lekaliet han Huang.
Was the reason Han Shuang's family perished due to this?
Senja nadit.
Explaining that excessive energy during sleep without control could lead to catastrophic outcomes. How will Han Shuang reconcile with such a fate? Jing Mian, distracted by her thoughts of Han Shuang, began to explore her own internal sensations. Gradually, She detected the wellspring of energy surging within her. "I found it!" she exclaimed with delight. "Now, attempt to close it and gather the scattered energy within." Jing Mian endeavored to do so but soon frowned. "It refuses to close." The wellspring behaved like a petulant child. When asked to close, it reacted as if Jing Mian had declared she no longer wished to play with it. Senya tilted his head, his expression shifting slightly. "You are the master. Compel it to obey." Jing Mian found herself coaxing it like a child, murmuring, "Be good now. We will play later. I promise not to abandon you." Only then did the wellspring obediently close.
Tun.
I must possess some talent, after all.
Senjak nalit. Indit.
It is rare for anyone to sense the emotions of their abilities. For most, abilities are akin to mere organs within the body, devoid of thought or feeling. Your sensitivity is remarkable. Even he had only come to recognize it later on. Feeling flattered, Jing Mian's spirits lifted, her disappointment in her healing abilities waning. After all, it was an ability birthed from her own body. Under Tsinya's guidance over several hours, Jing Mian finally mastered the skill of concealing her powers, preventing others from immediately identifying her as an ability user. "Now let us test your abilities." Tsinya unsheathed a dagger, slicing open his own arm. Blood flowed freely. "Tsinya, what are you doing?" Jing Mian gasped in shock. "You are a healer, are you not? Try to mend the wound." Tsinya recalled the incident with the flower pot in the bedroom. Jing Mian quickly extended her hand, summoning her innate abilities. A soft green glow began to dance from her palm, obediently drifting towards Tsinya's arm. The small green mango melded seamlessly into the skin of the arm, halting the flow of blood as the wound closed perfectly, leaving no trace of injury behind. It was truly healed, and Jing Mian couldn't help but feel elated. "How much of your extraordinary ability did you use?" she inquired. "Just a little," came the reply. "How much is a little? Be more specific." Jing Mian pondered for a moment and suggested, perhaps akin to plucking 2 seeds from a strawberry. Tsinya's expression turned to one of bewilderment. "What's wrong?"
she asked.
"Your powers are abundant. Many influential figures and military defenses would greatly admire them. This ability is on par with crystal energy production." Tsinya shook his arm, feeling a peculiar sensation, as if, despite being elderly, this arm retained the vigor of a younger self. "In a few days, you can drain your abilities, unleashing them to their full potential to see how much you can produce. This will determine the capacity of your power pool and how long you can utilize your abilities." Jing Mian noted, committing the information to memory. She still had work to attend to that afternoon, so after sharing lunch with Tsinya, she returned to her office to continue her efforts. "Grandma, what do you think of Tsinya?" Hualiao asked, flaunting her post-lunch milk tea in the cafeteria. "That young man seems quite reliable," Grandma Bai chuckled. "He used to be so cold, but ever since Mian's incident, he has been hovering around her, as if afraid of losing her." The remaining diners who had yet to finish their meals joined in laughter. "Doesn't Director Hua date?" someone teased. Hualiao shyly waved her hand, deflecting, "I haven't met anyone who stirs my heart yet." At a nearby table, Wang Yi paused briefly mid-meal before hastily finishing and returning his plate to the counter, heading towards the security room. Qiao Hai caught up, nudging his shoulder. "If you like her, why not pursue her? Aren't you two quite familiar?" Wang Yi replied candidly, "Brother Qiao, don't joke. Our statuses are worlds apart. We can't be together. Besides, I have no feelings for her." He couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-deprecation, aware of the fate of Lu Yu. After a moment's hesitation, Hualiao, who had followed him out of the cafeteria, stood awkwardly, her milk tea no longer quite as sweet.
Indeed.
Men only ever seemed to hinder her growth. Chapter 63. The expansion of green shade in the office. Jing Mian organized the subsequent tasks for dismantling the Hong family's operations, aware that a select few high-ranking individuals continued to secretly manage the remnants of the Hong family's former enterprises. Since the Wang family of Wuhan had covertly engaged in business with the Hong family, they might seek to collaborate with the remnants of the Hong family in the future, providing them with clandestine support. It was imperative to eliminate these individuals thoroughly. One could not afford to give them the chance to rise again. The news of green shade producing arms had reached several major bases, sparking considerable interest, with some inquiring if crystal energy weaponry would be available for sale in the future. The Hong family's military factory could not sustain itself for long. Xiao Fei had already reached out, promising complete destruction soon. The Hua family would also exert maximum effort to dismantle the remnants of the Hong family's businesses. Jing Mian only needed to seize one more opportune moment to eliminate the remaining high-ranking officials. As the trees fall, the monkeys scatter. As the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. Ultimately, the Hong family saga would come to an end. In the future, anyone considering challenging Green Shade would have to weigh their options carefully, lest they become the next Hong family. Despite the turmoil and rumors swirling through Wuhan, the entrance to the Green Shade's specialty store remained perpetually lined with long queues. Daily, Fu Jiao and Li Xian were busily occupied, and this arduous effort was nearing its conclusion, as a new store was being renovated and would soon be ready. With the Hong family's constraints lifted, a larger specialty store would be opened in the Quandong district. The premises had originally belonged to the Hong family, and now the property deed lay in Jing Mian's hands, allowing Green Shade to utilize it freely. When the time came, Fu Jiao and Li Xian would each manage a store, with staff prioritized from Green Shade's existing workforce, and any additional hires would be sourced locally in Wuhan. By noon, Fu Jiao urgently called Jing Mian to arrange for restocking, as the specialty store was experiencing a surge in orders. Although not on the scale of large clients placing bulk orders, the daily retail sales added up to a considerable income. Jing Mian promptly went to the warehouse to coordinate the logistics for Zhang Tai. The rental for building one of the family housing was opening today, with successful applicants arriving from various locations. Unlike previous occasions, this time Green Shade was welcoming personnel from surrounding bases. It seemed that Green Shade's products were indeed performing well in nearby bases, establishing a formidable reputation. Furthermore, the genuine images and heartfelt testimonials shared by tenants served as Green Shade's golden hallmark. Green Shade's influence had extended beyond the Wuhan base, making housing a scarce commodity. Individuals from the B-level Baihai base and the C-level Yunsong base were among those arriving, even before the designated time. The reception area of Green Shade was bustling with adults and children, including Tian Yunyun, who was thrilled to finally be moving into Green Shade. She accompanied Hua Liao to the cafeteria for grilled skewers. "Liao, you really didn't deceive me. These skewers are even better than the food at your birthday banquet. And there's such a variety. Being able to eat this daily at such a low cost is simply blissful. I have to capture this moment and send it to you, Lulu." Images of various grilled skewers paired with different drinks, fruit juices, and a half-cut creamy mango cake revealing its rich jam filling were shared on social media. The caption read, "Why does every day at Green Shade feel like a birthday?" The post tagged Lulu and their mutual friends. Hua Liao and Tian Yun could easily imagine their reactions upon seeing it. Many new tenants, although yet to officially move in, followed suit by sharing images from the cafeteria, marveling at what true cuisine entailed. Food was no longer merely sustenance. It could also tantalize the taste buds. Bai Yongjin arrived alone, presumably while her husband was at work and her child at school, engaging in light conversation with Grandma Bai. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, amidst everyone's eager anticipation, Jing Mian conducted a unified briefing on the residency rules and collected the rental fees, with everyone joyfully joining the Green Shade community. The population at Green Shade had reached 152. Jing Mian contemplated the necessity of expanding the walls and constructing new buildings. In fact, the existing 2 buildings could be augmented with additional floors. But increasing the height would necessitate the installation of elevators, which could only be procured at level 4. Thus, Jing Mian decided to opt for new constructions. This time, she planned to build a uniform type of housing in a designated area for ease of identification, ensuring space was allocated for greenery in the future. In the current sweltering heat, there were plants capable of thriving, gradually adapting through mutations to survive extreme temperatures. Despite the soaring temperatures reaching 45 degrees, the coming month would pose a disaster for the elderly and children, with temperatures nearing 50 degrees testing everyone's resilience. It must be said that those who remained alive possessed remarkably resilient constitutions. In comparison to peaceful times, their bodies had evolved to be much sturdier. Thus, achieving population growth within the base would not be an easy task. Ordinary individuals, even under the protection of the base and shielded from zombies, faced a mortality rate that was only increasing. Jing Mian, having survived over a decade of harsh treatment from her original family, indirectly indicated her robust constitution. With a substantial amount of universal currency contributed by the Hong family at her disposal, she could afford to build slightly larger walls this time, considering that the Green Shade base could no longer remain barren and devoid of greenery. Greenery must also be incorporated. Jing Mian gazed longingly at the exquisitely designed outdoor decorations displayed in the system, featuring elegant fountains, uniquely designed flower beds, and scenic ponds with pavilions. Options for creating garden-style communities with diverse architectural templates were available to choose from. Traditional Chinese styles brimming with charm, futuristic designs harmoniously blending technology and nature, or romantic castle and water city aesthetics. All these splendid styles left Jing Mian entranced as she struggled to envision a dreamlike residential area for people in the apocalypse. However, for now, she could only yearn for the ability to utilize this function, which required upgrading Green Shade to level 4. Jing Mian was eagerly anticipating the dreamlike, exquisite landscapes of the residential area and verdant gardens within the system. The annual Global Top 100 base selection would soon open for registration, and she was determined to apply and strive for a spot on the list. The advantages of the lush greenery were evident, contributing to a high happiness index. However, the shortcomings were equally apparent. The social functions were not comprehensive, lacking schools, hospitals, and internal commercial development. She needed to plan and consider these essential facilities early on. Among the newly recruited tenants, there were many talents, carefully selected by her and Liao. Tomorrow, she intended to mobilize everyone to hold a recruitment fair. Jingmian posted this news on the bulletin board, and similar boards were set up in the 2 buildings behind her. She needed to create a tenant group, as she couldn't run around to each unit once more buildings were added. The bulletin read, "Tomorrow at 10 a.m. in the base's reception hall. We will hold the inaugural recruitment conference for Luin. Various positions will be available, and self-recommendations for new roles are encouraged. Generous benefits await, and we hope everyone will actively participate." As Jingmian walked back from the residential area, she saw Ling Jiu brandishing a scythe wreathed in black and purple flames, engaged in a sparring match with a Shan. She hurried over to watch and discovered that Xinya, Yan Ping, Han Shuang, and even Wang Yi were observing. Ling Jiu had fallen several times, his massive scythe carving deep grooves into the ground. Xiao Hai couldn't help but shout, "Always pay attention to his movements." Jingmian leaned in closer, curious about the commotion. Wang Yi explained, "Brother Qiao has taken Ling Jiu as his apprentice. With exceptional talent and a strong ability, Ling Jiu has been improving significantly lately. A Shan insisted on testing him in a spar to see how well he has learned." Jingmian recalled that since Ling Yi and she had been attacked, Ling Jiu had been silently practicing his powers behind the base, likely in an effort to protect his brother. Seeing Wang Yi speaking closely with Jingmian, Xinya quietly moved nearer to her. Jingmian remained oblivious, while Wang Yi, perceptive as ever, distanced himself slightly. The man had an alarming possessiveness. They were merely conversing, not stealing each other's partners. Despite being knocked down, Ling Jiu did not lose heart. It was evident he was giving it his all. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength and experience between him and Ashan was too great, resulting in a one-sided beating. Ashan's strikes were no mere trifles. His powers, seemingly ethereal, were as swift and sharp as a blade. Would he be all right? Jingmian observed the blood seeping from Ling Jiu's wounds. Ashan knows his limits. He won't severely injure him, Xinya reassured her. Jingmian decided to enjoy the lesson from the sidelines, gleaning knowledge from Xinya's insights. Now that Ling Jiu could sustain his powers for such an extended period, she tugged at Xinya's little finger, pulling him closer and whispering, "Xinya, let's have a special training session tonight." Xinya, inspired by an unexpected thought, chuckled softly.
All right.
A sweet aura enveloped Jingmian and Xinya, creating a seemingly intangible yet palpable distinction from others. Yan Ping naturally noticed the scene. After Ling Jiu concluded his sparring match with Ashan, Qiao Hai patted Ling Jiu on the shoulder, saying, "You've done well. In time, you'll gain a sense of ease with it. You can wield the scythe with both finesse and ferocity." Jingmian was delighted to see everyone growing. She intended to help Ling Jiu heal his wounds, but Xinya, perceiving her intentions, stopped her. His powers would necessitate combat in the future, and it would be more beneficial for him to recover on his own. Jingmian complied with the professional's advice, watching as Wang Yi bandaged Ling Jiu instead. Suddenly, Xiao Hai unexpectedly requested a spar with Xinya, who surprisingly did not refuse. With his beloved girl watching, he likely wished to showcase his skills to his little apprentice. Jingmian was also eager to see Xinya in action, leaning closer and sweetly encouraging, "Master, go for it." This sweet encouragement left Xinya momentarily entranced. When the match began, Xinya refrained from extensively using his powers, opting instead for a thrilling display of martial arts against Qiao Hai, which was both exhilarating and enjoyable to watch. Jingmian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Xinya was so handsome. Meanwhile, Yan Ping quietly approached her. "Boss Jing, May I discuss something with you? Of course, do you wish to speak now? Jingmian replied, surprised, as she had not yet had her fill of the match. Yes. Yan Ping stated firmly, perhaps we should move to the office to talk. This isn't the right place. Jingmian assumed he had something urgent to discuss, and readily agreed. Once in the office, she inquired, now can we talk? Yan Ping closed the door, appearing somewhat mysterious. After a brief pause, he began, are you and Xinya in a relationship? His serious inquiry caught Jingmian off guard, leaving her slightly embarrassed. Is this what you wanted to discuss? It feels more like an interview. Please answer me, Yan Ping insisted, his demeanor serious. Yes, Jingmian replied, puzzled. Is there a problem? Yan Ping hesitated. I've been thinking a lot lately. Perhaps it's none of my business. As his brother, I feel it's necessary to share some of his past with you. Jingmian furrowed her brow, unsure of what he meant, but she patiently awaited further explanation. I first met Xinya 5 years ago during a mission. We were on opposing sides. He was 15, younger than I, yet he fought fiercely among the crowd of ability users, his skills honed to a frightening degree, posing a significant threat to our mercenary team. My mentor noticed a rift between him and his leader. A single revelation awakened him to the betrayal he had suffered, causing him to lose the most important person in his life. He then turned against his leader and everyone else, leading us to victory without a battle. When we found him, he was bloodied and near death. We saved him, and he became the Xinya we know now. He has taken many lives. Are you fully aware that you are in a relationship with a killing machine? Jingmian fell silent, taken aback by the tragic intensity of Xinya's past. He too had endured suffering. Who was the most significant person he had lost? Yan Ping shook his head. He has never spoken of it. He likely wishes to keep those wounds buried. We have not pressed him, as he has remained emotionally distant for years. It was only after meeting you that he began to change. The current Xinya speaks more than he did before, and occasionally, a smile graces his face, something that would have seemed inconceivable before. Yet it was precisely this transformation that worried them, for they understood that the cold-faced killer had genuinely become attached. So, is your affection for him sincere? Can you truly overlook his profession and the blood he has shed? If this is merely a fleeting whim, do you understand the consequences of abandoning him? You must realize he could spiral into madness. Yan Ping shuddered at the thought. Xinya nearly lost his mind when he believed you had died. It was as if he reverted to that reckless, desperate version of himself, intent on destruction, wishing to take the world down with him in mourning for you. Sighing in resignation, Yan Ping sat down. I consider him a brother. Xinya cares deeply for you. And both Ashan, and I can see that. We have never witnessed him show such concern for any girl. However, if you cannot reciprocate his feelings sincerely or harbor ulterior motives, please leave him before you cause him irreparable harm.
Do not push him towards the abyss.
Otherwise, Ashan and I may act irrationally towards you. Yan Ping finally expressed his concerns, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. The three of them were perhaps the only friends and brothers they had, at least in Yan Ping's mind. Especially Ashan, who seemed sunny but could be dangerously reckless. He felt compelled to warn Jingmian to avoid a potential tragedy. Without genuine feelings, she ought not to begin anything. Jingmian did not respond to Yan Ping immediately. She reflected on her first encounter with Xinya, recalling how he had helped her escape from Jiang Baichun. When she felt wronged, he had slain Lu Mei without hesitation. He had held her tightly when she was freed from the underground, and she knew he had secretly cried. Due to his fear of losing her and the guilt of not having protected her well, he now follows her closely every day, even in the shade of the trees. Thank you for sharing this with me. I have always wanted to understand Xinya. She smiled brightly and added, now I believe I am even more resolute. Yan Ping observed her smile, feeling a sense of reassurance. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Choosing to join the green shade was indeed the right decision. I shall take my leave then. As Yan Ping stood to depart, he opened the door only to find Xinya standing right outside. Chapter 65. Xinya's past. You have become increasingly adept at concealing your presence, Yan Ping remarked awkwardly. Xinya's expression was icy. Yan Ping knew he had no chance for a second attempt. With that, he stepped inside. At that moment, the room contained only the two of them, and the air felt slightly tense. Jingmian had much to say, but did not know where to begin. She sat beside Xinya, breaking the silence. I did not realize you and Yan Ping had experienced so much together. Can you tell me what happened back then?
Xinya nodded slowly.
Jingmian's body froze for a moment. He knew He understood precisely which year she was referring to. Had he not heard Yan Ping's account, he would not have been so certain about the specific year she meant. He had been outside the door, dissatisfied with Yan Ping's actions but refrained from interrupting. He allowed Yan Ping to reveal a fragment of his past, perhaps curious about whether she would feel fear or aversion upon learning it. He absently rubbed the ring on his ring finger, tilting his head in silence, his disheveled black hair and lashes casting shadows across his face. He appeared both powerful and yet so fragile. Xingye seemed to have steeled himself to speak, but was suddenly embraced tightly by Jing Mian.
Senja?
You no longer need to tread so carefully. You can trust me completely. She earnestly declared the same sentiment. Layers of emotion stirred within Xingye's ink-black eyes, as if a ray of light had pierced through the clouds, illuminating his barren heart. He wrapped his arms around Jing Mian, declaring, "Then you shall never escape. Even if you change your mind, I will never let you go. I want you to remain by my side forever." With his other hand, he grasped the back of her head and kissed her fiercely, no longer satisfied with mere contact of lips. He craved more, her soft tongue, her warm mouth, her rapid breath, her dulled will. He wanted her heart to hold only him. Jing Mian felt like a leaf adrift in a stormy sea, passively enduring his overwhelming control. Even when Xingye released her, she could only collapse into his embrace, listening to all his past. From the time his parents, driven by starvation, contemplated consuming him, to his escape from a life of wandering, finally being taken in by a foster father who also served as his mentor in a chaotic shelter. This man taught him to fight and nurtured him to adulthood. By 13, he had awakened his powers, and although life improved, it took a drastic turn when his foster father suffered a serious injury, leaving him paralyzed. To earn medical expenses for his foster father, he fought fiercely for the shelter's leader, who, fearing his abilities, sent his foster father to a specialized care facility. Every penny he earned went toward medical bills. Unbeknownst to him, the tasks assigned by the leader grew increasingly perilous. Yet, Xingye survived, growing stronger until he encountered Yan Ping's master, who warned him that the leader's hold over him was slipping. He feared retribution and sought to exhaust him, orchestrating his demise, as was the case this time. Xingye stormed into the closed care facility, only to find his foster father absent. Upon calling again, he watched in horror as a stranger answered. The voice identical to his foster father's, urging him to earn more money for the hope of standing again, insisting he needn't visit. Xingye went mad. After a bloody rampage, he learned that his foster father had been subjected to abuse and torment every day, the calls answered by that voice, the videos merely old recordings. His foster father had been tortured to death 2 months prior. "I killed them all," Xingye concluded his tale. "Afterward, I joined Yan Ping's mercenary team. When his master died, we disbanded and took on separate missions. Perhaps we all lost our masters. Sometimes I still find myself on missions with him." The heavy atmosphere left Jing Mian at a loss for how to comfort Xingye. Thus, he harbored hatred for his former self for failing to protect his father and resented the deceptions and betrayals of others. The human heart is inscrutable, yet all that is past is behind us. We shall ultimately bid farewell to our painful past and embrace a new life. Jing Mian recalled what Grandma Bai had told her, to sever the past so that new sprouts may grow. Immersed in past sorrows, one cannot perceive the vibrant hues surrounding them. Cheer up, you still have me. We will not lose any cherished ones again. Xingye lifted his gaze to her radiant smile, realizing that sharing his burdens and inner turmoil truly alleviated some of the weight. He had never confided in anyone before. He could sense that Jing Mian's past was equally fraught, not forgetting how emaciated she had looked before. Now, she resembled a sunflower. Those who dwell in darkness may not recognize their plight until a beam of light graces their face, revealing its rarity and worth, compelling one to grasp it with all their might. "I had hoped to one day share this with you myself," Xingye murmured. "I did not anticipate that Yan Ping would speak to you about it." During his battle with Qiao Hai, he had noticed Jing Mian following Yan Ping. Finishing his fight hastily, he rushed to find her, subconsciously sensing that Yan Ping's interest in her was significant. "But rest assured, they will not harm you. I will ensure that. Who among the three of you is the strongest?" Jing Mian inquired curiously. "Hey, of course, it is I," he replied with a grin, a hint of pride in his tone. Outside, Qiao Hai felt defeated after being swiftly vanquished, lacking any real combat experience. Wang Yi stood beside him. "Do not be too disheartened, Qiao Ge. You can challenge Xingye again another time." His gaze was shadowy. Sinya's strike had been so brief that he could only discern its connection to powers and shadows. Ashen's abilities resembled those of a rapid light blade, while that person named Yan Ping's powers remained unknown. Despite his subtle inquiries, he could not learn the backgrounds of the trio. Only that Sinya had been with Green Shade longer than Grandma Bai. Returning to the deserted guard room, he penned a brief letter. The three exhibit strong vigilance. Their backgrounds remain unclear. One has been at Jing Mian's side since the inception of Green Shade. Thus, it is unwise to act recklessly. Currently, the Green Shade base is at full capacity, yet Jing Mian continues to seek new tenants. Green Shade is likely to expand and develop further. Jing Mian may possess formidable modeling abilities. The letter vanished as soon as it was in hand. Wang Yi leaned back in the soft leather chair, an indescribable sensation swelling within him, a mix of guilt, exhaustion, and regret. Gazing at the row of flowers and plants outside the window, he wished he could simply be an ordinary tenant of Green Shade. Chapter 66, Green Shade Recruitment Fair. As night fell, the tenants returned to the Green Shade base via shuttle bus. The new content on the bulletin board sparked widespread discussion, and soon everyone was aware of it. Perhaps I shall take a day off tomorrow to attend the recruitment. If I am not selected by Green Shade, I will seek employment at Wuhan. I think that's a good idea. Joining Green Shade at this early stage means becoming a core member of the base. For those tenants who had just relocated from other bases, it was a timely opportunity. As night descended, Jing Mian, clad in a sports shirt and shorts, stood outside the Green Shade base. With Sinya by her side, she felt unafraid of any sudden zombie appearances. Sinya's master had finally adopted a serious demeanor. Quickly unleashing his powers, Jing Mian extended her hands, green light pouring from her palms, swiftly forming a circle of green around her. Do not confine yourself to your hands. Try releasing your powers through other parts of your body, even your entire being. Taking this advice, Jing Mian diligently sought alternative pathways for her abilities to flow forth. As she fumbled, it seemed that her extraordinary abilities had discovered a newfound sensation, with specks of green radiance gradually emerging from the crown of her head. Subsequently, like the opening of a new portal, they erupted with exhilaration. Sinya was momentarily astounded, witnessing her head resembling a gushing green volcano, the emerald light bursting forth in a spectacular display. As the vibrant light intensified, her ponytail soared skyward, creating a striking visual spectacle against the night sky. Ha ha ha, Mian Mian. You truly possess remarkable talent. Sinya laughed heartily, finding joy in her presence. It was indeed the first time he had witnessed someone channeling their abilities from the top of their head.
Wow.
Shut up, and why are you still laughing? Wasn't it you who urged me to experiment with other means of output? Jing Mian appeared like a luminous green onion from a distance. As her irritation grew, the green light became even more magnificent. How infuriating! The often mocked Jing Mian clasped her head in an attempt to suppress her powers and redirect their flow. After considerable effort, she finally managed to emit her abilities from her entire being, resembling a sprite enveloped in green light. However, the source of her power began to diminish, slowing down its output. Jing Mian sensed that within a minute, she would cease to produce any abilities. Her legs became weak, her body weary, and she was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Sinya recognized that Jing Mian had reached her limit. It was commendable for someone in the early stages of awakening to release such a substantial amount of power. Noticing her unsteady stance, he hurried to support her. Leaning against him, Jing Mian's soft, exhausted frame stirred a sense of tenderness in Sinya. As her mentor, he struggled between being a strict teacher and feeling protective over his precious disciple. Sweating profusely, Jing Mian gazed at the green particles floating above her, instinctively attempting to draw them back into her body. Sinya watched in astonishment as the luminous particles surged back towards Jing Mian, the once twinkling energy now entirely returning to her. Why do you look at me like that, Sinya? She asked, touching her face. How can you retrieve your powers? Is it due to the unique nature of your abilities? Sinya pondered, surprised that even he had never achieved such a feat nor witnessed anyone else do so.
Yet,
Jing Mian's actions appeared as effortless as drinking water, requiring no guidance. Mian, you may not be an ordinary healer. If you can heal my arm, perhaps you can also attempt to reclaim your abilities. Just as he was about to injure himself, Jing Mian interjected. No, you can't do that. I'm not concerned about the pain, he replied. It's not that. Jing Mian thought of the dried-up plant in her bedroom. It could be dangerous, she added, lowering her head. To elucidate their situation, Jing Mian retrieved a pot of flowers from the security room. She infused the plant with radiant green energy, causing the vines to grow wildly and droop to the ground. Silently, she sensed the energy flowing within the vines and withdrew it. The green light was extracted from the plant and flowed back to Jing Mian. Xinya was astonished by this scene, clearly witnessing that the returning green light exceeded what she had originally emitted. Before long, the plant withered, much like the one in her bedroom. How could this happen? I drained the life force from this plant. What if it were a human? Xinya felt a shiver run down his spine. In this vast world, extraordinary powers were everywhere. Although Jing Mian's abilities were not invincible, they were indeed staggering. Perhaps she might not excel in combat, but if she could find a way to channel the green light into her enemies, she could directly steal their lives. Mian, you might be even more formidable as an assassin than I am. Xinya gazed at the delicate girl before him, knowing he would protect her regardless of her strength. Can you revive this plant? Jing Mian shook her head. I'm afraid not. I already tried with the plant in my room, and there was no reaction. She attempted to empower the flower again, but still, there was no response. It seemed that even the most potent abilities could not defy the laws of nature. As night deepened, they bid each other good night and parted ways. Jing Mian held fewer contemplations about her powers than Xinya. For her, the stronger, the better. Lying in bed, she contemplated whether she could reclaim her abilities gradually. What would happen to plants, to humans, or even to zombies? The thought of absorbing a zombie's life force made her feel nauseous. Would she mutate after absorbing it? After setting aside these wild thoughts, she finally succumbed to sleep. The following day marked the eagerly anticipated recruitment event at Green Shade. The reception hall was already bustling with eager participants who gathered after breakfast to discuss their prospects. Lu Yao had printed out the job positions and salary details required by Green Shade and distributed them to everyone attending. When she reached Tian Yunyun, she nudged her with her elbow. How's your preparation? What position are you aiming for? Tian Yunyun pouted and whispered, Lu Yao, I'm a bit anxious. After looking around, I see everyone has prepared resumes, but I have nothing and little work experience. Actually, it's not that bad. Just choose a position with lower technical requirements. Lu Yao raised an eyebrow. Like the receptionist, for example. I came to Green Shade with high aspirations. You've already become the manager. I can't be too lackadaisical. Tian Yunyun replied. Lu Yao sighed, realizing that if Yunyun ever discovered she was the receptionist, she would likely laugh at her for eternity. Cough. All high positions start from the bottom. It's a necessary process, she said, feigning seriousness before heading off to distribute more forms. At 10:50, Jing Mian arrived at the reception hall, satisfied with the number of participants. She seated herself on the sofa and decided to categorize the interviews. All those applying for the driver position, please gather together for the first round of interviews. Those applying for the special supply store clerk position, please stand aside for a moment, Lu Yao called out. A total of 9 individuals expressed interest in the driver position, forming a line on the sofa. Jing Mian listened to their driving experience and age before instructing the seasoned driver, Zhang Tai, to take them outside for a couple of laps to assess their skills for freight and shift driving. Next, the special supplies store clerks stepped forward, with 17 candidates. Predominantly women, including Shufan, the wife of Bai Yongjin. Jing Mian retained 14 of them, dismissing 2 for poor service attitudes and 1 who insisted on a managerial position. Her philosophy not aligning with Jing Mian's. With all due respect, not hiring me would be your loss, the aspiring manager declared. I have a high degree and should hold a management position. I've received offers from 5 in stores, yet I didn't accept. Jing Mian replied calmly.
You can pursue those opportunities now.
I won't replace the designated manager for you, and I disagree with your proposal to increase prices. Your service attitude is even more concerning. The young woman attempted to continue her argument, but was silenced by a look from Jing Mian, prompting Lu Yao to escort her away. Next, those applying for finance positions, please come forward. The newcomer stepped up, and the aspiring manager had no choice but to withdraw. Jing Mian successfully hired 2 finance personnel, Songya and Zhu Min. Feeling delighted, in a post-apocalyptic world, accounting skills were highly valuable. They would manage salary disbursements and rent calculations. 4 receptionists were added, along with 2 sanitation workers responsible for cleaning the other 2 buildings. 3 assistants were selected, tasked with tenant screening, internal management, and liaising with external business operations. The original receptionist, Lu Ya, was officially promoted to manager, assisting the three newcomers in familiarizing themselves with the business. Next came the segment Jing Mian was most eager about, the special talents self-recommendation. First up was her old friend, Tian Yunyan. Jing Mian was surprised by her choice, having expected her to opt for an assistant role. "Boss, I apply for the position of publicity officer," Tian Yunyan declared. "I excel in photography and videography, can write copy, and can promote Green Shade's positive image while addressing public sentiments." Jing Mian pondered. Indeed, no one had been tasked with this role at Green Shade, with publicity limited to rental websites and product branding. Since Green Shade would be participating in the global base evaluation, it was indeed time to have a dedicated publicity officer. After reviewing Tian Yunyan's photographic works, she replied, "Good, you're hired." Next, a middle-aged man, a tenant from Yund Song, self-recommended for the gardener position and was also successfully on board. Subsequent roles included automotive mechanics and nurses, alongside less successful ones such as pet caretakers and aquaculturists. Although Jing Mian held a fondness for aquaculturists, the absence of a fishery in Luyin led to a temporary halt in her aspirations. She assured him that she would notify him once Luyin established a fishery to consider his employment. Zhang Tai, leading a team of drivers, returned to contact Jing Mian, leaving behind 7 individuals. Given the increasing population of Luyin, with more people traveling between Luyin and Wuhan, she decided to procure 2 additional buses. The fervent recruitment in Luyin injected new vitality into the base, while far away in Wuhan, the Yin family was undergoing a thorough personnel overhaul. Chapter 67. The ambitions of the Yin family and the new Reborn. The downfall of An Linghuai compelled An Xiongtao to reconsider reinstating An Lingyu. The identity of the heir to the Yin family was finally coming to fruition. An Lingyu stood at the top floor of the Yin family building, gazing down at the Yin district. For nearly a decade, he had served as a shield for An Linghuai, having been established early on as the heir, viewed with disdain by the concubines and as a thorn by his brothers, enduring countless covert attacks. Yet, in his father's heart, the chosen one had always been his younger brother. The reason was simple: they shared the same ambition of usurping the Wang family. The Yin family, denoting stability, had solidified its hold on the Yin district through generations of effort, and any further advancement in the area seemed impossible. The only available upward trajectory was towards the central district. Coincidentally, An Linghuai's awakened ability to control puppets was exceptionally suited for that position. An Linghuai could simultaneously manage the actions of 3 individuals, making it easier for him to control key figures if he were to become the leader. An Lingyu even suspected An Linghuai had once exerted control over their father. Now, paralyzed and bedridden, their father had begun to transfer power to him. Yet he had not entirely relinquished An Linghuai, fearing that he might act against his younger brother and forbidding him from visiting. An Lingyu lit a cigarette, believing that no one could guard against thieves indefinitely. One day, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate An Linghuai. He owed much to Jing Mian for unexpectedly incapacitating An Linghuai, allowing his plans to advance significantly. Once everything settled, he would rid himself of the bothersome concubines, and perhaps she would reconsider him. "Lu Ji, you cannot go in." The newly appointed middle-aged female assistant blocked the man attempting to force his way into the office. "Let me in. I must see the young master." "You think denying me entry secures your position as the new assistant?" Despite her explanations, the assistant could only inform An Lingyu of the situation. "Let him in." Came the permission, and Lu Ji scoffed as he pushed past the assistant. "When I worked by the young master's side, you hadn't even entered the Yin family yet." Upon entering, An Lingyu, seated at his desk, initiated the conversation. "You should have received the dismissal paperwork by now." Lu Ji swallowed hard. "Young master, I know you are still angry about that day when I drove, but I only had your safety in mind. The Hong family is utterly reckless. Boss Jing nearly fell victim. How could I let you be in danger?" And Lingyu interrupted. "No need for such justifications. I do not require an assistant who makes decisions for me. Besides, even without the Yin family's position, you could seek employment with the Wang family, which would surely offer a better future. Wang Na should be willing to write you a recommendation." Realizing An Lingyu had long known of his betrayal by Wang Na, Lu Ji understood that his defiance of An Lingyu had foretold his downfall. Therefore, he could only cling tighter to Wang Na's influence. Not anticipating that a series of unexpected events would lead to An Lingyu acquiring power and promptly dismissing him. Recognizing the futility of further discussion, Lu Ji resigned himself to seeking fortune with the Wang family as suggested by An Lingyu. An Lingyu's power within the Yin family was visibly expanding. When Wang Na saw Lu Ji emerge from the office, disheveled and defeated, she hastily avoided his gaze and entered her own office. Ling Yu, are you exhausted from work? Why haven't you returned home these past few days? She complained, leaning closer. Within Ling Huai's fall, the Yin family is undoubtedly ours. What do you have to worry about? Hasn't your father spoken with you? And Ling Yu smiled enigmatically. Wang Na's heart skipped a beat. Why would he want to speak with me? And Ling Yu's smile remained, not revealing that Qi Feng's disobedience stemmed from Ling Huai's influence. Only Lu Ji and Wang Na knew the truth, if it were not for her machinations. Who could believe it? Their father valued his younger brother so highly that it would be unreasonable for him not to blame her for Ling Huai's condition. Wang Na was acutely aware that Ling Yu now not only disliked her, but harbored significant distrust. She pledged her loyalty. Ling Yu, regardless of the past, we are united moving forward. The power behind me can help you secure your position as the heir, and Ling Huai will no longer have any chances. And Ling Yu regarded Wang Na. Help me? Our goals differ. The Yin family seeks the position beneath your father, Wang Ting. Our marriage is merely a guise to deceive the Wang family, to appear amicable and lower their guard. None of my concubines were chosen out of affection. They were all strategic unions to solidify status. When the Yin family ascends to leadership, you will be cast aside. You may not even survive that transition. He continued, the power behind you is not entirely under your control. It is prudent to focus on your own affairs. Those who will help me solidify my position are not you. This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle. Wang Na clenched her teeth, her fists digging into her palms. Realizing he was implying that all credit would go to Jingmian. Do not involve yourself. And Ling Yu, I will make you see my worth. Luyin is powerful, but it cannot extend its influence over Wuan.
Wang Na retorted defiantly.
And what of the Hong family? She fell silent. Unyielding, she added, you are simply enamored with Jingmian. You cannot distinguish between who is an outsider and who is your wife. And Ling Yu replied with indifference, you four are merely concubines. There is no talk of a wife. Which of them was chosen by me? I couldn't be bothered. They are all for family interests. Observing Wang Na on the verge of tears, and Ling Yu felt no sorrow. Please leave. I have work to do. Wang Na stormed out, slamming the door behind her. And Ling Yu glanced at the new documents in his hand. Another list of potential fifth concubines selected by his father, ostensibly allowing him to choose his preference. Without even opening it, he shredded the document and discarded it in the trash. He had gained the ability to refuse. With Jingmian having accomplished so much, failing to secure his position as the heir would betray the power he had accumulated over the years. The Yin family was his by right, and he pondered why he should not ascend using their ambition and strength. In the intensive care unit, and Ling Huai stared blankly at the ceiling. Beside him, a woman quietly reported on the recent events from Ling Yu's office, including the moment he disposed of the new marriage list.
Ha!
My dear brother dares to confront our father. It seems I am truly being abandoned. The woman sought to offer comfort, but found herself at a loss for words. And Ling Huai felt the strain of his abilities growing more burdensome. In truth, he had 4 puppet quotas. He had deceived his father, reserving the 4th for him. This control was akin to psychological hypnosis, subtly influencing the puppets without their awareness of being manipulated. He intended for his father to elevate him to power, to safeguard him. Yet, now, the sudden injury had severely diminished his control, weakening his grip on his father, leaving him vulnerable as a flickering candle, poised to lose everything.
Purple butterfly.
If I die, avenge me by killing Jingmian and Ling Yu. In a cafe located in the central district of Wuhan, a petite woman adorned with a stylish hat savored her coffee at a window table. Shortly after, an elegant middle-aged woman sat across from her. What have you found out? The woman inquired. Indeed, the Yin family had a new 5th concubine over a month ago. The petite girl sighed, realizing she was a step too late. However, there was no need for concern, for the 5th concubine had passed away before even entering the household.
What? She died.
The girl's eyes sparkled with a shocking delight.
Ha ha ha.
How wonderful! The 5th concubine is dead. In this lifetime, who could possibly rival her? It was not in vain that the heavens granted her a second chance at life. Chapter 68. Why does dressing like Jing Mian no longer work? In light of this, I will arrange a return to Yunsong for a specific reason. Thank you, Mississippi. The middle-aged woman maintained her elegant demeanor throughout. After her departure, the petite girl revealed a charming smile, gazing at her reflection in the window. She mused. With Jing Mian gone, Surely you will come to love me in this lifetime. In the evening, the vehicle halted in front of a dance hall in the central district. Miss Rue, are you truly planning to venture into such a place alone? The driver expressed his concern. Since I've arrived in Wuhan, I must indulge a little. Han Xinrui replied, stepping out of the car. The butler watched her retreating figure, sensing that this was her first visit to Wuhan. Yet she appeared oddly familiar with the place. Upon entering, Han Xinrui quickly scanned the area and spotted the person she sought in a familiar location. She glided toward that direction, her hands clasped before her, her white dress billowing like a pure little rabbit that had unwittingly wandered into a world of indulgence. The performers on stage were fervently entertaining the audience, making her seem distinctly out of place. The contrast heightened her innocence, rendering her all the more alluring and in need of protection compared to the mature women clad in revealing attire, capturing the attention of several roguish gentlemen. As anticipated, it wasn't long before a few men intercepted her, cornering her against the wall. She shrank back, looking pitiful, despite her stern refusals to their advances. She found herself unable to escape, repeatedly dragged back by those men, appearing helpless. Her vocal rejections finally drew the attention of An Lingyu. Amidst the throng, he caught sight of her slender figure in a flowing white dress. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly surged forward, pushing the men aside to shield the girl. "Are you all right?" he asked, his tone laced with urgency. The girl's pitiful gaze, soft as a tranquil pool of water, took him by surprise. He had mistakenly thought she was Jing Mian, concerned she was being harassed. "I don't know them, and I don't want to sit with them. But they want to let me leave."
Can you help me?
She pleaded timidly. And Ling Yu frowned slightly, having already intervened. He could only say a few words to the men, urging them not to trouble the young lady. Most regulars recognized An Ling Yu and were inclined to heed his words. Dispersing with disdain, Han Xinrui expressed her profound gratitude. "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I wouldn't know what to do." "No need to mention it," An Ling Yu replied, turning to return to his own circle, as he had much to discuss with his subordinates. May I walk with you?" the girl timidly asked. "My best friend invited me here for the first time, but she hasn't arrived yet. I'm scared to be alone." And Ling Yu's eyes flashed with annoyance as he replied, "That's not convenient," and left without mercy.
Yet, Han Xinrui graspet his hand. Han Xinrui.
"I will repay your kindness today. What is your name?" And Ling Yu withdrew his hand. "No need. If you wish to avoid unwanted attention, you should refrain from coming to places like this." He strode away, leaving no room for Han Xinrui to respond. However, she interpreted this as a sign of concern. She swiftly departed, as if internalizing his words that she did not belong in such a tainted environment. Regardless of whether An Lingyu looked back, she was determined to play her part to the end. Once outside the dance hall, Han Xinrui promptly boarded her vehicle and left. As she understood it, a decision regarding the potential union would be made the following day. And Xiongtao favored her, and it was nearly certain that the fifth concubine would be hers. Yet, she yearned to create more cherished memories with An Lingyu. Surely, he would be surprised and delighted to discover that the person he was to marry was her. In this lifetime, she was resolute in becoming the sole wife of a distinguished leader. Once he loved her deeply, she would exact 1,000-fold revenge to assuage her heart's grievances. The following day, Han Xinrui rose early, anticipating a meeting with An Lingyu arranged by the An family. However, by noon, receiving no news, she could no longer remain idle and called her father, only to learn that the An family had unexpectedly backed out and had no intention of remarrying.
How could this be?
Han Xinrui felt a surge of frustration. Would they truly miss this opportunity? No, she would confront An Lingyu in person. Surely he would relent upon seeing the fifth concubine was her. Since yesterday, she had styled herself to resemble Jing Mian from her previous life. Dressed in his favorite style, she was determined to capture his heart. After Jing Mian's demise in her past life, had he not taken her as a substitute? Had it not been for the eventual revelation of her actions, she would not have met such a tragic end. Arriving at the familiar gates of the An family estate, Han Xinrui announced her desire to see An Lingyu, only to be informed that he was not present and was currently at the An building for work. Surprised, she thought to herself that he had never been this dedicated to work in her previous life. At the An building, she was again stopped from entering. Resolutely waiting at the base of the building until closing time was no easy feat. The sun blazed overhead, and by the end of the day, she had tanned considerably. At last, she spotted An Lingyu's figure and rushed toward him. "So,
You are Ling Yu.
she cried, tears glistening in her eyes. How can I return to Yunsong? Everyone knows I am to marry you, yet you abandoned me. Security quickly surrounded Ling Yu, preventing Han Xinrui from reaching him. And Ling Yu frowned deeply.
I never said I would marry you.
Do not create false scenarios. Remove her. The surrounding staff exchanged mocking glances. Han Xinrui's face flushed crimson. But your father said if you wish to marry, then marry and Xiongtao. Do not come to bother me. And Ling Yu interrupted, turning away without a backward glance. Left alone, Han Xinrui felt adrift in the wind. Who would want to marry an old man and be his concubine? How could Ling Yu be so heartless? Was it possible that in this lifetime, he and Jing Mian had yet to develop feelings for each other, rendering her impersonation of Jing Mian ineffective? Returning to the Yunsong base empty-handed, Han Xinrui was met with a call that night. Xinrui, you have one final opportunity. Tomorrow, representatives from each base will gather for a party before returning. If you cannot sway the young master of the Yin family, you will have to return with us. All right. Han Xinrui resolved, her spirits lifted as she began to devise a plan. Of course, Jing Mian was aware of the gathering the following evening. There was no need for her to forge connections anymore, as invitations for such occasions were typically extended well in advance. At this moment, she was accompanied by one of her new assistants, Luo Qingtian. The tenant group had been established, facilitating future notifications. Zhu Min and Songya had also completed the payroll, and it was evident that the office space was insufficient. Jing Mian planned to construct several new buildings, relocating the residents of the Green Shade main base to a designated residential area, reserving the main base for office, reception, dining, and supermarket purposes. Without delay, she invested 50 million coins, and 5 buildings rose impressively. With her own household included, there were 30 families in total at the Green Shade main base. She notified everyone in the group to prepare for moving in the coming days, assuring them that all furnishings would remain unchanged. Half of the vacated rooms would be converted into various departmental offices, while the remaining space would be appropriately expanded for storage and dining facilities. As the number of diners increased, the dining hall became overcrowded, often resulting in long queues. Additional food stalls were added, bringing the total to 12 at the expense of 60 million. Only the original stall was upgraded free of charge by the system. Any new additions would cost 5 million coins each. After 2 months of establishment, the Green Shade has refreshed the slot machine lottery once more, allowing her to see what delightful treasures might emerge this time. Chapter 69. How is Jing Mian still alive? The 3 patterns began to spin rapidly, and when they halted, 3 book icons aligned perfectly. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the comprehensive textbooks of the peaceful old era. Jing Mian randomly pulled out one of the books. It was labeled Geography, and upon opening it, the knowledge contained within was novel to her, as she had only self-studied literacy and arithmetic, leaving her lacking in other areas of knowledge. Having textbooks necessitated the presence of a teacher, and finding and hiring a learned instructor was no simple task. If she could indeed hire one, the children of Green Shade would be fortunate. Early the next morning, the gardener had already begun his work. Equipped with all the necessary tools and digging at the entrance to plant something, Yu Luoyao and Jing Mian were both curious and went out to take a look. Uncle Li, what are you planting? Luoyao inquired, having always been interested in flowers and plants. These are the flowering tree seeds I brought from the cavalry base. They are hardy and beautiful and will eventually grow into flowering trees. A row planted in the courtyard will look splendid when they bloom. Jing Mian gazed at the small mounds of earth and pondered how many years it would take for them to grow into trees. It seemed she could use her abilities at night to hasten their growth a bit. I've asked Zhu Min to allocate funds for buying seeds and saplings. You can go to Wuhan this afternoon and purchase more, Li replied with a smile, grateful for the new boss's generosity. As Jing Mian and Lu Yao headed back, she suggested, Lu Yao, why don't you join me tonight at the Moon River Pavilion? Really?
Lu Yao exclaimed, feeling exhilarated.
As it seemed, she had stepped into a different world. Previously, she had only mingled within the socialite circle, far removed from the Moon River Pavilion. After all, you are the general manager of Green Shade. You shouldn't be cooped up all the time. Once you all have matured, I can relax and earn a living in Green Shade, Jing Mian joked.
Wow.
Sister Mian, you are quite clever. As they playfully made their way past the guardhouse, Lu Yao peeked curiously through the windows. What's going on between you and Wang Yi? You two haven't spoken in ages, Jing Mian noted, having sensed the tension between them long before.
Sure.
I just don't want to deal with him. I want to be independently beautiful. Jing Mian shook her head behind her, fully aware that she cared yet refused to clarify. The guardhouse was now bustling with activity, having recently added 4 new members following a recruitment fair, one of whom was an ability user named Hui Yi, also from the cavalry base. The other 3 were ordinary people, though notably stronger, further bolstering the security team. As evening approached, Jing Mian set off with Lu Yao. With 3 new assistants, their workload had noticeably lightened. Upon arriving at the Moon River Pavilion, Jing Mian was immediately greeted by many who recognized her. Lu Yao followed closely behind. Wu Feng approached enthusiastically, saying, "Boss Jing, we must stay in touch. There will undoubtedly be ample business collaboration in the future." Zhang Wenyan, also a longtime client, joined in the pleasant conversation. Jing Mian took the opportunity to introduce Lu Yao to everyone. Lu Yao, for that evening, subdued her usual playful demeanor and adopted a rare seriousness. And Ling Yu also arrived, drawing a fair bit of discussion around him. "Have you heard? And Ling Yu's power is on the rise. Could it be that the head of the Yin family has decided to elevate his son? And Xiong Tao is still in his prime. Would he willingly step down?" Jing Mian turned to see and Ling Yu approaching, a faint smile gracing his face. He seemed to have acquired a sharper edge since they last met. "It has been a while, Jing Mian," he said, the light from the entrance illuminating his face, making his smile even warmer. "Shall we go inside?" Occasionally, murmurs arose, commenting on how Ling Yu and Boss Jing appeared to be a match made in heaven, with their striking looks complementing one another. They stood together in such a way that others felt they could not intrude. "Look at how Xiao gazes at Boss Jing," someone remarked. Yet another retorted, "Do not mix up their affections. Green Shade is a vast enterprise. Would Commander Wang allow Ling Yu to marry Jing Mian? Wouldn't he that cause an upheaval?" The speaker was none other than Madame Hai, the representative from Bai Hai Base. Madame Hai sees clearly, many sighed in agreement. On the 3rd floor, numerous attendees had gathered, including those from Yunsong Base. After all, as a sea-level base, they did not have the luxury of arriving late. Han Xian Rui, clad in a flowing white gown, murmured to herself that Jing Mian's style had faltered, ultimately opting for a pure ensemble of a white dress and shawl. She lingered near the sofa area by the stairs, ensuring that everyone ascending could catch a glimpse of her, relishing in the attention her beauty attracted and the whispers speculating about her origin. This evening was her final opportunity. She could not afford to be disregarded by Ling Yu and return to Yunsong in disgrace. She must actively create her own chance. As the commotion began on the staircase, Han Xian Rui tugged at the neckline of her dress, having heard Ling Yu laughing with someone. With a graceful demeanor, she descended the stairs, feigning an accidental encounter. However, the moment she stepped down the first stair, her footing faltered, partly intentional, partly genuinely startled. Among those approaching, her gaze immediately fell upon Jing Mian. How is she still alive? Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Han Xian Rui's mind was in turmoil. In a split second, as she fell down the stairs, she called out, "Ah, save me." Her body tilted toward Ling Yu's direction. If he were to catch her, they would embrace. Especially in front of Jing Mian, that would be splendid. With a thud, just before hitting the ground, Han Xian Rui instinctively shielded her face. The fitted, straight gown made it difficult for her to adjust her posture, resulting in an awkward and ungraceful position sprawled on the stairs. Jing Mian clearly observed that Ling Yu not only did not rush to assist her, but actually sidestepped to avoid her. Everyone awkwardly observed the young girl sprawled on the stairs. Jing Mian, with good intentions, extended her hand to help the fallen girl. Their eyes met. "Little Six?" Jing Mian finally recognized her face, astonished. How could she be here at this juncture? This was completely at odds with the trajectory of her past life. This was abnormal. The girl before her was indeed Ling Yu's 6th concubine from her previous life. Han Xian Rui did not take Jing Mian's hand but instead got up on her own. How humiliating, she thought. Utterly enraged at having embarrassed herself in front of Jing Mian, Han Xian Rui's heart was in a frenzy. Yet, she forced herself to wear a look of grievance. "Sister, why didn't you help me? I'm in so much pain." Before Jing Mian could respond, Ling Yu interjected, "How could you be so careless? You collided with someone and still expect to be in the right? Quickly move aside." "You." Han Xian Rui felt tears welling up, her eyes reddening like a helpless little rabbit. However, and Lingyu did not spare her another glance, instead taking Jing Mian's hand and walking past her. Those behind followed suit, leaving Han Xian Rui to wallow in neglect. So you choose to protect Jing Mian, huh? Han Xian Rui thought bitterly. Just like in her past life, and Lingyu cherished Jing Mian above all. Otherwise, how could she wait until the tide of corpses erupted to find an opportunity to eliminate Jing Mian? Chapter 70. After 7 years of neglect, does she not hold any resentment against me? Once seated, Jing Mian continued to ponder the matter of Little Six. In her previous life, Little Six claimed she had never met Lingyu before marrying into the Yin family and had never been to Wuan base. So, what did the situation signify? She had clearly fallen toward Lingyu. If she had grievances, shouldn't she confront him rather than herself? Jing Mian quietly asked Lingyu, "Have you met that girl who fell just now before? Do you know her?" And Lingyu replied candidly, "I do know her. She is Han Xian Rui, the granddaughter of the commander of Yun Song. The Han and families indeed had intentions of an alliance, but I firmly rejected both Commander Han and Han Xian Rui. I could never marry her, and I shall never marry anyone else in the future." As he spoke, Lingyu grew a bit agitated, fearing Jing Mian might misunderstand, and felt compelled to explain further. Observing Lingyu's eagerness to distance himself from Han Xinrui, Jing Mian shook her head and remarked, "It's nothing. I was merely inquiring." She sought to confirm that Xiao Lu had indeed deceived her. The reason she referred to Han Xinrui as Xiao Lu was due to their close sisterly bond in a past life. Xiao Lu was a term of endearment. After marrying her, Lingyu had not taken another wife for nearly 3 years. During that period, she was the sole favorite, with other concubines' attempts to undermine her proving futile. The more they bullied her, the more Lingyu's heart ached, leading him to spend his days with her, offering various forms of protection. Following Han Xinrui's ascension to the rank of 6th concubine, she had harbored resentment towards Lingyu for a time. Although she understood she would not be his last woman, feelings of jealousy inevitably arose. Lingyu explained that his actions were for the benefit of the Yin family, asserting that he held no affection for anyone else. His love was exclusively for her. Despite this, due to her anger, he completely ignored Han Xinrui for 3 years, never exchanging a word with her. Until the arrival of the 7th concubine, Han Xinrui had never shared a bed with Lingyu, nor did the 7th concubine have the opportunity. In her previous life, she had enjoyed Lingyu's exclusive affection for a decade. Ultimately, it was Han Xinrui who approached her, confessing that she did not truly love Lingyu and was aware of his lack of feelings for her. She saw herself merely as a tool for her family, a sacrificial pawn who could not resist her family's arrangements. Had she possessed a choice, she would never have entered the Yin household. Henceforth, she would refrain from any intimate relations with Lingyu and would never bear children. Lacking even a modicum of her husband's affection, her life in the Yin family was arduous, with servants showing her little respect and treating her harshly. She merely wished to forge a friendship with Jing Mian, hoping that companionship would lighten her burdens. In her previous life, Jing Mian observed that Han Xinrui could not usurp even a sliver of Lingyu's affection, while her mother, Zhang Perong, continually urged her to accept Han Xinrui, arguing that befriending the granddaughter of a prominent figure like Marshal Yunsong could only be advantageous. Most significantly, a trusted teacher later advised her to take time to understand Han Xinrui, suggesting that if she proved unworthy, they could sever ties. Thus, she began to engage with Han Xinrui. Over 4 years, Han Xinrui genuinely cared for her, always considering her needs and never seeking to gain Lingyu's attention through petty tricks. Gradually, Jing Mian dropped her guard, and they became friends, eventually growing into close sisters. During that time, she affectionately called her Xiao Lu. Jing Mian lifted her gaze to see Han Xinrui standing at the periphery, visibly distressed and hesitant to approach. Diverting her attention, she refrained from inviting Han Xinrui to sit with her. From the current circumstances, it seemed that Han Xinrui harbored feelings for Lingyu. Perhaps, in her previous life, years of neglect had led her to abandon hope. Did she not resent me? Despite her evident affection, she was forced into disappointment and lovelessness, all due to her own actions. Jing Mian questioned herself. If their roles were reversed, could she genuinely open her heart to Han Xinrui? The answer was an unequivocal no. Thus, it seemed that in her past life, Han Xinrui's kindness stemmed solely from a desire for a better existence, which now felt rather contrived in retrospect. At that moment, Hua Liao nudged Jing Mian's arm. "Sister Mian, do you not think that girl resembles your previous style?" Before attending the auction, Jing Mian had indeed favored wearing solid-colored garments, with her hair flowing naturally and little to no makeup. However, her style had evolved for the sake of her gem persona. Bold makeup complemented her accessories, and she had not anticipated that such vibrant looks suited her so well. It might just be a coincidence, Jing Mian mused with a frown. She truly saw a reflection of herself in Han Xinrui. Yet, at this juncture, her thoughts were tumultuous, a sensation of grasping for something elusive. Nevertheless, in the exclusive social atmosphere of Yuetban Tower, she could not afford to focus solely on the matter of Han Xinrui. She rejoined the discussions among the influential figures, inquiring, "Does anyone know when the global top 100 base selection will begin accepting applications?" "Oh, could it be that Boss Jing has aspirations?" "Indeed I do. I specifically sought your insights." She smiled. Zhang Wenin contemplated. "In my opinion, if Luin wishes to secure a ranking, it would be best to participate in the Happiness Index evaluation. The global top 100 list features an overall ranking alongside categorized sublists, including cutting-edge technology, military strength, and happiness index." Zhang Wenin was more informed than the others present. Last year, the Bailu base had participated in the cutting-edge technology evaluation, achieving a commendable 116th place. Wu Feng praised, "That is indeed an impressive achievement." Donglong has participated in various projects, with their best result being 74th in military strength. Jing Mian reflected on Luin's lack of ability users. Even with energy cannons, they were severely lacking in expertise. The cutting-edge technology relied entirely on systems, with no laboratory experts or even a teacher to guide them. The overall ranking seemed unattainable, and to break through the fray, they would indeed need to focus on the happiness index. By the way, why haven't we seen Lord Elvi tonight?
Madame Hai Inquit.
Those in the know chuckled, ha ha ha. Wasn't it after the last rating of Luin that Lord Elvi was quite irked? The very next day, he stormed back to Donglong. Laughter erupted around the table, and Jing Mian couldn't help but join in, aware that Li Sihai's actions regarding Luin's rating would come at a cost. "Pray, what sort of figure is Lord Elvi in Donglong?" Jing Mian asked. The Elvi family is a prominent clan in Donglong, with many members serving in the political hall. Elvi Buliang is currently a diplomatic envoy with extensive connections, making him a core member of the family. No wonder everyone is wary of offending Elvi Buliang. After chatting for a while, Jing Mian excused herself to visit the restroom. However, upon exiting, she found Han Xinrui at the mirror, washing her hands. She approached Miss Han. "Why didn't I see you at the auction?" Han Xinrui appeared taken aback. "Sister, please don't call me Miss Han. It feels too formal. Just call me Xinrui. I arrived later, wanting to visit the B-level base for some leisure. I've heard that Luin base is particularly impressive. May I have the opportunity to tour it?" During her earlier conversation with her father, Han Xinrui had learned that Jing Mian was now a leader of a base. It was utterly astonishing, especially since she had awakened her abilities, so vastly different from her previous life. She had yet to comprehend why Xiang Chunyan claimed that the fifth concubine had perished while Jing Mian remained alive, leaving her unsettled by the revelation. Despite having returned to life against the odds, she felt no advantage over Jing Mian. Chapter 71. The white moonlight. Han Xinrui had been observing them from a distance. Noting the stark contrast between Jing Mian and her past self, it appeared that she and Lingyu were quite familiar, which unsettled her. Ultimately, she had once harbored deep affection for Lingyu, and even after being overlooked for 7 years, she was willing to be Jing Mian's substitute. In the months following Jing Mian's death, Lingyu was inconsolable, often gazing through her eyes in longing for Jing Mian. Though he never touched her, his demeanor softened, exhibiting a warmth she had never experienced before. She had believed that one day, she could earn Lingyu's genuine love and replace Jing Mian. Yet, she discovered that Lingyu had deceived her entirely. His intentions were merely to confuse her as he sought the truth to avenge Jing Mian. He had tormented her to the core. Her previous life had ended in tragedy. Avoiding eye contact with Jing Mian, she concealed the madness and sickness in her gaze. She vowed to destroy Lingyu, to ruin Jing Mian. "Of course, you are welcome to Luin," Jing Mian suddenly replied. She sensed something amiss with Han Xinrui. Her presence was shrouded in mystery. Engaging with her further might yield new insights. Han Xinrui finally lifted her head, her radical emotions having vanished entirely. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Sister Jing. I truly admire you for establishing your own base and becoming its leader." With a youthful innocence, Han Xinrui gazed at Jing Mian in awe. Whoever marries you will be quite fortunate indeed, gaining a base as part of the dowry. That is truly impressive. Jing Mian furrowed her brow, displeased. Who said I intend to marry and offer the base as a dowry? Miss Han, you may be jumping to conclusions. Sister, please do not be angry. Can you honestly claim that you do not wish to marry Lingyu? Han Xinrui spoke playfully, as if teasing. Jing Mian observed her, with a complex expression. Realizing that Han Xinrui truly cared for Lingyu, this led her to suspect that Han Xinrui's kindness in their past lives was not entirely sincere. Perhaps driven by ulterior motives. I believe it is you who desires it. What? Am I merely a hypothetical rival to you? Jing Mian replied sharply. As someone passed by the restroom, Han Xinrui quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Sister Jing. I was just joking. Please forgive me. I am only 17 this year. She lowered her head, feigning humility, as if suggesting that Jing Mian was being unreasonable to the onlooker. The passerby indeed cast a glance at Jing Mian. However, Jing Mian was no naive girl. She could see through Han Xinrui's intentions. Was she trying to tarnish her reputation? To paint her as a duplicitous woman? Such cunning at such a young age made Jing Mian completely distrust Han Xinrui from her past life. A chill ran down her spine. To feign friendliness towards someone one detests for 4 years is not something an ordinary person can accomplish. What was Han Xinrui truly after? Jing Mian remarked. You can be considered a princess of Yunsong, so why adopt such a subservient demeanor? Just because Lingyu disapproves of the union, you needn't harbor such resentment towards me. Spare me these petty tricks. Upon being called out, Han Xinrui's expression remained unchanged. If one could not rely on beauty, one must resort to cunning. After all, she had not perished at her hands in their previous life. The restroom fell silent again. Han Xinrui was well aware of Jing Mian's unfortunate family background and knew precisely how Jing Mian's biological mother had led her to despair. Maternal love was Jing Mian's greatest vulnerability. She insidiously remarked, "My family taught me to apologize when one has angered another. Did your mother never instruct you in such matters? My mother loves me dearly. I must heed her words. Oh, by the way, may I visit your mother? She must be quite wonderful to have raised someone as exceptional as you." Smack. Jing Mian delivered a sharp slap to Han Xinrui's face. Han Xinrui's had turned from the impact, blood trickling from her mouth as she gazed at Jing Mian with a wounded expression, yet she dared not retaliate. Jing Mian took a deep breath. Mentioning family reminded her that Han Xinrui's family indeed treated her well, often providing assistance. Perhaps she was not as powerless regarding marriage as previously believed, merely following her elders' wishes. From the perspective of aristocratic families, Han Xinrui's marriage to a Yunsong man would be seen as a step down. Only a union with a higher class base could elevate her family. Prominent families from A-grade bases looked down upon girls from C-grade bases. Marrying into a B-grade base was the best option. If Han Xinrui sought in Lingyu's affection, which would bring fortune to her family, then the previous life as Jing Mian had been an obstacle. Not only had she failed to assist her family, but she had also endured years of coldness from her beloved. No wonder she must have harbored animosity towards her. With so many concubines, why did she insist on befriending Jing Mian? Gaining her trust and affection, what purpose did that serve? Jing Mian shivered. Of course, it was to facilitate her removal. Once she was out of the picture, there would be no hindrance. Jing Mian's spine straightened as she regarded Han Xinrui with a new perspective. Although it was merely speculation without evidence, an unshakable dread settled within her. In her past life, she had inadvertently separated from Lingyu while rescuing Zhang Peirong and Jiang Bichuan. If the unexpected was not truly unexpected, then it meant Jiang Bichuan and Zhang Peirong were connected to Han Xinrui. Jing Mian closed her eyes, overwhelmed by thoughts. In her previous life, Zhang Peirong had persistently urged her to accept Han Xinrui's friendship. Had her mother conspired with others to harm her? Frustrated, Jing Mian rubbed her temples, her footing faltering. Suddenly, a pair of warm hands steadied her. "Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to rest?" Lingyu inquired with genuine concern. Noticing Jing Mian's prolonged absence from the restroom, he had come to check on her, only to find Han Xinrui present. He cast a cold glance at Han Xinrui. "Did you and Jing Mian engage in idle chatter? I warn you, I will not marry you. Give up on that notion and return to Yunsong." Han Xinrui gritted her teeth, feeling wronged. "Did you not see the mark on my face? She struck me. That must be well-deserved," and Lingyu retorted, his gaze fierce. "Did you say something unkind to her?" Han Xinrui's fury ignited. How biased could he be? This was Lingyu's cherished one. Even in death, he intended to reserve the position of the commander's wife for her. Han Xinrui glared at them both, saying nothing as she stormed off. I'll take you to the lounge for a moment, and Lingyu offered. Jing Mian nodded. And he became even more careful and gentle in his support of her. As he opened the lounge door, the two vanished from Han Xinrui's sight. The flames of jealousy blazed within her as she internally cursed Jing Mian, the vixen. Han Xinrui stepped into a secluded corner and made a call. You cannot return to Yunsong. The information you provided was incorrect. You have a new mission. Initially, you need not do anything special. Just gain her trust to the fullest extent. In her past life, Jing Mian had perished at her hands, and similarly, this time could be no different. Chapter 72. Ah Mian, can you wait for me? Why do you suddenly feel unwell? And Lingyu's tone was tender and concerned. Jing Mian reclined on the elegant chaise lounge in the lounge, a small blanket covering her from the waist down. And Lingyu sat beside her, gently placing his hand on her forehead, gauging her temperature, his eyes filled with worry. Jing Mian felt a moment of disorientation, as if she were gazing at him from a past life. He had always cradled her in his palm, rushing back to see her whenever she fell ill, never daring to scold her for neglecting her health, instead coaxing her to take her medicine. As long as she would playfully call him husband, he would likely acquiesce to her every whim. What would you do if I died? Jing Mian suddenly asked softly. If anyone would mourn her passing from her previous life, it would only be in Lingyu. Why do you speak such nonsense? And Lingyu urgently grasped her arms, his composure faltering. Jing Mian, what is wrong? Have you been to the hospital for your headache? Whatever the results, do not panic. I will ensure you are well. Jing Mian could not help but feel her eyes moisten and her nose tingle. I am fine. It's just my head, she replied, shaking her head. It's still intact, not gnawed away. To Lingyu, she appeared both adorable and pitiable. He ceased to hold back, embracing her tightly, his arms securely around her, which brought him a sense of reality. The thought of her speaking of death caused his heart to ache unbearably. An indescribable sorrow washed over him, as if breaking through the barriers of time and space, engulfing him. Do not speak of life and death. I cannot bear to hear such words from you. His large hand caressed the back of her head, gently running through her hair. What happened during the Hong family's attack was enough for me to endure. I regret not being able to help you in time. And Lingyu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt as he recalled watching her being rescued, held by another man. Yet he could only silently thank that man. He returned to Wuan alone, feeling unworthy to face her. He despised his own impotence, questioning why he had not awakened his abilities, why he lacked the power to protect her. If the ambition to vie for the commander's position had once belonged to the Yin family, now it was also his ambition. Only by ascending to the highest echelons could he possess the strength to safeguard her and the right to pursue her. That incident was not your fault. It had nothing to do with you. Jing Mian sensed his intense inner turmoil. Having been with the Yin family for 10 years, she knew all too well what kind of person Xiong Tao was. He was biased to the core, in some ways, and Lingyu and Linghuai were mere reflections of her and Jiang Bichuan. I was just overwhelmed with thoughts. My head feels a bit heavy. I'm not ill, so please don't worry. And Lingyu released her, speaking earnestly. That is good. If anything arises, speak to me. Even if I am powerless to assist you, at the very least I can listen and share your burdens. Jing Mian could no longer bear to meet his gaze, for her reflection filled his eyes, leaving her at a loss for how to respond. In this lifetime, they had never shared a life together. Why then did he harbor such deep affection for her? She had repeatedly warned herself against stepping into the quagmire of polygamy. She evaded Lingyu, opting instead for a one-on-one romance with Xinya. Yet, she could not deny that a part of her heart belonged to Lingyu. She would never turn a blind eye to his troubles. Lingyu, please don't treat me so well, Jing Mian said, her heart heavy. I cannot accept that you have multiple concubines. We can only be friends at most. She had to clarify her stance, refusing to leave him in suspense. And Lingyu, in anguish, closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them again. Can you wait for me, Amian? I do not care for them, not a single one. One day, I shall rid myself of them all. He abruptly swallowed his words, his demeanor awkward as he hesitated to continue. Jing Mian suddenly grasped his intent. She recalled the first time they had met. He had been somewhat clumsy, but at that time, she had been oblivious to such matters and could not discern any issues within Lingyu. However, the words he spoke today seemed somewhat tardy. I fear I cannot. I am already with do not say it. And Lingyu bowed his head, understanding dawning upon him, his mind conjuring the figure of another. The air grew thick with tension as they fell into silence. Jing Mian stiffly changed the subject. I find Han Xinrui rather peculiar. I suspect she longs to marry you. I will not allow her to cross my threshold, and Lingyu replied coldly, his indifference towards Han Xinrui palpable. No one else would follow. He had nearly dealt with Linghuai's subordinates, and soon he would send him to the underworld. He was confident of reclaiming all the power of the Yin family from his father, making any forced marriage impossible. We depart tomorrow, you need not worry.
No.
Leave her here. If we send Han Xinrui back to Yunsong, it will be difficult to investigate her. Keeping her at Wuan may reveal something.
Moments.
Jing Mian and Lingyu exited the lounge, only to be met with Han Xinrui's disdainful glare. TSK, shameless couple. It seemed evident to Xinrui that the Yin family had no intention of allying with them, and they would return to Yunsong tomorrow without any nonsense. Colonel Han patted his granddaughter's hand, his heart aching for the wounds on her face. How could Han Xinrui resign herself to this? After the third zombie tied, the Yin family had overthrown the royal court, and Lingyu and Linghuai had fought fiercely. And she was but a step away from the position of the First Lady of Wuan. Yet, Lingyu feigned warmth to lull her into complacency. Unbeknownst to her that he had awakened latent abilities that had inadvertently unraveled her past schemes against Jing Mian. For 3 excruciating months, she had been tortured, longing for death. How could she let go of Lingyu? Her initial admiration had twisted into something monstrous. She desired nothing less than for him to love her to the point of obsession. Then, she would reciprocate his coldness and torment him in return. Upon her rebirth, she declared her intention to marry Lingyu, armed with the experiences of her former life, believing her second attempt to join the Yin family would be more successful. She had rushed from Yunsong, eager to encounter Lingyu before Jing Mian, only to arrive too late. A scheme was necessary to ensure Lingyu would marry her. Ideally, she would need to create a situation that could not be undone. Soon, the gathering reached its conclusion, and farewells ensued. Their return journey would lead them to the next meeting during the A-grade evaluation at Wuhan base. Travel safely, and report your well-being upon arrival at the base. After parting with acquaintances, Jing Mian spotted individuals from Yunsong base and approached them for greetings, recognizing an elderly man who had purchased one of her crystal energy weapons. Though he was not Colonel Han. Colonel Han, wishing to avoid conflict with Jing Mian, greeted her with a smile. Now, Boss Jing must adjust her title to Colonel Jing. Jing Mian chuckled softly. The populace of Green Shade is still too few to merit such a title. It sounds more pleasant to be called Boss Jing. Han Xinrui watched with bubbling resentment as her grandfather conversed amiably with Jing Mian. He had not confronted her about her actions, evidently deeming the matter trivial. Even if Jing Mian had achieved considerable success, she preferred not to speculate that Jing Mian, too, might be a reborn soul. She found it easier to believe that Jing Mian's life had dramatically changed due to fortune or noble patrons. Suddenly, Jing Mian addressed them. I wonder if Miss Han would consider staying? What do you mean? Han Xinrui asked, bewildered. Miss Han had previously expressed a desire to visit Green Shade. Why not stay for a few days? Before Han Xinrui could respond, Colonel Han interjected, I think it's best to refrain. Xinrui has already learned enough from Boss Jing. Implicitly, he referred to Jing Mian slapping Han Xinrui, suggesting that further lessons at Green Shade might not be pleasant.
No.
I must stay.
Han Xinrui declared resolutely.
Unaware of Jing Mian's ulterior motives. Yet, she could not refuse. Remaining would allow her to get closer to Jing Mian and Lingyu. After much discussion with her grandfather, Colonel Han finally consented to her stay. If you cannot adapt, return quickly. Anyone who can rise to the rank of colonel undoubtedly possesses considerable skill. Do not confront them head-on with any grievances. I understand, grandfather. Han Xinrui absorbed the advice. Though Colonel Han wondered how much she truly comprehended, noting her confident demeanor. Tomorrow, we look forward to Miss Han's arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jing Mian took her leave. Back in the car, Hua Liao asked in confusion, Sister Mian, I see you dislike her. Why invite her to stay at Green Shade? Jing Mian gazed out at the retreating scenery. She is not simple. Moreover, it is odd. Despite my slap, she is willing to come to Green Shade. What does she seek? With Han Xinrui's animosity toward her, allowing her to stay certainly harbored no benevolent intentions. Keep an eye on her. She may plot against Green Shade. Understood, Hua Liao nodded. If, in her previous life, Han Xinrui had harbored intentions to eliminate her, was her demise in the elevator linked to Han Xinrui? If so, did Han Xinrui play a supportive role, or was she the mastermind behind a carefully orchestrated plan? In her previous life, Han Xinrui had been one of her few trusted friends. If she indeed had a hand in her death, she would not be spared. Upon arriving at Green Shade, Jing Mian did not withhold her conversation with Xinya, sharing the events of the past night. Compared to the peculiarities of Han Xinrui, Xinya was more concerned with another matter. Will you truly not wait for Lingyu? He asked, his gaze downcast, revealing his deep concern. Seeing his serious expression, Jing Mian took his face in her hands, affirming, I will not. I promise you. Their eyes locked, her gaze clear. I believe you, Xinya replied, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her, whispering in her ear, you are steadfast. You belong to me, you know. His domineering demeanor was both charming and playful. Jing Mian playfully hit his back, engaging in light-hearted banter for a while. As night deepened, Xinya, noticing Jing Mian's fatigue, escorted her back to her room before sitting alone in the reception area. Moments later, he departed from Green Shade. Stars scattered across the night sky. Even in the late hours, and Lingyu remained at his desk, immersed in work. A dense shadow crouched outside his window, and Lingyu felt a gaze upon him. Turning his head, his heart tightened. This is the 22nd floor. How had the figure reached the windowsill? And Lingyu's breath slowed as he observed the shadow casually leap into the room. With cold, piercing eyes, the figure approached and Lingyu's desk.
An Lingyu recognize Jenya.
Having seen him previously at Green Shade, albeit with a mask obscuring his face, now, confronted with his unmasked visage, and Lingyu was taken aback. Xinya was the type of man who was undeniably handsome, even to other men. The piercing and wild beauty of her eyes was a rare sight, exuding an air of danger. Is the person you are so fixated on really her? And Lingyu's tone was heavy, with resentment. It was precisely because of this man that she refused to accept him, even unwilling to wait or afford him a single opportunity. Suddenly, Xinya seized An Lingyu by the neck, his expression as frigid as ice. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance from her. In his emotionless gaze, An Lingyu's reddened face was reflected. If you dare to touch her again, I will kill you. No one can take away his light. A palpable aura of menace surrounded Xinya, and he released An Lingyu just as he was on the brink of suffocation. He twisted his wrist, declaring with her, I have all I need. Your affection for her is a nuisance. He harbored a distaste for anyone who dared to covet his treasure. An Lingyu coughed violently, still recovering when Xinya had already vanished from the room. He clutched his sore neck, his eyes blazing with fury. The overwhelming force of his rival only intensified his yearning for power, leading him to sign a transaction for the evolution serum. At dawn, Han Xinrui arrived at Green Shade, dragging her pink suitcase from a luxury car. She gazed at the solid, metallic walls, finding Green Shade rather impressive. At that moment, the gate swung open, and a large bus emerged, filled with individuals heading to Wuhan for work. She attempted to enter but found herself halted at the main base's entrance. Young lady, do you have an appointment? Is this your first visit to Green Shade? A gardener with a water bottle spoke to her. In Yun Song, individuals like him were not qualified to question her. However, at Green Shade, she restrained herself. Indeed, Jing Mian invited me here. The gardener, taken aback by the young girl's boldness in addressing Jing Mian by name, assumed she had significant connections. Let me assist you with your luggage. Thank you, Han Xinrui smiled. As she approached the main base's entrance, the door remained firmly shut. The gardener kindly advised, our base does not allow entry for unrecognized faces. Perhaps you should have Director Jing come to greet you. Han Xinrui was left speechless. She did not possess Jing Mian's phone number to request her presence. It seemed they were deliberately giving her the cold shoulder. Can you not take me in first? Han Xinrui gestured for the gardener to step ahead. The gardener hesitated, stating, we have regulations at Green Shade that prevent us from bringing others inside. Han Xinrui, noticing the gardener's doubtful expression, felt her face flush with embarrassment but managed a polite tone. Could you please call Sister Jing and inform her that Miss Han has arrived at the entrance? I'm about to faint in this scorching heat. The temperature soared to 48 or 9 degrees under the blazing sun. Though the apocalypse had toughened people's constitutions, no one wished to linger outside. Han Xinrui's delicate disposition found it unbearable. The gardener dialed Jing Mian's number, explaining the situation. With a more neutral attitude towards Han Xinrui, He said, "All right, the director has permitted me to escort you inside." Han Xinrui pouted, finding it beneath her dignity to be led by a servant, wishing they had sent someone more respectable to welcome her. Nevertheless, as long as she could reside in green shade, she would endure, knowing that Jing Mian would ultimately take care of her. Upon the gardener's face being recognized, the gate of the main base swung open, and Han Xinrui followed Uncle Li inside, glancing around. Although she was reluctant to admit it, the interior of green shade was indeed well appointed. "This is Boss Jing's office," Uncle Li announced before departing. Han Xinrui knocked and entered, finding 5 vibrant young women at the desks, their spirits evidently elevated by their work. "Miss Han has arrived," Jing Mian greeted with a smile. "I've been too busy to entertain you. Please settle into dormitory building number 2 for now." "Dormitory?" "Yes. This is the only building with available rooms at the moment." Han Xinrui was taken aback, realizing she would have to share a room with others. Unable to hold back, she retorted, "If there are no accommodations, why are you making a fuss about hosting guests? You can choose to leave if you prefer," Jing Mian replied, arching an eyebrow with a gentle demeanor. "It's fine. I won't hold a grudge." As she watched Luo Qingtian lead Han Xinrui away to record her information, Hualiao exchanged glances with Jing Mian, both sensing that Han Xinrui's lack of complaints masked ulterior motives. At that moment, the assistant du Ruoro approached Jing Mian with an application. "Boss, look at this. We've just sent out recruitment information to Wuhan, and responses are already coming in. This is my shortlist." The top entry was an application for a teaching position. Jing Mian's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the name, Xiang Chunyan, her former teacher. It seemed too early for Xiang Chunyan to appear, coinciding so perfectly with Han Xinrui's arrival. Remembering Xiang Chunyan's poor character, which had led to their severed ties, Jing Mian realized that such seemingly objective judgments had unwittingly given Han Xinrui an opportunity to approach her. Xiang Chunyan had joined the Yin family as a private tutor for their children after Han Xinrui's entry into the household. At that time, Jing Mian's knowledge had stagnated at the level of a dropout. While self-studying, she would often consult with Xiang Chunyan, leading to a relationship that evolved into one of mutual respect and friendship over the years.
Now,
It was not difficult for her to deduce the connection between Han Xinrui and Xiang Chunyan. How cunning! She had already arranged for an insider to be close to her. No wonder Han Xinrui could always captivate her, fitting perfectly into her ideals and expectations of friendship. Jing Mian pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a chill within. In her past life, she had been surrounded by a circle of deceitful individuals, from family to friends, none of whom had her best interests at heart. This time around, Han Xinrui lacked the patience to feign affection, her temperament appearing more extreme than in the past. "Please expedite her onboarding," Jing Mian ordered, her eyes cold. Since she had come with ill intentions, she would remain indefinitely. To show mercy to an enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Meanwhile, she needed to keep an eye on whether Han Xinrui had contacted Zhang Perong or Jiang Bichuan. Her only lingering doubt was that in this lifetime, she had not yet married in Lingyu, and she had never held a grudge against Han Xinrui. What could possibly drive Han Xinrui to bring Xiang Chunyan to Green Shade to work against her? Such an act seemed excessive. Additionally, Han Xinrui's trajectory appeared markedly different from her past life. Jing Mian prepared for the worst in her mind, hoping she was merely overthinking. Currently, Green Shade comprised 7 buildings, with the personnel from the main base having already relocated. 5 of the buildings were fully occupied, leaving 2 remaining. One was a dormitory, where only Han Xinrui resided, and Xiang Chunyan would move in as well. The other building was yet to be renovated, and Jing Mian planned to use it temporarily. The first floor would serve as a small clinic, while the second floor would be a classroom. Qingtian announced in the group that anyone wishing to study, regardless of age, was welcome to come. The lack of age restrictions surprised Luo Qingtian, as many illiterates believed that since they had not learned in childhood, there was no need to do so in adulthood. They felt embarrassed to express their desire to learn to read. Jing Mian sat in apparent contemplation, but in reality, she was envisioning the classroom in her mind. Desk after desk would be arranged, and since there were no blackboards in furniture stores, a large notice board would suffice for the time being. The second floor would have 2 rooms, one more suitable for adults and the other for children. The sparsely furnished first-floor clinic felt even more vacant due to the lack of medical equipment, which would require Jing Mian to procure separately. Hence, Nurse Shin Xiao had yet to find her footing in her role. Moreover, as a nurse rather than a doctor, she could only address common issues. But any assistance was better than none. The 3rd to 5th floors remained unrenovated for now. At that moment, Lan Hua, the assistant responsible for Green Shade's business, interrupted Jing Mian's reverie. Boss, this is the promotional plan for Green Shade products that I prepared for the surrounding bases. Jing Mian took the document, feeling that despite having 3 additional assistants, her workload seemed to have multiplied. The plan was thorough, and Lan Hua had crafted so much in just a few days on the job. Her dedication was impressive, and Jing Mian couldn't help but admire her.
All right.
I'll review it and discuss it with you afterward. By the way, Roro, how is the tenant screening coming along? Du Roro replied, there are too many applicants. I'm still reviewing them. You must act swiftly. Once the preliminary screening is complete, present it to Lu Yao. In the interim, Xinya approached. I need to go out with Qiao Hai. There are reports of a half-faced zombie. Jing Mian's spirit surged. Should we call Yan Ping and Ashan as well? No need. With my abilities and Qiao Hai's, we can handle a sub-4th level zombie easily. This information comes from a former teammate of Qiao Hai's during a cleanup mission conducted by the Wu and hunting team. Alright, I await your good news. After Xinya departed, Du Ruo attracted her gaze from him and messaged Luo Qing Tian. Do you know who that handsome guy who just arrived is? Luo Qing Tian replied, he seems to be from the security mercenary division, but I'm not entirely sure. You might want to ask Lu Yao. Du Ruo hesitated to inquire about Lu Yao, as she had yet to complete her tasks. A glance at Lan Hua revealed her singular focus on work, which likely meant she wouldn't recognize the newcomer either, so she let it go. Qiao Hai and Xinya promptly set off for the location indicated by the Wu and hunting team. While driving, Xinya noticed Qiao Hai's troubled expression and inquired, "What's wrong?" Qiao Hai pressed the accelerator to the floor. The person who messaged me is someone I trusted during my time in the hunting team. After my departure, Chi Feng probably made things difficult for him. If he reached out to me, the situation must be dire, and he couldn't wait for Wu En's rescue. I'm quite worried. Xinya empathized with Qiao Hai's feelings. However, his speed during the day, relying on his abilities, was considerably slower than at night. So driving represented their fastest option. Wu En organized every cleanup task in groups of 7, deploying 12 teams in a clockwise direction from the base to eliminate zombies and mutated beasts. As they neared the distress signal's location, Qiao Hai spotted someone lying in a pool of blood. He jumped out of the vehicle to check on his former comrade.
How is he?
He asked Gon.
Qiao Hai lamented.
Let us search for the others. Xinya observed the surrounding area, noting signs of a struggle but no zombies or people. That creature must have moved exceptionally fast. They likely veered off course while being pursued, but it's unclear who is chasing whom. Chapter 75. Amputation for Survival. Qiao Hai and Xinya crouched to analyze the ground for traces, deducing the direction the others had fled in. The disordered footprints clearly indicated a frantic escape. Soon, they stumbled upon another corpse. What level were your former teammates?
Xinya suddenly asked.
Most were 2nd-level ability users. The 2 who died were also at that level. The one who contacted me was 3rd level, comparable to my own strength. 7 ability users were separated while fleeing from zombies, and 2 have already perished. Are you certain it's below level 4? Qiao Hai was filled with uncertainty. At that time, it was indeed below level 4. It shouldn't be the case though. Qiao Hai messaged his friend Peng Rue, but received no reply. In the flat wilderness, finding concealment was challenging. Peng Rue lay low behind a dirt mound, trying to suppress his breathing and remain silent. He could only pray that Qiao Hai would arrive with help soon, uncertain about the fate of his scattered teammates or whether they had hidden well. He dared not raise his head, feeling the tension in the air. This zombie is far too fast. The creature's ability to teleport meant no matter how they ran, it would catch up with them, making it nearly impossible to land an attack. It not only prevented their escape, but also drained their abilities completely. This zombie was remarkably intelligent. Peng Rue could hardly fathom who could have inflicted such damage to half its head. If it hadn't been severely wounded, what kind of monster would it be? Lost in thought, his communication wristband suddenly vibrated. Peng Rue's heart raced. Instantly, he turned it off. Even though his body was pressed against the hot ground, he was drenched in cold sweat. Had he been discovered? He remained motionless, scanning his surroundings with heightened anxiety, his abilities dwindling. Suddenly, he felt an instinctive urge and jumped to his feet. But it was too late. A hand grabbed his ankle. A tremendous force yanked him, sending Peng Rue crashing to the ground. The half-faced zombie opened its gaping maw and lunged toward him. Meanwhile, Qiao Hai realized that the call had been abruptly ended, indicating trouble. Found it. Over there. Xingye shouted as they sped toward the location. Not far ahead, the glow of abilities ignited the air. Those individuals must have been in hiding. Now that combat had erupted, it would be easier to locate them. Peng Rui summoned the last vestiges of his ability, unleashing a fiery column that erupted from the ground. The flames shot up before him, intended to drive back the zombie. If the creature attempted to bite him, it would surely be scorched by the flames. Being bitten by such a formidable zombie was no trivial matter. Even if he survived, he would undoubtedly become one of the undead. The half-faced zombie chose not to confront the flames directly, retreating instead. However, a cunning expression flickered across its half-exposed face. It vanished and reappeared, darting around Peng Rui, seeking the perfect moment to strike. Time and again, its relentless attacks drained Peng Rui's remaining abilities, rendering him unable to predict the zombie's movements to land a hit. The flames could only serve as a defensive measure, leaving him in a state of frustration. The urgency escalated. In just a minute, he had clashed with the zombie dozens of times. The potency of his fire abilities waned with each encounter until he could summon no more flames. Exhausted, Peng Rui finally collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. The zombie's single eye glowed menacingly, exuding a sense of triumphant mockery, as if it relished the moment it knew he was out of options. Its wide mouth curled into a sinister grin, inching closer to Peng Rui's face to relish his fear. It emitted a series of guttural sounds, extending its slimy tongue to lick his face.
Beng Hui.
Xiao Hai yelled as he sprinted forward, his heart racing at the sight of the impending attack on his best friend. He could not teleport to him in time. In a fit of desperation, Xiao Hai halted and drew his knife, channeling all his enhanced strength into his arm, hurling it toward the zombie. He then dashed forward alongside Xingye, with all his might. A piercing sound filled the air as the blade flew at breakneck speed, aimed at the zombie's head. The zombie barely managed to tilt its head to evade the incoming strike, letting out a furious howl, enraged, nearly losing the other half of its head. Instead of fleeing, it appeared determined to sink its teeth into Peng Rui. It lunged at his neck, leaving Peng Rui with no choice but to evade with all his strength. Still, it managed to bite down on his shoulder. Xingye finally caught up, charging at the half-faced zombie, his shadow spiraling around it. No matter how fast the creature teleported, the dark figure clung to it tightly. Xiao Hai reached Peng Rui's side and immediately noticed his injury. Without hesitation, he drew his second knife, activating his abilities, and swiftly severed Peng Rui's arm at the shoulder.
Ah!
Peng Rui cried out in agony, his forehead veins bulging with pain, the clean cut gushing blood.
Quick.
Use fire to cauterize the wound.
Kêu Hai Uget.
Even if you have no abilities left, you must find a way. In this life-or-death moment, Peng Rui desperately tapped into his remaining potential, summoning a layer of searing flames from his palm, pressing it against the wound. The sizzling sound echoed as he writhed in pain, his body arching as he slammed his head against the ground. Fortunately, the bleeding began to slow, allowing Xiao Hai to breathe a sigh of relief. The bite must be amputated quickly to prevent the virus from spreading and save Peng Rui's life. Thank goodness it wasn't to your neck, otherwise it would have been the end. Xiao Hai remarked with relief. What about the others? Peng Rui gritted his teeth against the pain, hurried to the 8 o'clock direction. Shui Yan was bitten on the leg. If you cut it off, she might still survive. Xiao Hai did not hesitate, following the direction to find Shui Yan lying on the ground. Brother Qiao, you came to rescue us. She gasped, her hair soaked with sweat, lips devoid of color, a large gash on her calf exposing bone. Surrounding her was a pool of blood. It seemed she had cut away the flesh from her bite with a dagger, causing significant blood loss while using her water abilities to wash the wound. In order to avoid succumbing to the fate of a zombie, she had reached the limits of her endurance, and the pain was self-evident. Well done, Shui Yan. Yet, Xiao Hai remained uneasy. He lifted her and carried her back to Peng Rui, placing her down carefully, though her leg could not be saved. In an era where the zombie virus had mutated to such a degree, its potency was formidable. Even the slightest residual virus posed a risk of Shui Yan transforming into a zombie. Fortunately, her bite had occurred recently, and after treating her calf, Xiao Hai swiftly resolved to sever her thigh to ensure her survival without transformation. It was a harsh measure, but he had to guarantee Shui Yan's absolute safety. Now was not the time for compassion. Therefore, she needed to be brought to Peng Rui for urgent cauterization. Hang in there, Shui Yan, he urged, his words trailing off as the knife fell. Thanks to Qiao Hai's enhanced abilities, he was able to execute the severance swiftly and decisively. Otherwise, another might have resorted to a more agonizing method. The severed leg thudded to the ground, and Shuyan's cries morphed into primal sounds, her remaining leg thrashing violently. Qiao Hai restrained her upper body, allowing Peng Rui to press his heated palm against the wound, cauterizing the vessel ends to prevent further blood loss. If Shuyan did not succumb to the virus, she would surely perish from exsanguination. The sizzling sound of charred flesh filled the air as Shuyan writhed in agony. On the brink of unconsciousness. Chapter 76. Life and Death Partings. The norm of the apocalypse, Shuyan remained cradled in Peng Rui's arms while Qiao Hai continued his search for the remaining 3 companions. 2 were alive and unbitten. But the last, despite receiving treatment, displayed less favorable results, his lips tinged with purple. After enduring countless separations and losses, Qiao Hai understood all too well that this individual was beyond saving. After bringing the trio to Peng Rui's side, Peng Rui urged, "Qiao Hai, hurry and assist your friend. Be cautious." He discerned that Xinya was formidable, potentially on par with a major general. Yet, relying on a single individual was precarious. They had already suffered significant losses and could not afford to lose another. This zombie was insatiable, biting one and pursuing the next, unwilling to let any escape. Meanwhile, Xinya battled the half-faced zombie, unleashing a tempest of wind and shadow power, persistently wearing down the creature. Shadows coiled around it, forming massive claws that crushed its bones, rendering it immobile and wailing in pain. Upon arriving, Qiao Hai was astonished to find that Xinya had single-handedly dispatched the half-faced zombie, his strength exceeding Qiao Hai's expectations. He had never witnessed Xinya unleash his full potential. Ultimately, Qiao Hai unleashed a tremendous punch aimed at the zombie's head. With a resounding crack, the head exploded. A torrent of viscous fluid sprang forth. A large blue crystal core soared into the sky. The nearly 4th-tier zombie was finally vanquished. Breathless, Qiao Hai's heart raced with relief. The half-faced zombie was truly dead, and he could return to inform Boss Jing with peace of mind. He and Xinya exchanged a high five before moving to retrieve the zombie's crystal core. The core held immense value, its energy far surpassing that of ordinary cores. Approaching it, Qiao Hai was stunned to see the large crystal core sink into the ground, vanishing before his eyes. Startled, Qiao Hai rushed forward, bending down to uncover the earth and discover the truth.
Wait.
Xinya sprinted over, gripping Qiao Hai's arm, eyeing the tranquil ground with suspicion. "We must leave. There's something beneath. The core has already been consumed. Its concealment is too adept. It must be a 4th tier. Furthermore, it's cunning. We need to take your friends back to Green Shade. It's not suitable to engage in further combat." Qiao Hai could scarcely imagine the strength of a fully evolved 4th-tier zombie, especially considering the 5th-tier mutated zombies that commanded hordes, obliterating human strongholds. Without witnessing such despair firsthand, one could hardly comprehend the terror of catastrophic power. Though Qiao Hai had earned his position as a hunting team leader by slaying thousands of zombies, he often felt minuscule in the face of the apocalypse. Had Xinya not intervened, he might have met his end just moments ago. The lurking zombie may not pursue them, but one could not afford to be complacent. Returning to Peng Rui, they found the vehicle waiting, with the bodies of their fallen comrades gathered together. They could not take the bodies back, as there was nowhere to bury them. They had always been cremated on site, both to prevent reanimation and to avoid having their remains consumed by zombies. Let us proceed with the cremation. We must leave quickly.
Kiêu hai uget.
His heart heavy with sorrow. No one pressed him for an explanation. They moved swiftly to ignite the flames. Years of collaboration had fostered trust in Qiao Hai. They understood he had his reasons, and now is not the time for explanations. Get in the vehicle. Only the bitten individual remained behind. Standing near the fire, as the flames licked at his pants, tears glistened in his eyes, yet his expression was resolute. "You all go on, I will stay with them." Qiao Hai clenched the steering wheel, gritting his teeth, unwilling to turn and face the man again. But he caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of him being consumed by flames, tears streaming down his face. With a press of the accelerator, dust billowed behind them as if to expel the palpable sorrow and leave the blazing fire and fallen comrades behind. Even the strongest of men could shed tears. Shui Yan too succumbed to a heart-wrenching cry. Battle, sacrifice, and then incineration. There would be no dignified graves, no grand epitaphs. The ashes, unfettered by remembrance, would scatter with the wind, leaving only echoes of existence in the hearts of those who remembered them. Should they be forgotten, there would be no trace left of their presence in the world. At least you brought them back, Xiao Hai. Xinya empathized with their grief. Indeed. It is fortunate we did not face total annihilation. Xue Yan wiped her tears, still weak. Leaning against Peng Rue, he wrapped his remaining arm around her. Thank you for coming to save us, brother, Peng Rue expressed sincerely. Don't speak so formally.
Kêu hai zip lít.
Your actions in Green Shade to rescue us are not merely obligations, but a testament of loyalty, and you arrived swifter than those from Wuan. Peng Rui's tone was tinged with sarcasm, unable to mask his irritation. They had initially sent a distress signal to Qi Feng, but after a prolonged wait with no response, they resorted to contacting Xiao Hai. Otherwise, their team's strength would not have led to such dire consequences. The former brothers had not disappointed him. Yet the Wuan hunting team had left him feeling utterly despondent. On the road back to Green Shade, Xiao Hai explained the urgency of their departure. Peng Rue and the others listened with grave expressions, aware that with such a bomb lurking, it was uncertain which patrol team might encounter it next. In Green Shade, Hua Liao was engaged in a discussion with gardener Uncle Li about flower cultivation techniques. Hua Liao had few interests, and gardening was one of them. In the apocalypse, such a hobby was indeed a luxury. Ordinary people would not bother with flowers. Water was scarce enough for drinking, let alone watering plants. Unlike Green Shade, where the water flowed freely and without charge, it delighted Gardener Li. Do not water them at noon. The heat is too intense. The roots will suffer like they're in a sauna and may perish. It's best to water them in the evening. With a small notebook in hand, Hua Liao nodded attentively, noting down the advice. Recently, Sister Mion's flowers had outperformed her own. At that moment, the gates of Green Shade swung open, and an off-road vehicle drove in. You're back. Hua Liao greeted cheerfully, but her smile faltered as she noticed their grim expressions. What happened? Her heart sank as she spotted the girl descending from the vehicle with only one leg. The young man supporting her had but one arm. Remembering Xinya's words in the office, she realized these were members of the Wuan hunting team. What a tragedy. Hua Liao was momentarily at a loss for words. Please, come inside and rest. I'll get you some water. Thank you. A group of individuals entered the main base together. It was their first visit to Green Shade. Previously, they had only glimpsed it from the outside during patrols. Covered in dirt and blood, they hesitated to sit on the impeccably clean sofa. Upon receiving the news, Jing Mian rushed over, feeling a wave of relief upon seeing Xinya and Xiao Hai uninjured, but her heart tightened at the sight of the other's wounds. The mere sight of such injuries was painfully distressing. Please, take a seat, she urged, her heart aching for the one-legged girl who needed support. Xue Yan, seated on the sofa, cast a grateful glance at Jing Mian, recognizing that the new leader of Captain Xiao Hai was a warm-hearted individual. The leaders of Wu and had grown desensitized to the injuries of their hunting team. Chapter 77. Resigning from Wu and would be best. Jia Le Yao hurriedly brought water from the nearest guard room and distributed it among the group. Thus, the personnel from the guard room followed suit. Was it a half-faced zombie that caused these injuries? Ling Jiu clenched his fists and inquired of his master. Yes, those who were bitten had to undergo amputation. That is a fortunate outcome, came the response. First, take some anti-inflammatory medication to prevent infection. Jing Mian called for Nurse Shen, contemplating the extent to which her abilities could offer healing. Nurse Shen gasped upon seeing their wounds. The crude method of stopping the bleeding was effective yet excruciating. Among the hunting team, few remained unscathed. Surviving was already a blessing. At this moment, Peng Rue attempted to reassure everyone. The surrounding security personnel suddenly felt the weight of their responsibilities. All right, Nurse Shen will attend to them first. I will administer treatment. Since she had awakened her healing abilities, there was no better time than now. Jing Mian began treating two lightly injured individuals, green starlight emanating from her hands. Except for Xinya, it was the first time everyone witnessed Jing Mian utilizing her healing powers. Although healing abilities were not exceedingly rare, they were not commonly seen either, as most were absorbed by powerful factions, making them highly sought after in the apocalypse. The glimmers of green light enveloped the two individuals, swiftly healing their wounds. When it came to Peng Rue, anticipation filled the air. What if Jing Mian could regenerate his severed limb? Though limb regeneration was uncommon among healers, hope blossomed in everyone's hearts. Jing Mian intensified her energy output to treat Peng Rui's amputated arm, the green light flowing persistently toward the charred scab. Peng Rui felt the searing pain in his shoulder diminish gradually until it was no longer painful, and the large scab began to loosen and fall away. The area where his arm had been felt tingling, as if new flesh was beginning to grow, igniting hope for regrowth. However, despite Jing Mian's best efforts, the arm did not regenerate, and she reluctantly withdrew her hands. "I'm sorry. It seems I am unable to," she admitted. "Don't speak too soon, Boss Jing," Peng Rui replied, his expression contrasting with hers. He pointed to the site of his amputation. "Look, there's already more flesh than before." Jing Mian scrutinized closely and noted that indeed, a small section had grown. However, it was still insufficient. Peng Rui smiled. "Don't underestimate this change. If your abilities were solely limited to healing without regenerative properties, you Wun Ti have achieved this. It indicates that your healing powers are quite formidable. They simply need further refinement to enable limb regeneration. With time, your abilities will surely advance." For Peng Rui, this revelation was a delightful surprise. At the very least, he glimpsed the prospect of restoration. He was even more thrilled about Shui Yan potentially walking normally again than he was about regrowing his own arm. Jing Mian reflected that she had only recently awakened her abilities. She was indisputably a level 1 power user, and with this thought, her spirits lifted.
Sister Mian.
"You possess such abilities and never told me." While Lu Yao feigned anger, placing her hands on her hips, Qiao Hai was equally astonished, exclaiming, "Boss, you truly are impressive. You haven't been hiding any other powers from us, have you?" "Not quite," Jing Mian replied, promptly healing Shui Yan's wounds as well. The absence of severe pain in her leg noticeably improved Shui Yan's condition. Her pale complexion regained a hint of color, yet she still appeared weaker than Peng Rui, as her injuries were graver, with more blood lost, and her constitution was not as strong. "Boss Jing, I have a small request," Shui Yan said weakly. "She is still quite fragile and cannot endure much more. Could she temporarily recuperate here at Green Shade?"
Peng Hui implored.
And it was evident to all how much he cared for Shui Yan. "That is hardly an unreasonable request." Jing Mian immediately consented, swiftly transforming the third floor of the public building into a makeshift infirmary for Shui Yan. Peng Rui and his two teammates, Xue Qinran and Li Boi, gathered at Shui Yan's bedside. "Shui Yan, rest well. We three will return to report and then come back to see you," they assured her. They could not leave without settling accounts with Feng. How could things have come to this? Shui Yan nodded silently, watching their figures disappear at the door before wearily closing her eyes to sleep. The three of them arrived at the entrance of Green Shade, bidding farewell to Qiao Hai. Observing them reminded Qiao Hai of his former self. He lowered his head, shuffling his feet before calling out, "Peng Rui, why not resign from Wu and join us at Green Shade? In the Wu and hunting team, one could never be sure when death might strike."
Jing Mian silenti aplau kiu hai sợ persuasivi tactit.
Peng Rui and his companions hesitated. Qiao Hai sensed their wavering resolve and added fuel to the fire. "You've witnessed Boss Jing's capabilities. As long as there is breath, there is hope for rescue. Wu and S healers lack such prowess. You know that. Otherwise, you Wun Ti have left Shui Yan behind at Green Shade." He gestured towards the crystal energy cannon mounted on the perimeter wall. "Wu does not possess such weaponry. But Green Shade will acquire more in the future, significantly reducing casualty rates during patrols and zombie cleanups." Each level of the base had designated cleanup zones. Compared to the B-level base's sweeping range, Green Shade's E-level was considerably smaller. The crystal energy cannon could fire energy lasers with an effective range of up to 200 meters, sufficient to reach the cleanup boundaries. The cannon was installed on the western wall of the base, with the main entrance, the north gate, directly facing the southern side of Wuhan. Thus, Green Shade only required manpower for patrolling the eastern side and the southern rear. When not on missions, Ashan and Yenping would take turns leading patrols with Qiao Hai, and there had been no casualties thus far. Once they had more power users, they could establish a safe passage between Wu En and Green Shade. "Really, Peng Rui? Please consider it." Peng Rui nodded thoughtfully. He was open to the idea. But Xue Qinran and Li Boi had families in Wuhan, and they might feel uneasy about relocating to Green Shade. The three of them returned to Wuhan, where dinner was underway, and the hunting team members without missions gathered in the cafeteria to eat. Peng Rui burst into Qifeng's private office, seizing him by the collar and dragging him out to the cafeteria. "Are you insane, Peng Rui?" Qifeng exclaimed. If Peng Rue didn't release his grip soon, Qifeng would have resorted to using his powers. Peng Rue was indifferent to Qifeng's attitude. He demanded in front of everyone, "Why didn't you send reinforcements upon receiving our distress signal? Why are you shouting?" Peng Rue's furious roar drowned out Qifeng's attempts to argue. The entire cafeteria turned to watch. It was clear that Peng Rue was not one to be trifled with. "You have a problem with me, I understand. But what about the other members of the team? What do you think of them?" Peng Rue pointed an accusatory finger at Qifeng. "Under your command, the hunting team has nearly been wiped out." The cafeteria was filled with over 300 people, and in front of such an audience, Qifeng could not afford to lose face or support, which only fueled his anger further. "Yet you're still alive, aren't you? If I really wanted to harm you, you wouldn't be here shouting at me." Peng Rue, incensed, shoved Qifeng against the wall.
How dare you say that?
"You didn't rescue your own team members. We had to seek help from other bases. Don't you feel any shame or embarrassment? Isn't this disgraceful? Let go. Do you think I'm afraid to fight you?" Qifeng's face flushed red with anger.
Come at me.
"You think you're so impressive? It's not like the In family hasn't been covering for you. Otherwise, do you think this position would be yours? Self-awareness is a valuable trait." Chapter 78. Jia Luyao complains the two were both red-eyed with urgency, on the verge of a physical altercation. The flames of their abilities sparked to life. Bystanders rushed forward to mediate, for although they were bickering, it was unacceptable to witness abilities clashing in the cafeteria. If it weren't for Qiao Hai's timely intervention at Luin, we would have perished long ago, which would have delighted you, wouldn't it? After enduring your taunts for so long, I could finally meet my demise outside.
Bing Hui.
Being pulled apart, continued to shout passionately. Those who awakened with fire abilities often had fiery tempers. "Where's Shui Yan?" someone suggested. "Quickly find Shui Yan to douse Peng Rue's flames." Peng Rue was inclined to listen to Shui Yan. Upon hearing this, he became even more agitated. If your mind weren't as narrow as a needle's eye, Shui Yan wouldn't have lost her leg. How could they have died? You never valued our lives. Look at how powerful the zombies are outside, and you're still bickering in here. You are a short-sighted fool. Qifeng's face darkened considerably. He had recently been appointed as the captain of the hunting team, and his position was already precarious. After Peng Rue's outburst, uniting the team would become even more challenging. "Peng Rue, don't ruin the whole pot of soup due to one rotten fish. If you can't stand it, then get lost. Go find Qiao Hai at Luin. What do you think I came here for today? I'm not working at one anymore. With your character, you don't deserve to be my superior. From now on, whoever wants to see your disgusting face can do so. I'm out." Peng Rue tore off the mask of civility, leaving no dignity for Qifeng. Addressing everyone, he declared, "From now on, brothers, if you can't stand working under this scoundrel Qifeng, come to Luin. I represent Luin in welcoming you." Amidst the chaos, some really considered following Peng Rue. Qifeng could hardly maintain his composure. "I dare anyone to leave." If a fight broke out, Qifeng's wind ability would not be a match for Peng Rue's fire ability. If the wind was not strong enough, it would not only fail to extinguish the flames, but would also fan them further. Even though Qifeng was infuriated by Peng Rue, he did not genuinely wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Losing would make him look foolish. However, others did not possess Peng Rue's strength, including those few foolish enough to contemplate leaving. As the standoff continued, Xue Qinran patted Peng Rue's shoulder. "Brother Rue, if Qifeng won't let us go, we have no other options, but I know someone who might help us." Peng Rue leaned in to listen, and then he smiled. Perhaps this person could indeed assist. "Qifeng, don't think that just because you are the captain, you can do as you please in the hunting team." Peng Rue's confident smile left Qifeng uncertain of what he had done. Before Qifeng could ponder further, his communicator rang. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Answering the call, he found it was Lingyu. Why was he suddenly calling? "Those who do not wish to stay may leave. If you cannot command respect, reflect on yourself. If you still do not see the situation clearly, I will appoint someone else as captain." Qifeng merely pressed the hang-up button with force. And Ling had fallen from grace. He had long harbored resentment towards Qifeng for not listening to his commands. Now, with Lingyu taking over such responsibilities, if Qifeng continued to disobey, he would truly lose his position and face a life of being undermined by others. Let those who wish to leave go. Qifeng, enraged, turned to leave. What dignity was left for him here? Peng Rue gathered this month's wages and departed Wuan with his brothers. Among those who followed him were solitary, unencumbered men, as well as Shui Yan's good friend, Lan Yusheng. To his surprise, Xue Qinran and Li Boyi, who had families in Wuhan, also decided to go with him. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions. You don't have to follow me. Brother Rui, you needn't worry about that. We've already called Boss Jing, and in a few days, we'll bring our families to Luyin. That's splendid news. We'll have no worries. Chief Feng watched from his office as the off-road vehicle drove away towards Luyin. His phone rang again, irritated. He saw it was not in Lingyu this time, but Huaiyike. General. Chi Feng's voice trembled slightly. Why haven't you sent support? The reports I received indicate they may have encountered 4th-level zombies. I assess their chances of survival as non-existent. Even sending people would mean sending them to their deaths. Their team's strength is considerable within the hunting team. Are you truly willing to give up on them so easily? That is no justification for your inaction. I also heard about their departure from the team tonight. Chi Feng. You are suspended for a month, and the vice captain will temporarily take over your duties. Suppressing his emotions, Chi Feng stared at the ceiling. Understood. After hanging up, despair replaced his anger. He leaned back in his chair, astonished that as a hunting team captain, he had drawn the ire of a general personally reprimanding him. He rarely even saw the general, so who had the audacity to speak ill of him. The informant was none other than Hua Luoyao, who at that moment sat beside Shui Yan's bed, tending to her alongside Han Shuang. Shui Yan found it challenging to use the restroom with her injured leg. Han Shuang looked at Shui Yan with a heavy heart. She had thought herself unfortunate, but witnessing Shui Yan's struggles made her realize how blessed she had been. She could only hope Sister Mian could heal Shui Yan. In Han Shuang's heart, she had already regarded Jing Mian as an elder sister. Ever since being rescued by Jing Mian and brought back to Luyin, she had begun a life she had never dared to imagine. She had often thought how wonderful it would be if her family were alive, living together in Luyin. Her nominal owner had never asked her to do anything. She merely followed and silently protected her. Yet, she discovered that there was truly little danger in Luyin. And Xinya was always more proactive in staying close to her sister, leaving her feeling quite idle. Each day was filled with feasting and drinking, occasionally watching Qiao Hai train Ling Jiao, and sometimes being coaxed by Grandma Bai to drink chicken soup. She helped Shui Yan sit on the bed and arranged a pillow for her to stabilize her position. Sister Shui Yan, please stay in Luyin from now on, the usually quiet Han Shuang said. Indeed, Sister Shui Yan seems like such a gentle person. You should stay in Luyin and not return to the Wuhan hunting team. Hua Luoyao added. It was because she felt uncomfortable seeing Shui Yan like this that she had gone to complain to her brother. If Wuhan support had been quicker, Shui Yan wouldn't have had to suffer like this. Shui Yan appeared to be around 22, with soft features that radiated warmth when she smiled. However, she now looked pale, her lips colorless, speaking gently. Shui Yan smiled. I just saw the news. Peng Rui and the others are coming back. If I can recover, I will definitely stay here. You will certainly recover. Hua Luoyao affirmed. Sister Mian will surely help you regain your leg. Once Peng Rui and the others arrived, all 7 were assigned to the dormitory as no other accommodation was available. From now on, they would be part of Luyin's security personnel. Peng Rui immediately went to check on Shui Yan, only to find her hands and feet cold, drenched in sweat, which made him uneasy. Concern filled his eyes as Shui Yan grasped his hand. Don't be afraid. I am the strongest. The atmosphere grew tense. What did that mean? Hua Luoyao was puzzled. Chapter 79. Shui Yan mutates? Although the wound was treated promptly, there was still one final hurdle to overcome. Shui Yan's eyes revealed determination. There should still be a faint trace of the virus within her. It all hinged on whether her constitution could withstand it. We all believe in you, Shui Yan. You can do it. Lan Yusheng held her hand, offering support. Now that you have come to Luyin, how could I possibly die? Shui Yan and Lan Yusheng were both water ability users and had entered the hunting team together, forming a deep bond. Sister Shui Yan, we believe in you too. Hua Luoyao and Han Shuang chimed in unison. Han Shuang took Hua Luoyao's hand and retreated from the room, leaving space for Shui Yan's teammates. Jia Luoyao felt a knot in her heart, an indescribable sensation. Having grown up in the upper echelons of society in Guangdong, she had been well protected. She understood that her happy life was supported by many who bore heavy burdens. However, facing the pain they endured was a tremendous shock. Thankfully, Sister Shui Yan had the chance to fight against the virus. Yet, how many souls have perished in the wilderness without even this opportunity? Her brother emerged from the massive bodies, and she stood by the window, her hands clasped in a fervent prayer to the moon, beseeching protection for those valiant warriors who fought for their homeland. In contrast, Han Shuang had encountered such dire situations far too often, and most people simply could not withstand the strain. Clenching her small fists, she lamented her inability to assist Sister Shuiyan. However, she still had someone to rely on, someone to seek help from. She dialed Jing Mion's number. Sister Mion, Sister Shuiyan may be in danger. Jing Mion responded with confusion. Wasn't her injury healed? How could she still be in peril? Han Shuang relayed the specifics to Jing Mion. I thought perhaps your abilities might help her. Even the slightest assistance could be crucial in overcoming the virus.
You are absolutely right.
I'm on my way. Jing Mion rushed to the hospital room with Xinya. She whispered to Xinya, if Shuiyan cannot hold on, how long until she turns into a zombie? This was within the confines of Green Shade, and she needed to prepare for the worst outcomes. As a second-level ability user, the transformation from resistance to mutation should be evident before dawn. So soon? That's already considered slow. A physically frail ordinary person can mutate into a zombie in just 20 minutes. I hope I can help her. Xinya comforted her. Currently, there are no effective drugs to suppress the zombie virus, nor has any healing ability user emerged who can purify it. So, if you are unable to save her, do not blame yourself. Jing Mion sighed, nodding in agreement, as she entered the ward to find unfinished meals on Shuiyan's bedside. Leftovers from the food Han Shuang and Waliao had previously brought her. Everyone, let us not be so somber, Shuiyan smiled, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Even if I die, it will not be a miserable death. I voluntarily joined the hunting team. My wish is to slay as many zombies as possible. I have faced numerous perilous moments and have long been mentally prepared. If I survive, I will continue to fight. If I do not, I harbor no regrets. Jing Mion turned away, suppressing the lump in her throat.
No regrets? She found it hard to believe.
Although she and Shuiyan were not particularly close, the three zombie waves that erupted in Wuhan were fiercely defended by the hunting team and military personnel at the cost of their lives, and she held deep respect for them. Adjusting her mindset, Jing Mion turned back and declared with fervor, do not fear, Shuiyan. I will help you. Believe in yourself. You can overcome this challenge. Shuiyan nodded resolutely. As midnight approached, Shuiyan's pale face began to flush with fever. Jing Mion remained by her bedside, holding her hand and channeling her abilities. Tiny specks of luminescence danced into Shuiyan's body. On the other side of the bed sat Peng Rui, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Shuiyan. It was evident to all that his feelings for her ran deep. Watching his beloved potentially transform into a zombie was a burden no one could bear. None of them departed. Some sat in the corridor, while others leaned against the walls. Xiao Hai lit a cigarette and asked Han Shuang, could I trouble you for a small favor? Han Shuang turned to indicate that he could proceed. She then entered the hospital room, gently tapped Peng Rui, and revealed a beautifully crafted ice diamond ring in her palm. Without needing further words, Peng Rui understood instantly. Upon seeing the ring, Shuiyan could no longer contain her tears. How could one have no regrets? She merely wished to provide him some solace. Peng Rui could no longer hold back, embracing Shuiyan as he wept uncontrollably. They had plunged into despair during the zombie encounters, yet after being saved by Xiao Hai, they felt grateful. Learning that they could regrow lost limbs had sparked a glimmer of hope. He resolved to leave Wuhan and start anew in Green Shade. But if the future held no Shuiyan, Peng Rui wiped his tears, gazing into her eyes. Shuiyan, I'm just a rough man with little education, lacking in culture. And I have always been too shy to speak of love. He slid the cool ring onto Shuiyan's ring finger. I love you. Shuiyan, stay alive. I will marry you. Shuiyan moved, held him tightly. I'm sorry for saying this so late. Her eyes sparkled with joy. Peng Rui, I love you too. Jing Mion and Han Shuang, witnessing this exchange, were overcome with emotion. As the most arduous hours approached around 4 in the morning, Shuiyan, seizing the moment while Peng Rui stepped out to the restroom, whispered to Jing Mion, Commander Jing, I feel so heavy and weary. If I cannot endure, please do not wait until I turn into a zombie to take action. I do not wish to become a zombie, even for a second. Allow me to die as a human. That would be the greatest respect for me. And my final dignity. Jing Mion trembled, recalling what Xinya had said. Ability users retain their powers even after becoming zombies, and if not handled properly, it could lead to chaos. Many powerful zombies were once heroic ability users who charged into battle. It was a tragic fate. After promising Shuiyan, she fell into a deep sleep. Looking at Shuiyan's pale face and purple lips, her visage became eerily enchanting. The thought that Shuiyan might never awaken again made Jing Mian grip her hand tightly, internally pleading, just a bit longer, just a bit stronger. It seemed as if the source of her abilities understood her plea. The nearly closed spring of power reopened, desperately responding to her. Having drawn on her abilities for half the night, they surged forth with renewed vigor. Dots of starlight coalesced into a breathtakingly beautiful green nebula, enveloping Shuiyan's body and permeating within. Exhausted, Jing Mian collapsed beside the bed. The desolate night sky began to be tinged with azure light, gradually diluting the darkness and transforming the heavens into a hazy blue. Dawn broke. The morning breeze brushed against faces, warm and uncomfortable. The person on the bed slowly opened her eyes. Good morning. Chapter 80. The true strength of Han Shuang. Shuiyan would never forget that morning, which felt both ordinary and yet profoundly different. Peng Rui let out a sigh of relief. I knew you could do it. You scared me to death, Shuiyan. He had kept vigil by her bedside all night without closing his eyes. When he returned from the restroom, he found Jing Mian slumped over on the bed, prompting him to ask Xinya to carry her away. Last night, Commander Jing exhausted her abilities on your behalf and fainted. Peng Rui was immensely grateful to Jing Mian. Given Shuiyan's subsequent state, it was unlikely she would have survived without her intervention. However, after Jing Mian lost consciousness, Shuiyan miraculously began to improve. Peng Rui was unsure if Jing Mian's abilities represented hope for the apocalypse, but after she saved Shuiyan, he felt his life belonged to Green Shade. We should express our gratitude to her. Shuiyan's smile was incredibly sweet. Jing Mian slept until evening, jolting awake in a panic. She quickly grabbed her phone. Oh no! How could I fall asleep at such a critical moment?
Hello, Han Shuang. How is Sister Shuiyan?
Sister Shuiyan is fine. She pulled through. Sister Mian, you're truly amazing. Jing Mian breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that all was well. It's not that I'm amazing. It's Shuiyan who is remarkable. But Brother Peng Rui credits you with her recovery. He being too modest. I really didn't think of it that way. What matters is that she is alive. Jing Mian, feeling reassured, arrived at the security office of the main base. Her recent experiences served as a wake-up call. The zombie tide was not far off, and countless formidable zombies awaited them. She and Green Shade had many challenges ahead. All she could do was prepare as much as possible before the outbreak, ensuring the safety of the people in Green Shade. Pushing open the door to the security office, she surveyed everyone present. She needed to summon the resolute spirit befitting a base leader to uplift everyone, guiding Green Shade forward through the torrent of the apocalypse. She declared loudly, from today, the Green Shade security team will strictly adhere to the training plan set forth by Captain Xiaohai. Shuiyan is fortunate, but we cannot always rely on luck. We, who have grown in this era, have endured too much sorrow. However, we must not become numb. To prevent tragedy from repeating, we must only strengthen ourselves. In the future, there will be even more challenging trials. Thus, it is imperative for everyone to accumulate strength now for greater assurance ahead. Xiao Hai observed the slender girl before him, who bore an intensity and sharpness beyond her years. The ironclad aura of a leader was already beginning to manifest within her. The members who had recently arrived from Wuhan had developed a certain trust in their new superior. Initially, they sought merely to distance themselves from the unreliable Qi Feng and find a more favorable environment, but now they felt an emerging sense of unity. Seeing the invigorated expressions on their faces, Jing Mian felt a sense of contentment. At that moment, Han Shuang entered, her gaze fixed intently on Jing Mian.
Sister Mian.
I wish to join the security team, she declared, her expression resolute and earnest. Originally, Jing Mian had intended to assign Han Shuang to the security team, but had previously prioritized her rest and recovery. Now that Han Shuang had taken the initiative to apply, Jing Mian had no reason to refuse. Only when one cherishes something can they truly understand the essence of protection. Jing Mian recognized that this version of Han Shuang would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable individual. Exiting the main base, Jing Mian found the gardener diligently planting trees in the residential area. He had single-handedly tended to the entire landscape of the base. Taking a deep breath, she activated her abilities, radiating an abundance of verdant starlight. The light dispersed into the seeds and saplings in the greenery, causing them to grow significantly taller in an instant, while she reserved just a fraction of her energy to prevent exhaustion from causing her to collapse. Emptying her internal energy would facilitate the emergence of more abilities from the source, serving as an effective means of honing her powers. Those who frequently engaged in combat would often exhaust their energy to expand their reserves. Li Yuandian returned to the front yard, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Surely, he wasn't mistaken. The saplings were growing at an astonishing rate. Some flower seeds had only just been sown days ago and were already sprouting. Perhaps the soil and water of the greenery were superior? Regardless, Li Yuandian felt elated. The land to the south of the Wuhan base had previously been barren, and he had feared that nothing would thrive there. Soon, the security team emerged from the base and gathered in the front yard, dividing into two groups, one comprised of those with abilities and the other of ordinary individuals. The training regimen for the latter differed from that of the former.
Kiêu hai.
Being the strongest among them, tailored detailed training plans for each member. This included enlisting Ashan as an assistant instructor, as he had always enjoyed participating in such activities. With a friendly disposition and strong abilities, he often brought along Ping for guidance. As for the newly joined Han Shuang, no plan had yet been devised for her, as Qiao Hai was still unfamiliar with her specific capabilities, prompting the others to observe her strength together. Jing had previously mentioned that Han Shuang was quite powerful. However, upon her arrival at the greenery, she had been severely depleted and had not yet had the opportunity to showcase her abilities. Ling Jiao, you will face Han Shuang first. Qiao Hai commanded his disciple. Ling Jiao, also 15 years old, stood 5 meters away from Han Shuang, immediately adopting the combat stance taught by Qiao Hai and Ashan. While Han Shuang stood still, offering no response.
Ling Yu charged at Han Shuang.
Activating his abilities as a massive scythe glimmered with dark violet light, and an aura of intimidation emerged. He sprang into the air, the scythe poised to strike Han Shuang in an instant. In previous matches against his master and Ashan, he had exerted his utmost effort. Now, he instinctively unleashed his full power. Should Han Shuang fail to counter, the scythe might very well sever her head. Unbeknownst to Ling Jiao, he had inadvertently lessened the force of his attack. The onlookers held their breath, their hearts racing. Qiao Hai was prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. Han Shuang, being a girl, might not be accustomed to such fierce close-range assaults. Yet, in the next moment, a wall of ice suddenly formed in the trajectory of Ling Jiao's attack. The scythe shattered the ice wall, leaving both Ling Jiao and Han Shuang in a state of astonishment. Han Shuang was surprised by the destructive power of Ling Jiao's scythe, while Ling Jiao marveled at how Han Shuang could conjure such a thick wall of ice in an instant. Her ability to generate ice was astonishingly rapid. However, Han Shuang's subsequent actions left everyone speechless. The ground beneath her transformed into a vast expanse of ice. Wherever the ice lay, it became Han Shuang's domain. Towering ice spikes, each over a meter high, erupted from the surface, hurtling towards Ling Jiao as he dodged and slashed with his scythe. Get away from the ice, was Ling Jiao's urgent thought. Don't move, Ling Jiao. Upon hearing his master's urgent warning, Ling Jiao trusted him and halted. It was then that he realized a multitude of suspended ice spikes loomed behind him, waiting for him to collide with them. Had he retreated just a moment further, he would have been impaled through the back of his head. Ling Jiao's heart raced, cold sweat trickling down his brow. The spread of the ice was intended to mislead him, making him believe it was Han Shuang's attack range, ensuring he would think he was safe by jumping out of it. Yet, Han Shuang's actual attack range was far greater. The ice spikes had long been poised behind him, ready to ensnare him. The young girl's control over ice was remarkable. Ashan watched Han Shuang with gleaming eyes. Chapter 81. Ashan's severe injury to Han Shuang. Qiao Hai recognized that Han Shuang was indeed extraordinary. The battle had concluded in less than 30 seconds, forcing Ling Jiao into a corner. In truth, it was likely that Han Shuang had held back. This was something he would not disclose to his disciple, lest it dampen his spirits. The massive ice spikes could have aggressively pursued Ling Jiao, yet Han Shuang had refrained from directing their movement, including the shrinking ice surface. One could interpret this as Han Shuang's tactical misdirection, or as her not exerting her full capabilities. After all, with her ice abilities fully unleashed, who could say for certain that Ling Jiao would not have been defeated outright? It was evident from her calm demeanor that Han Shuang had not unleashed her most lethal techniques. Ling Jiao was unable to gauge Han Shuang's true potential. That girl is incredibly strong, exclaimed Chai Xiao, who had come from the Wuhan hunting team. His words echoed the sentiments of the assembly. As the ice crystal shattered, Ling Jiao conceded defeat. When did Han Shuang awaken?
Kill hai in quit.
At 9 years old, came the response, prompting gasps from the crowd. What a remarkable talent! Knowing some of the background, Xiao Hai felt fortunate. Han Shuang had recognized Jing Mian as her master. He was confident that Han Shuang would one day emerge as a female warrior of unparalleled strength. This girl would undoubtedly astonish the world in the future. Since Ling Jiao could not ascertain Han Shuang's approximate capabilities, Xiao Hai prepared to send another up against her. However, Ashan stepped forward. I'll take my turn. His eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. Xiao Hai noted Ashan's undeniable passion for combat. Once the fight commenced, his carefree demeanor vanished, and he transformed entirely. Wang Yi quietly observed Ashan enter the fray. He had witnessed Ashan engage in battle more than anyone else in the mercenary team. Ashan, appearing to be in his 20s, sported golden hair that seemed naturally styled. As long as he didn't act foolishly, he was quite handsome. He beckoned to Han Shuang. Little Han Shuang, I want to go easy on you. Give it your all. Having witnessed Ling Jiao suffer at Ashan's hands multiple times, Han Shuang nodded and promptly unleashed an ice surface that far exceeded her previous efforts. Ashan sprang into action, his figure flickering as he appeared in the next instant. Xiao Hai furrowed his brow deeply. It had been normal for Ashan not to exert his full strength earlier, but at this rate, he seemed faster than the half-faced zombie who could teleport. In an instant, he materialized behind Han Shuang, launching a high kick aimed at the back of her head. Han Shuang swiftly ducked, her heart racing at the sheer force emanating from Ashan. He was serious. If he didn't go all out, she might not survive. In that moment, Han Shuang's pupils dilated as the icy blue hue of her powers emerged. With all her strength unleashed, she activated her abilities. An ice crystal storm erupted from within her, surging outward with tremendous force. The spectators felt their hair whipped about, a thin layer of frost settling upon their faces. The ordinary security personnel could not suppress their shivering. The temperature surrounding them plummeted from nearly 50 degrees to 0 in an instant. After evading a whip-like kick, Han Shuang commanded the ground's ice spikes to assault Ashan, while sharp ice cones rained down from above. With no escape in sight, Ashan vanished again, leaving only wisps of light behind. The ice cones struck the ground spikes, shattering into fragments with a cacophonous crash. Just as Ashan landed in a new location, the ice-covered ground launched an attack the moment he touched down. Han Shuang did not need to rely on her eyesight to track Ashan's movements. The air, filled with floating ice crystals, relayed his position to her far more swiftly than mere vision could. Unbeknownst to him, a massive inverted crystal mountain had formed above, poised to crash down upon him without hesitation. Ashan, equally resolute, unleashed a 2-meter-tall blade of light that cleaved the ice mountain in two. The radiant light, enveloping him in a golden glow yet lacking a definitive shape, emanated an unparalleled sharpness. That beam of light then charged towards Han Shuang.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The 3 thick walls Han Shuang had conjured were shattered in succession by Ashan's onslaught, akin to arrows of light. His hand blade pierced through Han Shuang's abdomen with unwavering resolve. It withdrew from her body without hesitation, causing her legs to momentarily weaken, nearly toppling her. Ling Jiao stared in disbelief. Ashan had never fought so fiercely against him, especially not against a girl. Yet Han Shuang did not succumb. She froze her wound to staunch the bleeding, enduring the pain to continue her assault. The onlooking men felt a mix of emotions, realizing Han Shuang was far stronger than they had imagined. Such tenacity could only arise from a history of hardship. Han Shuang, an orphan, had undoubtedly endured immense struggles, having been subjected to years of ability suppression. When she was rescued from the auction house by Jing Mian, her strength was nearly non-existent. They glanced at Xiao Hai, contemplating whether to call for a halt, but Xiao Hai observed that Han Shuang showed no signs of surrender. She unleashed her most potent icy aura. Recognizing that while Ashan possessed formidable light abilities, which boasted exceptional penetration and offensive power, he could not transform into light. He remained flesh and blood. As long as he dared to stay close and engage in melee, he would inevitably be turned into an ice sculpture. Indeed, Ashan retreated. His close combat skills were extraordinary, and while he had momentarily subdued Ashan in melee, the toll on her abilities was immense. It would not be long before she faltered. Just as Han Shuang thought she had restrained Ashan, he raised his arm, aiming at her, a blinding light igniting between his fingers. Han Shuang's hair stood on end, and she blurted out, "I concede." Upon seeing that light, she was uncertain of the nature of the attack, yet her instincts warned her that if struck, it could cost her life. He paused, refraining from attacking, granting her an opportunity to speak. Perhaps he was testing her combat acuity. Han Shuang understood that Ashan would not kill her. It turned out that he could strike from a distance without engaging in close combat. Yet he preferred to face opponents head-on. What a fervent combat enthusiast, Wang Yi silently assessed. No wonder the Hong family had been slaughtered overnight. They had been the tyrants of Guangdong for many years. Had they been merciless, the Hua and Xiao families would not have remained so arrogant until this year. Ashan was recognized as a level 4 ability user by those present. The new generation indeed surpassed the old. Chai Xiao lamented, "The youth today are extraordinarily powerful." Even Xiao Hai felt a surge of pressure. He remained stuck at the pinnacle of level 3, unable to break through, his power yet to reach a new qualitative transformation. In the entire population of over 30,000 in Wuhan, only Hua Yike was a level 4 ability user, highlighting the difficulty of advancing as an ability user.
Now,
At least 2 individuals in Luyin were of that caliber. Undoubtedly, Han Shuang was a level 3 ability user, and Xiao Hai was surprised by his own conclusion. Based on the magnitude of her unleashed abilities, she appeared to be at the initial stage. Ashan had compelled Han Shuang to reveal all her strength. He retracted his powers and approached her, asking, "Shall I take you to find Jing Mian? Can you hold on?" He could see that Han Shuang was not a fragile flower. She must have endured many injuries to muster the courage to inflict such harm on him.
Han Huang nodded.
This was not her first encounter with such injuries. "I'll ride on your back." Ashan instinctively turned his back and crouched down. After a moment's hesitation,
An Shuang Klimbaton.
Ashan transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the spot. Han Shuang had always perceived Ashan as a carefree older brother, but after being pushed to the brink in their battle, she felt somewhat unsettled. She stared at the nape of his neck for 2 seconds before taking a bite, leaving a small imprint of her teeth amidst his pained yelps. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the cemetery, finding Jing Mian and Peng Rui. Upon seeing Han Shuang's injuries, Jing Mian was genuinely alarmed. "What happened?" "Cough, cough, that was me." Ashan scratched his golden hair sheepishly. "What? You're out of your mind," Jing Mian exclaimed in shock. "What were you thinking?" Chapter 82. Lu Buliang anticipates Luin's participation in the global selection after a round of explanations from Ashan. Ultimately, to grow and become stronger quickly, one must engage in life-threatening battles, relentlessly pushing one's potential beyond previous limits. Besides, Jing Mian, you can heal her injuries. If we all train this way, improvement will come swiftly. He felt he had made a compelling argument. Unexpectedly, the next moment, he received a sharp slap from Jing Mian. "Han Shuang is so young. She just recovered, and you've put her in such a state. How could you be so ruthless? Your teaching methods are far too radical." Jing Mian hurriedly treated Han Shuang, and fortunately, her healing abilities worked wonders. Within 2 to 3 minutes, Han Shuang's penetrating wound had healed completely. "How do you feel?" "All better, as if I've never been injured at all. My abdomen feels strong." Han Shuang touched her scar-free belly. As Ashan had said, with Jing Mian's healing abilities, such battles could truly accelerate her growth. "Sister Mian, it's alright. What seems dangerous is actually safe. We all know we can only do this because you're here. Now, I must give my all so that I can better protect Luin in the future." With her resolve, Han Shuang left Jing Mian with no further remarks. She could only remind them that even if they were unafraid of pain, they should avoid striking vital areas. When Jing Mian and the others returned to the front yard, they found the security personnel sheepishly looking down. Gardener Uncle Lee stood before them, excitedly berating them. "Look at my flowers and trees. All frostbitten. If not frozen, they were cut or smashed. Can't you fight elsewhere? My job is important too. I will go find Boss Jing to lodge a complaint against you all." A group of ability users stood there, too intimidated to utter a word. Jing Mian couldn't help but want to laugh. "Uncle Lee, please calm down. I can save them." Only then did Uncle Lee turn, noticing Jing Mian and the culprits. "Sorry, Uncle Lee, alright then." Ashan grinned foolishly and echoed, "Sorry, Uncle Lee." Uncle Lee looked at him as if he were a foolish son, wanting to scold him. As dawn broke, Lu Buliang, having hurriedly traveled, finally arrived at the Donglong base. The imposing, sturdy walls and the 4 energy cannons mounted atop provided everyone in the base with a sense of security. Ability inspectors patrolled back and forth at the base's entrance. Lu Buliang presented his business credentials and smoothly entered through the express lane. The first thing he did upon returning was head straight to the base's identification and issuance department. "Where is Li Sihai?" he called out. Lu Buliang disliked being so direct in seeking someone out. The department head had not yet arrived, and no one dared to stop Lu Buliang. He had previously risen through the ranks in this very department. Li Sihai had already received a prosthetic for his left leg. Upon learning that Lu Buliang had swiftly returned from Luin to settle the score, he hurried to the restroom to seek assistance before daring to show himself. "You, Li Sihai, have completely disgraced me." Lu Buliang pointed a finger at him. "What are you hiding for? You were quite impressive when you were toying with me, weren't you?"
Li Sihai,
In Lu Buliang's presence, dared not act as brazenly as he had over the phone. "Lord Lu, look at my leg. If it weren't for Lu Ning's healing abilities, I might have lost my life in Luin. How could I possibly swallow this humiliation?" Lu Buliang scoffed. "How did I hear that you quoted a price of 80 million universal coins? Good heavens, I have never seen an appraiser as unscrupulous as you. Do you realize how many representatives from other bases are aware of your foolish actions? You've brought shame upon Donglong. The people from other bases are mocking Donglong behind your back. I feel embarrassed for you." The more Lu Buliang thought about it, the angrier he became, considering how he had to humble himself to explain the situation to the Green Shade owner. "You have violated superior orders by appraising without authorization. Depart from the appraisal department." Li Sihai had anticipated Lu Buliang's return and prepared himself by contacting his family elders. "Lord Lu, how long has it been since you left the appraisal department? Dismissing me is not within your purview." Li Sihai remained unhurried. After all, the wife of the Donglong chief was a member of the Li family.
his audacity was clearly backed by someone.
Lu Buliang understood this well, thus he decisively went to the director's office to draft a dismissal letter. "Lord Lu, you are overstepping your authority." Li Sihai's gaze turned cold. "Allowing you to remain in the appraisal department will only lead to trouble." Lu Buliang's fury could not be quelled without expelling him. Finally, the director of the appraisal department arrived and was taken aback upon seeing the dismissal letter. "Lord Lu, this is rather inappropriate. Sihai has learned a harsh lesson. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over Green Shade's elevation to a base?" The director was reluctant to offend either party. "Indeed, let's put this matter to rest, young Lu." Lu Buliang gazed at the elder, who had just entered, wondering what wind had brought Li Lao here. After a heated debate, Lu Buliang eventually relented, feeling it inappropriate to speak too harshly in front of a senior. He merely stated, "Everyone present, remember today's events. If you find yourselves entangled with Li Sihai in the future, do not blame me for not warning you." Lu Buliang found it comical to see Li Sihai reveling in his perceived invulnerability. On the way back, he was informed that Green Shade was preparing to register for the Global Top 100 base evaluation, particularly in the Happiness Index category. Given Green Shade's capabilities, it could genuinely make the list. Even if it did not, it would still rank respectably. At that point, the world would see the new underdog base absurdly rated as only E-level. When the blame came down, expelling Li Sihai would be a mere slap on the wrist. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, Green Shade was diligently preparing for the registration. A new round of leasing opened up 20 rooms. They were also broadly recruiting talents to work at Green Shade. Teacher Xiang Chunyan had already taken her position. At that moment, Jing Mian was directing Tian Yunyan to take photos in the courtyard. "You must capture this exterior view as well, and include the crystal energy cannon." Jing Mian guided Tian Yunyan through the photography process. Such a prestigious evaluation was not open to just any base. It required comprehensive photos and videos of the base to be submitted for approval. After passing the review, they could proceed. After Tian Yunyan finished shooting, she showed Jing Mian the images, which included bright photos of the office, the cafeteria with dishes that seemed to leap off the screen, and an incredibly affordable store that would astonish outsiders. There were also pictures of various room types and the overall landscape of Green Shade. "Excellent," Jing Mian approved. And the next step was to film a video introduction of the base. Tian Yunyan suggested, "Boss, I have an idea. We could film a day in the life from a tenant's perspective. Ideally, it should be one of Green Shade's employees, as it would introduce the base while allowing the viewers to experience it." Jing Mian replied, "That's a splendid idea. Do you have anyone in mind? I would like to feature Grandma Bai. She belongs to a vulnerable group, and showcasing her good life at Green Shade would be more persuasive." "No problem. I believe Grandma would be willing to help." Thus, Jing Mian entrusted the task to Tian Yunyun with peace of mind. Back in the office, Jing Mian instructed Lan Hua. We need to purchase some new vehicles soon. Boruo, have you completed the tenant selection? Du Roro replied, not yet, but I should finish by tomorrow morning. This round opened single and double rooms, which were much easier to select than dormitory or family rooms. Boruo, your efficiency needs improvement. Jing Mian was dissatisfied, noting that this pace was slower than when Hua Liao first started working at Green Shade. Du Ruoro lowered her head, promising to do better, feeling a bit resentful. It was said that working at Green Shade was both easy and lucrative, but it seemed far from the truth. False advertising was ubiquitous. Has Liao had any trouble with Han Xinrui lately? According to Grandma Bai, she has been particularly diligent. Tenants see her cleaning every day when they come downstairs. And many praise her for being down-to-earth and charming. Jing Mian frowned. How do people know about her background? I've never publicized Han Xinrui's status. Perhaps she mentioned it herself, Hua Liao remarked, sticking out her tongue. Moreover, it's quite coincidental that she has always seen cleaning when everyone comes and goes. As if she worked a full day. But honestly, the residents are quite respectable. The common areas aren't dirty. Also, she keeps saying how much she admires you and wishes to learn from you, which is why she came all the way from Yunsong to Green Shade. Hua Liao glanced around. I must warn you, don't take this the wrong way, Sister Mian. But some voices are already suggesting that you are being too petty and neglecting Han Xinrui, thus squandering her admiration.
Who's been saying that?
Chapter 83. Impersonating Hua Liao. Hua Liao recalled, it's probably those in Dormitory Building 1. The two dormitory buildings are connected, so it's easiest for her to influence the younger crowd. Songya and Zhumin live in Dormitory Building 1, right? Jing Mian contemplated. Have them pay attention to who interacts with Han Xinrui more. Hua Liao noted this down. Jing Mian looked out at the setting sun. It was time to meet with her. She stood up and went to the public building, arriving at the classroom door on the left side of the second floor. The dim yellow sunlight cast a long shadow on the middle-aged woman inside, who was writing on the bulletin board while 5 children of varying ages sat below her. Suddenly, the classroom was flooded with bright light. The teacher and students were momentarily stunned, turning to see Jing Mian by the door, her hand on the light switch. Continue with your studies, Teacher Xiang. Remember to turn on the lights next time. May I ask who you are? Xiang Chunyan had yet to see Jing Mian since coming to Green Shade. She had only met Du Ruoro. Jing Mian detected a hint of subtle dissatisfaction on that familiar face. Does it matter who I am? I know exactly what you are, she retorted, her tone sharp. However, Xiang Chunyan responded gently. In these times, generating electricity is not easy. I doubt you understand the principles behind it. The high electricity costs are not without reason. Although Green Shade covers the electricity expenses, we must not waste it. We should learn to be frugal, starting from the smallest details. I believe the owner of Green Shade would appreciate that. With an air of scholarly wisdom, her pace was slow and her tone calm, creating a sense of righteousness that made one feel they were in the wrong. Based on Jing Mian's understanding of Xiang Chunyan, she would not openly express dissatisfaction but would rather hint at it. Xiang Chunyan, despite her discontent, viewed her request for Jing Mian to turn on the lights as a subtle reprimand. She believed she had valid reasons for teaching Jing Mian this lesson, believing it was not simply a matter of forgetting to switch on the lights. The implication was that Jing Mian had spoken out of turn. Jing Mian smiled softly. Adopting Xiang Chunyan's manner of speaking, Teacher Xiang, you make a valid point, yet your approach lacks practicality. Green Shade's ability to provide free electricity clearly indicates an abundance of it. Excessive frugality may sacrifice the children's eyesight. There is no need for such measures. Xiang Chunyan's smile began to crack. One must not only look at the surface. How do you know Green Shade does not need it? Perhaps the electricity saved today will prove invaluable in the future. There is no harm in being prepared. There is truly no need for Teacher Xiang to prepare for the power generation of Green Shade. It is your primary concern to focus on teaching and nurturing. Xiang Chunyuan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear to conceal her current emotions. Finding that the profound cultural depth before her resembled an attack on a cotton ball, unable to penetrate and instead reflecting back. Should the other party hurl insults, she would merely deem them uncouth and unteachable, yet now she found herself at a loss for words. Even with just a few little ones observing, her sense of dignity was at stake. I wonder what position you hold that allows you to speak so freely on behalf of the boss, suggesting we do not need to save resources for her. Jing Mian, witnessing Xiang Chunyuan struggle to maintain composure, smiled gracefully. I am Hualiao, the chief administrator of Green Shade. I am most familiar with the boss's affairs. From now on, when it gets dark, simply turn on the lights and follow my instructions. How could I possibly disregard the words of the chief administrator? Xiang Chuanyuan's expression turned frosty, her tone laced with sarcasm. Teacher Xiang, please resume the lesson. Do not bring your emotions into the classroom. Despite her profound expertise, Xiang Chuanyuan rolled her eyes in frustration, thinking to herself, you, the chief administrator. Just wait until tomorrow when I report you to the boss. Surely no boss would dislike an employee who is concerned for their interests. Having anticipated that the boss would become disenchanted with Hualiao, Xiang Chuanyuan swiftly adjusted her mindset and completed the subsequent teaching tasks. Though the 5 children had a significantly weaker foundation than the in-family-s children, they were earnest in their attitudes. After school dismissed, and the children left, Xiang Chuanyuan transitioned to another classroom to prepare for the evening adult course, only to discover that Jing Mian had not yet departed. Is the chief administrator of Hua so leisurely? I see Assistant Rua bustling about daily. She must be quite concerned for you. She insinuated that Hualiao was shirking her responsibilities. Jing Mian feigned indifference, smiling. Isn't that the purpose of having assistants, to help share the workload? Otherwise, the boss would be overwhelmed. Xiang Chuanyuan's attempts at provocation fell flat once more. I am merely here to inspect teacher Xiang's work. Otherwise, I wouldn't have noticed that she isn't turning on the lights for the children. Jing Mian reveled in the sight of Xiang Chuanyuan's suppressed frustration. Oh, by the way, how is your roommate Han Xinrui? I've heard she is a lady of considerable standing. If she is difficult to get along with, I can arrange for you to move to another room. Jing Mian exuded an air of pride in her authority, reveling in her status within Green Shade. This successfully stung Xiang Chuanyuan, who retorted, Chief Administrator Hua, you worry too much. Xinrui is exceptionally easy to get along with. Despite being the granddaughter of the commander of Yunsong Base, she is humble and unpretentious, and everyone likes her. She is the commander's granddaughter? Seeing the astonishment on Hualiao's face, Xiang Chuanyuan implied, indeed, some individuals possess both wealth and grace, while others lack depth. Viewing only the fleeting power and riches before them, Xinrui's high starting point, coupled with her earnest desire to learn, makes her truly exceptional. In the future, the boss will undoubtedly shed any prejudice against her. Xinrui is destined for greatness and will surely become a prominent lady of the base. Hualiao awkwardly remarked, I didn't realize she had such an impressive background. You seem to have a good relationship with her? She appeared slightly regretful for having treated Xiang Chuanyuan poorly. We indeed share common interests. Xiang Chuanyuan finally allowed a hint of pride to surface, wearing a look that suggested, did you come to curry favor with me? It's too late for that. Hualiao, slightly ruffled, retorted, just because you say you have a good relationship, do not assume that Han Xinrui treats everyone the same. Do not elevate yourself. Provoked, Xiang Chuanyuan revealed a shocking tidbit. Xinrui will soon be the bride of Njia. How could such a statement be made in casual conversation? Are you certain? Observing Hualiao's reaction, Xiang Chuanyuan felt a sense of satisfaction. You aren't already acquainted with Han Xinrui, are you? You've only been living together for a few days. There's a saying about meeting someone and feeling a sense of familiarity, and another about regretting not meeting them sooner. After a long exchange of banter with Hualiao, Xiang Chuanyuan finally emerged victorious, leaving the classroom with the poise of a conqueror, heading off to dinner. Only Jing Mian remained in the classroom, scoffing at the notion of feeling a sense of familiarity. Han Xinrui was merely 16 or 17, while Xiang Chuanyuan was in her 30s. Could Han Xinrui truly confide in her after just a few days? What a farce. Chapter 84. Speaking ill in front of the principal, the reality was that Xiang Chuanyuan had already been won over by Han Xinrui, and they had engaged in deeper exchanges. And Ling Yu had categorically rejected both Commander Han and Han Xinrui. Why did Han Xinrui still dare to speak so? From Xiang Chuanyuan's background, there seemed to be no possible intersection with Han Xinrui. However, Xiang Chuanyuan must have had a purpose in coming to Green Shade, otherwise, there would be no need to conceal their prior acquaintance. Jing Mian exited the public building, reflecting on her past experiences at the Yin family, where 2 individuals she had trusted had conspired against her, willing to deceive her for a decade. Jing Mian chuckled to herself. You've truly invested a great deal of effort. Upon entering the main base cafeteria, one must say that the cuisine at Green Shade is exceptional. In her lifetime, she had never tasted food better than that at Green Shade, not even at Njia. If only her child were by her side. Being able to stay at Green Shade forever and teach would be quite wonderful. Numerous warm-hearted residents greeted her in the cafeteria, acknowledging her as a teacher and treating her with respect, far more so than the chief administrator. She reciprocated with gentle smiles, earning the admiration of many. After finishing her meal, as Xiang Chunyuan headed outside, she spotted several individuals exiting the office on her right. She was somewhat aware that this was not merely an office, but rather the boss's private office, or perhaps the assistant's office, a place where the boss frequented. She recognized Assistant Du Ruo trailing behind a girl, explaining something, with two other assistants following closely behind. It was clear to anyone that the girl must be Jing Mian, the boss of Green Shade. Even at mealtime, she was still busy with work. Indeed, only the chief administrator would slack off and seek validation in such a manner. With this thought, her feet moved towards the boss. Work is important, but do not forget to eat. Health is the foundation of revolution, Xiang Chunyuan expressed kindly, her elegant demeanor lending her an appealing charm. Hua Liao closed the list she held. You must be the newly arrived teacher Xiang. I am, she smiled. I have heard that the boss of Green Shade works diligently and is a young strong woman. Hua Liao appeared slightly baffled but nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Mian Jie was indeed a strong woman. It is truly an honor to join the Green Shade team. Everyone is so motivated and proactive. Though a few individuals Xiang Chunyuan seemed to recall someone but hesitated to make a direct accusation. Who? Hua Liao inquired directly.
Assistant du Ruo t'en said.
Fearing that Xiang Chunyuan might expose her, Xiang Chunyuan adopted an expression of self-sacrifice for the greater good, stating, "It's Chief Administrator Hua." A gasp of shock ensued. Du Ruo was bewildered. What is happening here? To be honest, Chief Administrator Hua, relying on her high position, has been neglecting her duties, idling away in the base, and even interrupted my class with the children today. She is unworthy of the trust the boss has placed in her. The silent tumult was precisely the effect Xiang Chunyuan sought. As a teacher, perhaps my integrity and straightforwardness are lacking, but I shall not shy away from offending Chief Administrator Hua. I must speak out for the sake of Green Shade. In terms of dedication and capability, she should not hold the position of Chief Administrator. She radiated a righteous spirit, unafraid of authority. Hua Liao was left utterly stunned. Do you even realize what you're saying? Luo Qingtian chimed in, impressive, confronting her directly in her presence. Lan Hua suppressed a laugh at Hua Liao as stunned and disbelieving expression. Du Ruo remarked, has this person lost her mind? Hiring someone like her will raise doubts about her competence. Just then, Wang Yi, passing by, could not help but inquire, what has Chief Administrator Hua done to provoke Teacher Xiang to such fury? She even mentioned neglecting her duties? You have no idea how hard it has been for Green Shade to reach this point. Xiang Chunyan embellished the events in the classroom. Yet I acted in the best interest of Luyin, and she remained ungrateful, solely fixated on wastefulness, without considering the boss's perspective. It was only due to Xi and Rui's influence that I was spared any difficulty. Otherwise, I would likely have found it unbearable to remain here. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Are you implying she calls herself the flower manager? Hua Liao nearly discerned the truth. Could it be she is an imposter? How audacious. Xiang Chunyan expressed disbelief. Yi Lu Yao's expression grew grave. You make a valid point. I have long perceived that the esteemed flower manager is derelict in her duties. I admire your candor. Who do you believe is fit for the managerial position? Xiang Chunyan sensed the boss's regard for her. Realizing that earning Jing Mian's trust was not as arduous as Han Xian Rui suggested, it did not require years of pretense. In my view, Ruo would be an excellent choice, diligent and passionate.
No.
I am nowhere near the caliber of the flower manager. Teacher Xiang, please refrain from such remarks. Du Ruo hastily waved her hands, pleading, Sister, don't put me in such a position. Xiang Chunyan responded, Look how humble Ruo is. You have not seen the domineering demeanor of the flower manager. Du Ruo could not help but interject. Teacher Xiang, have I offended you in any way? Please do not elevate me to such a perilous pedestal. Just as she was about to elaborate, a fierce glance from Hua Liao silenced her. From what you just said, the flower manager refrained from bullying you due to Han Xian Rui. Surely, the flower manager cannot be intimidated by her? Xiang Chunyan wore an expression of disbelief as she contended. You are unaware. Xian Rui comes from a prestigious background and is always willing to help. She quickly garnered more popularity than the flower manager. Everyone claims that Xian Rue's role as the janitor was the flower manager's idea, fearing she might be replaced. Yet, I firmly believe that the position of manager should be held by the most capable. The audience regarded Xiang Chunyan with a complex mix of shock, confusion, and sympathy. Clearly, assigning her the role of janitor was a gross underutilization of her talents. A mocking voice emerged from behind, and as Xiang Chunyan turned, she spotted Hualiao approaching. Given her higher education, it was indeed a bit demeaning for Xian Rue to take on the role of janitor. Yi Luoyao nodded in agreement. Exactly. Let her clean 4 buildings in addition to the main base and public facilities. It would prevent her from meddling in matters that do not require her intervention. There are not that many affairs in Luin that necessitate her oversight. Xiang Chunyan looked at her in astonishment. She did not temper her domineering attitude even in front of the boss. Han Xian Rue had greatly overestimated her rival. Flower manager, this arrangement seems rather inappropriate. Don't you think? Shouldn't you consider the opinion of Boss Jing? Jing Mian chuckled, glancing at Hualiao. What do you think, boss? Yi Luoyao cleared her throat. Let us go with your suggestion. Xiang Chunyan gazed at Hualiao in disbelief. I have never encountered a boss so timid. Teacher Xiang, your evening adult class is about to commence. You should return to the public building, urged Hualiao. Xiang Chunyan had no choice but to depart. Yet it seemed the rift between Hua and Jing had already been established. That was sufficient. One should not be overly ambitious. After Xiang Chunyan left, Hualiao approached Jing Mian, lamenting, Oh, they say not to speak ill of others behind their backs, but it's equally uncomfortable to do so in their presence. Laughter erupted among the group. Is this teacher Xiang truly as foolish as she seems? Lan Hua asked bluntly.